This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 809. The second prince is still in the city. Wu Heng wanted to ask. Why can you be sure that the second prince is in the city, when you clearly said you don't know where he is? But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. Why is it not important? As long as you get this news. Wu Heng thought about it, and continued to ask the third question. Who are the adults you are talking about? The corpse fell silent, and then said, including the secret society, and some high-level professionals, who gathered through various channels. Wu Heng frowned and rechecked the corpse. The members of the secret society have their own confidentiality mechanism. As long as they ask for some relevant information, the corpse will collapse, and the corpse asking state will be directly lifted. This has been verified in several previous contexts. Now it seems that just mentioning the three-word secret society will not touch on the secrets and cause collapse. Confirm that there is no problem with the corpse. Wu Heng changed direction and continued to ask, how many professionals above level 18 are there in the city? The corpse replied, I know a total of 6. Damn. This city is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. 6 level 18 professionals. No wonder the eldest prince was forced to collude with the cult. Maybe he can really kill his way back to the royal city and replace the eldest prince. There is one last question left. So he asked, tell me the locations of these level 18 professionals. The corpse was silent again, and then answered, the president is in charge of the commander's mansion. The intelligence minister is in the building behind the city hall. 3 professionals are in charge of the prince's mansion. And 1 is with Clifford. The name Clifford means the second prince. It sounds like the corpse doesn't respect the second prince as much as imagined. After the 5 questions, the corpse lay down again. After the corpse was asked, Glinda said, it seems that this second prince is not as simple as we thought. Ritam City was pushed all the way, and Wu Heng and others thought that the second prince had no ability. If so many level 18s were put into the battlefield, the situation of the war is likely to be reversed. But it can also be seen that the eldest prince pressed him quite hard. With so many level 18s in the city, and a fake prince's mansion was built. Yes, those who can compete for the throne are not simple, Wu Heng said. Then, Glinda looked at another male corpse. Are you still asking this? Yes. The person is dead. Wu Heng released talking to the dead again, and the corpse sat up. There were 5 questions in total, and Wu Heng asked them quickly. The identity of the corpse was an official under the Minister of State Affairs. After being promoted, he had to take time out to accompany the other party at night. It sounds like an ancient version of the unspoken rules in the workplace. As for some secrets in the city, or the location of the second prince and some information about high-level professionals, there is not much information. They are considered innocent people implicated this time. After questioning the 2 bodies, Wu Heng wrapped the bodies again and put them away, and sat down on the chair again. Glinda asked, what are the plans next? Benny and Xiao Xiao also looked over. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, it's not that there is no gain. At least we know the identity and location of these level 18 professionals. Glinda looked at him. Do you want to attack these level 18 people first? If you have a chance? You can try, Wu Heng said. Whether to take action and clear out a few high-level professionals first depends on the timing. In fact, someone attacking the prince's mansion is a good cover. If you do it yourself, it is very likely that it will be counted on those people, rather than involving Ritam City or yourself. With your current identity, it is difficult to have the opportunity to contact those people. Glinda continued. No hurry. Take your time. Clatter. Clatter. As they were talking, there were dense footsteps, and the sound of weapons colliding outside the door. The voice stopped abruptly. Xiao Xiao flew through the wall, took a look, and then hurriedly flew back. Uncle, the city guards are here. There are so many people. At this time, the guards came here. Exposed? It shouldn't be. Not to mention that it was done secretly. Even if they were to investigate, it would be impossible to find out about me so quickly. He put away the things of the minister in the room and whispered, be prepared. If there is any problem, just fight your way out. Okay, Uncle, Xiao Xiao said. Benny and Glinda nodded. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent knocking on the courtyard door rang out. Glinda controlled the possessed corpse and walked over to open the door a crack, and saw a large group of fully armed guards outside the door. without waiting to ask. The captain of the guards said, "The commander has ordered that all members of the Red Wind Gang gather to cooperate in the search for the wanted criminal. Gather at the alley entrance as soon as possible without delay." Granda said immediately. "We will gather people immediately." The guards left directly, and the gate was closed again. In the courtyard, Wu Hung also breathed a sigh of relief. It was not that he found himself, but that the Red Wind Gang wanted to cooperate with the search. "Benny, you go out and see if there is any news. Granda will go to find the gang members. And Xiao Xiao will follow me," Wu Hung said quickly. Benny nodded and flew out directly. Glenna said, "I know where the two people live. Then let them both go find someone." "Okay." Glenda also opened the door and walked out. Wu Hung stood at the gate of the courtyard, looking at the noisy street outside the alley. "Uncle, has the minister been found missing?" Xiao Xiao leaned on his shoulder. "It's possible, but it's a little too fast," Wu Hung said. "They definitely don't have a great detective, so they can't find us here," Wu Hung said softly. "The Great Detective is a story we copied." "Oh, right. I would have forgotten if you didn't tell me." At this time, gang members came over one after another, and Xiao Xiao stopped talking and floated in the air to check the situation. More and more gang members came, filling the entire alley. Wu Hung said a few simple words, then led all the members out of the alley and joined the guards. Divided into several groups, holding torches, they followed the guards to search door to door in the area under their jurisdiction. The torches formed a long line. The residential area was noisy and chaotic. Wu Hung stood at the back of the team, shouting one or two from time to time to increase the sense of participation. At this time, Benny flew back from behind and whispered in his ear, "It's because the Minister of State disappeared." Wu Hung took 2 steps back and whispered, "How did you find out?" "I heard that the housekeeper went to ask the man to leave, and when he entered the bedroom, he found that both of them were missing. He couldn't find them, so he notified the guards to search the whole city." Benny answered. "What did the housekeeper say?" Benny said, "Everyone is missing. So I guess they said whatever they wanted." "That's right. Everyone is missing. And the housekeeper is probably also interrogated. If you don't say anything, you might be considered a suspect. This matter still has time. And I thought it would be discovered at least tomorrow morning." "Did they say anything else?" Wu Hung continued to ask. Benny said, "They all guessed that it was done by the people who attacked the prince's mansion last time. So they just searched roughly, and didn't think they would really find any clues." "Are they searching the whole city?" "Everyone is searching. And torches are also lit in other parts of the city." Wu Hung nodded to show that he understood. In other words, the guards believe that it was done by the people who attacked the prince's mansion before. After all, being able to sneak into a minister's mansion and take people away without making any noise is not something that ordinary people can do. Now the large-scale search is just a rough search. If they really find a group of people, the guards can't stop them. Search all the way down. The sky gradually brightened, and the guards began to order the team to withdraw. A group of gang members also came together in a sloppy manner and listened to the guards' lectures together. "Wait for the guards to finish. The captain who notified me before came over and said, 'We can disband. The order of the market must be maintained. You should know what to do.'" "I know," Wu Hung said. The captain looked at this side and turned to leave. After walking away, the gang members cursed behind him. "Fuck. They go back and rest. We still have to work. These grandsons, they really think they are nothing. Forget it. Other gangs have been sent to the front line. We will do some work in the city. We paid for it. What do you think the money we sent is for?" Wu Hung listened to the discussion behind him. He clapped his hands and said, "Don't make trouble for yourself. After the commotion last night, there will definitely be no one here today. Just walk around and go back to sleep." Everyone was happy. "Okay, boss. Okay, let's go." The members talked and dispersed, preparing for the market later. After explaining the matter, Wu Hung also walked towards the gang's base. After walking a few steps, he saw a carriage parked outside the alley of the base, and 2 guards were guarding the carriage. Wu Hung paused and frowned. He tilted his head slightly to signal, and the ghosts around him flew out immediately to investigate the situation. "Chief and gang leader." "Right. The president is waiting for you inside. Go in," a guard said coldly. Wu Hung nodded and walked in directly. On the way, Benny returned and shared the picture of entering the body house. In the hall, 6 commander's guards were sitting, all of them at level 12. This level of configuration is also the level of a deacon in the local area. In the bedroom, a burly man in armor at level 18 was casually looking through the things in the room. Level 18 President. Chapter 810. I didn't go to find him. He came to find me first. I let Benny out and walked in directly. In the hall, there were 6 guards wearing uniforms and long swords on their waists. When they saw Wu Hung coming in, they all looked over, making the whole room full of a murderous atmosphere. My lords, what is this? Wu Hung asked carefully. At this time, a low voice came from the room. Sid, come in. Sid was the name of the gang leader. Wu Hung signaled Granda to stay outside, and he opened the door and walked in. The weak sunlight shone into the room through the half-closed window. A burly figure wearing a commander's armor was sitting at the desk, staring at him coldly. Sid, the Minister of State disappeared last night, and it happened to be when you sent money. Your Red Wind gang is a little suspicious. The other party's voice was like a bell, buzzing in the room. Wu Hung frowned and looked at the other party with some suspicion. The president did not wait for him to speak, and continued. The Minister of State takes 40% of the profits every time. Are you dissatisfied because of this? So you colluded with the killers in Rentam City? So that's what he meant. He didn't suspect me at all, but wanted more profits from this street. Putting this on me is a threat to me. The Minister of State was at level 13. So he took 40%. And he took 30% at level 18. Now that the Minister of State is missing, he must want to adjust the numbers. Mr. President, you guessed it right. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Hung attacked instantly. Lightning beam turned into a silver-white electric python and exploded in the opponent's chest with a bang. The incident happened suddenly, and the president's body was hit instantly, flying backwards and falling on his back. Wu Hung reached into his arms, put on the space ring, and took out the rifle. The president turned over and stood up from the ground, yelled angrily, and saw a strange iron pipe pointing in this direction. Bang! The bullet with summon arrow rain was fired like a shotgun. The president flew backwards again. His armor was full of bullet holes, and the parts not covered by the iron armor were splashed with blood. Wu Hung continued to shoot at him, and the bullets shot over. At the same time, Mansion technique was activated, and Kaxiu and Shanshan rushed out and pounced on the fallen figure. Location in the hall. The moment the sound of fighting sounded, the guards outside the door also immediately moved. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the gang member possessed by Granda like a ghost, and stabbed out with a long sword, piercing through the body, in the side of the other guards. The gang member who was pierced did not show any pain or struggle. His face was still looking at them calmly, and only sticky blood flowed out of the wound. The guard didn't think too much about it. He drew his sword and was about to walk into the inner room, but suddenly his footsteps stopped. Crack! 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 The sound of bones rubbing against each other was heard, and one after another, their necks were broken, and they fell to the ground with horror on their faces. There are 2 more outside, Benny said. Grinda shook her head. Xiao Xiao, stay here. Benny and I will go help your uncle. Okay. In the bedroom, the 2 ghosts flew in, and saw Wu Hung who had already started to put on each other's clothes. Is it over? Glinda asked. Wu Hung nodded. It's over. Did anyone escape outside? Everyone in the hall is dead. But the gunshots were a bit loud. I guess the guards outside heard it, Glinda said. Wu Hung took off the mask on the corpse and put it on his face. Drag all the corpses at the door into the inner room. Kaxiu and Shanshan began to drag the corpses to the inner room. Uncle, the 2 guards are coming. The courtyard door was directly knocked open, and 2 guards looked over with weapons in hand. Just as he stepped into the room, he paused. Mr. President, are you okay? Wu Hung stood in the hall, glanced at the 2, and said, stay outside. No one is allowed to come in. Yes. The 2 glanced at the courtyard and found nothing wrong. So they closed the gate and stood guard outside. They didn't find anything. They are still standing guard outside, Xiao Xiao said. Wu Hung nodded, returned to the room, opened mansion technique, and dragged all the bodies in. The girl imprisoned in the mansion again curled up in the corner. She looked at the bodies thrown in with horror. The guards of the Yek Kingdom. Judging from the equipment on their bodies, they are not ordinary guards. She simply closed her eyes and buried her head between her knees. Wu Hung followed into the mansion, looked at the corpse of the 18th level president, and released the resurrection spell. The cold corpse began to cough violently. A large mouthful of blood foam spurted out of his mouth, life-sustaining spell maintaining his life, while letting the skeleton stuff him with a few healing pills. The president vomited blood, stared at him with wide eyes, and looked at him in fear and suspicion. Everything happened too fast. He was level 18, and was killed just like that. Wu Hung said, "Don't die. You are useful to me. You are not. Not Sid." Spit out such a sentence in the blood foam. Wu Hung looked at him and said, "Didn't you guess it before? You? From Ratam City." He made up a lie casually, but he didn't expect to meet the real person. Damn it. After taking a few pills, he got a little better. Wu Hang's mind moved, and heavy shackles appeared out of thin air, locking the other party firmly in place. Then he said to the skeleton, "Watch him. If he moves, break his limbs." Caxia and Shanshan took 2 steps forward and stared at the president in the middle. Wu Hung walked out and closed the mansion technique. Walked out of the gang mansion. The 2 people guarding the gate immediately saluted. "Mr. President, it's okay. Let's go back." Wu Hung walked out. One of them looked inside the building. Wu Hung said, "They stay to deal with things. Let's go back first." "Yes, sir." The guards did not ask any more questions, and some things were not for them to ask. They walked out of the alley together, and Wu Hung got on the carriage. The other 2 escorted the carriage and left directly. Returning to the presidential residence, Wu Hung walked in with a swagger. The soldiers along the way saluted one after another. Entering the presidential residence, Wu Hung sat back on the chair. The door of the room closed. The whole room fell into silence again. Grinda appeared at the side and said, "You may not be able to maintain this identity for long." Wu Hung thought about it. It felt that it really could not be maintained for long. Then several guards disappeared, and as long as they investigated, they would suspect him, and he could not accept too detailed questioning. After all, he did not understand the habits and memory of this president. If it can't be maintained, find a way to kill one more person. "The Minister of Intelligence?" Grinda asked. "Okay. I listen to you." Chapter 811. Intelligence Minister Bryce. Whether it is the corpse or the intelligence, all mention this person. Since the disguised identity can't last long, it's better to deal with him before he is exposed. And, from some signs, this intelligence Minister Bryce is very likely to be a helper hired by the second prince. It is not certain yet whether he is a member of the secret society or a strong man from some organization. Wu Hung shouted to the outside of the door, "Come here." The door opened, and the guard outside walked in. "Sir, go and ask Intelligence Minister Bryce to come over," Wu Hung said directly. The guard stood at the door and asked hesitantly, "Go and ask him directly? It sounds like he, as the president, may not be able to ask him." Wu Hung said, "Just say that I have clues about the disappearance of the Minister of State Affairs, and ask him to come over to discuss and catch the murderer." "Yes." The guard closed the door and left directly. "I heard the footsteps walking downstairs." Wu Hung continued to say to the person beside him, "Benny, follow him, and see where the Minister of Intelligence is, and what he looks like." "Okay." Benny agreed and flew out. In the room, there was only one person, and 2 souls left again. Xiao Xiao said, "Uncle, are you planning to ambush him here? How about it? As soon as he comes in, we will close the door and let the dog out," Wu Hung said with a smile. "Who will be the dog?" Glinda asked. "Uncle will be. I was wrong about closing the door and beating the dog." Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door. "Sir, breakfast is ready." Wu Hung signaled the 2 ghosts to be quiet, and then said, "Bring it in." The door opened, and a servant came in with breakfast. The president's life seemed to be good. The food brought in was enough for the Treasure Island family. The plate was placed on a wooden table nearby, and the servant had no intention of leaving. Standing aside in a proper manner, Wu Hung said, "You go out first. Someone will come later." "Yes, sir." The attendant bowed again, left the room, and closed the door. The door closed. Xiao Xiao floated over to take a look. "Wow. He eats a lot. This is how the nobles live. Luxury and waste, in their eyes, is a way to show status and financial strength," Glinda said. "You also know this? Some scholars wrote about it in their travel notes. And I read it in a book," Glinda said. Wu Hung glanced at the breakfast and didn't eat it to avoid any problems. He picked out some, making it look like he had eaten them, and asked the servants to take them all away. Wu Hung said, "Search around to see if there are any good things." Okay. The two ghosts dispersed and began to search around. Outside the city, in the jungle, a cheetah formed by gray fog quickly passed through the woods, stopped in front of an abandoned hunter's cabin, and transformed into a charming and seductive woman. Slender fingers, put on a hood, pushed open the door of the cabin and walked directly in. Inside the wooden house, the other figures, some squatting and some sitting, all looked towards the door. "Viola, you are the last one," someone on the inside said. Viola closed the wooden door, letting the room fall into darkness again. "I came here as fast as I could. Tell me, what's the matter?" No one asked about the question of coming early or late. Someone near the door said, "Last night, the guard searched the whole city. Does anyone know why?" On the inside, the old man holding a wooden stick said, "I got the information that the city's Minister of Government disappeared, which led to the citywide search." "Minister of State?" The rest of the people who didn't get the information all frowned. One person said, "I know something about this Minister of State. She is an old woman who passed the test of the secret society, inherited her husband's legacy, and is also a member of the secret society. Did one of us do it?" The person guarding the door looked inside. The biggest possibility of disappearance is that the person was killed and the body was put into the space ring and taken away. The rest of the people also looked at each other and looked at others suspiciously. No one admitted it, and the scene fell into silence again. They came here to kill the second prince and important people. If they did it, there was no need to hide it. It wasn't done by us? Another person said, "But the city has already blamed us for this. Are there other people in the city who did it? Besides us, the most likely person is Rentam's city. Didn't the second prince arrange assassins to kill the female city lord? It is very likely that they arranged revenge. It's very possible. Can we cooperate with this person? It's not clear what the other party's purpose is. It's also possible that they fought for power and killed someone." The person at the door said, "You think too highly of Rentam's city. Their main combat force is the skeleton army. How can there be high-level professionals to carry out assassinations?" "That's right. I heard that the place is very backward and barren. It seems that it must have been done by someone else." At this time, Viola's voice sounded, "As far as I know, the owner of Treasure Island is growing very fast." The others also looked at her. "You mean, the island owner is here? I heard he's just level 15. Right? Do you have any information about him?" Viola said calmly, "This guy is a little clever, and he made some money. Maybe he hired someone to come here." "That's possible," the man at the door said. The others looked at each other, but there was not much belief in their eyes. Treasure Island is too far away from here. Besides, who would accept to be hired at this time and get involved in such a thing? As for the owner of the Treasure Island, it was even more impossible. They believed that he would achieve great success in the future, but it was a bit too much to say that he could sneak into the city that they could hardly enter and kill important ministers. Seeing that no one was talking, the man at the door continued, "That's it. Keep paying more attention when you continue to inquire about the information. And also pay attention to this murderer." Everyone nodded and left. Presidential Palace? "Uncle, there is a room inside with many treasures." Xiao Xiao flew back and said in surprise. Glinda followed behind him and said with a smile, "There is a room inside, which should be the collection room of this president. Isn't he the second prince?" Xiao Xiao continued. "The age and appearance don't match, and the second prince can't go to the gang to collect money," Wu Hung said, and then said, "Where is the collection room? How can he be richer than me?" "This way." Xiao Xiao led the way. "Take him to the fireplace on one side of the inner room. It's behind this." A careful inspection revealed a secret keyhole on the wall. Wu Hung took out the space ring from the president's collar, found a key from it, tried it briefly, and with a click, the secret door opened. Behind the door was a room of about 50 square meters. For illuminated stone chandeliers on the ceiling emitted a dim light, but it was enough to illuminate the room. On the wall, there were weapons hanging. There were rapiers with exquisite carvings and daggers inlaid with gems. There were many types, and Wu Hung glanced at them. I also saw several expensive magic swords. "Uncle, are these valuable?" Xiao Xiao followed him and asked while looking at the various weapons on the wall. They are quite valuable if left outside. Are you as rich as us? Can you compare with us? Wu Hung said casually. Hee hee. Xiao Xiao smiled. Grenda rolled his eyes at the two of them. Wu Hung walked and looked. His eyes fell on a weapon. His eyes suddenly focused. Huling Evil Sword, strange item. Chapter 812. Evil Sword. This man has collected an evil sword. Fire Scale Evil Sword, rare item. Effect, fire attribute damage. Body homogenization. Increased fire resistance. Side effect, bewitching the mind. Description. The evil sword with fire attribute reverse scales gives the user powerful abilities, while gradually making him lose his mind. Evil sword with fire attribute. The effect is to increase fire attribute damage, body homogenization, and increase fire resistance. This reminds him of the evil sword by Fong of the Treasure Island Deacon Zalagui. The effect is ice damage, and wings grow behind the back when used. The difference seems to be that the weapon is only effective when used by Elven blood. But this one does not have any special requirements. Look at the evil sword on the wall again. The side effect is to bewitch the mind. This point, I feel it may be good for skeletons to use. Skeletons do not have fear, anger, and many other emotions in battle. So it should not affect many minds. What's wrong? Is this sword good? Glinda asked. Xiao Xiao also flew back and continued to look at the long sword on the wall. The evil sword is called Huling, which can provide fire attributes. Oh! An unexpected gain, Glinda said with a smile. Indeed. Wu Hung continued to look at the remaining weapons, and then put them all into his space ring. Returned to the room outside. Wu Hung continued to check the things in the President's space ring. The President's weapon is called Lishan. The heavy sword is a magic weapon, which has the effect of increasing weight when slashing. Armor is a magic item that increases defense and restores physical strength. The rest are combat boots that increase movement speed, helmets that clear the mind, horns that increase the courage of soldiers. Magic items of various effects are all placed in the space ring. The rest are scrolls and various potions. All of them are piled up on the table. This guy. Is it a hamster? So many things, Grenda said in surprise. Maybe he likes to store things, Wu Hung said. And he took out a few documents from a pile of miscellaneous items and started to read them. It's the deeds and properties in the city and other cities. He's a big family. Huh? At this time, Benny hurried back from outside and said, Wu Hung, the intelligence minister is here. His carriage is parked at the door, and he seems to be a thief. Sure enough, he came. If he refuses to come, I will consider looking for him. How many people did he bring? More than 20 people, Benny replied. Wu Hung nodded and said, Okay, let's make arrangements and kill him here. How to do it? Once the fight starts, people outside will rush in, Glinda said. Wu Hung casually opened the mansion technique and let Caxiu and Shanshan inside walk out directly. Handed the shroud to Caxiu and said, Caxiu, you stay invisible and guard the door. Shanshan goes to the inner room. I will lead him into the dark room later, and we will kill him quickly. Caxiu put on the shroud and disappeared instantly. Then he hid in the corner next to the door. Even if a high-level professional cannot see with his eyes, his senses will find clues. Even if he is invisible, he will keep a distance. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door. Then, there was a knock on the door. Mr. President, Mr. Bryce is here. Let him in, and the rest of you wait outside. The door opened, and a man wearing a purple brocade robe with the outline of his inner armor vaguely visible walked in. His brown hair was tied back. His skin was pale. His eyebrows were thin and raised, and there was no trace of stubble. She walked in with a cold face, and looked him up and down several times. If you have any information, you can tell me directly. Bryce's voice was feminine. Wu Hung said, I have sorted out a complete clue, which is related to the Red Wind Gang in the Eastern City. Red Wind Gang. Don't they give you money every week? Wu Hung ignored his question and said, the Red Wind Gang recruited a new member this time. Yesterday, the team sent money to the commander's mansion. You should know that part of the money was sent to the Minister of State Affairs. Since you have found out, why don't you arrest them? Bryce still looked at him. What's the point of arresting one person? I need you to cooperate with me to arrest all the others, or determine their identities. Wu Hung stared at him and said, when did your city defense team become good at this? Bryce narrowed his eyes and asked back. They threaten everyone in the city. Don't you think it's better to catch them as soon as possible? Tell me. What's your plan? Wu Hung stood up and walked inside. Come with me. I have compiled a detailed network of relationships here, which also involves some officials in the city. So I need your help. Bryce hesitated, but still stood up and followed him up. Wu Hung walked to the door of the secret room, took out the key to open it, walked in first, and said, "The city has been infiltrated very seriously." Bryce stood at the door, looking at the sealed room inside, and had no intention of going in. "You said?" Suddenly, his body seemed to stumble uncontrollably, and entered the private room directly. The door closed. In the dim room, two figures stood in front of him and stared at him. "Shan-Shan, get him." "Buzz." The sound of wings flashing sounded, and the next second, a figure rushed over like lightning. Bryce's face changed drastically, and he wanted to dodge, but his body suddenly choked. "It's over." Bang! He felt his body being pressed to the ground in an instant. He frantically reached for the dagger at his waist, and the opponent's fist, like a huge hammer under the wheel, hit his chest. Wu Hung stood behind him, holding a staff with a bone spine. Disease ray, weakness ray, severe injury all shot out, piercing the opponent's body. Bryce's eyes widened, full of disbelief. A high-level melee professional. Necromancer? How could he appear here? How could he be the president's leader? Damn it! Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Damn it! This guy is not lower than me. Bang! The last punch broke his neck directly. The room was quiet again. Then he flew in from outside. "It's okay. Everyone is sitting in the lounge area over in the hall. No one noticed what's going on here. That's good. It saves trouble." Wu Hung opened the mansion technique and dragged the body in. The imprisoned president widened his eyes, looking at the intelligence minister who was dragged in. Wu Hung released the resurrection technique, and after resurrecting the person, he continued to use the life support technique to maintain the other party's life characteristics. After feeding 2 pills, he locked it in a cage. He walked out again. The skeleton was also put back into the mansion technique. He changed into the appearance of the Minister of Intelligence again and walked out of the room. Swish! The guards waiting at the door stood up together. Wu Hung said, "Let's go back." After that, he took everyone downstairs, got on the carriage, and slowly left. Fortress of Set. Commander's mansion. When Manshaw sat in the room, coaxing the baby in her arms, there was a knock on the door, and the butler Hartel opened the door and walked in, saying with a serious face, "Madam, there are several people from the Snake Emblem Consortium outside." Snake Emblem Consortium? When Manshaw frowned. Yes, they have proof from the Consortium. The guards had no conflicts with them, and let them into the city. Hartel said, "Who is it? Do you know?" Hartel hesitated and said softly, "Madam, the leader looks a bit like the hero mentioned by the master, but I can't confirm it." Hero of the Snake Emblem Consortium? Dragon? Yes. Chapter 813. When Manshaw looked grim, with suspicion and fear in her eyes. They had heard Wu Hung talk about what happened in Nataliai City, including the encounter with the hero of the Snake Emblem group on the way. It was at that time that they knew that the leader behind the Snake Emblem group was a hero. Even the association recognized him as the strongest hero. In a place like Rentam City, ordinary heroes were like gods. Not to mention this person. But why did he appear here? Didn't they say they appeared in Netal City? Why? A pressure far exceeding that of the Yeko Kingdom enveloped her whole body. When Manshaw stood up and wanted to contact Wu Hung, took 2 steps, and then stood still. Asked, "Did you say anything after entering the city?" Hartel said, "The guards don't know the other party's identity. But just follow your orders. Don't interfere with the people of the association and the consortium. And let them in directly." How many people came? 6 people entered the city. Hartel said, "Madam, the train to Rentam City will depart at noon. You can take the lady back to see Rentam City. It's been a while since I went back. This is to let her go back and hide. Even if the strongest hero is really in danger. As long as she leaves here, she will have time to contact Wu Hung." When Manshaw stood there thinking for a while, sat back down, and said, "Go prepare the gifts. You go to visit the other party on behalf of Rentam City, and I will contact the owner." "Madam, you should go to the station first." Hartel still said, "It's okay. The other party should not have any ill intentions. If we react too much, It may cause the other party to be disgusted. When Manshaw said directly, in the entire fortress, no one except Hartel knew that when Manshaw was here. If she moved like this, it would easily attract the other party's attention. Madam, what should we prepare? Hartel asked. Choose from the gifts brought by the master, especially watches and pens. And don't take out the potions. When Manshaw said softly, I know. Hartel nodded and turned to leave the room. When Manshaw looked at the child and walked towards the radio room with a serious expression. Local. Snake Emblem Consortium building. In a luxuriously decorated room. Hero Long sat on the double sofa. The spacious seat seemed unusually narrow and crowded. After taking the wine handed to him and taking a sip. At this time, the door opened, and a middle-aged man in a dark blue suit walked in quickly, knelt on one knee, and lowered his head slightly. The person in charge of the said fortress, Raymond, greets the leader. Long glanced at the other party. His voice was low and majestic. Tell me about the situation here. The local person in charge, still bowing his head, said softly, 2 months ago, the army of Ratam City broke through the fortress overnight. The city is managed by the city master, named Hartel, who has never oppressed the residents of the city. Currently, all shops are operating normally, and all taxes have been reduced. Long raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The city was suddenly broken overnight? When mentioning this, the middle-aged man's voice was also unusually serious. The city was suddenly broken. The entire north wall collapsed, and has not been fully repaired yet. Long nodded and fell into thought. What kind of power was used to destroy the entire city wall? He continued to ask, what is their attitude towards the consortium? They are very friendly to us. After they occupied us, they allocated a building in the central area for the consortium. The subordinate said seriously, the Yek Kingdom does not recognize the Snake Emblem Consortium, although it still exists in the territory. It appears in the form of some ghost markets and underground markets. It was only after the occupation of Ratam City that they were able to have such a building in the city. Long nodded, picked up the wine glass and took another sip. At this time, there was a knock on the door. A subordinate walked in quickly, saluted and said respectfully, Chief. A butler named Hartel said that he heard that the backbone of the consortium had come, so he specially sent a gift. Oh, bring it here for me to see. Long's tone was full of curiosity. A brocade box was sent over, and after opening it, a shiny and exquisite watch and fountain pen were revealed inside. Watch, fountain pen. It was indeed the territory of Treasure Island. Tell her that the gift is accepted, and we are just passing through here. Yes. The men left quickly. Longzay took out his watch and looked at it carefully. I didn't expect that I would get the best-selling products of Treasure Island in this way. Squeak. The carriage slowly stopped in front of the building. Wu Hung got off the carriage and returned to the study, where the Minister of Intelligence was according to the road that Benny had followed. The door closed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He said, Benny, you keep an eye on the outside and inform me in time if there is any movement of the army. Xiao Xiao and Glinda, search here to see if there is any secret room. Okay. The three ghosts immediately dispersed and took action. Wu Hung opened drawers and bookcases one by one and took out all the information inside. As expected, he was the Minister of Intelligence, recording various archive information. He sat down at the desk and began to look through the information one by one. Not long after, Xiao Xiao and Glinda also flew back. He said with regret, Uncle, I didn't find the secret room. He seems to be very poor. Glinda smiled and said, he is level 18. How can he be poor? This should just be his office. The good things may be in his home. Should we go to his house? Xiao Xiao suggested. Forget it. We don't have that much time. Wu Hung handed some information to Granda. You can also see if you can find the location of the second prince. Okay. Granda flew over and began to watch from the side. Time passed little by little. One person and one soul also read a lot of information. And Xiao Xiao collected some valuable ornaments around to take away when leaving. At this time, Benny flew back from outside, saying in a hurried tone, Wu Hung, the army is rushing here, and the order has been issued to kill you immediately when they see you. It seems that the truth has been revealed. I pretended to be the Minister of Intelligence, but there is no one in the President's territory. As long as we combine the disappearance of the Minister of Government last time, we can roughly infer the whole thing. Glinda said, It is still dangerous to be surrounded by the army. The other two ghosts also turned their heads to look over. Wu Hung said, let's leave first. Catching 2 level 18 is already a big harvest. As he said this, he put all the items and information collected by Xiao Xiao into the space ring. The noise outside the window was getting closer and closer. The appearance changed. Teleportation appeared, and disappeared in the next second. Appeared again. It was in a deep alley, surrounded by domestic garbage from the opposite side. Flies and insects swarmed, and the stench of urine filled the air. Outside the alley, there was a large crowd of people gathered, talking and gathering in the distance. Wu Hung said to the ghosts chasing after him, Xiao Xiao, follow me. Grenda and Benny, keep an eye on the movements in the city. The city lost 2 level 18 people, and the second prince may move to another place. Xiao Xiao followed beside him, and the other 2 ghosts flew directly into the sky to check the changes in the entire city. Wu Hung walked out of the alley, followed the noisy crowd, and walked back to the building where the Minister of Intelligence had his office. Watching the large group of guards rushing in, there was a commotion. What's going on? How come all the people caught are our own people? Who knows? Ever since the second prince came here, the city has been quiet. Are those people hiding here and were discovered today? It's possible. It depends on who is brought out. The crowd was talking and guessing who the guards were trying to catch was such a big move. Then, the guards began to disperse the crowds of onlookers. The patrol teams responsible for different areas gathered again and started searching door to door. Wu Hung gradually moved away from here. He teleported back to the area searched by the patrol team and walked out of the alley. Uncle, where are you staying tonight? Xiao Xiao asked. It was already dusk, and they needed to find a place to spend the night. I can't really live on the street like a homeless person. Wu Hung walked along the street, and his eyes fell on the pub where he lived when he came. The pub was closed at this time. Xiao Xiao, go to the private room of the pub and take a look, Wu Hung said. Okay. Xiao Xiao nodded and flew up directly. Not long after, he returned from above. Uncle, the private room is empty. Let me take a look at the location. Xiao Xiao got into the body. Wu Hung determined the location, walked into the dark corner, and used teleportation. The figure disappeared in the magic circle and appeared in the private room. In the center, a slightly dim room. The second prince, dressed in a purple and luxurious dress, stood in front of the round table in the room, supporting the table with both hands, and his knuckles turned slightly white due to the force. On the table, there was the latest report, which recorded the information of the missing officials. 3 people disappeared silently. 2 of them were level 18. Is this city haunted? The second prince's voice trembled, and there was anger in his tone. The faces of the people gathered below were also serious and worried. Level 18 can disappear inexplicably, and the next one may be someone present. One of the old men in brocade robes stroked his beard and said, Your Highness, the guards have searched the whole city, and I still want to see if they have any clues. The second prince narrowed his eyes. What else is there to check? It's nothing more than those people before. And the main thing is what methods they used. Chapter 814. Don't be anxious, Your Highness. Their goal is to make us reveal our flaws because of our impatience. Another person said. The second prince stared at the person who was speaking and asked in a serious voice. Don't be anxious. How long should I hide here? Like a mouse. Faced with the second prince's anger, the people below remained calm. They didn't even mention the official's disappearance. The old man who spoke first said calmly again. This is only a short-term patience. As long as the mayor of Rentam City dies, and we occupy it, we can take back everything we lost before, and send you back to the throne. The others followed suit, saying similar things. The second prince took a deep breath and swept his eyes across everyone's faces. I know this matter well. It won't ruin the original plan. But what should we do now? Let them kill the officials in the city. A tall and thin man stood up and said, Your Highness, I think we can set up a trap to lure the other party out. The second prince looked at him. What do you think? After all, the purpose of those thieves is you, Your Highness. Why not release a substitute to expose it? And once the murderer shows up, we will kill him. The tall and thin man said. Another trap. It was used in the mansion last time. They won't be fooled easily. The second prince said. No. Even if they are suspicious, they have to confirm whether the substitute is real, and they will definitely take action. The man was sure. The others also nodded, indicating that this method could be tried. The second prince straightened up, glanced at everyone, and said, "Then prepare according to this plan. Deploy the elite troops in the city, and also in Rentam City. It has been a few days. Why is there no news coming back? Let someone go over and take a look." "Yes." Everyone nodded, then stood up and left. The second prince looked at everyone and walked to the back residential area. In the dilapidated residential building, the plaster on the wall was mottled and peeling, and the wooden table in the corner was also covered with scratches. Two people dressed as patrol guards sat on both sides of the wooden table, crossed their legs and chatted. "It won't get you into trouble if you're lazy here. It's just a formality. The president and the intelligence minister are gone. If we really find out something, we'd be asking for death. What level are these people? They made the general leader disappear without any noise. Could they be heroes? If they were heroes, they wouldn't have to kill people secretly, but just come here openly. Be careful. Just follow and search. Don't show up." As they were talking, the sound of gathering came from outside. The two looked at each other, put their swords back on their bodies, opened the door and walked out. Wait for the footsteps of the team to fade away. In the shadow of the corner, a stream of smoke slowly floated out, condensing into a woman with a charming posture, leaning against the window, looking at the guard searching door to door in the distance. His brows furrowed tightly. The president and the minister of intelligence in the city also disappeared? Who is in the city? It is certain that they are not from our side. In the morning, there was a meeting to guess who killed the minister of state affairs. And in the afternoon, 2 more people disappeared. And they were all high-level professionals. The other party is more terrifying than they expected. I hope it is not that kid's people. In the dim private room. Because of the city, there are no outsiders staying in the tavern. As long as Wu Hung doesn't make too much noise, it shouldn't be a problem to stay overnight. I sat at the window and waited for a while. Grenda and Bernie flew back from outside. Nothing special was found. Bernie also said, "I didn't find anything here either. The city is too chaotic. There are moving beams of light on the streets. It seems that we underestimated him. If he is calm, he can accomplish great things," Wu Hung said. Grenda thought for a while and said, "Is the second prince dead? These people are just doing things in his name?" Wu Hung and the other 2 ghosts all looked at her. This was a new guess. The second prince is dead. Xiao Xiao widened her eyes. Wu Hung also thought about this possibility and said, "It is possible. It is also possible that he was controlled and used as a puppet." "Yeah, that's right," Grenda said. At this time, the sound of the second round of search came from the window again. Wu Hung stood up and said, "Come back first. Let's go to the zombie world." The 3 ghosts got back into the body. Wu Hung opened the door in a room inside and walked in directly. Walking out of the door, it was still the prison monitoring room. Release the ghost and walk to the monitor. Zoom in the thief's room. The single monitoring screen filled the screen, and the thief curled up on the iron bed, keeping quiet. "Didn't you do the experiment?" Glenda asked. "I don't know," Wu Hung said, and then said, "Xiao Xiao, go see where the alchemical skull is, and ask it to bring the experimental records." "Okay, uncle." Xiao Xiao flew out. After a while, he flew back. "The skeleton is here." The door of the monitoring room was knocked, and the alchemical skeleton walked in directly, holding a notebook in his hand. "Let me see the experimental records." The notebook was handed over, and Wu Hung opened it to check. He passed the experiment of ordinary animals, and his eyes fell on the record of single room 202. The front was the level and physical condition of the thief. The back was the record of the experiment. In the morning, the target was given a level 1 corpse core, and he showed obvious signs of struggling in pain, with his skin turning blue and his eyes congested. After 10 minutes, the condition eased, and after half an hour, he recovered as normal. At 8 p.m., he took a level 1 corpse core for the second time, and the symptoms were the same as the first time, but the recovery speed was faster. There were only 2 records in total. After all, only 1 day had passed. Wu Hung glanced at the alchemical skull. The experimental method it used for the thief was to take a corpse core, not to inject a virus. This experimental method is in line with the Zombie King's experiment. When the Zombie King was being cultivated, it was fed with corpse cores. "How is it?" Glenda asked. The other 2 ghosts also looked over. Wu Hung said, I fed him a corpse core in the morning and evening. But the level is high and the antibodies are also high. And there is no sign of transformation into a zombie. Xiao Xiao said, Isn't it possible to feed him superpowers? Maybe, Wu Hung said. Glinda also looked through the records and said, If it doesn't work, just inject the virus. Your superpowers are uncontrollable. If you really awaken a special one, it will be dangerous. That's right, Wu Hung said. Tomorrow we will inject the virus. First feed the corpse core to awaken the superpowers. Maybe the transformed skeletons will be more powerful in the later stage. But for now, I will cultivate a few controllable level 20 skeletons. There is no need to rush the superpower experiment. The skeleton alchemist nodded and filled in the plan for tomorrow in the record book. Let's go! There are 2 more experimental targets. Let's experiment together tomorrow, Wu Hung said directly. Walk out of the monitoring room. Come to the cell area together. Wu Hung opened the mansion technique, revealing the president and the Minister of Intelligence imprisoned in the iron cage. Seeing Wu Hung appear, both of them showed fear and suspicion. He carefully identified Wu Hung's appearance. The Minister of Intelligence shouted, You are Wu Hung. Wu Hung from Treasure Island. Wu Hung! It's you. You dare to attack us. The president also reacted and shouted loudly. Wu Hung's mind moved, and 2 palms appeared out of thin air in the mansion technique, slapping the 2 people's faces back and forth. Let the 2 shut up immediately. Take them out. Caxiu and Shanchen walked out with the 2 people. Wu Hung, you are a member of the association. Do you know the consequences of kidnapping a minister of state? According to the rules among nobles, I can pay my own reward in exchange for freedom. The 2 were pushed and shoved, and they still spoke loudly. Go in. Don't make trouble for yourself. Wu Hung opened the 2 nearby cells and asked the skeleton to take them in. In cell 202, the thief stuck to the side of the iron door, widened his eyes, and listened to the conversation outside. He really caught the person back. Chapter 815. The 2 were dragged into different cells by the skeletons, and were put on heavy shackles during the shoving. Then, one skeleton after another walked into the cell, holding a one-handed axe. His hollow eyes stared at the experimental subject under surveillance. The Minister of Intelligence shouted, Wu Hung, you have forgotten the kingdom's protection of you. If it weren't for Blackstone Town, you wouldn't even have the opportunity to grow. You are blessed with the opportunity to make a name for yourself. And you should be grateful to the kingdom and His Royal Highness. You can go back with me and assist the second prince to return to the throne. By then, with the kingdom as a foundation, I can help you reach level 18. And even becoming a hero won't be a problem. Next door, the president's voice was heard. Yes, Wu Hung, you can go back with us. You are also a member of the kingdom. The intelligence minister knew a lot about Wu Hung's identity, and knew that he had lived in Blackstone Town for a period of time. However, it seemed that he didn't know what happened to him in Blackstone Town. It can also be seen that the intelligence minister reacted quickly. He found out the relationship between himself and the Yek kingdom, and tried to persuade himself to help the second prince regain the throne. Wu Hung stood at the door, watching the skeleton put shackles on them and guard them. He casually said, Forget about going back. But I can tell you why we arrested you. The 2 shouted at each other. Wu Hung continued, In Ratam City, we caught an 18th level killer. During the interrogation, he mentioned you, Bryce. Otherwise I wouldn't know who you are. The intelligence minister's face changed. Damn it! Next door, the thief who had been quietly listening to the conversation outside suddenly changed his face and immediately shouted at the door. You're talking nonsense. That's not what I said. Bryce, don't believe him. He is trying to sow discord between us. Wu Hung, don't use these tricks, the thief said loudly, coming from next door. Wu Hung shrugged and said to the 2 people who just came in, By the way, he is next door. The Minister of Intelligence and the President narrowed their eyes. It seems that the plan of Ratam City has failed long ago, but it has not been reported back to them yet. Wu Hung, what do you want to do? The Minister of Intelligence asked coldly. Wu Hung looked at the 2 of them. Where is the second prince? Tell me his exact location, and I can make you live more comfortably. The 2 of them remained silent at the same time. The Minister of Intelligence said, We don't know. Even if you interrogate us, you won't get any results. Who would know? The Minister of Intelligence shut up instantly and stopped talking. The Masters of the Secret Society? Wu Hung asked. The Minister of Intelligence's eyes condensed. And he was even more surprised that Wu Hung knew this. Wu Hung did not continue to ask about this, but said, "A simple question for you. Where do the tickets for the ghost train come from?" The Minister of Intelligence hesitated, but still said, "The people above have a prop that can produce this kind of ticket. But the quantity is limited, and 1 or 2 tickets can be distributed every month or so." The people above refer to the second prince? I'm not sure about this. Anyway, it was sent from above, and I don't know who has the props for producing tickets. The Minister of Intelligence said. Wu Hung nodded. Your answer is not very credible, but I am satisfied with your attitude. Prepare some food for him in the evening. After saying that, Wu Hung left the room directly. Close the door. Keep an eye on them, and kill them if they try to escape or break free from the chains. Dang dang. The 2 iron doors closed, isolating them from the outside. The skeletons guarding the cell stepped forward together, staring at the target with their empty eye sockets. Wait for Wu Hung to leave. And the footsteps faded away. The Minister of Intelligence said to the gate, "Crisis. Are you also imprisoned here?" Through the separation of several iron doors, the sound can still be transmitted faintly. They are all high-level professionals, and their hearing is far better than that of ordinary people. The thief next door said, "I was caught in Rentam City. Tell me about the situation here." The Minister of Intelligence said again. The thief took a deep breath and said, "This is the research base of the Necromancer. Sometimes you can hear the roar and struggle of animals. I suspect this is a location around Rentam City. There are many skeletons guarding outside." "Where were you caught?" "Nilari City," the Minister of Intelligence said. "How is it possible? He was still here last night," the thief said loudly. The Minister of Intelligence said calmly, "It should be the ticket of the ghost train. He is very concerned about this." The thief said, "No. I mean, it takes most of the time to go back and forth by ghost train. What's wrong with you two? Apart from the journey, it may take less than half a day in Nilali City. So they caught 2 level 18s? He was able to disguise and trick us out," the President said in a deep voice. In the mansion technique, they talked about this aspect and analyzed the other party's disguise method. It is indeed useful, and it can deceive a level 18 professional. The other party is more terrible than the rumors. "You were experimented?" the Minister of Intelligence asked. "I was forced to take a kind of meat, like the brain of some animal, which contains a strong toxicity inside, but it has a great improvement on the body after absorption," the thief said, and then said, "I suspect he is using my experimental materials." This result reminded the other 2 of the strengthening potion sold in Treasure Island. Although they were a little far from Treasure Island, they had heard of this strange potion. It seemed that the material of the potion was developed from this place. Maybe the formula could be found here. By then, with this potion, it would be enough for them to have enough food and drink. The Minister of Intelligence continued to ask, "Is there any way out?" "No. But we can be sure that the experimental method will not let us die so quickly. We can find a way little by little," the thief said. Squeak. At this time, the door of the Minister of Intelligence was opened, and the skeleton brought in bread and sausage. It was the reward that Wu Hung had just promised the other party for the information. The door closed again, but no one continued to speak, and the 3 cells fell into silence at the same time. Returned to the monitoring room. Xiao Xiao also flew back, as if he had overheard something secret, and said, "Uncle, they said that the prison was built near the city of Rentam, and they were discussing how to escape. Have you discussed any method?" Wu Hung asked. "No. The thief said there is no danger for the time being, and we can slowly find a way out." Xiao Xiao flew to the other side and said, "He was wrong. Tomorrow it will not be a corpse core, but a direct injection of the virus. It is really uncertain whether he can survive. Don't pay attention to them, as long as you can't escape," Wu Hung said. "Yeah." Xiao Xiao nodded. Then, Wu Hung took out the Intelligence Minister's space ring, put it on his hand, and took out the items inside. Perhaps because of the civilian work, the things in the space ring are not as messy as the President's. Money, daily necessities, some documents, and weapons and equipment. Wu Hung set his eyes on the weapons and equipment. Vortex crossbow, special item. Effect: when the arrow hits the target, it makes a hissing sound, causing the target to fall into a dizzy and confused state. Side effect: the user loses hearing. Description: a weapon that makes both the user and the target suffer. This is a crossbow with an exquisite and simple appearance. It can be seen that the Minister of Intelligence has taken good care of this weapon. The effect is that the target hit by the arrow will be dizzy and confused. It feels like a magic arrow. The side effect is that the user loses hearing, which is quite serious on the battlefield. Others use all 5 senses for fear of danger, but this side loses one sense directly. But it is a rare item anyway. Let's go back and see who uses it. The remaining armor, boots, and shawls are all magic props, all of which have some defensive and amplification effects. And they are all pretty good. In addition to these, there are 2 tickets for the ghost train in the space. And there is indeed no prop that can produce tickets. Is there no strange object to make tickets? Glinda asked on the side. No. He said it is more likely to be in the hands of others. And it is very likely in the hands of the second prince. Wu Hung said. It is possible. The strange object that can produce tickets seems to be very useful. It is best to get it. Yeah. Wu Hung nodded. He put away all the things on the table and took out all the information brought back from the office of the Minister of Intelligence. He smiled attentively. Glinda, Benny, it depends on you. See if there are any important clues. Then what are you going to do? You clone? 6 people will see it together. Glinda said. It's dark. I'm still alive. I need to sleep. Chapter 816. Glinda looked at him suspiciously. You're just going to leave the task to us just to delay it until night? How can that be possible? Wu Hung scratched his head. Betty smiled and said, Wu Hung has been running away all day. And it is indeed very exhausting. You see, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Glinda said unhappily. Go. We tell you what's there tomorrow morning. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Hung said with a smile and left quickly. Glinda and Benny divided the information into 2 piles and began to check them. Xiao Xiao hid aside, carefully opened the tablet, and watched cartoons at the lowest volume. Bedroom. Lying on the bed. He couldn't help but start thinking about this matter. It has been 3 days since I came to the city. In terms of the speed of killing targets, it is not slow. But the target I set was the second prince. But there was no clear clue. Glinda began to suspect that the second prince was killed, and the secret society behind the scenes was using his identity to command the guards in the city. This possibility does exist, but it seems unlikely. If he is really killed, what will happen to the successor to the throne? After all, the second prince is still needed to sit on the throne. This is in line with the plan of the entire Qilin Dao. The greater possibility is that he is locked up or protected. If I kill the second prince, can the secret society also create a fake second prince and continue to issue orders? No. If he can be replaced so easily, then the second prince is not important. The throne has little to do with me. I still have to find him and solve the problem in Rentam City first. I thought quickly in my mind. How can I find the other party's location? Suddenly, an idea flashed. The second prince arranged a messenger to meet with Man Shao. Can I also arrange a messenger to come in this way and see who will meet him? Give it a try. Maybe there is a chance. Thinking in my heart, sleepiness came up, and I fell asleep. The next day, early in the morning, the sun shines into the room through the window. After a simple wash, go to the monitoring room. The 2 skeletons are still sitting in front of the monitor, and the 3 ghosts are chatting on the side. Good morning, beauties, girls. Wu Hung greeted with a smile. Good morning, uncle. Xiao Xiao Gaoxing waved, still full of energy. Glinda and Bernie also smiled at this side. Then Glinda flew over and said, I have read all the intelligence and selected some useful ones to tell you. Okay. Wu Hung sat down on the side. Glinda continued. There are 2 types of intelligence. One is the intelligence from the Yeko Kingdom. The second prince is preparing his own personnel to make the association believe that the first prince is colluding with the cult. The second is from Rentam City. We have planned a group of people to be planted in the city. And some people, they know about the first prince. You can ask when Man Shao to clean them up. It seems that this information is still helpful. The specific situation in the Yeko Kingdom is unclear. It is obvious that the second prince is also using the association to interfere with the eldest prince. The main thing is the personnel planted in Rentam City. This information should be able to catch everyone. Thank you for your hard work. I will tell Man Shao when I get back and let him deal with it. Wu Hung said. Yes. Glinda nodded. At this time, the skeleton in front of the monitor enlarged the image in the video. The skeleton alchemist, with several skeletons pushing a cart, walked in the corridor of the cell. On the cart, you can see syringes, glass bottles and other tools. It seems that the virus is going to be injected into the people in the cell. Kaxu, Shan, you guys go over there too. If the other party struggles, help press the points, Wu Hung said. The two skeletons on the side opened the door and walked out directly. Soon, they appeared in the surveillance camera and followed the alchemical skeleton. Cell 202. The thief sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for breakfast to be delivered. Only when the cell door was opened, there was time to briefly observe the scene outside. Wu Hung couldn't stay here for a long time, and the skeletons were dull and low intelligence, so he could slowly find a chance to escape. When the matter here was revealed, the church would kill him, and he had to get the formula. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded from the corridor. Then, the iron door opened, and several skeletons pushed a metal cart and walked in slowly. On the cart were sealed syringes, and some containers were filled with dark red viscous liquid. The thief's eyes condensed, and a bad premonition rose from his heart. Before he could react, two tall skeletons came up from behind and pressed him down on the bed with their hands like iron clamps. What are you doing? What are you going to do? The thief screamed loudly. Wu Hung, what are you going to do? You can't do this. No one paid attention to him, no matter how loud he shouted. The skeleton alchemist picked up a syringe, flicked the needle with his fingers, and stabbed it into his neck. The thief's shouting stopped abruptly. His body twitched violently, and his exposed skin was covered with blue veins, like angry little snakes, gradually crawling all over his body, turning his entire body into purple. Roar! A violent corpse roar sounded, and the thief completed the transformation into a zombie, struggling, roaring, and constantly trying to pounce on the target in front. The skeleton alchemist recorded it, and continued to move to the next cell. The people in the other two cells, at this time, they had become restless, and the sound of chains colliding and roaring kept coming from the next room. It's easy to tell that something bad has happened. How is this different from what was said yesterday? Isn't it said that just taking a normal meat material can improve physical fitness? How could there be such a big reaction? Squeak! The iron door opened, and the skeletons came in with a cart. I want to see Wu Hung. I am responsible for all the intelligence of the second prince, and I will definitely be able to help him, the Minister of Intelligence said immediately. The skeletons did not respond, but stepped forward and held him down roughly, injecting the virus. About 3 minutes. The Minister of Intelligence also turned into a zombie. The skeletons continued to the third room and continued to inject the virus. In the monitoring room, Wu Hung watched the whole process. The resistance of a level 18 professional is still much stronger than that of an ordinary person. After being bitten, the body of an ordinary person will be transformed into a zombie within 1 or 2 seconds. The transformation was completed almost instantly. The virus extracted by the previous zombie king was injected into these 3 people. After being injected, it took 3 to 5 minutes to complete the transformation. It seems that high-level zombies are more resistant to the virus. Not directly injected, but ordinary zombies bite them. Maybe they can hold on for a longer time, or just survive. Xiao Xiao flew back excitedly. Uncle, I saw that they are still level 18, but they haven't grown shiny wings. Still level 18. Directly to the zombie king level. It should not be completed yet. Let's wait a few days and see, Wu Hung said. Oh! Xiao Xiao nodded. Let's go. Let's go back and continue looking for the second prince. It's not so troublesome to chase the eldest girl. Wu Hung stood up. The 3 ghosts smiled and got into his body. He returned to the other world and appeared in the room of the tavern. The room was still empty. The bartender's complaints and the sound of cleaning came from downstairs. After all, it was morning, and there would be no customers coming now. The 3 ghosts were released. Xiao Xiao, keep watch around. Glinda, Bernie, go around and see if there is any new information. Okay. The 3 ghosts flew out directly. Wu Hung stayed in the inner room to take out the soundproof pot and connected the radio. One Man Sha, are you there? Soon. When Mancha's hurried voice came from the other side. Master, the hero of the Snake Emblem group came to the Sedded Fortress yesterday. Wu Hung frowned instantly. Long? Are you sure it's him? It should be him. Fortunately, The other party has no ill intentions. I asked Hartel to give him some gifts on behalf of Rantam City, and the other party accepted it. When Manshaw said directly, hearing that there was no ill intention and that the gift was accepted, Wu Hung felt relieved at first. But then, he was a little scared. Wasn't he in the capital of the kingdom? Why did he go to the fortress of Set? It's too dangerous. I send you to Treasure Island, Wu Hung said directly. When Manshaw said in a relaxed tone, it's not that dangerous. The other party also gave me a coat of arms as a return gift. It is the member coat of arms of the Snake Emblem Consortium. It is colorful and looks good. Colorful? Wu Hung also has one in his hand. It was given to him by the other party after he spent a certain amount of money. The highest member emblem. In addition to discounts and rides on the consortium's transportation, you can enter the consortium's buildings when you are in danger, and they will do their best to protect your safety. It is a kind of guarantee. This emblem means that you are an important customer of the consortium. I spent tens of thousands of gold coins to get one. If you are in danger, you can go inside the consortium, and they will guarantee your safety. Wu Hung explained. Is that so? It's not that dangerous? When Manshaw said with a smile. Wu Hung thought about it and said, then I give you a ticket for the ghost train. If you are in danger, take the train to leave. Okay. I listen to you. Master, Wu Hung continued, I have 2 things to ask. You tell me. When Manshaw said in a serious tone, the first thing is that I got a list of the spies planted in Rantam City. I tell you later. Okay. I need this. The second thing is that I don't have any information about the second prince. Please arrange a messenger to come and ask to meet with the second prince to discuss the armistice agreement. I see if I can find the other party's location based on this. The other side fell into a brief silence. When Manshaw said, okay. I will choose 2 smart ones to do this. Please give me the list first. Wu Hung read it again according to the list written by Glenda. There was a rustling sound of recording from the other side. That's all. Okay. I will arrange it now. Master, be careful. You should also pay attention to safety. After the 2 finished talking, they hung up the communication directly, waited in the room for a while. Then he flew back from outside and said directly, Wu Hung, the city has posted a notice. The second prince will give a speech in the square in 3 days. Chapter 817. He's giving a speech at this time? Benny's information surprised Wu Hung. The prince's residence was attacked, and he had recently made several officials disappear. It was not a good time to give a public speech. How many people were waiting to find his location? Benny said, the notice outside is posted like this, and the residents in the city are also very excited. They think that His Royal Highness has the spirit of a king who will not admit defeat and fight bravely. Good guy. There must be someone outside leading the rhythm. You've been hiding for so long, but you're still brave. Wu Hung was a little speechless. How can ordinary people know this? They don't even know that the prince's mansion is fake. Benny floated beside him and said casually, that's right. Wu Hung nodded. While the man and the soul were talking, Grenda also flew back from outside. Glancing at them, he said, I went to the Minister of Intelligence, and a new minister has already started working. This is arranged very quickly. Wu Hung said, the person was arrested yesterday, and a new person was arranged today. What efficiency! Glenda nodded and continued. The new minister is level 15, and a code was arranged when handing over some work. What code? Wu Hung asked. Glenda recalled and said, there are 2 types. The first is the code for intelligence handover. The bell of the Cathedral of Kelu is late. The reply is, but the pigeons still return to the nest on time. The second is the code for the rotation of the guards. The West District Gallery welcomes a new exhibition. The reply is, I went to the appointment with an admiring look. Wow! So cultured. Is this word so literary? The Kelu mentioned in it is the capital of the Yeko Kingdom. It seems that these people are still obsessed with the capital. Even in the secret code, they are also mentioning Kelu. Really cultured. Wu Hung sighed. Then he thought for a while and said, could it be that the second prince wrote it? Rumor has it that he likes these literary things very much. It's possible. Wu Hung also felt that it might be written by him. The others may not have such a strong affection for the capital. Grenda still smiled and said, do you want to sneak in again? Anyway, we know the code. Without a clear goal, there is not much point in sneaking in. Wu Hung said, what are you doing today? Grenda continued to ask. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, I just contacted Wen Manshaw and gave her the list of spies in Rantam City. She mentioned that Long from the Snake Emblem Consortium went to the Setted Fortress. The two ghosts frowned. Glinda asked, "What's going on?" Wu Hung repeated to Arun what Wen Mansha had said to him. Arun also listened carefully. The further north you go, the more remote the territory becomes. The local deacons of each city are all level 12. And the highest level city lord of Rantam City was only level 15. But recently, a level 18 professional went to assassinate Wen Mansha. And now a hero is gone. It seems that suddenly, the high-level people are gathering there. Even though Wu Hung said it lightly, you can still feel the oppression that was brought to Wen Mansha at that time. After Wu Hung finished speaking, he continued, I plan to go back and give the train ticket in my hand to Wen Mansha, so that I can escape if there is danger. I got a ticket from the thief and 2 space rings of the Minister of Intelligence. It happened to be the tickets for Wen Mansha, Hartel, and the child. What about the prince's speech? Do you want to see it? Glinda asked. I can feel that there is something wrong with the speech. But there has been no clue about the second prince. Even if I know it is fake, I have to take a look. Come back then, Wu Hung said. The two ghosts also nodded. After finishing the business, the two ghosts continued to talk about other things. The changes in the city. Some plainclothes guards hidden among the residents. Maybe you can't see anything from the outside, but in the eyes of the ghosts, the level, the state of observing the surroundings, the handover and reporting, all can be seen clearly. The city has also made some progress. It is no longer just letting the guards search blindly, but a large number of plainclothes have been deployed to secretly collect intelligence. Then we will search and arrest. Just as they were chatting casually, Xiao Xiao also flew back from outside. Auntie and Sister Benny are back. Then, he pointed to the direction of the door. Uncle, they are here to clean up. Let's go. Let's leave first, and don't disturb others' work. Wu Hung stood up and put on a mask to change his appearance. At the same time, he put away the radio and the soundproof pot. Release teleportation disappeared. Squeak! The door opened and 2 bartenders walked in together. The moment the door opened, the person in front paused. The one following behind asked in confusion, What happened? It seems like something disappeared in a flash. No. Take some supplements. I'm hallucinating, the person behind said, and walked past the other person into the room. Start cleaning the room. The magic circle condensed. Wu Hung appeared in the alley outside. He walked to the street and stood at the notice board with the crowd, looking at the posted notice. The content of the notice was simple. His Royal Highness the Second Prince will give a speech of great significance at noon 3 days later in the city center square. There was no extra content. In front of the crowd, a bard wearing a green cape and holding a lute stood directly on the wooden box. His fingers gently plucked the strings, and the pleasant sound stopped the discussion of the crowd. And they all looked at him. Today, when the evil cult controls the capital and the undead in the north are eroding the land, His Royal Highness the Second Prince has saved us from the brink of destruction with courage and strategy. This time, His Royal Highness will stand up again, guide us in the direction, and take back everything we have lost. The bard spoke loudly, his green cape fluttering in the wind like a flying flag. As he spoke, there were scattered applause from the crowd. But it didn't seem very encouraging. The eldest prince Ditalio colluded with the sect, killed the old king and took the throne. We must not let him continue to harm his compatriots. The evil lord of Rantam City, Wen Mansha, is a notorious witch who eats young children alive and releases plagues. The bard continued to talk about the cruelty and evil deeds of the two enemies. When he heard Wen Mansha eating young children alive and releasing the plague, Wu Hang's eyelids twitched. Now Wen Mansha's maternal love is bursting out. If she knew that she was framed like this outside, she would probably faint from anger. After a while of silence, not many people in the crowd listened to what he said. They started to discuss among themselves. Has the assassin been caught? I heard that 2 ministers disappeared yesterday. He should have been caught. Otherwise His Royal Highness would not show up at this time. I suspect that he is calling for conscription again. Let's see what happens then. If not, leave the city and hide for a few days. Chapter 818. Wu Hung stood at the back of the crowd. A small voice came from his ear. Why is there no one holding a harp among the bards of Treasure Island? Benny said. Maybe it's not popular. Different places have different popular instruments. Oh! Xiao Xiao nodded, and then said to Wu Hung, Uncle, He said something bad about Edwin Manshaw. Should we beat him up? No need. They are all unified terms. Let's talk about him in the territory when we go back. Okay. After standing there and watching for a while, he passed the crowd. He found a dark corner. Let the ghost confirm a location outside the city, and release teleportation to go out of the city directly. Then, in a deserted place, he took the ghost train and returned to the fortress of Set. When the ghost train reappeared, it had already arrived at the woods outside the fortress of Set. He looked at the time. It was already 4:40 in the afternoon. He released the ghost, confirmed the direction of the fortress of I, and walked forward. The outline of the fortress gradually appeared in sight. Wu Hung, there are several spies over there, and I killed them directly. Benny flew back and said directly, the spies are still sending them here from a distance. They are really not afraid of death. Wu Hung changed direction and walked towards the location Benny said. 2 corpses were lying on the ground, and a record map of the checkpoints around the fortress was found on their bodies. The number of people arranged is much less than at the beginning, but it is still useful, Benny said on the side. Wu Hung nodded and put the body back into the space ring. He continued to walk towards the fortress. The guarding skeletons did not stop him. The residents of the city walked and talked on the road. There was no difference except that there were fewer people. He walked into the presidential palace. Hartle, who was working on the first floor, looked up when he heard the footsteps. When he saw Wu Hung coming in, his eyes lit up instantly. Master, you are back. Well, I heard that the hero came to the fortress. Is everything okay? Wu Hung said with a smile. Thanks to you and your wife. Nothing happened. Hartel bowed again. Wu Hung nodded. One man Shaw? Madam and Miss are upstairs. I take you there. Hartel led the way from the front, and Wu Hung followed behind. Knocked twice on the door of a room. Hartel said, Madam, the master is back. Come in. Pushing the door open, Wu Hung walked in directly. Seeing Wu Hung, one man Shaw, who was holding the child, first called him master in a soft voice, and then said to the child, Dad is back to see you. The baby in his arms stopped sucking and stretched out his hand towards this side. Wu Hung took it in his arms and gently stroked it. When Manshaw wiped her chest with a handkerchief and asked, Master, why are you back? The two talked in the morning and came back in the afternoon. I was a little worried about you, so I came back to see you and go back after everything is arranged. Wu Hung sat down on the side, playing with the child in his arms. Hartel brought tea and placed it in front of the two, then stood aside in a proper manner. I made you worry again, Wen Manshaw said with some self-blame. Wu Hung asked, where did Long go? At this time, the child reached out for Wen Manshaw to hold. Wen Manshaw took the child and said while feeding, Hartle, tell the master, what did the consortium tell you at that time? Hartle said, Master, they said they would go north along the road until they arrived at Rentam City. What is the purpose? Hartle shook his head. It was not said. But when we were in the fortress, we only stayed in the consortium building for half a day, and then went to the next city. Wu Hung fell into thought. The last time he met Long was in Nataliai's city. Did he come all the way here just to see the consortium buildings in various places? Is it necessary to see them one by one? When Manshaw then continued, I have already notified everyone that all the cities along the way will avoid conflicts. There shouldn't be any problems. Yes, it's well arranged. Wu Hung nodded, and then asked, has the messenger been arranged? During the call in the morning, when Manshaw was asked to arrange a messenger to find the location of the second prince, it has been arranged. A civil servant from the city hall will serve as the messenger. He will come by train in the next 2 days. When Manshaw said, okay, then act more realistically. When Manshaw nodded, and Hartel also kept smiling, glancing over here from time to time. After the business was finished, Wu Hung took out 3 tickets from the space ring, 1 for each of you. If there is danger, tear it along the gap, and the ghost train will appear. Then fill in Treasure Island on the itinerary to save your life. At present, there are 2 types of ghost trains. Wu Hang's conductor's hat, after wearing it, will be assumed to be the conductor. After the train appears, 2 conductors can be brought on board. The second type is ghost train ticket, 1 ticket per person. No other people can be brought on board. Master, my life is cheap. I'd better leave it to Madam. Hartle hesitated and spoke softly. Wu Hung glanced at her and said sullenly, don't say such things in the future. You think so yourself, let alone others. When Manshaw looked back and said with a smile, "Why don't you apologize to your master?" "I won't say it again." "Yes. I'm sorry, master. I won't say it again." Wu Hung nodded and continued. "In the ghost train, all senses will disappear. This is a normal phenomenon. Don't be afraid. The watches you are given can calculate the time. Remember to eat, drink and go to the bathroom. There are also children who may not be able to adapt to that environment. Take good care of them." The two girls nodded to show that they understood. When Manshaw put away two of them, handed the other to Hartel, and said, "If you don't listen, the master will ignore you at night." Hartel bowed again and put away the ticket. "That's it for now. I go back to my room to rest. Call me for dinner." Wu Hung stood up. "Master, do you want to eat anything?" "Just anything." "Okay." Wu Hung walked out of the room, went to the study, opened the door, and walked in. Walking out of the door, he looked up at the clock on the wall. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. "I couldn't stay here for long. Let the skeleton call up the surveillance of cells 202 to 204. The 3 original level 18 professionals have all completed the transformation into zombies. But they still look human, without any exaggerated signs of distortion." Whoosh! 3 ghosts flew back from outside. Xiao Xiao shouted loudly, "Uncle! Ah! What's wrong? Why are you shouting so loudly?" Xiao Xiao pointed at the screen and said in surprise, "He 3 are level 19. Wu Hung looked at the screen and frowned. "You said that all 3 of them have reached level 19? "Yes. It's so fast," Xiao Xiao said. Glenda also said, "From the level point of view, it has indeed reached level 19. It seems that the transformation from a professional is faster than we thought." Indeed, Wu Hung was also a little surprised by this result, although he also expected that the professional transformation of zombies would have a better effect. He did not expect that the virus injected in the morning would be upgraded by 1 level in the evening, or 3 at the same time. Betty smiled and said, "It feels that it won't be long before all 3 can reach level 20. Xiao Xiao thought about it and said, "In this way, the church will never dare to bully us again. Let your uncle attack the association headquarters." Glenda said first. "That won't work. My uncle is still my father. What if he dies outside?" "Xiao Xiao is so partial. That's not what you said to me last time." Glenda pretended to be angry. Xiao Xiao immediately came up and said, "No way. Auntie. We are the best." "What about me?" Benny asked. "The 3 of us are the best." Wu Hung sat on the chair, thinking about the transformation of professionals. This is a shortcut to cultivate high-level skeletons. Just like the novel, the threat of the church to him will be reduced, and no one will bother him anymore. Of course, try not to have too serious conflicts with them. After all, gods do exist. It's not worth it to develop to this point, after all the hard work of angering the gods and turning them into ashes. Is there a way to become a god in this world? Or is it that gods are born gods, and ordinary professionals can only be heroes at best in their lifetime? "Uncle, do you think the 4 of us are the best?" Xiao Xiao flew over. Wu Hung looked up and said, "It's better to be invincible in the world." "Hee hee." Xiao Xiao smiled. Wu Hung looked up at the time, stood up and said, "Let's go back and eat." The 3 ghosts flew back into the body, and Wu Hung walked into the boundary gate, Fortress of Set. Wu Hung had a good dinner. He had been hiding there for the past few days, so he really didn't eat well, even when he was disguised as a gang leader and the president. He was worried that the food was poisonous, so he didn't eat a single bite, and ate the bread he brought with him. After eating well, Wu Hung asked for some more, opened the mansion magic, and sent it to the girl inside. When Manshaw looked inside through the open door, "Master, the new maid you chose? She's just a little thinner," Wu Hung said after the mansion magic was closed. "I saved a little girl from the gang, and I was afraid that she would reveal my whereabouts. So I locked her up first. Are you going to keep her locked up? Don't let her get bored." Wu Hung said, "There's no other way. She thinks we are human traitors. What if we let her out, and she reveals the news?" When Manshaw thought for a while, "It's not convenient for you to take her with you. Let her go to me first, and arrange a job for her. When you finish your work, let her go back." Wu Hung thought about it, and found a solution. He opened mansion technique again. "Come out." The little girl came out carefully, looking down at her toes. When Manshaw lifted her chin, looked at her and said, The master said he saved you from the gang. Is that true? Please don't kill me. The girl couldn't stand the pressure and knelt down. You're pretty obedient. When Manshaw continued, how about staying in the city for a few days and letting you go back later? Stay for a few days. That depends on your performance. If you are obedient and smart, you can go back soon. I am obedient, the girl said. When Manshaw nodded, Hartel, assign her a job. Yes, ma'am. The girl was taken away, and the problem was solved. Let's go. Let's feed the baby and rest early. The two went upstairs together to feed the baby. After feeding the child and handing him to the skeleton witch, they returned to the room together. Bedroom. The moonlight seeped into the room through the carved window lattice. The air was filled with a faint fragrance. Wu hung lazily half lying on the bed, still thinking about the 3 zombie transforming professionals who had reached level 19. No wonder the Necromancer was suppressed and restricted. Some experiments were really perverted. At this time, the door opened, and when Manshaw came in from the bathroom wearing a black suspender nightgown, her long red hair hung wetly to her waist, and the skirt was tightly attached to her graceful figure. Behind him, Hartel came in with her hair tied up high, with a few strands of hair falling on both sides of her cheeks. She still wore her black framed glasses, black lace underwear on her upper body, and her breasts were half exposed. When Manshaw walked over, sat down on the bed, gathered her wet hair, and said with a smile, Master, Hartel specially prepared this dress. How do you like it? Wu Hung looked at him again. Hartel is thoughtful. Thank you, sir. Chapter 819. Nilari City. In the wilderness, the night was heavy and shrouded the surroundings. From time to time, the sound of insects and the roar of wild beasts could be heard in the jungle. In the abandoned hunter's wooden house, a dim light stone hung on the roof, barely supporting a halo of light. A few figures were sitting around the wooden house. After a simple exchange of information, the man sitting at the door with eyes like a falcon said, The prince is about to give a speech in the central square. You should know about this. Choosing this time to give a speech, saying it is to appease the people, but in fact it is to lure out the person who secretly killed the officials. The speaker paused and added, Of course. The prince suspects us. Someone asked, So is this speech real or fake? It is definitely not the prince himself. It must be arranged to lure out the person in the dark. It depends on whether the real person will be fooled. I think he will not show up. How can he not see this trick when he can capture 2 level 18 silently? Several people whispered. The woman opposite said, The second prince does need to appease the emotions of his subordinates. But they are not ordinary people, but the dignitaries in the city. As she spoke, she took out a wrinkled parchment, lifted it in the smoke, and dropped it on the wooden table in the middle. This is the list of noble merchants leaving the city today. He is hiding safely, but other officials don't think so. If the speech substitute is killed, more officials and dignitaries will leave the city, and then the city will not be able to operate. The people in the cabin were all stunned. They didn't expect her to come up with this idea. They took turns to look at the list. Someone said, Although it's risky, I agree with this idea. You can try it. The others also spoke up, thinking that this was feasible. The figure at the door also said, Then get ready. If the time is right, kill the substitute. Everyone nodded. The door opened, and several people left the cabin and disappeared into the night. The next day, morning, after breakfast, when Manshaw and Hartel went directly to the radio room, give orders to Rentam City, and clean up the spies according to the list of spies. This cleanup should make Rentam City calm for a while. Wu Hung did not participate in the affairs of Rentam City, but opened the door in the study and walked in directly. On the other side, it was still the monitoring room. Release the ghost and sit down in the chair in front of the monitoring. Call up the surveillance cameras of cells 202, 203, and 204. The skeleton controlled the surveillance cameras, and called up the surveillance cameras of all 3 cells. In the surveillance, the 3 zombies had no connection with humans. Their skin was blue-black, like soaked rotten wood, and large pieces of it fell off, revealing the dark red texture underneath. They struggled restlessly, trying to get rid of the chains on their bodies, or roared at the guarding skeletons. Huh? Xiao Xiao and Benny flew back from outside. Said Uncle, It's still level 19. It hasn't improved in a night. It seems that the 2 ghosts went to check the level together. Don't worry. Feed it slowly, and it will reach level 20 sooner or later. Wu Hung said. It's a good start to break through level 19 in one day. As long as you continue to feed the corpse core, it shouldn't be difficult to reach level 20. And, according to his own guess, zombies transformed by this kind of professional are easier to evolve than ordinary zombies. Oh! Is it me who will come up with the names again this time? Xiao Xiao said with a smile. Wu Hung said, Glinda, each of you can have one. That's fine. Xiao Xiao agreed. Benny said on the side, let Xiao Xiao come up with the names. I don't have any nice names either. The most important thing is to participate. If you let your uncle come up with the names himself, they will all be number 1 and number 2, which are so ugly. Xiao Xiao floated over and said, oh my god. They are fighting for names because they dislike the ugly names they came up with. Then I start thinking about it now, so that I won't be unable to think of it later. Then he said. Glinda, who was standing by, also looked away from the book and looked over here. Wu Hung continued. Xiao Xiao, bring the skeleton alchemist here and let it take the notebook. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao agreed and flew out directly. Waited in the monitoring room for a while. Xiao Xiao came back through the wall and pointed outside the door. Here I come. Squeak. The door opened and the skeleton alchemist walked in with a notebook, standing not far away. He saluted slightly. Stand up. Xiao Xiao floated in front and said with her chest puffed out. Wu Hung looked at her unhappily, then said to the alchemical skull, show me the record book. The record book was handed over, and Wu Hung opened it and read it. The text was written in the language of another world. Even if the record book was lost, it would probably be difficult to decipher it in this world. He flipped directly to the latest record of today. Basic information of the experimental subject. Laboratory 202. 1. Appearance. The skin is purple-blue, darker than that of ordinary zombies, and the skin is shedding and replacing it with a new one. Local areas, such as elbows, knees, and along the spine of the back, have slightly darkened colors, showing almost black patches. The height has grown to 2 meters, with thick limbs, obvious muscle contours, and swollen muscle tissue. 3 test subjects began to grow wing outlines of about 5 centimeters on their backs, similar to the wings of the rhinoceros beetle test subject. It is speculated that after the growth is completed, they will have functional organs capable of flying or gliding. Note, the test subject in cell 203 has new eye contours above the brow bones of both eyes, and the direction of evolution is currently uncertain. 2. Behavior, irritable, brutal, unable to communicate. 3. Subsequent experimental plan. Virus samples can be prepared in advance, and dissection can be performed before transformation to study the internal organ structure or medicinal value. Looking at the experimental records, Wu Hung frowned. All 3 zombies have grown wings. This should be related to the injected virus. The corpse poison itself was extracted from the body of Shanshan when he was still the corpse king and stored. Shanshan's characteristic is the appearance of a rhinoceros beetle and the ability to fly. This is not a bad thing. Being able to fly is also a good advantage. As for the experimental subject in cell 203, the outline of the eyes appeared at the position of the brow bone, which shows the direction of evolution. How is it? Glinda asked. Wu Hung handed her the experimental record. Glinda and Benny gathered together to read it. Xiao Xiao let her read it. She didn't recognize the words on it. After reading it, she returned the report to the alchemist. Wu Hung said, continue to feed the corpse core. As for the autopsy, I will arrange for the coroner to come before they transform to level 20. The skeleton alchemist nodded, saluted again, and turned to leave. Glinda said, it seems to be going well. Well, it will probably not take long for our strength to rise to a higher level. Wu Hung nodded. Xiao Xiao asked, Uncle, how will you explain this flying skeleton to the church when the time comes? I have so many level 20 skeletons. Do I need to explain to them? Wu Hung straightened his clothes. Hee hee. Uncle is so stupid. What are you talking about? Wu Hung continued. Wait a moment. I asked Li Yong if there's anything going on here, and then we go back. The 3 ghosts nodded and flew to the side to chat. Wu Hung took out the satellite phone and dialed Li Yong's number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello. Li Yong's voice came over. It's me. Where are you? Wu Hung asked directly. Li Yong said, at the pharmaceutical factory. Do you need me to go over now? No. It's the same as what I said on the phone. Are there any changes in the base recently? Wu Hung leaned back and asked casually. These days, we have been investigating the second prince and arresting the 18th level professional, so the base didn't pay much attention to it. Now that I have time, I can ask about the situation. Li Yang was silent for a while, and then said, there are two main things. One is that Chi Hansai's Korean base has already traded grain with several bases in the west. In Yantong City, the headquarters sent a book of talismans, but it is not the original, but a copy. If you want the original, you need to negotiate. We have already contacted the western base on the radio before to trade food. However, there are still some difficulties in transportation, and it has been delayed until now. It seems that we can come here to trade. The talisman book has also been sent to me. It's just a photocopy, which is not a big problem. The main thing is to see if there is any knowledge that can be used in it. A photocopy is also fine. It's okay. A photocopy will do, Wu Hung said. Wait until it is sent from Yantong City, and I will send it to you, Li Yang said. Okay. Wu Hung then asked, how is the pharmaceutical factory doing? Very good. The output can be guaranteed to be 50,000 tablets per day. And this medicine also has therapeutic effects on some basic diseases. Everyone calls it a miracle drug. Li Yahong's tone was a little excited. It's good if it works. Are there enough raw materials? At present, it can last for about a week, and then it will need to be replenished. Continue to maintain the output. I will find a way to get the materials. Understood. I come to you when the copy is delivered. Wu Hung smiled. Okay. After hanging up the call, Wu Hung stood up and called the ghost back, opened the boundary gate, and returned to the fortress of Set. Dinner. Wu Hung sat at the dining table. When Manshaw ate a few bites, then put down the tableware and said softly, Master, the messenger is on the way. We can discuss it here, and then go to the city where the second prince is. By the time the messenger arrives, he should not be able to catch up. After all, I still have to go back to watch the second prince's speech. You can arrange it then. Okay. And the little girl you gave us yesterday was arranged to help in the city association. Although she is just a staff member and not a member of the association, she could also get in touch with some professionals and learn to read. When Manshaw said, since having a child, when Mancha's personality has become more gentle and kind, she was also arranged to join the local association. In her eyes, we are traitors to humanity. It's all propaganda over there. What can a child understand? Slowly, he will understand what's going on. When Manshaw said with a smile, you arrange it. Just don't cause any trouble to us. Wu Hung didn't want to get involved in these things. When Manshaw nodded, Master, what are the arrangements for the future? I will go back and listen to the second prince's speech. If there are any changes, I will inform you. Wu Hung also put down his chopsticks. When Manshaw smiled and nodded, we can still accompany you for 2 days. Hartel's eyes also glanced over here slightly. Stayed in the fortress of Set for 2 days. Wu Hung put on the train conductor's hat, and the ghost train appeared in front of him. If there is danger, use the ticket to go to Treasure Island. Saving your life is important. Wu Hung reminded again. Got it, Master, when Manshaw said with a smile, and then dragged the child in her arms. Say goodbye to Dad. Wu Hung smiled and said, goodbye. After that, he got on the train directly and disappeared. After arriving at Nilali City, teleported into an empty private room, waiting for tomorrow's speech. Nilali City. The high platform built of white marble shimmered with a warm luster in the sun. Not long after, a large number of guards appeared. After ensuring the safety of the scene and the surroundings, a blond man wearing a gorgeous golden robe and a jeweled crown appeared under the high platform. A group of bards began to release amplification magic for it, to amplify the image in words. After everything is ready, as the exciting trumpet sound cut through the sky, the square was instantly quiet. The second prince walked steadily to the edge of the platform. His posture was as straight as a pine tree. His face showed confidence and a smile, and he waved to everyone. Then, under the gaze of everyone, looking back on the past, our kingdom has gone through many ups and downs, countless difficulties and obstacles, trying to stop us from moving forward. The second prince stood on the platform, with a smile on his face, and started to speak loudly. Wu Hung sat in the tavern's private room, He used the Divine Presence ability to watch the speech in the distance through a skeleton sparrow under the eaves. Knowing that it was a conspiracy, there was no need to take the risk. Not long after, 3 ghosts flew back, and Wu Hung also lifted the Divine Presence state. "How is it?" Wu Hung asked. Glinda said, "A 12th level professional. His words are quite powerful, and the people are easily inspired and excited. I'm not sure if it's the second prince." Benny followed up. "From the appearance, it fits the description of the prince outside. But if it is a stand-in, they will definitely find someone with a similar appearance, or use props to change the appearance." Xiao Xiao frowned. "Then is it really him?" Wu Hung said. "It must be a stand-in who came out to give a speech." "Yes, that should be the case," Glinda also said. "Let's see what happens next." Wu Hung released Divine Presence again, and his divine consciousness fell on the skeleton sparrow. The 3 ghosts also passed through the wall and flew into the air to continue watching the lively square. When the speech was over, the second prince walked down the platform amid the shouts of "Long live the prince! Prosperity of the kingdom!" and slowly left in a carriage. "Xiao Xiao stays to protect me. Glinda and Bernie follow the carriage," Wu Hung quickly explained. "Okay." The 3 ghosts nodded in response. Xiao Xiao stayed by his side, and the other 2 flew out directly. The square began to disperse, and the crowd walked back. With the addition of various magical effects, the people were also extremely excited and enthusiastic, discussing the elimination of the rebels and defeating the undead to regain the land. Wu Hung listened along the window. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion outside the window. Wu Hung instantly entered the battle preparation, and Xiao Xiao also flew back and said, "Uncle, it's the direction where the second prince's convoy left. Did someone get fooled?" "I don't know." Wu Hung shook his head and looked in the direction of the explosion through the gap in the window. A thick smoke had already risen in sight. "Do you want to go over and take a look?" Xiao Xiao continued to ask. "No. It should be the people who attacked the prince's mansion before. Glinda and Benny will be there. We don't need to get involved." "Okay." Xiao Xiao nodded, and still rose to a certain height, looking far away in the direction of the smoke. Half an hour later, Glinda flew back. Glinda said, "The carriage was attacked by a group of black-robed people. The substitute is dead, but it seems that he met an acquaintance." "Acquaintance?" Wu Hung frowned and looked at her. "Take a look for yourself." Glinda flew into the body, and the picture was shared. In the chaotic battle, the woman in the cloak slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, and turned into a group of rushing beasts in the air and rushed towards the guards. "It's her! The Witch of the Gods' Punishment Church." Chapter 820. God's Punishment Witch Viola. Wu Hung was very impressed by this witch who could manipulate smoke to fight for him. When the Pirate King attacked Treasure Island, the witch was the means to hold back the Deacon Imolo. Later, the witch and the 18th level boxer of the God's Punishment Church went to the island to assassinate him. But Imolo and the old Dean Janvito plotted against them, killed the boxer, and the witch escaped. The boxer's body was transformed by Wu Hung into the current skeleton attendant Caxiu. Later, fearing that the witch would come to retaliate against him, Wu Hung used the prophet's ability to detect her location several times. Unexpectedly, we would meet here. The shared scene continued. There were 5 black-robed men who assassinated the second prince's substitute, and each of them was of a high level. The city was also a trap set by the second prince. The moment the other party appeared, the windows along the street opened, and arrows etched with magic were densely shot out. Explosions, thunder and lightning filled the entire area. Then, there was a battle between level 18 warriors, and groups of troops began to appear from the surrounding streets and poured into the battle area. The sounds of fighting, skills, magic scrolls, and other dazzling effects filled the entire street. Boom! Another deafening explosion. The carriage that the second prince's substitute was riding on was instantly blown to pieces. Under the broken wooden boards and horse carcasses, you can see the corpse wearing a brocade robe. "Retreat!" someone shouted loudly. The black-robed people around them instantly evacuated. Some crossed the buildings, and some rushed directly to the crowd in the square. The people from the kingdom began to chase around, and the scene became even more chaotic, and the original battle area was left with a large number of soldiers' bodies, and the body of a black-robed man. One of the killers died. Under the gaze, a ghost floated out of the black-robed man's body, quickly disappeared in the chaos, and fled far away. Glinda said to Bernie, You go and swallow the ghost. And I chased that person. Bernie nodded and chased in the direction where the ghost fled. Grinda followed the figure that turned into smoke and chased after it all the way to the outside of the city wall. The other party continued to flee deep into the woods. And then stopped chasing. He hesitated for a long time looking at the direction where he disappeared. And then turned around and flew back. The shared picture ended. Wu Hung released Grinda again. Grinda asked, "Is it that woman?" From her appearance and skills, it should be the witch from before. Wu Hung recalled it again in his mind. According to the prophet's perception, when this witch left Treasure Island, she went to the direction of Yek Kingdom. It seems that the Divine Punishment Church had already established contact with the Yeko Kingdom a long time ago. Xiao was a little confused. "Who is it? How can we know a witch?" Grinda explained. "When your uncle was still a deputy deacon, there was a woman who could spit out smoke and turn into a beast." Shishu's eyes lit up. "It's her. Why is she here?" Grinda continued. "She must have been hired by the eldest prince to come here to assassinate the second prince. Don't they know it's fake? Uncle has seen it. Since they started, they probably didn't realize it was fake. It's also possible that they were acting according to orders, and there was nothing they could do even if they found it." Glinda analyzed. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, "It's okay. It doesn't matter if she's here or not. If we meet later, we can solve it together." Glinda smiled and said, "You're getting more and more confident." "Yes. Uncle is much braver than before." As he spoke, Benny also flew back from outside. After looking at the two souls, he said, "Wu Hung, I devoured the ghost of a black-robed man and got some scattered memories. When I came back, I found someone asking about the corpse. It might be someone from the secret society or the second prince." After checking the corpse, the other party used teleportation to leave. Benny's tone was a little hurried, and she spoke a long paragraph quickly. "Devour the ghost of the black-robed man." Just now from Granda's perspective, Benny chased the fleeing ghost. It's not strange to devour the ghost. But when he heard someone asking about the corpse, his face changed. "Is there a necromancer here too?" Wu Hung said, "Don't worry. I take a look." Benny nodded, circled in the air, and went directly into the body. The first thing shared was the memory fragment of the 18th level black-robed man. When he was young, the black-robed man was a mountain bandit, plundering villages and raping women. He was a famous bandit leader. Later, a sect called Tianjia appeared in the village to preach. The mountain bandits attacked and plundered at night, but were easily defeated by Tianjia and knelt in front of the strange statue to worship. In the days that followed, he gradually became a church backbone because of his high talent and ruthless actions. After the death of the previous generation of bishops, he became the new bishop. Then, there are some recent scenes that are more vivid in my memory. In a gorgeous room, the heavy velvet curtains are drawn tightly, completely blocking the light from the outside. Only a faint light makes the room a little bright. Opposite, a middle-aged man with short brown hair, thick eyebrows, cold eyes, and a resolute face, sits on a gorgeous chair, wearing a purple robe with intricate patterns embroidered with gold thread. "Since you are here, you must have agreed to my offer. Your Highness, as long as you keep your promise, I will help you sit firmly on this supreme throne." The man in black robes spoke softly. The man opposite raised his mouth slightly and said with a smile, "As long as you do well, the land area of the Yek Kingdom is enough for you to collect fame." The man in black robes stood up slightly and saluted. "The Tianjia sect will do its best to help your Highness achieve hegemony. Go down and prepare. You will camp in Ergyro City first and wait for others to come." "Yes." The scene changed again. In the dim wooden house, 5 figures were sitting or standing. The woman sitting in the corner took out a wrinkled parchment, put it on the wooden table in the middle, and said, "This is the list of noble merchants leaving the city today. If the speech substitute is killed, everyone in the city will be in danger, and it will be difficult for the entire city to operate normally." The parchment was circulated one by one. After the last person finished reading it, they all agreed with this opinion. The burly man sitting at the door said, "Then get ready. Go watch the speeches in the city, and kill the substitute if you have the chance." Everyone nodded and agreed with this plan. Click! The last memory picture was broken. Then, the picture of the battlefield was shared. After devouring the fleeing ghost, Benny returned to the scene of the battle. The guards began to move the bodies and clean up the mess. The body of the black-robed man, who was left behind, was carried alone to a house nearby. After a long while, a hooded figure appeared in front of the corpse. Benny went around to the front and looked carefully. The entire face only showed a pair of eyes, which was covered tightly. From the old eyes and wrinkles, it should be an old man. The old man walked to the corpse and pulled off the hood covering the other party, revealing a scarred face. He looked carefully for several times, asked his followers to guard the door, and took out a magic scroll and tore it open. As the scroll opened, the rich power of the dead wrapped the corpse. Then, the corpse suddenly sat up. His cloudy eyes looked at the person who used the scroll. It was not a necromancer, but an ability released through a skill scroll. It seemed that the other party was fully prepared. At this time, a low and old voice sounded from under the hood. "Are you arranged by the eldest prince?" The corpse replied. "Yes." "How many people are there in total?" The corpse replied. 5 people. "Where is your gathering place?" The corpse replied. "In an abandoned hunter's cabin north of the city." "What are the plans for the future?" "All plans are temporary notifications. There is no definite plan." The last question. The old man who used the scroll was silent for a long time, and asked, "Did you do the disappearance of the previous officials?" "No." After answering, the corpse lay back on its back. When the old man heard the word "not," his eyes suddenly condensed. It was not these people who did it. That is to say, there are other high-level professionals in the city who are also targeting him. The old man's eyes changed. He stood there for a long time before moving his feet and coming to the corpse to search the body. After taking off all the equipment and space rings, he put them into his own ring. "Come in!" the man shouted to the outside of the door. The servant guarding the door came in. The man continued to tear open a scroll, and the teleportation array appeared under his feet, and then disappeared. The shared picture ended. Wu Hung released Benny again. Grenda asked, "What information do you have?" Xiao Xiao was standing by, waiting to hear what was going on. Wu Hung told the other 2 ghosts what he had seen. The man in black robes came from the Tianjia sect and reached an agreement with the eldest prince to help him secure the throne. The body was interrogated by a stranger. There were 5 people in total. The previous gathering place was in an abandoned wooden house north of the city. He finished the story in one breath. Grenda nodded. "It's a pity that the body was interrogated." Benny frowned and asked, "In the picture, the man called His Royal Highness is at least 40 years old and has brown hair. Why is his hair color different from the 2nd prince and the 5th princess?" "It can be confirmed that the man is the eldest prince, but his appearance is different from what I imagined." Glenda said, "It's normal. It may not be born by a woman. Wu Hung has many women, not to mention an old king." "Don't always compare me," Wu Hung said dissatisfiedly. Benny smiled. "That's right. I didn't figure it out." Wu Hung pondered for a moment, then said, "We used the teleportation scroll when we left last, and I'm not sure if they are in the city." Benny also said, "I hesitated at the time, so I should have killed him first. It's okay. If we kill him, we may not be able to get the body, but it will attract attention." Wu Hung said, "What should we do next?" Benny asked. "No hurry. Let's see what they do." Tap tap tap. There was a dense sound of footsteps outside the window. There were also knocks and searches on the first floor of the tavern. Wu Hung looked down through the window and said, "Let's go. Let's go back and hide first, and come back when the time comes." Zombie world. Walking out of the boundary gate. It was still the monitoring room. Wu Hung sat down at the table, and his eyes fell on the A4 paper-bound books on the table. The outermost cover of the book was written as Secret Talisman. Li Yahong's efficiency was still quite high, and the talisman book had been delivered. The 3 ghosts also looked over. "Uncle, what is this?" "The Book of Talismans. I borrowed it from the main station before, and it was delivered this time," Wu Hung said casually. "Will it be useful?" Xiao Xiao asked. "I don't know. Just take a look," Wu Hung continued. "Go and see if the 3 zombies have upgraded?" "Oh, okay." Xiao Xiao agreed and flew out directly. Grenda and Benny, curiously floating on his shoulders, looked at the book in their hands together. Turning to the first page. The style of the talisman is on the right. The instructions and uses are on the left. It still looks a bit like a fantasy picture book, with words like bestowed by the Jade Emperor and Taoist Yuan Jun in the text. It's a bit high-sounding. The Jade Emperor in this world should be at the same level as the gods in the other world. I wonder who will be better in a fight. How to use it? Grenda asked. We may not be able to figure it out. So we find a formation master to take a look. Wu Hung flipped through it and really couldn't see anything. So he put it away. Xiao Xiao also flew out from outside. Uncle. It's still level 19. No change. The upgrade is slowed down. Yeah. The three ghosts nodded. Dusk. In the middle of a collapsed wall in the wild. For figures in black robes looked gloomy. Killing a substitute like this will cost us one person. No one died when attacking the prince's mansion. But killing a substitute actually cost one person. For their dead companions, they didn't feel any regret. After all, they were all drawn from some sections. They didn't know each other before, and didn't have any feelings for each other. But the death of one person also caused damage to the strength of the entire team. Don't blame others for the death. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for your lack of strength. One person said coldly. I don't pity him. But I'm afraid that it will delay our future plans. Maybe a substitute will appear tomorrow. How many people can we send to die? The strong man at the door said directly. We know that the dead person is a substitute. But other people in the city don't know. There will be chaos. Let's not take action for the next few days. His Highness will call for support. And then we can make further plans. The others narrowed their eyes and looked over here. After a moment of hesitation, someone said, Okay. No problem. Then wait for the news from His Highness. The strong man also said, Recover from your injuries first. In case of any danger. 3 days later, Wu Hung returned to the tavern's private room. Let the ghost go out and take a look. The whole tavern was closed. Wu Hung put away the soundproof pot, took out the radio, and started to contact Wen Mansha. Wen Mansha. How are you? Soon. Wen Mansha's voice came from the other side. Master. The arranged messenger has set off, and will take the train to the city where the second prince is. Okay. The second prince may also arrange assassins and the like. You should be careful over there. Wu Hung instructed. What's wrong? Wu Hung told him what the other party did yesterday when he asked about the corpse and knew that the official was missing and that you were not the eldest prince. Wen Mansha also understood the meaning. Okay. I will arrange it. After a quick conversation, he hung up the call. He sat for a while. Then he flew back from outside and said, We found the wooden house to the north. And there is nothing left inside. Wu Hung nodded. They are so cautious. It is normal that they did not leave anything behind. Then, Grinda also flew back from outside and said, The prince's mansion is empty. From the outside, it is still guarded by guards. But all the level 18 professionals inside have left, which is almost like an empty city. Things have developed to the point where the prince's mansion is no longer of much significance. It is normal for the high-level people inside to evacuate. Wu Hung frowned and thought for a while. Now that it is empty, can we go and see if there are any clues? After all, it is the prince's mansion. It used to be the place where the prince lived, and later it was made into a trap. Let's go. Let's go to the mansion and take a look. Wu Hung stood up. The ghost also looked over. In a village, 3 men and 1 woman appeared at the entrance of the village. As they entered the village, 2 figures came towards them. Without any courtesy, a copper-green oil lamp was delivered to them. They said, A strange item will consume the blood and chi of the user. This is his hair. Throw it into the oil lamp within a certain range, and it will help you find the target. Chapter 821. Inside the prince's mansion, a magic circle appeared, and Wu Hang's figure followed in the room. Looking around, the doors and windows were closed, and the room was unusually hot. Perception spread out in all directions. The nearby room was silent, and even outside the house, there was no sign of anyone. Standing there and waiting for a while, 3 ghosts followed and flew over. Xiao Xiao said, Uncle, I helped you check. The guards are all over the wall, and their levels have been changed to around level 5. Well, let's search here and see if there are any clues. Wu Hung said directly. The 3 ghosts went to different rooms and began to search for evidence that might be related to the second prince. Wu Hung walked into the bedroom next to him. He opened the closet and looked at the neatly stacked clothes inside, and raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that someone really lived here before, and it was later used as a trap to attract enemies. He randomly found 2 pieces and took out the tracing pendant from the space ring. Blood dripped on the pendant, and the originally cold and dead skull came alive, grinding its teeth. Bringing the clothes closer, the skull bit the edge and began to chew. After chewing twice, It stopped responding and turned back into a dead object. This also proves that this piece of clothing cannot track the target. Wu Hung, try these too. Benny controlled the flying handkerchief and the belt with rubies from one side. Wu Hung dripped blood and approached the skull. Neither of them reacted. Xiao Xiao controlled 2 exquisitely carved ornaments and flew over. Uncle, put this away. I like it. Then, Benny controlled several more items to fly over. Wu Hung helped her put them into the space ring. And then said, Xiao Xiao, be serious. Benny, don't take them all. Wonderful items have a price. I'm almost anemic. Benny shrugged, indicating that if she wanted to find it, this was the only way. Then, various items were tested again. Wu Hung, I found a secret room outside. And there's a ghost trapped inside. Glinda flew back and said directly, secret room? Ghost? How is it trapped? The necromancy circle is in the building outside. Glinda said. Wu Hung kicked all the things piled in front of him aside and said, let me see where it is. Glinda got into his body and shared the secret room he found. Wu Hung released teleportation and disappeared. West of the city. Inside a residential house. 4 figures stood in front of the window, looking out through the gap in the window. The leader had a cold look in his eyes, holding a lantern with red flames in his hand. And the flame of the lantern was like being pulled, pointing out of the window. It was a residential area for the rich, with several mansions in a row. They had checked this place before, but now they saw the secret sentries and the guards patrolling frequently. And the second prince should be hiding here. Investigate. The leading man turned around and said. The man behind him took out a wooden stick covered with feathers and shook it gently. A soul owl appeared out of thin air, then disappeared and flew away. Not long after, the owl flew back and landed on the table, forming a clearly drawn map, on which guards and arranged equipment could be seen. The 4 people looked at it for a few seconds. The leading man said, before the army and high-level professionals arrive, kill the target, and then retreat according to your ability. Understood? The others nodded. Let's go! If you can get back alive, I buy you a drink. No one spoke. The door opened, and several people pushed it open and walked out. The person in the middle held a lantern and looked in the direction indicated by the flame, while the others stood at a certain distance and protected the surroundings. Who is it? As soon as they crossed the street, a guard immediately discovered them and shouted. The 2 people walking in front raised their hands, and the flying knives and darts shot out with a whistling sound, accurately hitting the throats of several guards. The guards didn't even have time to say the second sentence before they fell to the ground. Then, 3 giant wolves formed of smoke suddenly appeared, roaring and rushing into the alley on one side. Screams and wails sounded, and the sentries were cleared. The man holding the lantern stopped and looked at the direction of the flames. He's here. Kill him in. The lantern was put away. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he shouted loudly, and together with the remaining 3 people, he killed his way up the wall, jumped into the building, and started fighting. Corpses fell one after another, and blood flowed on the ground, gathering into a dark red stream. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several flares soared into the sky with a whistle, and then suddenly exploded. The whole city was boiling, and the troops stationed in various places gathered here. Go in. Don't delay. The 2-handed sword warrior roared, and the long sword split the guard in front of him in half, and directly broke through the door of the building and rushed in. As soon as he stepped into the building, whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless crossbow arrows were shot at him densely. The warrior's long sword instantly blocked in front of him. Boom boom boom. The arrow exploded, and the body flew backwards in the explosion. Then, smoke poured into the room from the window, turning into pythons as thick as arms, biting the crossbowman's neck. In an instant, the battlefield moved from the courtyard to the building. The dark basement was filled with the smell of decay and dampness. Wu Hung took out a flashlight and walked down the stone steps. Going down the steps, he saw the hideous ghost looming in the center of the dark magic circle in the open space in front of him, struggling constantly. It looks like misty smoke, with a human figure outline, but no facial features. This means that the ghost form is just an unintelligent ghost, with only resentment left, constantly colliding with the magic circle that trapped it. It collapsed in the collision again and again, and recondensed again and again. Level 5 ghost. I don't know if it was formed naturally, trapped here, or cultivated artificially. Glinda explained on the side. Ghosts can be cultivated. When in Treasure Island, The ghost babies in the mining village were ghosts cultivated through magic circles and dark environments. Wu Hung looked around and said, "There is only a magic array that traps it, but no array that gathers the power of the dead. If it was cultivated, it should not be here." In this regard, Wu Hung thought he was more authoritative. Glenda asked, "What should we do?" Wu Hung thought for a while and said, "Let it out, Glenda. Just swallow it and see if you can receive any memory." "Okay." Glenda nodded. Wu Hung waved his hand casually, and the majestic power of the dead instantly dispersed the array in front of him. The ghost broke free from the shackles, roared fiercely, and pounced directly. Glenda went straight to the front, and the soul wrapped around the other party, devouring it in less than a minute. Recovering the original soul, he said, "There are some memories, including the second prince. The ghost is trapped here. It should be driven by resentment and came to seek revenge on the second prince and was killed." "Related to the second prince? It seems that even the ghost wants to kill him." "Let me see the situation," Wu Hung said. Glenda nodded and went straight into the body. The memory fragments appeared in his mind. At dusk, the setting sun dyed the sky red. Wu Hung saw the sumptuous food in front of him, a gentle woman beside him, a brown-haired young man, a blonde woman, and a young child opposite him. At the table, they talked about the recent events in the city and the unstable situation in the kingdom. It seems that the ghost's origin is not ordinary. "Father, Bach has loved reading since he was a child. I want to send him to the capital to see if he has the talent of a mage, so as not to miss it at his current age." At this time, the young man opposite said, and touched the head of the child next to him. In the ghost's perspective, he smiled and said, "How about this? I have some friendship with the court wizard. When the time comes, you can take my letter and ask him to help see if there is any talent. If there is talent in this area, our family can also produce a wizard master." "Thank you, Father." The man smiled and thanked. The child also came over and hugged his arm to express his gratitude. Then, the picture broke. It was night in a flash. There was a heavy knock on the door, and the guard in light armor hurriedly said, "Sir, the second prince brought his guards into the city late at night, and is on his way here." The man was startled. "Let the guards get ready." "Yes." The guards left. In the hall, the second prince, who looked a little embarrassed, appeared in the hall with his guards. "Your Highness? I didn't know your Highness was in the city. Please forgive me, Lord Burns. No need to be polite." The second prince sat down naturally and continued. "Ratam City attacked the border, and the undead soldiers slaughtered the people of the kingdom. I need you to organize the troops immediately, Lord." Hearing the conversation between the two, Wu Hung was a little surprised. The ghost that was just devoured turned out to be the mayor of this city. The mayor hesitated for a long time, frowned and asked, "Nilari City is naturally willing to send troops to protect the kingdom's territory. But why did Ratam City suddenly attack this side?" A person next to the second prince said, "Lord Burns, wouldn't it be more appropriate to give the command of the city to His Highness? This is not in accordance with the laws of the kingdom." As soon as the words came out, suddenly, several people next to the second prince rushed to the surrounding guards. Puff! Puff! The long sword pierced through his body, and the guards around him were all killed in the blink of an eye and fell in a pool of blood. "What do you mean? You want to seize power?" the city lord shouted in panic. The second prince closed his eyes, and the people beside him directly ordered, "Kill them all. Don't spread the news." More and more people rushed in and slaughtered everyone in the city lord's mansion. "Father, this is..." The young man on the second floor walked down with his women. Trample, tramp, tramp. The armed team rushed up the stairs, and in a round of fighting, women and children were hacked to death, and the young man's body was pierced by a spear and nailed to the wall behind. Huh? The scene ended, and the memory was shattered. Glenda also separated from the body and said, "The legendary second prince, who loves literature and art, is also quite decisive and cruel when doing things. The ghost is here to seek revenge on the second prince." The whole family was killed by the second prince and his men. In the conversation in the memory, the second prince was forced back by the army of Ratam City. Maybe he was really forced into a corner and had no other choice, Wu Hung said. Glenda also nodded in agreement. Benny and Xiao Xiao looked over in confusion. "What's wrong? What did you see in your memory?" "The ghost just now was the mayor of this city, and was killed by the second prince." Glinda explained. Shishu's eyes widened. Killing one's own people, Glinda explained. The kingdom is divided into factions, which is different from the treasure island managed by your uncle. Oh. Xiao Xiao looked at the place where the ghost was trapped before, and said solemnly, "Don't worry. We will help you avenge your hatred." Wu Hung and Glinda smiled at Xiao Xiao's confident look. Xiao Xiao finished speaking and turned to Wu Hung. "Is that right, Uncle? You promised. Then we will help him report it." The ghost issue was resolved, but there was still no information about the second prince. It was still a pity. Let's go back and search again." Wu Hung walked up again. Just when he was close to the entrance, he heard a noisy and urgent sound from above. It was as if a large number of troops were gathering outside and passing by. Wu Hung stopped and said, "What's going on outside?" The ghost flew out, took a look, and came back and said, "The army is gathering to the west of the city, and the high-level professionals in the team have all been mobilized." Wu Heng's eyes condensed. "Those people have found the second prince. It should be." Glinda also nodded in agreement. Wu Hung walked out of the basement when there was no one outside. Following the street, he followed the direction of the army. The city was in chaos at this time, and people gathered in panic, and the army ran and gathered quickly. Wu Hung walked forward quickly, with Xiao Xiao constantly reminding him to avoid meeting the assembled army. In the west of the city, the army is gathering there, and several high-level professionals can be seen fighting there. Glinda flew back and said, "How many level 18s? Have you seen the second prince?" Wu Hung asked as he walked. "At least 4 or more. I'm not sure if there are any in the building. I didn't see any trace of the second prince. But with this attack, it should be confirmed that he is inside." Glinda's tone was firm. In the memory of the ghost of the Blackrobe killer, he knew that the opponent was a substitute in the last action. But in order to suppress the morale of the army in the city, he still chose to take action and kill the substitute. A few days after the incident, the city was indeed in chaos for a while, and many officials sent their families out of the city. This time he took action directly, and he must have determined the location of the target. Woo! The sound of the horn sounded in the back. Wu Hung retreated into the alley on the side, and saw a team of elite cavalry galloping quickly on the street. The warhorse was wearing armor, and had a scimitar on its waist. On the other side, there were shield-bearing infantrymen running forward quickly, also rushing to the residential area where the battle was taking place. Glinda said, "If they can't kill the second prince before the army gathers, they will have to lose a few more people. It depends on which side is faster," Wu Hung said. Glinda looked into the distance again. "It's a bit dangerous for you to go there now. Or wait until they finish fighting. Then find the second prince. And then Benny and I will go there and kill him." Wu Hung narrowed his eyes. This is indeed a method. While talking, Benny also flew back from a distance. He said directly, "Wu Hung, the second prince used the ticket to escape." Chapter 822. Escaped with a train ticket? Wu Hung and Glinda frowned. Just now they were discussing whether to join in at this time. And now they received the news that the second prince took the ghost train and ran away. So decisive? No wonder it is so difficult to catch. Glinda asked, "The army is gathering over there. Why did he run away?" "All the way here. Cavalry and infantry gathered over there in groups. It shouldn't be that he ran away directly." Benny said, "The killers have a clear target. There should be some directional props. They have already killed into the building. Maybe they feel that they can't stop those people. So the second prince took a train and ran away with a few old men." "That's right. The army and the second prince are two different things. Staying at the scene will only increase the danger. Leaving there as soon as possible is the right choice." Wu Hung asked, "How many people got on the car in total?" Benny recalled and said, 4. Not high level. And they don't look good at fighting. Wu Hung nodded and said, "Call Xiao Xiao. We are leaving the city." Benny flew up to the sky and called back Xiao Xiao, who was observing the surroundings. Wu Hung turned and left. Xiao Xiao floated to the side and asked, "Uncle, aren't we going to watch the fun? There's smoke coming out of the battle over there. The second prince ran away on the train. Let's catch him first. The others are not important," Wu Hung said as he walked. "Oh, he ran away. How embarrassing," Xiao Xiao muttered to the side. As he was talking, a patrol team walked by and looked into the alley. "You stand there." Wu Hung stopped and looked. A small voice came from his ear. "Uncle, the highest level 7. What's the matter?" Wu Hung looked at the patrol team that suddenly appeared. The captain of the guard came over, staggering, speaking coldly. Why are you coming from that direction? Wu Hung narrowed his eyes. I was planning to go home. Go home. I don't think you are from the city. The team member walked forward and scanned him up and down. I'm really just going home. Please don't embarrass me. Gentlemen, Wu Hung said directly. Humph. The captain snorted coldly and said to the person behind him, search me to see if I have any weapons. The team member behind him immediately understood and walked towards Wu Hung with a smile. Hey! Wu Hung sighed and said directly, do it. Crack. Crack. The team members who came over had their necks twisted one after another. The captain of the guard standing behind also widened his eyes full of horror. Several of his team members died in front of him. It's over. The real culprit has been found. He turned around and wanted to run back, but found that his body was out of control, and he was frozen in place. No. No. Sir. I don't know anything. You go and do your business. The captain's eyes were in a panic, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Wu Hung said, stop messing around. There are business matters. Business matters? Talking to me? The captain's eyes flashed with doubt, and the next second he felt a huge force coming from his neck. He turned his eyes and looked forward again. The body fell down, and Wu Hung took out a few straw mats from the space ring, rolled up the body, and put it away. These bodies are not of high level, but the bodies will leave traces if they are left, so it is safer to take them away, in order to avoid interference with the subsequent actions. In fact, I don't want to conflict with these low-level people, but there is no time to waste with them, so they can only be considered unlucky. Let the ghost observe the surroundings again. Release teleportation. Teleport directly out of the city, and find a deserted wilderness. Wu Hung took out a rifle and checked the bullets, and said to the ghost, you come back first. Let's get on the train. The three ghosts went back to the body directly. Wu Hung took out the conductor's hat and put it on his head. The next second, the whistle sounded, and the ghost train appeared out of thin air. On the train, outside the window, everything was in chaos, blurring into a shadow. In the simple carriage, the light was pale, reflecting four nervous and frightened faces. The four people sat around a simple table with a pen and a piece of paper on it. The ghost train would block all senses of the living beings except vision, so pen and paper became the only way to communicate. One of them, with beads of sweat on his forehead, took the pen first and wrote quickly on the paper. How did they find the location? Another person took the paper and pen and wrote. It should be some strange object or special professional ability. Our confidentiality work will definitely be no problem. As long as His Royal Highness is not in danger, we will not be considered a failure. It's okay. The old man sitting in the corner wiped the sweat gently with a handkerchief. He had no senses, so he wiped it casually and wrote. This time when we go back, we have to make new arrangements. This kind of thing must not happen again. The blonde second prince turned the paper over and wrote, there is news that a messenger has been arranged by Rentham City and will arrive in the next 2 days. We still have to consider occupying it to increase our bargaining chips against Italio. The main power of Rentham City comes from the owner of Treasure Island. He is growing very fast and has the support of the association. He will be our obstacle in the future. I suspect that he was responsible for the disappearance of officials in the past few times. Impossible. He doesn't have a ghost train. It's not easy for him to come here from Treasure Island. Last time, there was news that the Holy See and Treasure Island had some disagreements. We can arrange some things for the Holy See to target the skeletons of Rentham City. We just need to focus on dealing with the female city owner and find a way to control the city. Will involving the Holy See affect our plan? These are just preliminary ideas. When it's safe, let's discuss it carefully. The paper kept turning, and words were written one by one. The general direction for the future was also determined. As the train left, the anxiety and vigilance were slightly reduced. The people who attacked the mansion this time also reminded them to be more careful in the future and choose a safer place. The paper was passed. The four of them stopped writing and waited to reach their safe destination. Whoosh! Suddenly, light came from the dim and chaotic window. The four of them opened their eyes and looked outside with some doubt. Even if the train blocked most of their senses, it was impossible to reach the destination so quickly. The train shook slightly. Then, the door of the carriage opened and a figure walked in. They looked at each other and froze in their places. The door closed again, and they went back into the void. continuing to move in an unknown direction. Both parties just stood there, looking at each other. The four people opposite each other showed doubt, surprise, and disbelief. There are actually people who can take the train? Looking at each other's appearance carefully. Fortunately, it seems that they are not the ones who just attacked the mansion. No! Black hair and black eyes. The association's black scale leather armor. The owner of Treasure Island? Damn it! How could he appear here? Why does he have a ticket? Could it be that the officials who disappeared in the city some time ago were really caused by him? How is it possible? Thoughts appeared in his mind one by one, and he felt more panicked and frightened. Wu Hung was not wearing a mask. He was wearing the association's black scale leather armor and holding a rifle. He also looked at the four people opposite him. 3 of them were dressed gorgeously, like wealthy merchants, and the other one looked like the second prince himself. After all, there were some rumors about the second prince's appearance, and he could recognize him at a glance after seeing the substitute. The 4 people opposite him exchanged glances quickly, and then each drew the weapon from his waist. His mouth opened, as if he was roaring loudly, but no sound came out. Without waiting for the others to move, Wu Hung raised the rifle in his hand and aimed forward. Without the touch of his body, he was not sure whether he could pull the trigger accurately, so it was better to be safe. He opened the safety and pulled the trigger one after another. The bullet shot out of the barrel silently and flew forward, under the horrified gaze of the people on the opposite side. It hit the forehead and chest respectively, and went through the body. There was no sense on the train, so there was no pain. The expressions of several people showed confusion, and then their bodies slowly fell down. The second prince was shot in the chest, but he didn't die immediately. Instead, he tried to crawl to the table beside him and reached out to grab something on it. Wu Hung walked over and fired 3 shots at his back. The second prince fell down completely and didn't get up again. After everyone in the carriage died, Wu Hung picked up the paper on the table and took a look. It seemed that he was communicating in this way before he came up. When he saw that it said that the church would deal with the skeletons, and they would focus on dealing with Wen Mansha, his eyebrows were still raised. It seems that I have made the right choice. If these people are not dead, the matter in Rentam City will never end. Moreover, it can be seen that the second prince is not capable of confronting the eldest prince head-on, and can barely resist the assassination arranged by the other party. He continued to pick up the pen and took a look. It was an ordinary pen produced by Treasure Island. This guy actually got a pen. He put the 2 items directly into his pocket. The train was still running. Wu Hung walked to the door and took a look at the itinerary above. Destination, Seedy City. I haven't heard of it, but it should be a city in the Yek Kingdom. Wu Hung returned to his seat, stepped over the corpse, and sat down on the seat, waiting for the train to arrive, and began to ponder the following questions. The second prince was killed, and the purpose of this trip has been achieved. If I had known that he would be killed in the ghost car, I would not have bothered to investigate before, and even arranged for a messenger to come all the way. But this is the way it is. No one can say for sure how it will happen. Now that the second prince is dead, it is time to consider what to do next. The city controlled by the second prince is the biggest resource at the moment. A large-scale attack will still attract the attention of the church, but if left alone, it will probably be taken back by the first prince soon. At that time, Rentam City will still face the new opponent, the first prince. As I thought before, no matter who sits on the throne in the end, they will find a way to take back the land previously occupied by Rentam City, and they will have a legitimate reason to do so. Disguise yourself as the second prince? This method can be tried, but I don't know much about the second prince's past, and it's easy to be exposed. Besides, I can't stay here for a long time. After all, I still have to return to Treasure Island. How can I naturally transfer the entire territory to Wen Mansha, or arrange a new person to manage it? I don't know how long it took. The empty scene outside the window began to appear mountains, forests and dirt roads, and the train slowly stopped. With a clatter, the door opened. His hearing and sense of touch were restored. We had arrived. Wu Hung glanced at the time. Almost half an hour had passed. The distance should be a nearby city. He dragged the 2 bodies with one hand and got off the train directly. The door closed again and disappeared. In front of him was a forest. Looking into the distance, he could see the outline of the city. Wu Hung released the 3 ghosts. The 3 ghosts floated in the air, staring at the 4 bodies in front of them with wide eyes. Just kill them like that? Glinda asked. I'm also afraid that they will use some props or strange objects. So it's better to be careful, Wu Hung said. One is a prince. And the other 3 are also members of the secret society. No matter what strange props or weapons they can take out, Wu Hung will not be surprised. On the train, the ghosts cannot be released. And the skeletons are not there. As a fragile mage, I'd better be careful. It's better to die, so as to avoid any accidents, Granda said. Xiao Xiao urged. Uncle, check what good stuff he has. Prince, you should have a lot of good stuff on you. Wu Hung walked over and began to search the body. The 4 people's weapons and armor, gorgeous brooches, gold and silver jewelry, and 4 space rings. Wu Hung first put the space rings of the 3 secret society members on his hands and took out the items inside. Wu Hung continued to put the space rings of the 3 secret society members on his hands. Bags of gold and silver coins, credentials of the consortium, store deeds, magic scrolls, protective items, and gold rings that represent the identity of the secret society. The 7 bags of gold coins in front of me, plus the stores and deeds in various places, are all huge sums of money. The people of the secret society are indeed all gold coin treasures. Killing one can explode a lot of gold coins. He took a casual look and put all these things aside. Then he picked up the second prince's space ring and put it on. Gorgeous clothes, exquisite jewelry pendants, money bags, magic scrolls, and many documents and information. Take out one by one. And finally pick out 3 items. Human bone nail, strange item. Effect, extract the remaining soul of the corpse. Side effect, the soul of the body is impacted. Description, a bone filled with ominous power. Nail it into the forehead of the corpse to extract the remaining soul of the corpse. From the appearance, this strange item is a finger bone. I don't know which ruthless person died, and his finger became a strange item. The surface is dry and yellow, and it is straight like a nail. Fingers? Glinda floated closer, and the other 2 ghosts also looked over curiously. Xiao Xiao stepped back. How disgusting, Wu Hung explained. It's called a human bone nail. A strange object, piercing the forehead of a corpse to extract the remaining soul. Xiao Xiao said, it seems to be useless. We have the soul-sucking jade. The function of the human bone nail is the same as that of the soul-sucking jade. The difference is that the effect of the soul-sucking jade is to extract the remaining souls in batches. And the side effect is the sacrifice. That is, the person being extracted. Wu Hung used the soul-sucking jade to extract the residual souls from the zombies, which was quite useful. This human bone nail needs to be nailed into the forehead of the corpse. So it must be extracted one by one. And the efficiency must be slower. The side effect is still to impact the user's soul. There are still relatively large side effects. In comparison, it is far worse than the soul-sucking jade. It is indeed not as useful as our jade, Wu Hung said. Grenda thought for a while and said, in the basement, we saw the imprisoned ghosts. Were they extracted with this? Wu Hung was stunned, and also remembered the ghost of the local city lord. There is no related memory in the memory fragment, and it is not sure whether it is related to this. Not sure? Wu Hung shook his head. Benny looked at the corpse and asked curiously, he is a prince. Why is he studying ghosts? I don't know. They all shook their heads, unable to figure it out. Wu Hung continued to look at the next item. Side is honor, strange item. Effect, attacks all carry holy damage, and words are more influential. Side effect, piety that will not fade. Description, the glory of heroes, bringing you supreme glory. This is a pendant, carved with patterns commonly seen in the church. The name Saidu is a hero of the church, the one who monitors the eldest prince in the capital. And his strange object? How did it appear on the second prince? Wu Hung glanced at the side, and the 3 souls did not pay attention to him, and began to classify the scrolls and props beside him. Continued to look at the last strange object. Ghost train ticket machine, strange object. Chapter 823. Ghost ticket machine. As expected, there is such a thing. I have lived in the other world for a while, but I have never seen how train tickets are issued. The last time I took the train of Yeko Kingdom, Slater gave him the ticket directly. The ghost train ticket machine in front of me is more like an old typewriter dug out from an abandoned corner. The body is a heavy military green, with friction and bumps on the surface and corners, and some internal parts are covered with rust. Below is the typing area, with a row of round keycaps neatly arranged, and a slender slider on one side of the body. Wu Hung looked at it carefully, and the properties of the ticket machine were displayed immediately. Ghost Train Ticket Machine, strange item. Effect, print tickets. Side effect, sacrifice soul. Description, an old ticket machine with special functions. If you are willing to sacrifice your soul, you can start a special journey. Looking at the properties, Wu Hung frowned again. The side effect is to sacrifice the soul. This price is a bit too high. But I thought about it. I immediately realized that something was wrong. The second prince could not sacrifice his soul. If the soul body is damaged, it will be stupid at the least, and the soul will be directly disintegrated at the worst. The second prince's level is not high, and the soul's strength is even less likely to withstand the side effects of the strange object. In addition, among the three strange objects, the human bone nail that I saw at the beginning, everything can be explained clearly. The effect of the human bone nail is to absorb the residual soul. This item should also be used to exchange tickets with the ticket machine. As for the ghost trapped in the basement, there may be some things that I don't know. The three little ghosts picked and chose some other things, and each chose something they liked. After all, they are the prince's things. Even if they are ordinary items with no use, they are all very gorgeous. After dividing up the dirty things, the three ghosts flew back and surrounded the opposite side to look at the items. Uncle, are there any other special items? Xiao Xiao asked directly. Wu Hung said, there are two more. This is a pendant from the church. It can cause holy damage during a fight and make words more influential. But the side effect is that piety will not fade. He looked at the pendant again and explained it according to the information. What is piety? Xiao Zhao's eyes widened. Benny also looked over, waiting for his answer. It means respect and sincerity. Putting it in the church means that they recognize their beliefs. Wu Hung thought for a moment and explained. Oh, what does this sentence mean? Wu Hung scratched his head. It should mean that using this strange object will make you more and more respectful and obedient. Brainwashing? You can understand it this way, and it is difficult to correct it. Wu Hung agreed with this conclusion. What about that? The keyboard? Xiao Xiao pointed to the ticket machine again. Wu Hung brought the ticket machine in front of him and said solemnly, This is the ticket machine we have been looking for. The three ghosts looked at the machine in surprise. Glinda suddenly realized. It's really in his hand. The ticket machine looks like this. So ugly. Xiao Xiao looked at it and felt a little disgusted. Betty smiled and asked, Can it really produce tickets? Yes. Wu Hung continued to introduce. Its function is to sacrifice souls and produce tickets. As soon as he finished speaking, Glinda and Benny retreated half a meter away, and Xiao Xiao was a beat slower. The three ghosts looked at the ticket machine in front of them vigilantly. In this world, a strange object is a special item. Some strange objects with strong side effects will even be sealed up. When it comes to sacrificing souls, the three ghosts are afraid that it will affect themselves. Wu Hung looked at the three souls and said, It will only be effective if it is used. Otherwise, whoever sees it will die. The second prince would have died long ago. The three ghosts felt right and flew back again. Xiao Xiao asked, Were those tickets exchanged for ghosts? Wu Hung nodded. The last human bone nail should be the second prince's way of taking souls. I just don't know if the residual soul has the same effect as a normal soul. Glinda raised his eyebrows and said, If the effect is the same, the zombie world can produce tickets at will. I think so too. After looking at the strange objects and spoils, Wu Hung put them all into the space ring. Glinda floated aside, watching him put away the spoils, and asked casually, What should we do next? The second prince is dead. What else should we do? Wu Hung glanced at the city in the distance and said, Xiao Xiao, stay with me. Glinda and Benny will go to that city to investigate. The second prince came here, and it should be a place of refuge. Okay. Glinda and Bernie nodded and flew away directly. Xiao Xiao floated in the air and said, Uncle, I think we should go to the second prince's residence to have a look. There must be a lot of good things there. We are assassinating, and we are going to take things. Isn't it a trap for us? That's right, Xiao Xiao said, and then said happily, Anyway, it's enough. I will give it to my mother when I go back. She must have never seen these things. Xiao Xiao is really a good child. Hee hee. Wu Hung continued to take out the straw mat, wrap the body up, and put it into the space ring. He sat on a stone and thought for a while, then took out the portable radio and started to assemble it. After the connection was completed, he said to the microphone. Wen Mancha, can you hear me? After 3 or 2 minutes, Wen Mancha's voice came from the other side. Master, I'm here. How is your side? The other side paused at first, with some doubt in his tone. Did something happen to the master? We just talked this morning. If it weren't for the fact that other people don't know how to use this kind of prop, and they are familiar with Wu Heng's tone and rhythm, otherwise, they would suspect that someone on the other side is talking to them in disguise. Wu Heng immediately said, it's a bit chaotic here. Asked about the situation over there. Riding the ghost train always gives people a sense of time confusion. I did contact with Mancha in the morning, and I also talked about the messenger. Everything is fine here. Master, be careful outside. Come back first if there is any danger. There is no rush for this matter. When Mancha's tone was a little serious. It's okay. The second prince has been killed by me, Wu Heng said. The other side fell silent again. After a long while, when Mancha's slightly suspicious voice came. Really? In the morning? They were still discussing whether the messenger could lead the second prince out. And now the second prince was killed? A prince of a kingdom. There are so many high-level professionals around him, and absolute protection. He really died in the hands of his master alone. This is really a bit surprising. The body is right under my feet, Wu Heng said. Suddenly, when Mancha didn't know what to say. It seems that she still underestimated the strength of her master. What luck she had back then. In a shabby place like Rentam City, she got such a master. What are the plans for the master next? I will try my best to cooperate with you. When Mancha suppressed her excitement and said immediately, Wu Heng said, the second prince is dead. But there is no way to resolve the war between the two sides. Is there any gentle way to transfer the power of the second prince to you? Hearing the transition, when Mancha's heart beat violently again. In terms of the area she occupies now, it's not an exaggeration to say that she is the queen of a place. And now she has to expand the area. When Mancha thought for a long time and said, when you came back last time, didn't you say that the second prince had a substitute outside? Can we use that substitute to replace the second prince as our puppet? The substitute died earlier than the second prince. When Mancha frowned. How about controlling the minister? The division of labor among the ministers here is complicated. It's not as simple as controlling 1 or 2 people. Wu Heng also denied this idea. When Mancha said, Master, I need to think about it carefully. I will inform you when I come up with a solution. Okay. Don't reveal this matter to the outside world. No one knows that he is dead yet. Wu Heng instructed again. Understood. When Mancha continued, the messenger is on the way. Will it ruin your subsequent plans? It shouldn't be a big problem. Letting him come back now will arouse some suspicion. Then let him go as planned. When Mancha continued, the fortress should also be prepared. If the news leaks out, they may be attacked by their army, Wu Heng said. Although he didn't think it would be exposed, he still had to be prepared. Prevent possible dangers. Okay. I understand. I will arrange it later. When Mancha said seriously, I'm fine. I'll let you know if there is any news. Okay. Master, you should also pay attention to safety. Wu Heng hung up the call, and put away the radio. Sitting on the stone, waiting for Glinda and Benny to come back. It was already dusk. The orange afterglow shone through the gaps between the branches and leaves, casting a patch of mottled light. Some wild animals occasionally came over, chased by Xiao Xiao, and all hid in the depths of the jungle. I chatted with Xiao Xiao for a while. When the sky was dark, Glinda and Benny, who were responsible for investigating the situation, flew back one after another. Benny said, I walked around the city. The highest level person in the city is a level 18 professional. It looks like a small fortress. No wonder the second prince ran here. It seems to be the second shelter prepared in advance. A city of this size would not have level 18 professionals stationed. How are the troops? Wu Heng asked. They should be elite, but not as many as in the previous city. Benny thought about it and answered. Wu Heng nodded to show that he understood. Then, Glinda also spoke up. I went to the mansion in the center, and there was a woman taking care of her. She should be the second prince's princess. Princess? The prince's wife is called a princess, and only after becoming a king will she be changed to a queen. One person and 2 souls frowned. Benny subconsciously said, didn't he say that he likes men? Chapter 824. Wu Heng rolled his eyes at her in annoyance. You just heard it from the people in the tavern. And you took it seriously? Most of Benny's information came from when she worked in the tavern. She really believed that the second prince liked men. Glinda smiled and said, I don't know whether he likes men or not. But there is indeed a woman called the princess in the mansion over there. The second prince can't capture other princes' women and protect them. She should be his wife. The second prince is not young anymore. According to the human lifespan, it is normal for him to have a family. Wu Hung analyzed and asked, Is there only one princess? The princess is here. So it's not hard to guess. The second prince is in Nilali City. And his family is here. So they can avoid danger. We only found her, and a few maids. As for whether there are other family members, it's hard to say. After all, just looking at their appearance, we can't tell whether they are related to the second prince, Glinda said. Wu Hung nodded to show that he understood. Glinda then asked, What should we do next? It's getting dark. Are you going to spend the night outside? I haven't really thought about what to do. Glinda floated in the air and pondered for a while, and said, You can try to disguise yourself as the second prince. If it doesn't work, consider other ways. Disguise yourself as the second prince and escape back to the city? Well, just follow the second prince, who was attacked in Nilali City and escaped back. Normally, the distance between the two cities is 3 days, and the transmission of news is not that fast. Glinda floated back and forth in the air twice and expressed his thoughts. Wu Hung thought about it and felt that he could give it a try. Ask the corpse first, and then enter the city after you have found out clearly. The three ghosts nodded. The corpses that had been put away were taken out again. First, the faceless mask was used to reproduce the face of the second prince. Then Talk to the Dead was released on the corpse of the second prince. The dead corpse sat up and looked over here. Wu Hung asked, What agreement did you reach with the secret society? The corpse replied, They provided people and money to help me sit on the throne. And after I became king, we will jointly manage the kingdom. Sure enough, it was the Qilin Dao plan of the secret society. The secret society uses various means to send its own people or people it supports to the position of leaders of countries or forces to gain the right to speak in controlling the country. I remember that Benny said before that it was rumored that the second prince was not very interested in the throne. He put all his energy into some literature and art. But suddenly he competed with the eldest prince for the throne. And they fought back and forth. It was the secret society that was behind it. The second question, Wu Hung asked, in addition to the secret society member who just got in the car with you, are there other secret society members? In Nilali, financial officials, municipal ministers. Wu Hung then asked, I want to disguise you and enter Seedy City. What do you think I should pay attention to? The corpse replied, According to the established method, I will wear the kingdom's emblem on my chest and enter the city as a relative of Minister Edwin. Wu Hung thought for a moment and continued to ask, Who are the main people in charge in Seedy City? Administrative Minister Edwin. President Russell. The last question. What are the names of your family members in the city? The corpse answered, My wife, Natalia. After the 5 questions, the corpse lay back on its back. Glinda asked, Why didn't you ask the officials in Nilali City for information? There are still 3 corpses of the secret order left. They have been officials in the city for so long. They must know. We will continue to ask the corpses when we need them. Wu Hung answered directly. Just think about it, Glinda said indifferently. Wu Hung found a new brocade robe from the clothes carried by the second prince. Put it on. Put on the mask. And said, Glinda, you possess a corpse of a secret order. Let's cooperate a little. Glinda looked at the remaining corpses and directly steal the flesh. Amid a sharp cracking sound, he slowly stood up and stood there with his bones twisting for a while. Only then did the movement seem to be more adapted. He reached out and touched the dent on his forehead, and said, Next time you want to possess someone, don't hit the head. It's easy to be exposed. Stealing the flesh after that, the bullet hole on the forehead was repaired, but a clear dent could still be felt. It was as if the bone had been broken and covered with a layer of skin. I'd be careful next time, Wu Hung said. He put away the rest of the bodies, messed up his clothes, and hurried to the city wall. Swoosh! 2 arrows shot down from the city wall and nailed into the ground in front of him. Who is it? The city gate is closed. Come in tomorrow during the day. The guard shouted loudly. Wu Hung, now wearing the appearance of the second prince, held the emblem in one hand and the light stone in the other, and shouted loudly, "We are from the kingdom. Relatives of Minister Edwin. Go and ask him to come over." Several people on the wall whispered. One shouted, "Wait!" The two stopped and remained silent. After waiting for more than half an hour, more guards walked up to the wall. Among them was a middle-aged man, who held the edge of the wall and tried to look down. Then he shouted, "Please bring the illuminating stone closer. Let me see your face." Xiao Xiao leaned over and whispered, "Uncle, he is level 12. Level 12 is not a low level. In the city, it is the level of local deacons." Wu Heng raised the illuminating stone to illuminate his face, and revealed an anxious and tired expression. Squeak! The city gate opened, and the guards rushed out. Then the middle-aged man who had just wanted to see the face from above walked over quickly, carefully identified Wu Heng, and then looked at Granda, who had stolen the body of the secret order member. "Let's go into the city first," Wu Heng said in a deep voice. "Okay." The middle-aged man waved his hand slightly. The large army escorted them into the city. They got on the carriage and arrived at a mansion in the center. Then, another burly commander in armor walked in quickly. "Your Highness!" The commander saluted. Wu Heng sat on the chair, rubbed his eyebrows and said, "Nilali City was attacked by many level 18 professionals. Arrange people to go to Nilali City immediately to inquire about the battle situation and inform them that I am fine to avoid disrupting the morale of the army." Hearing that there were multiple level 18 professionals besieging, the two people below felt their hearts tighten. They also heard that they were asked to arrange people to go to Nilali City, which dispelled their suspicion of the prince in front of them. The commander immediately said, "Okay, I will send someone out immediately." He went down to give instructions, and then walked back again. The civil official then asked, "Your Highness, what is the identity of the enemy? Do we need to strengthen our vigilance here? The identity of the enemy should be arranged by the capital. I came back in a more secretive way, and they should not guess that I was here. Strengthen the vigilance, but don't make it too obvious." "Okay." Both of them nodded. Wu Heng took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry. They won't chase us here. I go back and rest for a while. We discuss the countermeasures in detail tomorrow." "Yes, Your Highness." Both of them stood up and saluted. Wu Heng stood up and walked towards his residence while discussing things with Grinda, who was possessed by a member of the secret society. Inside the mansion, Wu Heng asked the maid to prepare the bath water and walked into the study room on the side. With the ghosts exploring the way for him in advance, he could know the function of each room in advance and was not afraid of going to the wrong room. He exhaled in the study. He loosened his tight collar again. This kind of noble dress, after wearing it for a long time, feels very uncomfortable. The door opened. A young brown-haired woman walked in slowly, tall and outstanding. "Your Highness!" Wu Heng glanced at the other person's clothes and the space ring on her hand. "Natalia!" The other person narrowed his eyes slightly. "I heard that Your Highness was in danger. But you are not injured?" Wu Heng was about to speak. The woman had a long sword in her hand. Her figure flashed lightly, like a falcon hunting, and the long sword slashed. Chapter 825. Wu Heng pretended to be the second prince, and was very careful, observing the other party's expression. The moment the long sword appeared in the hands of the princess, he was ready for battle. The princess' skirt fluttered like a butterfly, and came in front of him in the blink of an eye. Wu Heng lowered his head to avoid the attack, raised his hand to hold the other party's wrist, and with a little force, the long sword fell to the ground with a clang. The princess felt pain and wanted to fight back and leave, but she found that her body was frozen in place, and she couldn't even move her fingers. It was like losing control of the body. Only consciousness remained in the body. The princess's face could no longer remain calm, full of fear and anxiety. The person in front of her must be a high-level professional. Since he came here, it means that the second prince may not come back, and she is also facing the threat of death. "What is your purpose?" the princess asked coldly. The hair on her forehead was wet with cold sweat and stuck to her skin. Wu Heng didn't say anything, but looked at her in surprise. It's not that he was surprised that the other party attacked him, but the swordsmanship used by the other party when attacking. A very familiar feeling. Grey Eagle Swordsmanship. A book of swordsmanship I got when I was still in Blackrock Town. However, as time went by, there were not many opportunities to use this swordsmanship, and it was not as effective as hot weapons and magic, so I rarely used it anymore. I only used it occasionally when I was training with the maids. This princess started with this swordsmanship. I don't know where she learned it from. Hearing the other party talking, Wu Hung came back to his senses and said, "Aren't you going to call the guards? You want to find a reason to kill me?" The princess met his gaze and said directly, after being controlled. There was no murderous intent in the princess' eyes, nor could she see much hatred. More, there was a kind of solemnity and uneasiness after being captured. "How did you find out that I am not the second princess?" Wu Hung asked. "Just some small details," the princess said, and then began to ask back, "So, His Royal Highness the second prince died in your hands?" "Dead," Wu Hung said calmly. The other party's eyes shrank suddenly, and then quickly recovered to normal, saying, "So, you came here just to kill me? You can say that. You don't have to take this risk at all. I have no role in their entire system. When the second prince dies, I will naturally lose my status as a princess." The princess continued. "It sounds like your relationship is not deep." The princess smiled stiffly. "Why? Do you want to hear the secrets of the royal family?" "Not interested." Wu Hung said something and didn't say anything else. The princess still stood there stiffly, looking at him, as if thinking about something. Then she said, "What do I need to do to avoid death?" Wu Hung raised his head. "I don't have to kill you," the princess asked solemnly. "What do I need to pay? It seems that you know the second prince better. I need you to help me find a way to deceive those ministers who are loyal to him." Wu Hung looked into the other's eyes and said seriously, "That's all? I can promise you." The princess agreed directly. "I need you to sign a slave contract with me. You should have heard of this kind of contract. If I die, you will be a vegetable at the least." Wu Hung said, "Uncle, she doesn't understand what a vegetable is." A small voice came to my ear. The princess' eyes condensed, and her eyes that could move quickly scanned the surroundings, looking for the source of the sound just now. Wu Hung added, "A vegetable means that your soul is injured and you can only lie paralyzed in bed in the future." The princess did not find the target, and after retracting her gaze, she said, "With your strength and status, you should not lack women. Right? Let the princess be your slave. Is it to satisfy some special hobby? Your status as a princess does not give me any privileges." Wu Hung continued. "Just tell me whether you want to agree or not. If you keep beating around the bush, I will think you are stalling for time." The princess pondered for a moment, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Two conditions. The first is to let me know who you are. The second is that you have to guarantee my future life and status. If you can guarantee these two, I will agree to your request." After saying that, he added, "With your strength, you should keep your promise." Wu Hung nodded lightly. "Okay." Presidential Palace. The light stone emits a hazy halo, reflecting on the carpet in the center of the hall. On the walls around, there are various shields, swords, and flags of the kingdom. Presidential Russell sat on one side, looking at the Minister of Administration, who walked in hurriedly. "Edwin, didn't you go back? Why are you here again?" Minister of Administration Edwin sat down opposite and said, "I thought about it on the way, and I still feel that His Royal Highness the second prince is a little different." The president's eyes narrowed. "Why is it different? It was just a brief contact." "I can't say what's different. I accompanied your highness when he was young, and I always feel that there is something different." The Minister of Administration frowned and said, "I will gather people, and we will meet your highness again." The Minister of Administration shook his head. "This is a serious matter. Your highness was attacked and escaped from outside. It is a secret matter. If my guess is wrong, the information may be leaked again under such a momentum. You will accompany me to meet your highness tomorrow to confirm it again." The president was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Okay. Let's talk about it tomorrow. It's really late today." "Okay. I go back first." The Minister of Administration said nothing more and turned to leave the princess's residence. In the study, after a brief exchange, the two reached an agreement. Wu Hung took out a slave contract from the space ring and said, "Be prepared." The princess's face turned pale again, even though there was still reluctance in her eyes. She knew that this was her only chance to survive. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. Wu Hung picked up the sword she dropped, and gently wiped it on his finger, and bright red blood dripped down. He tore the scroll open and pressed the bleeding finger on it. The scroll absorbed the blood, pulling a trace of Wu Heng's spiritual power, drilling into her forehead, and imprinting it on her soul. A pattern appeared on the woman's forehead, and then quickly disappeared. The contract was completed. The princess's face and lips became even paler. "Let her go," Wu Hung said. Benny came out of the other person's body, and the princess' body seemed to lose support and was a little shaky. It was obviously different from the way she came in, with a sword to kill the enemy. Wu Hung flicked his finger, and a pill shot into her mouth. Then said, "Sit down and talk." The contract was reached, and under the restrictions of the rules, the princess could no longer have hostility towards Wu Hung. She stood up carefully, with a look of respect in her eyes. After sitting down opposite, she spoke directly. "Sir, you should be able to reveal your identity, right?" Wu Hung took off his mask, revealing his true appearance. The princess looked him up and down, with some confusion and doubt in her eyes. "Human. Still so young. You are the Celtic prince." "Juan." Wu Hung was stunned. "You don't know me?" The princess' eyes were even more confused. "Have we met?" "Okay. It seems that not everyone in Blackstone Town knows each other." Wu Hung introduced himself. "My name is Wu Hung, and the city of Rentam that the second prince attacked is my territory." "So, you killed him because of this incident, instead of accepting the employment of the prince?" The princess raised her eyebrows. "He kept harassing Rentam City and arranged a level 18 assassin to assassinate my people. Rentam City will never be peaceful unless he dies," Wu Hung said. The princess looked a little helpless and said, "He fought with the prince for so long, and finally died in your hands." Wu Hung did not speak, and did not want to talk more about this matter. He asked directly, "How did you find me?" "In terms of address, and your manners and tone are completely different from his. If you just show up and leave, it may not be a big problem. But if you want to pretend to be him to manage this city, it will be easy for those officials to find out. Especially the Minister of Administration Edwin, who was the teacher of the second prince," the princess said while thinking. Wu Hung listened, nodded and said, "Summarize it and tell me how to get away with it. Now? Get ready first. I'm going to go out later. And when I come back, you need to be ready," Wu Hung continued. "If someone comes, remember to cover them." The princess frowned, somewhat confused. He had to pretend to be the second prince, and now he was going out again. "I won't become a vegetable as soon as I sign the contract with you, right?" Wu Hung smiled. "Then it depends on how you cover me." The ghost got into the body and shared the location outside. Wu Hung released teleportation. The magic circle took shape, and the figure disappeared. The princess widened her eyes and stared blankly at the disappeared location. "He is a mage? A mage who easily dodged my attack at such a close distance. It seems that I have been disconnected from the outside world, and I don't even know there is such a person." Dong dong dong. The door knocked, and the servant's voice sounded. "Your Highness, the bathwater is ready." The princess opened the door and said, "Your Highness is resting. Don't disturb him." "Yes." The servant lowered his head and answered. The princess gently took off her clothes and walked into the bathroom. Outside the city, in a deserted forest, green eyes peered through the bushes, staring at the figures on the road. "Uncle, where are you going in the middle of the night?" "Back to Nilali City," Wu Hung said. "Which city?" Xiao Xiao asked. Benny replied, "It's the city we came from." "Oh, Sister Benny can remember it. Why can Uncle remember it too?" Xiao Xiao muttered while leaning on Wu Hang's shoulder. Wu Hung said, "I need to write the destination for the ghost train. Otherwise I don't want to remember it. Hee hee. I'm like my uncle. I don't like to use my brain." Benny curled her lips. "You two are really becoming more and more like father and daughter." Distance from the city. Wu Hung put on the train conductor's hat and boarded the train directly. Right Nilali City on the itinerary. The door closed and the train disappeared. Nilali City. The wilderness. The dark night fell heavily on the wilderness outside the city. Train footsteps, hurried and chaotic, tore through the dead silence of the night. The army, wearing armor and holding steel knives, moved quickly on the dirt road like a surging black torrent. Swish. A ranger quickly turned back from the front, standing next to the army general. He saluted and said, "Sir, the enemy has stopped at the rocky area ahead. It seems that they are not going to escape." The general in iron armor had murderous intent in his eyes, and asked coldly, "How many people?" "3 people again." "Are there any ambushes or traps?" The ranger hesitated and said, "So far, no one hiding in the dark has been found, and there are no signs of traps." The general nodded and shouted loudly, "Those killers are tired. slow down, rest while walking, and prepare for the final battle. The army no longer marched quickly. Instead, they marched in formation and recovered their strength. They must leave all the enemies behind. The team approached the rocky ground. From a distance, they saw 3 black-robed people who were ready for battle. One held a long sword. One held a long and short sword. And the last woman had her arms hidden under her cloak. And no weapon could be seen. Kill! Leave no one alive. The general roared. The sound was like a huge bell, reverberating in the vast wilderness. And the army in the forest immediately rushed up. Kill! The shouts of killing exploded all around. And the army rushed upwards. And behind the army, 3 18th level commanders also drew their weapons from their waists. They looked at each other and followed suit. For a while, the shouts of killing and the sounds of fighting filled the entire area. In the distance, the ghost train stopped. Wu Hung got off the train. As soon as he stepped off the train, he heard shouts and screams in the distance, as well as patches of orange-red torchlights. Wu Hung frowned, released the ghost, and said, "Benny, go and see what's going on over there." Benny nodded and flew out directly. Wu Hung followed and walked over there. On the way, Benny returned and said, "The army is besieging and killing those assassins. Just ahead. Have they been fighting since daytime? It should be. The winner will be decided tonight." Benny said, "How many high-level professionals?" 6. There are still 3 assassins in black robes, 3 level 18 professionals, and 5 level 15 professionals in the army, and more than 100 elite soldiers in the army. Let's go and take a look. Wu Hung continued to move forward. When he got closer to the battlefield, the shouts and sounds of fighting became clearer. The fighting on the battlefield became more intense. "Uncle, what should we do next?" Xiao Xiao asked in a low voice. "Go in directly," Wu Hung said, and casually opened the mansion technique. He pointed to the battlefield in the distance, facing Shanshan and Caxiu inside, and said, "Go. Kill the high-level professionals first." Buzz! Shanshan turned into a stream of light and shot out directly, flapping his wings quickly, and his body turned into a huge skeleton nearly 3 meters long on the way. The huge horns moved forward like a cannonball. He rushed directly into the battle area. The 2 pairs of wings vibrated rapidly, stirring up a strong wind, flying sand and rocks. And the soldiers fighting along the way staggered. In the blink of an eye, it reached the center and crashed into the 2 level 18 professionals fighting. Bang! A heavy crash sounded. Before he could react, his body flew backwards and hit the pile of rocks behind him, causing thick smoke to rise into the sky. The 2 sides of the battle seemed to have pressed the pause button. He looked at the sudden appearance of the huge skeleton and the 2 level 18 professionals, who were knocked away in surprise. Chapter 826. When they saw the target clearly, both sides were shocked. A skeleton over 3 meters tall and shaped like a giant insect stood in the middle of the field. The iron-gray skeleton glowed coldly in the night, as if it was coated with a layer of armor. The 2 pairs of wings vibrated rapidly, stirring up a gust of wind on the spot. The enemy's reinforcements? Both sides had this thought at the same time. "Kill!" Someone shouted loudly on the battlefield. The stagnant battlefield fell into chaos again, and the sound of shouting and killing and the sound of weapons slashing filled the entire battlefield again. Buzz! Flashing. The empty eye sockets scanned the surroundings, and the dark blue soul fire revealed a chilling breath of death. Then, he stared at a black-robed man holding a dagger in each hand. He tapped his feet lightly, and his figure shot out again, like a flash of light. "Damn it!" The black-robed man cursed, and blocked his body with 2 daggers. Bang! The next second, a huge force hit his chest, and his body flew backwards like a cannonball. The Yet Kingdom was stunned. His own reinforcements. He didn't have time to show his joy. The tall insect skeleton appeared in front of a kingdom commander again. Bang! The 18th level commander, wearing kingdom armor, spurted blood from his mouth, and his body flew backwards and fell into a pile of rocks. With smoke and dust rising, the skeleton continued to attack like a marble among many 18th level professionals. It knocked away those who were fighting or just staggering to their feet again. It was like a marble shuttling back and forth. At this point, everyone reacted. This is the 3rd force that joined in, and their identity is not difficult to guess. The skeletons of Ratam City, the small city outside the border that captured several cities in less than a month. When did such a powerful skeleton appear there? One can suppress the 18th level professionals on both sides. Protect the commander. Disperse. Don't gather. Lock it with an iron chain. The scene became more chaotic, and everyone was in a mess, dodging the impact of the giant skeleton and trying to find a way to fight back. The two sides, who were originally at loggerheads, had to put aside their hatred and work together to deal with the threat in front of them. A suspicious person was found in the back. Probably a necromancer. In the back of the battlefield. Wu Hung and the two ghosts were far away from each other. Grinda used the ability of stealing flesh and possessed a dead body of the secret society, so he did not follow. If the ability is removed, the body will not be usable again. One person and two souls, at this time, also looked at the battlefield in front of them in surprise. Wow! Shan Shan is so powerful. Like a marble, bouncing back and forth, Xiao Xiao said excitedly. After all, it was he who gave it the name, and he could beat several level 18 players. Just like he was so powerful, Benny also said. Is Shan Shan's fighting ability so exaggerated? Shan Shan had taken action several times before, but they were all sneak attacks on individual enemies. Defeating the enemy within 2 or 3 moves did not show much strength. According to Wu Heng's idea, the difficulty of level 20 is so great, and there will definitely be a leap in ability. But now, a skeleton flashed and rushed around the scene, dragging 6 level 18 professionals. He was still a little surprised. At this time, Caxio also joined the battlefield and fought with the enemy. Uncle, the guards are coming. A little reminder? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the voice fell, several crossbow arrows came whistling. Wu Hung slightly turned sideways to avoid it, and the arrows pierced into the tree behind him. In front of him, a large group of guards rushed over, shouting words like killing the necromancer and killing the human traitor, and rushed up directly. It seems that he is not stupid, knowing how to kill himself. The necromancer. The skeleton died by himself. Kill! The necromancer will win. Xiao Xiao roared and rushed out, possessing a soldier and breaking his neck. Benny also rushed up and selected the high-level ones in the middle to kill them individually. Wu Hung took out a machine gun from the space ring, cast the summon arrow magic, and pulled the trigger. The first shot. Under the effect of summon arrow, the bullets were fired in a fan-shaped manner like shotguns, and the soldiers in front instantly flew backwards and fell to the ground, with many dead and wounded. Then, the muzzle spewed out flames again, although it did not have the effect of summoning arrows, but it still swept forward. The soldiers who rushed over fell one after another. In less than a few minutes, the open space in front of him was already full of corpses and blood. Wu Hung glanced at the battlefield and released Dead Corpse Battlefield. The whole area was filled with the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Skeletons wearing armor and holding swords stood up one by one. Surround the front. Crash! The skeletons instantly dispersed, surrounding the pile of rocks in front of him. Rocks. Only 4 level 18 professionals were left who could stand up. Of the remaining 2, one was buried in the rocks, and the other was stepped on by the tall insect skeleton. At this time, all the soldiers around turned into skeletons, and in the dark night, the blue soul flames were connected into one. They flickered densely, making people feel cold. And behind the skeletons, a young man in a luxurious robe stood in the dark night and looked at this side silently, like the god of death in the dark night. Among the black-robed people, the witch Viola's eyes widened under the hood, her face full of astonishment and surprise. It's really that kid, the deputy deacon of Treasure Island, who can only use some shady tricks. It was indeed him who caused the officials to disappear a few days ago. But why did he grow so fast? Was that skeleton given to him by the association? Can he fight against so many level 18 professionals? Let's cooperate and break out together. The level 18 warrior wearing a black cloak threw away the potion in his hand and said solemnly. On the side, the kingdom commander, who was holding the wall, nodded and said, "Whoever makes a small move in the middle of the battle will die a miserable death." Okay. The soldier nodded. The commander took a deep breath and said coldly, "Charge out to the left." As soon as the voice fell, several people started to break out to the left. Wu Hung looked at the people who suddenly rushed and ordered, "Attack!" Hua la la. All the skeletons around rushed directly to the middle, and the skeleton rhinoceros beetle flashed, and its body turned into a stream of light, directly dispersing the 4 people, and started to besiege together with the rest of the skeletons. The 4 level 18 professionals didn't care about anything else. Each of them used their own skills and continued to try to break out. "Uncle, the smoke has escaped," Xiao Xiao exclaimed, pointing to the distance. Wu Heng looked intently. In the chaotic battlefield, a group of gray-white smoke, with the cover of the night, rushed to the periphery through the gap of the skeleton. After passing the range of the skeleton, it changed into a running smoke wolf and accelerated its escape speed again. That witch! Wu Heng's expression froze. It must be her. He had a deep impression of her. This time, he must not let her escape. Looking at the battle area, the only 3 professionals left were surrounded by skeletons. Unless they have some special abilities, they can't escape. "Stop her!" Wu Heng shouted at the escaping smoke, and then took out a flying carpet from the space ring. The body was wrapped in the flying carpet and hung until it climbed to a certain height, and then chased in the direction of the smoke. The 2 ghosts also accelerated their pursuit and kept trying to possess. But in the smoke state, they were different from normal creatures. Neither Xiao Xiao nor Benny, who had reached level 20, could complete the possession. Benny flew back, saying anxiously, "We can't possess. It's up to you." Wu Heng sat on the flying carpet, took out a machine gun and fired a few shots at the smoke. The bullets penetrated the smoke, and except for some smoke and dust, there was no sign of injury. "Uncle, what should we do?" Xiao Xiao also flew back. "Follow her. I don't believe she can last long in this state," Wu Heng said directly. Then, Wu Heng raised his hand and condensed the thunder summoning technique. Huh? The sky was covered with dark clouds. Crack! Crack! A series of lightning and thunder fell from the sky, hitting the smoke running below. Chapter 827. The body of the smoke wolf, which was running fast, instantly dissipated. It turned back and looked at the chasing figure in the sky in fear, and the smoke dissipated instantly. It turned into several smoke animals again and fled in different directions. Lightning beam had deflected and destroyed 2 of them in succession, and continued to chase the one in the farthest direction. It just took 2 steps before the chasing animal dissipated by itself. It disappeared completely. Wu Heng's face looked ugly. Lost it. See if there is a witch-level light column. The 2 ghosts rose again and began to observe the direction in which the others left. Then they came back and said, "Uncle, there is none. There is none here either. She must have hidden herself." Benny also said, "She ran away again." Wu Heng gritted his teeth. This was the 3rd time the witch had escaped. The first time was when she faced the Deacon Imro. The second time was when Imro and the old wizard Janvito were blocking her. And the 3rd time she escaped from his hands again. This witch's ability is really special. Not to mention her combat power. This ability to protect herself is also extremely rare in the profession. Uncle is fine. We defeated 5 of them. So it doesn't matter if one escapes. Don't be sad. Xiao Xiao floated over and comforted him softly. Okay. Give Xiao Xiao some face. And catch her next time. Wu Heng controlled the flying carpet to fly back. At this time, the battle in the rubble area was over. The skeletons entered standby mode, and several corpses were placed in the open space in the middle. The flying carpet was put away, and Wu Heng fell from the sky. The skeletons around him stepped back and made way for an area. Take off all the equipment from the corpse. The skeletons immediately took action and began to strip the equipment from the corpse. After taking all the equipment off, Wu Heng put it into the space ring. Then he opened the mansion technique. Dragged the corpse in. 5 corpses with different injuries were dragged into the mansion technique. Wu Heng came to the first corpse and released the resurrection technique. Huh? Cough, cough, cough. The corpse suddenly opened his eyes, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. Wu Heng used the life maintenance technique to maintain his vital signs, and then fed him 2 pills. With a thought, a cage was automatically assembled in the air, trapping the resurrected professional inside. Then, Wu Heng continued to use the same method to rescue all the remaining corpses. Iron cages appeared one after another, and the 5 seriously injured and dying people were all imprisoned inside. All of you come in and watch them, Wu Heng ordered outside. The skeletons outside began to walk into the mansion one after another. You are Wu Heng from Ratam City. Ahem. Your target should be the second prince. We have the same goal, so we can cooperate. One person coughed and said, "We can also cooperate. The war between us is just a misunderstanding." Another person followed suit. "I can buy my life with money. You name the price. Wu Hung, please consider it. Even if I leave, I will not tell anyone about what happened here. Wu Hung, you name the conditions. Everyone started talking. And with the skeletons coming in one after another, the whole space was noisy. Wu Hung looked at the few people. And there was no surprise. Anyone who came in would try to talk to him. Keep an eye on them. If they are not honest, stab them a few times. But don't stab them in the vital parts, Wu Hung said, and walked out directly. The mansion magic was closed, and the shouting inside disappeared. Standing on the pile of rocks, he looked around. After letting the ghost come back, he put on the train conductor's hat again and returned to CD City. Half an hour later, the train stopped. Wu Hung used the night to release teleportation several times and returned to the princess's residence. Mansion. Side room. The magic circle gradually took shape, and Wu Hang's figure followed. Two ghosts also flew in. This is where Grinda's possessed secret order members live. After all, they are outsiders, so they can only be arranged in the side room outside. In the dim study, Grinda sat at the desk, looking at the book in his hand with the help of the light stone. Seeing Wu Hung coming over, he asked, "What were you doing just now?" "I went back to Nilali City. I was planning to go back and take a look. I happened to see two sides still fighting, so I defeated them all," Wu Hung said casually. 5. The witch turned into smoke and ran away again, Wu Hung said helplessly. Glinda's eyebrows jumped, and he looked at him strangely. "Did you let her go?" "What did I mean by letting her go? Her ability to turn into smoke is a bit special. Xiao and I chased her through half of the dense forest, but we didn't catch her." Xiao also cooperated and testified. "Yes, we can't possess Sister Benny. Uncle struck her with lightning in the air, but he couldn't catch her." Hearing Xiao say this, Glinda nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, "Now that she has run away, you have to consider that some of your information will be leaked by her. At least the eldest prince will know your strength. But you don't have to worry. With your current strength, the prince may not be able to threaten you. Wu Hung is not the same as before in Blackstone Town. I am also worried about the policies of the Yeko Kingdom and the bills of the people above. Knowing his own strength, or knowing that he killed the killer he hired, it is difficult for him to pose any threat to himself. Attack Treasure Island? Or report it to the association. He hired a cult killer. Would he mention this to the association? Unless he is stupid. Well, I will pay attention," Glinda continued. "Next time you take the ghost train, it's better not to leave us outside." "What's wrong? I just asked you what you were doing. I felt that I lost touch with you twice. It was probably when you were riding the ghost train. Although there was no substantial damage. You should be careful," Glinda explained. "Okay." Wu Hung nodded. Glinda continued. "My body is too old. I estimate that it can only last for 2 or 3 days before obvious abnormalities appear. You should be prepared," Wu Hung said. "I will find a reason to arrange for you to go out tomorrow, and then find a place to dispose of the body in the wild." "That's fine. Then I go back first." "Yes." Glinda nodded, picked up the book beside her and continued reading. Wu Hung used teleportation to return to the main building of the mansion. Go upstairs and enter the study. Opening the door, I saw the princess lying on the desk to rest. Her hair was messy, and she was wearing a neutral outfit, like a female mercenary on a mission. The sound of the door opening made the princess open her eyes suddenly. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, her face calmed down again. "Have you finished?" The princess straightened her hair and stood up. After signing the contract, the signatory will trust and obey from the bottom of their hearts. So, the words were more respectful than before. "It's done. Are you ready?" Wu Hung walked over. The princess made way for the desk and said, "I have sorted it out. In addition to the movement habits, there is also the second prince's diary. You need to be familiar with the content and handwriting on it." A pile of notes was taken out. The princess continued, "You'd better find a reason to rest tomorrow. It may be difficult to master all these things in one night." Wu Hung looked at it and said, "Finding a reason will make you more suspicious. If a minister tries to test it, there may be problems." Wu Hung looked at the things on the table, thought about it, and said, "It's okay. It's not a big problem." Then, he found a wide place and began to shake his body at a high frequency. 6 identical figures appeared in the blink of an eye. They formed a circle and started to discuss. "Come on. Tell me about his habits and little movements. Another Wu Hung said, after you finished telling her. Tell me about his speech habits. The two on the right tore the notes apart, each holding half, and began to read. The rest began to imitate the notes. The whole study room suddenly became lively. The princess stood there, rubbing her eyes to make sure she was not dizzy or hallucinating. Who on earth is this person? The next day, in the solemn hall, Wu Hung was wearing a gorgeous dress and sitting upright at the top. Below him were the Minister of Administration Edwin and the burly President Serdan. The Minister of Administration kept scanning the sky. Then he bowed slightly and stood up again. His eyes were gentle but vigilant and suspicious. And he smiled and said, Your Highness, you haven't talked to us like this for a long time, since you went to Nilali City. Seeing you today reminds me of the time when I accompanied you to study and learn to read. Your Highness, do you still remember who corrected your posture when you first learned swordsmanship and helped you improve your swordsmanship? After saying that, a pair of eyes suddenly looked over and stared at this side closely. Chapter 828. Sure enough, just as Princess Natalia said, a short contact may be enough to fool him. But it is not so easy to pretend to be the second prince for a long time. This morning, these two came to find me. The words were a direct test. Wu Hung showed a trace of embarrassment and replied with a smile. Of course I remember. The instructor who taught us at that time was Sigismund. I didn't like these things and I learned slowly. It was you who helped me find a helper. I practiced secretly and completed his assessment. The Minister of Administration Edwin nodded slightly. The first question was correct. Without waiting for him to continue asking, Wu Hung sighed again, trying to bring the topic back to the current situation. I should have worked harder earlier, and the current situation might have been better. Everyone's growth situation is different. Your Highness shoulders the heavy responsibility of restoring the country, so you don't have to worry too much about it, the Minister of Administration advised, and then asked another question. Does Your Highness remember the squirrel we met when we were walking in the courtyard one time? You gave it a name at that time. What was it called? Zoe. Then ran away. And we couldn't find it after a long search. Wu Hung answered softly. The two inquiries made the Minister of Administration understand. Sitting back in his seat, he glanced at the president beside him and nodded slightly. The questions he asked were all some secrets from the past years, which he could say casually. It can prove that there is no problem with the prince in front of him. The tentative relief ended. The president spoke in a deep voice. Your Highness, please tell me in detail about the matter of Nilali City. Who attacked there? Wu Hung felt a little relieved when he brought up the matter again. It seemed that the test against him had been passed. He read the diary last night and listened to the princess talk for half a night. He remembered most of the things. But he was also afraid that the other party would suddenly ask something he didn't know. Wu Hung supported his forehead with a bitter look on his face and said, Ditalio. He colluded with the cult and arranged many 18th level professionals to attack the city of Nilali. The two ministers below looked at each other. Sure enough, it was someone from the eldest prince's side. The president said, What was the situation at that time? Last night, soldiers were arranged to go to Nilali City overnight. But it will take a few days to get a specific response. I can only get a preliminary understanding of the situation through asking. I only know that there are 4 assassins in total. I don't know how they found my residence. The scene was quite chaotic at the time. I escaped under the cover of my personal guards. Wu Hung finished speaking and sighed again, as if recalling something embarrassing. What are your plans? Your Highness? The president asked again. Wu Hung took a deep breath and spoke slowly. My news here must be kept secret, so as to prevent any assassins from threatening this place. Let's wait for detailed information from Nilali City, and then we can discuss the follow-up plan. Okay, Your Highness. Then I will strengthen the city's defense and make other plans after the news is delivered, the president said in a deep voice. Wu Hung nodded, indicating that he understood. At this time, Grenda stood up slowly. She was still attached to the old man of the secret society, wrapped tightly, but her skin already showed serious signs of aging. She bowed first, then said, Your Highness, please allow me to leave for a while and transfer more funds. Without waiting for Wu Hung to speak, the management minister below took the lead and said, Leaving at this time may attract some people's attention. To put it mildly, they were worried that the information about the second prince here would be leaked. I have my own way to ensure that it will not be discovered by the enemy, Glenda said calmly. The two ministers looked at Wu Hung at the same time, waiting for him to make arrangements. Wu Hung said, since you are sure. Choose a time to leave, and don't attract other people's attention. Yes, Your Highness. Glinda nodded and sat down on the chair again. The conversation was over. The few people sat down and chatted about some things casually. The two ministers stood up and bowed and left. Wu Hung still sat in the chair and waited for a while. Then he flew back from outside. Said, no problem. They took a carriage back to their residence. And when they chatted, they also said that you are fine. Glinda said, it can be regarded as saving their own lives. That's right. Xiao Xiao followed and agreed. Wu Hung loosened his collar and said, it's best if they believe it. And it will save us trouble. Glinda, you should leave the city now and deal with this body. Yes. Glinda stood up, left her things behind, and walked out directly. Glinda left. Wu Hung also stood up and walked to the back to the princess's residence, walked into the building, and saw the princess sitting in the living room waiting, and several maids busy at the side. Your Highness. The princess stood up and saluted. Yes. Wu Hung nodded. The princess said to the people beside her, you go down first. Don't come in if there is nothing important. Yes. The maid replied, and all went down. At this time, the princess came over, helped him take off his coat, and whispered, is everything going well? Sir? The Minister of Administration did ask 2 questions. There are no problems. I answered them all. Wu Hung sat down on the side. Last night's efforts should be helpful to you. The princess still stood opposite. After saying that, she suddenly felt that the meaning of her words was easy to be misunderstood, and her face flushed slightly. Wu Hung said, thanks to those materials, there may be some places that need to be paid attention to later. Think carefully about whether there are any omissions, and tell me then. Okay, sir. The princess nodded. Wu Hung stood up again and said, I'm going back to the study. If someone comes to see me, just say I'm tired and resting. I'll be back for dinner in the evening. Yes. The princess bowed her head and replied. Wu Hung went upstairs and walked into the study. After sitting in front of the desk for a while, Glinda flew back in the form of a ghost. She stretched in the air and said with emotion, ghosts are better. That body is too bad. Hearing this, it seems that she dislikes living beings. Wu Hung asked, how do you deal with the body? Not long after leaving the city, we met a pack of wolves. We took the initiative to feed them. Now I guess even their bones have become teething sticks. Glinda explained. Xiao Xiao shuddered beside him. Auntie, what you said is so scary. Glinda smiled. The wolves were also confused at the time. It was probably the first time they saw a human who took the initiative to walk over and lie on the ground to die. It's very vivid, Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao and Benny also nodded in agreement. What should we do next? Glinda continued to ask. I asked the princess to notify me if there's anything. Let's go to the zombie world first. The 3 ghosts went straight into the body. Wu Hung opened the door and walked in. On the other side was the prison's monitoring room. The skeleton sat in front of the monitor, staring at the screen in front of him with his empty eyes. Wu Hung released the 3 ghosts first. Then he walked to the side of the skeleton, put his hand on its shoulder, and said, turn up the monitoring of cells 202, 203, and 204. The images of the 3 surveillance cameras were enlarged, and the restless zombies could be clearly seen. There was no obvious change in the size of the zombies, but the wings behind them had grown to about 20 centimeters, which could be clearly seen through the surveillance cameras. From time to time, they flapped their wings twice, raising a cloud of dust around them. It doesn't seem to have changed much. The little face was pressed against the screen. Don't get so close. It's bad for your eyes. Uncle, are you trying to say something to me on purpose? Wu Hung smiled and said, let's go. Let's lock up the people we caught yesterday first. Walk out of the monitoring room and go directly to the prison area. On the way, I saw the alchemical skeleton pushing an iron cart. Follow me, Wu Hung said to the alchemical skeleton. The skeleton turned the cart around and followed him into the corridor of the prison. Mansion technique it opened, revealing the skeleton army wearing the standard armor of the Yet Kingdom and long swords on their waists. They all turned their heads to look over. Inside, there were 5 iron cages. Inside were 5 still weak level 18 professionals. Bring them out, Wu Hung ordered the skeletons. Crash! The skeletons inside began to move and dragged all 5 people out. The 5 people were dragged out of the mansion technique and were anxiously checking the situation around them. When they saw the skeletons everywhere, and heard the roar of the beasts coming from the solitary cell, their faces changed again. The experimental base of the Necromancer. It must be the place where the Necromancer studies the dead magic. Damn it. He wanted to use himself as a test subject. Chapter 829. Puff. Someone just tried to struggle, but the guarding skeleton stabbed him in the abdomen with 2 swords. Blood gushed out, and the already seriously injured body became even weaker. Wu Hung took a look and said directly, starting from 205. Each person will be locked up in a cell. The skeleton took action again. Dragged several people into the cell. Wu Hung. The Dead Spirit Laboratory is against the association's regulations. Let's talk about it. Our goal is to play the second prince. Cooperation is the best choice. I was hired here. Your grievances have nothing to do with me. Let me go, and I can give you a lot of money. You have offended so many people, and nothing good will happen to you. Wu Hung. You can't do this. Several people shouted loudly, making a lot of noise. During the resistance, the skeleton stabbed them from time to time, and then reluctantly dragged them into the cell and put on shackles. The iron door closed. The noise died down. Wu Hung said to the alchemical skeleton, let them recover from their injuries today, and start the transformation of zombies tomorrow. The alchemical skeleton nodded and made a note in the notebook. Then he turned and left. The matter of the 5 level 18 professionals was over. The 3 ghosts flew back, pointed at the cells in front, and said with some regret, Uncle, those 3 zombies are still level 19. Wu Hung opened the narrow observation hole of the iron door and looked inside. Immediately, the roar of the zombies was heard. After closing it again, he said, wait and see. We have only been out for 2 days. Maybe we will reach level 20 in a few days. Okay. Xiao Xiao shrugged. Returned to the monitoring room. Xiao Xiao excitedly told Grinda about the scene last night when Skeleton Shining defeated 6 people alone. At that time, Grinda was possessed by a member of the secret society and did not see the battle. After hearing Shishi's story, Grinda looked at Benny. The latter also nodded, indicating that it was true. This surprised Grinda even more. Wu Hung told her about the victory over 6 level 18 professionals last night, and mentioned that the only witch used smoke to escape. Unexpectedly, the main fighting force is Shan Shan. This skeleton looks like a giant insect. Even if it is level 20, it is too exaggerated for one to fight 6. Besides, she and Benny have also reached level 20. In addition to being able to suppress and devour the other ghosts, they cannot directly kill the 18th level professional. Wu Hung sat down on the chair. After listening to the 3 souls chatting for a few words, he didn't pay attention anymore. He began to think about the 3 19th level zombies in cells 202 to 204. At first, the 3 of them were only level 18 professionals. After being injected with the virus, they were promoted to level 19 the next day. The speed of the promotion shocked Wu Hung and the 3 ghosts. They thought they had found a bug that caused the level to be stuck, and they could quickly cultivate a batch of level 20 skeletons. But after a few days, there seemed to be no change. They did not reach the imagined level 20. Wu Hung pondered for a while, and came up with 2 possibilities. The first one is that the professional has a high foundation, and unlike ordinary people, there will be a leapfrog promotion after being exposed to the virus. So they were promoted directly from level 18 to level 19. The second possibility is because of reputation. These level 18 professionals had already reached the limit of level 19, but they were limited to level 18 because of insufficient reputation conditions. After being injected with the zombie virus, they turned from professionals into zombies. The rules of reputation were also cancelled, and they were naturally promoted directly to level 19. Thinking about it this way, Wu Hung felt that the second possibility was more likely. This meets the criteria for level upgrade. If this is true, then it can only be upgraded to level 19. In other words, after being transformed into a zombie, the upgrade speed from level 18 to level 19 is fast. And if you want to reach level 20, you need to use corpse cores to cultivate. We observe it later, Wu Hung said, and thought of the combat power of the skeleton rhinoceros beetle Shanshan again in his mind. A level 20 skeleton can fight 6 level 18 professionals, which is still quite strong, although it is not as exaggerated as Xiao Xiao said. And he has been able to withstand the pressure of the enemy. But he has been able to hold back 6 people, which is already very exaggerated. Of course, Shanshan's shortcomings are also obvious. All battles rely on brute force and the speed provided by wings. Rushing around, knocking or smashing the enemy away. There is basically no skill to speak of. This is the disadvantage of zombies turning into skeletons. They don't have the foundation of professionals. So the fighting method is more like the attack of wild beasts. But there are ways. The people imprisoned in this cell behind include several professional zombies who have reached level 19. They were all professionals originally and had the basics of fighting. It depends on whether they can be preserved after being transformed into skeletons. If they have the same strength and speed as Shanshan and retain the combat experience or skills as professionals, that would be unimaginable combat power. Thinking about it, he was a little bit expectant. Wu Hung checked the time, then picked up the radio to collect and dial Li Yahong's number. In another world, the sun is high. On the winding path, a cloud of smoke emerged from the forest, gradually staring in the middle of the road, and turned into a witch named Viola, wearing a tattered black robe with dust and blood on the corners of her clothes. Viola's face was haggard. Her skin was pale, and her eyes were full of vigilance. Damn kid. I should have killed you first last time. Viola gritted her teeth and muttered viciously. At the same time, she was also surprised at the other party's growth speed. It has only been a short time, and his strength has improved to this level. Even with the support of the association, it is impossible to do it so quickly. Originally, I planned to return to Treasure Island to seek revenge after this matter was over. Now it seems that if I really go there, it is hard to say who will kill whom. He took 2 deep breaths and took 2 more bottles of medicine. After his breath stabilized, he took out a set of clothes from the space ring and continued to move forward along the dirt road. After walking for a while, he heard a click sound from one side. After passing through the woods, he saw 3 men tying up firewood and preparing to leave. Suddenly seeing Viola appear, the 3 of them were startled and subconsciously picked up the axe in their hands. Viola immediately said, "Don't be nervous. I'm just passing by." "Why are you here?" one person asked. Viola said, "My family encountered an accident. My relatives were separated, and I got lost in the mountains. I am looking for the location of a nearby town." Her idea was also very simple. Now I don't know what's going on outside, and I can't tell the direction in the woods. I still have to find a place to rest and heal my wounds before making plans. If that guy really chases me, I can still run away in time. The 3 people on the opposite side looked at her again. From her dress and skin, she didn't look like someone from a remote place. She must be a lady from the city. Then he asked, "Where are you from?" "Cyrus City." "I haven't heard of it." "Where are you going?" "Nilali City." "That's far away. You're going the wrong direction." The man looked at her again. His face flushed a little, and he coughed lightly and said, "It's still half a day before dark. Our village is down there. You can go back with us first and leave tomorrow." Viola's face was full of joy. "Thank you, gentlemen." The 3 of them scratched their heads and laughed. They walked out of the woods together, and they competed to introduce her to the situation of the village. Soon they saw the outline of the village. As soon as they stepped into the village, they heard a commotion inside. 3 guards and 6 gang members wearing leather armor gathered in the center of the village. Several villagers, including some half-grown children, had been tied up, and the whips in the guards' hands were raised and lowered, making whip sounds. All professionals above level 5 must join the army to fight against the undead in the north. You have falsely reported the number of people and levels. I think you are looking for death. The old man in the village immediately stepped forward and kept bowing. "Stop fighting. You will die if you continue to fight." The rest of the villagers also followed and begged for mercy. The captain of the guard did not stop, cursing, "It's better to die. This crime is enough to be beheaded." The old man said, Sir, a few of us are willing to follow. Leave a few professionals in the village. There are wild beasts outside the village, and autumn is coming soon. What's the use of you old guys?" A gang member who followed cursed and pulled the old man. "You old man is too ignorant. Whether there are people in your village is not a matter of the captain's words." Chapter 830. The old man understood the meaning of the other party's words, turned his head, and said a few more words to the villagers behind him. They all went home. Each took out some copper coins and silver coins, and put them together. The old man handed the money over. The captain of the guard took it, counted the number of silver coins, weighed the money bag filled with copper coins, and said, "Let them go." The villagers on the ground were released. and those covered with whip marks were taken away by others. The captain took out a few wanted orders from his arms again, threw them to the old man who handed over the money, and said coldly, "This is a wanted order from above. 2 men and 1 woman. Height and characteristics. Pay attention to outsiders." The old man immediately picked it up and nodded repeatedly. He asked someone to post several wanted posters on the conspicuous walls of the square. There was no clear portrait on the wanted poster, only the outline of the black robe with different heights and skills. After the matter was explained, the guards led the gang members out, and the villagers followed behind. They walked to the village gate in a mess, and saw 3 men and 1 woman carrying dry firewood. The guards and gang members all stared, especially the women, and scanned them carefully for several times. There are still some who have escaped. Test their levels. Take away those who are above level 5. The captain waved his hand behind him. The villagers following behind him all looked grim. "Why did you come back at this time? This is just a gift to the door." Hearing the order, a guard led the gang members and walked over with a crystal stone for the test level. "Hold it." The 3 people looked grim, but they still held the crystal stone under coercion. 2 of them were level 5, and 1 was level 6. The guards and gang members all sneered. There are still surprises. Then, he handed the crystal to the woman. "Hold it." Looking at the crystal handed over, Viola's eyes condensed. The 3 villagers who were thrown into the dry firewood and detained said loudly, "She is not from the village. Why are you arresting her? She is from the city. You can't control her here." "From the city?" The captain suddenly looked up and looked at her with a little scrutiny. He glanced at the wanted poster posted behind him again, and his eyes changed slightly. He said, "Forget it if she is not from the village. It's not peaceful outside recently. Don't walk around." "Thank you for your reminder, sir," Viola replied with a smile, and then took out some silver coins. "These are their money." The captain took the money and said, "Let them go." The guards and gang members were stunned and looked at him strangely. When did the captain become so easy to talk to? The 3 villagers were released. The guards also strode away. After the guards left, the villagers immediately gathered and began to ask about the 3 people. When they learned that Viola met them on the road, they all looked puzzled. The old man who had been talking to the guards, who should be the village chief, forced a smile and said, "Thank you for your help, Mississippi. We will collect the money and return it to you as soon as possible." Viola smiled and said, "I want to rest in the village for 1 night. This is the cost of accommodation. It's a small place, so why would I need so much? Then wait until I come next time, and you can return it to me." The village chief forced a smile on his wrinkled face and said, "I prepare a room for you to rest." "Okay." Walking all the way to the center of the village, the village chief prepared a separate room for her. Someone went down to prepare dinner. After sending the villagers away, Viola closed the door, opened the window and looked out. She turned into a cloud of smoke and flew out directly in the dense forest. When they left the village, the team left the road and went straight through the dense forest. The road was difficult to walk on, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Several gang members with lower levels began to sweat on their foreheads. "Captain, why are you in such a hurry?" someone shouted. "Go back earlier and divide the money earlier." The captain looked back and sped up again, thinking back to the woman at the entrance of the village. He felt something was wrong. They came here this time. They said they were here to capture villagers and send them to the army. But in fact, they were posting wanted notices in each village. Nilali City was attacked, and it was said that there were serious casualties. They bullied ordinary villagers and made some money. Who would really want to capture those people? They really didn't have the ability. However, the woman she met at the entrance of the village at this time made her somewhat suspicious. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. "I hope not." "Russell." As he was talking, there was a sound of grass scurrying behind him. Everyone stopped and looked back. The next second, several beasts made of smoke jumped out of the grass and killed everyone. Then, the smoke turned into Viola and looked at the corpses on the ground. "I'm not happy." "You're unlucky." Bending down, he collected the money bag on the corpse, then rolled up the corpse and put it into the space ring, turned into smoke again, and returned to the village. Zombie world. Monitoring room. Li Yahong's voice came from the other side of the satellite phone. "Hello. It's me. Where are you?" Wu Hong asked. "In the central square." "Do you need me to go over?" Li Yang said directly. Wu Hung looked at the time. If she came over, it would be dark, and he had to go back to the other world and continue to play the role of the second prince. At least during this period of time. He needed to stay there. Wu Hung said, "I see you in 2 days." "That's fine." Wu Hung continued to ask, "Let me ask you a question. Is there any place in Xinfu City where zombies can be cleared?" In addition to successfully killing the second prince, the biggest gain of this operation is the ghost train ticket machine. Even if I have the train conductor's hat, the tickets produced by the ticket machine can be used by my subordinates. So, the plan is to collect some residual souls and study how to produce tickets. The other party was silent for a while, and then said, "There are no more in the city. But you can look for a place in the surrounding villages. I ask someone to find it, and tell you when the time comes." Xinfu City was the first city to be cleared of zombies. Now I can't find any missing places. Okay. Wu Hung nodded. Then, the two chatted about the base for a while. After they finished chatting, they hung up the phone. Then, Wu Hung took out 5 space rings, and took out the items inside one by one. The space rings were for the 5 18th level professionals, who were imprisoned. They didn't have a chance to check them after they got them. There were many kinds of daily necessities. Money bags, house deeds, scrolls and potions. Pushing the rest aside, his eyes fell on a portable oil lamp covered with copper rust. Soul-chasing lantern, rare item. Effect, tracks the target. Side effect, consumes chi and blood. Description, when the user blows the wick and drips blood, hair and other body tissues, it can reflect the target's location. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. It seems that the black-robed assassins found the location of the second prince through this rare item. In fact, the effect is not much different from his own tracking pendant, both of which are rare items for finding targets. The side effects are somewhat similar. The pendant requires dripping blood, and the oil lamp consumes the user's chi and blood. Why do you need blood to find someone's things? The difference lies in the different tracking methods. The tracking pendant requires the target's underwear or items, while the soul-chasing oil lamp requires blood, hair, or body tissue. It can be regarded as providing a means for tracking the target. However, the description of the blowing the wick feels a bit strange. Others blow it out, but it blows it up. What is this? Uncle! Xiao Xiao flew over and asked. The other two also looked over. The 3 souls were sorting out other spoils, scrolls, and coins into several piles. A strange item that can track the target by burning the target's hair and blood. Wu Hung held up the oil lamp and showed it to the 3 ghosts. Glinda suddenly realized, the killer used this thing to find the second prince? It should be. Then where did they find his hair? Xiao Xiao asked. Wu Hung shook his head. I don't know. Glinda said, it doesn't matter where you found him. This is a reminder for you. Be careful outside in the future. Don't even let your hair fall off. You can seal it with cement, but you still can't let your hair fall off. Wu Hung said unhappily. Pick it up if it falls off. Glinda said again. Xiao Xiao and Binny laughed at the side. After looking at all the spoils, Wu Hung put them into the space ring according to their types. You come back first. We have to go back. The 3 ghosts entered the body. Wu Hung opened the door and walked in directly. It was dusk when he returned to the princess's mansion. After letting the 3 ghosts go out to move freely, Wu Hung washed his face, put on the mask and walked downstairs. After going downstairs, the princess stood up and said, Your Highness, dinner is ready, with several of your favorite dishes. Let's go! They walked into the restaurant together, and dinner was already on the table. Since there were servants following him all the time, Wu Hung always wore a mask. The conversation between the two was just some simple small talk. Nothing serious. After dinner was over, after the servants took away all the dishes, Wu Hung returned to the bedroom with her. 2 maids made the bed in the bedroom. The princess said, Go back and rest. We don't need you here tonight. Yes. All the maids left. There were only 2 people left in the bedroom. Wu Hung took off his mask, sat at the table and poured himself a cup of tea. He looked carefully at the princess, who had forced her to sign the contract. He looks young, about 20 years old, and about the height of Wu Hang's shoulders. He has a well-proportioned body and a pretty face. To be a princess, she must be good-looking. Across from her, the princess saw the other person staring at her, and lowered her head with a slightly red face. Wu Hung retracted his gaze and asked, How old are you? 22. What about the second prince? 34 years old. The princess answered. The second prince is already 34. Actually, he doesn't look like it. I thought he would be younger. Wu Hung then asked, how old is the eldest prince? The princess said, I don't know exactly how old he is, but he may be over 45. The eldest prince is in his 40s. The second prince is 34. And the fifth princess should be in her 20s. The old king is quite energetic. The age span is so large. What happened in the kingdom? It has become like this now. Wu Hung asked the question in his heart. From the information obtained from the outside world, we can get some information by piecing together. But it is really impossible to determine whether it is correct or not. And what the truth is. The princess frowned and thought for a while. And said, I don't know the details. I just know that it was suddenly reported that the eldest prince killed the old king. And Clifford took us out of the royal city and occupied this place. Wu Hung paused, and then realized that Clifford was the name of the second prince. You are a princess. And you don't know anything? Wu Hung was surprised. They need a princess. And I just fit the identity. The princess smiled bitterly and continued. If these things are over one day, please allow me to go out and take a look. And walk out of here. Accompany me to play the role of the second prince. And you can go wherever you want in the future. The other party nodded. After understanding what he wanted to know, he didn't think of anything else to ask. So he stood up and planned to go back to rest. Seeing him stand up, the princess' body trembled, lowered her head, and grabbed the bedclothes with her fingers. After a while, she heard footsteps approaching the door. And then she raised her head and looked. Wu Hung said, Rest. I sleep next door. You're going to sleep next door? Wu Hung looked at her and asked, Are you ready? No. No. She knew what it would be like if a man and a woman signed a slave contract. For more than a day, she was also doing psychological preparation. In particular, she could not have any ill will towards her master. And everything was a matter of time. Then let's get ready first. And rest early. Wu Hung opened the door and walked out directly. The princess also walked to the door, listened to the door of the next room open, and then walked in. Her heart was still pounding at this time. It seemed that the person she signed the contract with was not as cruel as she imagined. Buzz! The penetrating roar of the engine broke the silence of the night. Under the silver moonlight, a black motorcycle passed by quickly and stopped in front of an old house. Lilith was wearing a black leather jacket and a pair of black boots. After taking off her helmet, she leaned back and shook her messy long hair, hanging the helmet by the handle. He stepped directly into the old house. Ding-ling-ling. The door opened and a pleasant bell rang. Then a woody smell came to my face. Ta-ta-ta. Footsteps sounded. And footsteps sounded on the wooden stairs connecting to the upper floor. A dwarf wearing a single-sided glasses walked down slowly and saluted respectfully. Chief Lilith, he said, and snapped his fingers lightly. The eight-legged round table crawled over from a distance, followed by the stiff puppet, who brought teacups and cakes and placed them on the round table. Lilith nodded and said, Is the goods I ordered ready? Of course. The dwarf took out a huge gift box and placed it on the table. The black silk was opened, revealing the doll with a delicate face inside. I will do my best to customize the goods you ordered. It can fully meet all your requirements, including carrying ghosts, the dwarf said, with some madness in his words. Dang! Lilith threw out a bag of gold coins and put away the gift box. I hope it will be as successful as you said. No matter how bad my reputation is, I dare not deceive Chief Lilith. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, the dwarf quickened his pace and followed behind him. And a large number of puppets also followed him out. He continued to say, Chief, I don't know if the vehicle you parked at the door is a strange object or the latest prop. Is it convenient for me to study it? It looks very special in structure. I will introduce it to your maker when I have a chance. Lilith walked out of the old house without looking back, under the gaze of the other party and various strange puppets. She put on a helmet and sat on the motorcycle. Buzz! After a buzz, the motorcycle sped away. It disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, in the Parliament Hall, the Minister of Administration and the President hurried over. The President saluted and said, Your Highness, the soldiers who went to Nilali City to deliver intelligence are back. How is it over there? Wu Hung asked. The President frowned and looked serious. On the day you left, 3 level 18 professionals in the city led the army out of the city to pursue the enemy and have not returned yet. The level 18 professionals, who stayed in the city, also left the city the next day on the pretext of having something to do. All valuable items in the residence were emptied. Wu Heng's eyes condensed. First in surprise, then in anger and fear. His voice trembled. How could this happen? The 3 people who left the city were arrested and put in prison. The remaining one was probably scared and ran away directly. The Minister of Administration immediately said, Your Highness, don't worry. Stay calm and find a way. Wu Heng took a deep breath and sat down again. The President continued, Your Highness, there is another message. The messenger from Ratam City has arrived and was arranged in the tavern in Nilali City. Chapter 831. The messenger's affairs in Ratam City finally reached here. In the original plan, the messenger's role was to find the location of the second prince. But the messenger's speed was not as fast as Wu Heng's. He had been killed for so many days before he officially passed on the messenger's negotiations. Of course, when the second prince was killed on the train, the messenger's affairs were written in the information exchanged by the 4 of them on paper. But it was still a transmission of intelligence at that time, and the person had not yet arrived in Nilali City. How can we have the energy to deal with the situation over there now? Wu Heng played the role of the second prince, with an impatient look on his face. How could the 18th level professionals in Nilali City stay calm when they were dying or running away? The 2 ministers below looked at each other. The Minister of Administration stepped forward and said again, Your Highness, contact the messenger from Ratam City. Maybe there will be some turning point. Wu Heng looked up at the other party and asked, What turning point? Can we use Ratam City to jointly contain the threat from the capital? The Minister of Administration said softly. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, somewhat surprised that the other party would take the initiative to propose this decision. How to use it? The Minister of Administration continued. Ratam City arranged a messenger to come here. It can be confirmed that it is for peace talks. If we fall, they will directly face the army of the capital. He paused slightly, observed Wu Heng's expression, and then said, We are willing to negotiate with them, but we need them to help us resist the threat of the capital. Unknowingly, the situation on the second prince's side has developed to this point. No one said it, but it was obvious that they could not compete with the eldest prince. Forget about taking back the throne. Wait until the news here reaches the eldest prince and arrange for the second batch of assassins to come. No one here can survive. Of course, the real second prince has died in Wu Heng's hands. Wu Heng said, We just arranged assassins to kill the female city lord. So, we have to resolve the misunderstanding in this regard. Good guy. Assassination can be called a misunderstanding. Wu Heng looked at the president. What do you think? The president said, Getting their support is the best result for us. But we need to arrange someone to discuss this matter. His Highness cannot go there due to safety issues. And we need to choose someone who can make a decision. After that, he looked directly at the Minister of Administration. The latter frowned, but still walked out and said, I am willing to go and talk to the other party's messenger. How many days will it take to get a result? The journey will take 3 days, and I will inform you of the news as soon as possible. The Minister of Administration said. Then you should leave as soon as possible and try to negotiate the cooperation. Wu Heng's voice immediately became serious. Okay. Then, the 3 of them sat together and talked about the bargaining chips that could be brought out for negotiation and the conditions that could be accepted. The Minister of Administration was given greater authority during the negotiation. After arranging some details, the Minister of Administration and the President stood up and left. The 2 left, and Wu Heng still sat in his seat. He was thinking about the cooperation mentioned by the 2 ministers just now. Judging from the attitudes of the 2, the disappearance and escape of all the level 18 professionals in Nilali City is also a huge pressure on them. If the identities of these 2 people were not completely tied to the second prince, they would have considered leaving with money, high level, and enough money. You can have a good life anywhere. The threat brought by the eldest prince forced this side to cooperate with Ratam City. To put it bluntly, they want to pull Ratam City into the water and directly become enemies with the eldest prince. But for me, as long as it works well, I can use this cooperation as a way to transfer power, downplay the role of the second prince, and give all the territory and power to Winman Shah. It's an opportunity. Thinking in my heart, Glinda and Benny flew back from outside. Glinda said first, The president has arranged a guard to send the minister out of the city. Benny also said, The minister I followed went home to pack up his things and told his family about the funeral. It seems that this minister is really good to the second prince. I heard from Natalia that he is the second prince's teacher, so there should be some teacher-student relationship between them, Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao muttered to the side. The second prince must have been a good student before. Glenda continued. Are you planning to transfer the power to Wen Mansha through this negotiation? According to the current situation, we will accept any conditions proposed by Rentam City. If the operation is done well, the transition can be faster. Wu Heng said what he had just thought. Benny nodded. Yes, it is true. Xiao Xiao followed suit. Yeah, that's true. Glenda also thought quickly, and then said, there's another point to be added to the negotiation. What point? Require the second prince to live in Rentam City, either as a hostage or in the name of protecting him. You can't stay here as a prince forever. When you go to Rentam City, you will be free, Glenda said seriously. Wu Heng's eyes lit up. I really didn't expect this. I asked Wen Mansha to add it. Okay. After talking about the matter, Wu Heng continued. Xiao Xiao, help me keep an eye on the outside, and let me know if someone comes. Okay. Xiao Xiao flew to the door. Wu Heng took out a portable radio, connected it, and tuned it to the frequency band where Wen Mansha was. Wen Mansha, can you hear me? After about a minute or two, Wen Mansha's voice came from the other side. Master, I'm here. Is everything going well recently? Everything is fine. Master, don't worry. Wen Mansha's voice was full of laughter. The messenger has arrived. I have discussed some situations here and want to tell you. You tell me. Wu Heng recounted the results of the discussion here. After finishing, he continued, relying on Rentam City is the best result here at the moment. So the conditions have to be more stringent. Wen Mansha asked solemnly, how stringent? You can discuss the rest of the things over there. I have 2 points to arrange here. You say, the Minister of Administration will ask the army of Rentam City to help defend the city. You will ask for the right to manage the city together with the second prince. That is, equal command. He will also mention the requirement to protect the second prince. You will say that the second prince needs to settle in Rentam City. Wu Heng said directly. Aren't you the second prince now? Yes. If I settle in Rentam City in this way, I won't be exposed. From now on, I will be in charge of you, Wu Heng explained. These are the 2 most important parts of the plan. Jointly managing the cities under the name of the second prince can directly transfer the power to him. Gradually, the influence of the second prince gradually faded and slowly gathered on Wen Mansha. The second point is to ask the second prince to go to Rentam City, which is to let Wu Heng go there. He can't stay here and pretend to be the second prince for the rest of his life. Wen Mansha suddenly realized. I understand. I will send someone to notify the messenger now. Is it in time? It's in time. It will take 3 days to arrange the people to negotiate. That's enough. Wen Mansha continued. How about this? I let Hartle go to negotiate directly, so as not to tell this plan to too many people. That's fine. Wen Mansha smiled and said. Hartle has prepared a lot of new clothes, waiting to wear them for you to see. Wu Heng glanced at Glenda and Bernie, who were looking over, and said, let's talk about it when we get back, and arrange this matter first. Okay. Master. I go down and arrange it first. Okay. After hanging up the call, Wu Heng put away the radio. Glenda said, it depends on how the negotiations go. It's nothing more than a delay of a few days. As far as the current situation is concerned, the second prince has no other choice. Benny said again, what about the secret society? Will they do anything? All the secret society members around us are dead. When they react, both sides will reach a cooperation. So it won't be a big problem. That's right. Call Xiao Xiao. Let's go back. Benny flew out and called Xiao Xiao, who was keeping watch. And together they went through the back door and returned to the princess's residence. Walked into the main door. Then, they saw the princess with her maids trimming the branches. She was wearing a colorful flower dress, and several butterflies were flying around her. Your Highness! The princess and the maid saluted together. Yes! Wu Heng nodded. Come with me to the study. Wu Heng walked straight ahead. The princess sent the maids away to do her own things, and she followed them upstairs and into the study. The door closed, and then stood aside. My lord, what's the matter? Wu Heng took off the mask, motioned her to sit down, and then said, in a few days, I will settle in Rentam City as the second prince. What do you think? The princess looked at him with some surprise. Are you willing to let me go? We don't have any hatred. You can leave then. But you can't mention the things here in the future. Wu Hung poured himself a cup of tea. The hatred between himself and the second prince has little to do with this princess. In other words, this princess is more like a canary in a cage. The second prince needs a princess. And she happens to be the most suitable. She did help me before. And she signed a slave contract with me. So she would not do anything harmful to me. So, if she wants to leave, I won't force her to stay. I will go to my relatives at home and won't cause you any trouble. The princess smiled. Well, if you have trouble in the future, go to Rentam City. And the people there will protect you. The princess smiled and nodded. Then said, You look young too. Why are you so amazing? After 2 days of contact, it was the first time that she wanted to chat with me. Not bad. Talent. People like you shouldn't be so unknown. Actually, I'm somewhat famous outside. Maybe it's because you haven't been in contact with the outside world for a while. Can you tell me about it? Wu Hung took a sip of tea. It's a bit embarrassing to talk about my own things. I have 2 books here. Let me show you. 2 great detective books were taken out and placed on the table. The princess raised her eyebrows, looked at the books, and then looked at Wu Hung, and asked in a suspicious tone, Your book? Written for me. Oh, I believe you are very famous outside. As she said, she picked up the book. The 2 chatted for a while. The princess left the room. Wu Hung also sat back at the desk and discussed some arrangements with the 3 ghosts. 2 days later, the zombie world. In the surveillance, the 5 newly sent in level 18 professionals also completed the transformation into zombies. After watching the surveillance, Wu Hung took the skeleton alchemist's record book to check. The wings of the zombies in cells 202, 203, and 204 reached half a meter in length. The growth rate is still relatively fast. The remaining zombies also have the rudiments of wings on their backs. It seems that the zombie virus used includes the feature of wings. And the transformed zombies all have wings. With wings, they can fly. In Wu Hang's view, this is also an advantage. Whether it is fighting in the air or moving at a super fast speed like Shan Shan, they all increase strength. Uncle, I'm back. Xiao Xiao came through the wall and saluted. Then, Granda and Benny also flew back. Wu Hung returned the record book to the skeleton and asked, How is it? Xiao Xiao said, 3 are level 19. And 2 are not very competitive. Still level 18. This made Wu Hung more certain of his previous guess. Zombies that can be directly upgraded to level 19 have reached the standard for upgrading before transformation. But their upgrade is limited by reputation. After transforming into a zombie, this layer of shackles was removed, and he reached level 19 directly. It's okay. Even if it's still level 18. It should be not far from level 19. Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao half flying in the air. Then when will they reach level 20? I don't know. Anyway, if we continue to provide it, it will reach level 1 day sooner or later. Okay. Xiao Xiao shrugged. After reading it, Wu Hung stretched. Let's go. Let's go back and pretend to be a prince. 3 ghosts entered his body, and Wu Hung returned to the other world. Nilari City. In the solemn hall, on both sides of the long oak table, the negotiators of the 2 forces sat respectively. On the left were the Minister of Administration Edwin and some officials representing the second prince, and opposite were the City Master Hater of Rentam City, who was dressed in dark clothes and black framed glasses, and his officials. The scene was slightly quiet. The Minister of Administration spoke first and said solemnly, Miss Hater, this war has lasted too long, and the people are suffering. Your Highness hopes that we can end this dispute peacefully. Let the fields return to farming and weaving, and let the trade routes prosper again. There was a bit of earnestness in his words. Hartle stood straight and said slowly, We also hope to end the war. If you have no objection, we can directly sign an agreement and use the current city as the boundary to end this meaningless war. The Minister of Administration raised his eyebrows. He did not expect the other party to be so decisive. Even when he had the upper hand, he did not make any demands. He only asked for the ownership of the land they occupied. In the past, they would not agree to this. But the current situation does not allow them to ask for too much. Even if they disagree verbally, they cannot give back the lost land. The Minister of Administration continued. Don't worry. Miss Hartle, we have no opinion on your idea, but we still want to discuss deeper cooperation with you. Oh, what cooperation? Hartle looked puzzled. The Minister of Administration carefully repeated what he was discussing. There are two main points. Let Ratam City resist the army and assassins of the first prince together. And the second point is to protect the safety of the second prince. Hatton knew about this in advance, so he just showed surprise on his face. And several officials, who accompanied the Minister of Administration, also showed surprise at the same time. It seems that they didn't know in advance. Hatton said, "Are you going to drag Ratam City into the water? Or let us be your cannon fodder?" I heard the dissatisfaction in the other party's tone. The Minister of Administration immediately explained, "No. We sincerely want to cooperate with Ratam City. Of course, you can also raise any conditions on your side. We will discuss together. Everything is for better cooperation." Hatton fell into silence. Then he said, "Peace is what everyone wants. But the cooperation you mentioned to resist the threat of the capital is not enough with just verbal promises. I can't go back and explain." The Minister of Administration's expression sank. Hatton whispered to the people around him and raised his head and said, "Let us help you defend. But we need the joint governance of the city under the jurisdiction of the second prince at present, so as to ensure the rights and interests of both parties. The second point you mentioned is to protect the safety of the second prince." After hesitating for a while, he continued, "His Royal Highness the second prince needs to settle in Ratam City. This is not only trust, but also a solid foundation for subsequent cooperation." The Minister of Administration opened his eyes. Going to Ratam City? This is impossible. Chapter 832. The Minister of Administration stood up suddenly, with his hands on the table, looking angry. The second prince represented the leader of his side. What's the difference between sending the leader over and losing the battle? Faced with the anger of the Minister of Administration, Hayter's face remained calm, and he said softly, "The second prince intends to use us to contain the first prince. When we are both defeated, you will continue to attack?" After saying that, everyone in Ratam City looked over with anger in their eyes. Neither side can win the war, yet they are still playing such tricks. The Minister of Administration immediately explained, "We have no such idea at all, and we sincerely want to restore peace between the two sides. Verbal peace is completely unconvincing." Hartle pushed his glasses. "The war between us was not started by Ratam City." The other side fell silent again. To put it nicely, the two sides came to negotiate for peace. To put it bluntly, the forces on the side of the second prince needed the help of Ratam City. He was not in the right, but he needed help from the other party. This made the negotiation completely passive. From negotiation, it became bargaining, trying to minimize the losses on his side and save some face. Thinking quickly in his mind, the Minister of Administration continued, "If His Royal Highness the second prince goes to Ratam City, it will have an impact on the entire situation and the morale of the army in the territory. It is better to replace him with a member who can also represent the royal family, so as to maintain the trust between the two sides." Hatton looked puzzled. "Who?" "Princess Natalia, His Highness's official wife." The Minister of Administration spoke seriously. Hartle raised his eyebrows. In the contact with Wu Hung, this person was not mentioned. It sounds like she is also a relatively important person in the entire power of the second prince. However, the original plan has been set in advance, and this princess was not mentioned, which also means that she is not needed in this plan, or she is not that important. He simply shook his head. "This princess may be more important in your kingdom, but what we need is for the second prince to settle in Ratam City." The Minister of Administration still looked gloomy, but he did not speak immediately. Hartle continued, "You still need us to protect the safety of the second prince. How do you want us to protect him? Assign him a few level 18 professionals? Or let the skeleton army surround him? Is it the best way to place him in Ratam City? Or do you care more about your face than the life of the second prince? The threat from the capital is not something we can deal with simply by discussing it. You should know this better than me." Hartle spoke slowly. The other party tried to speak several times, but could not find a reason to refute. This is the fact, and there is no better excuse. How can you guarantee the safety of His Highness? The Minister of Administration continued to ask. Hartle said, "We are willing to talk. If we really want to harm you, it is better to contact the prince directly. You will not do this. The head of the church is in the capital. Once you make a big move, it will attract attention from there." Perhaps he had found an opportunity to fight back. The Minister of Administration said immediately, What then? Do you still expect them to stand on your side? Hartle said with a smile. And then said, we have two conditions. The joint governance of your land, and the second prince's settlement in Rentam City. If you don't agree, then there is no need to continue this negotiation. The Minister of Administration took a deep breath and shouted, Miss Hartle, please stay in the tavern for 2 days. I will report this matter to His Highness immediately, and we will discuss it then. Okay. You probably don't want to drag it out too long, Hartle said coldly. Of course. The Minister of Administration nodded. Hartle and others did not stay, and got up and left with their people. The negotiation hall fell into silence again. The other ministers, who accompanied the negotiation, also had very ugly faces, whether voluntarily or forced. They are now bound to the second prince. Judging from the negotiations just now, the second prince has reached his limit and needs to negotiate with Rentam City to deal with the threat from the first prince. This made everyone feel uneasy. They even began to think about some ways to save themselves. No one wanted to die, and no one wanted to die with the second prince. After a moment of silence, an official said, Lord Edwin, what is His Highness's plan? The others all looked at the Minister of Administration. The latter hesitated, but still said, in the last attack, we lost some masters. His Highness wants to cooperate with Rentam City to contain the eldest prince. Everyone frowned, obviously not satisfied with this answer. Speak directly. Sir, we still have several level 18 professionals. How many troops can be mobilized? Another official said. The Minister of Administration looked at him. I can't tell you the exact number, but it's enough to stabilize the situation at the moment. What about the troops? Enough for defense, but a little insufficient for offense. Even with this answer, many people still looked at him with doubt. We have already talked about joint management rights. How can it be enough for defense? An official in the distance said, will His Highness choose to go to Rentam City? An official here said, sending His Highness to Rentam City would be like being a human being. The hostage didn't say everything, but everyone understood what he said. Everyone fell silent. If they cooperated with Rentam City, there might be a turnaround. If they failed to reach an agreement, they would have to find a way to protect themselves. The Minister of Administration immediately said, don't worry too much. I will inform His Highness of the situation here by letter. Let's wait a few days and see how His Highness plans to deal with it. The others nodded in agreement. The Minister of Administration took out a pen and paper and wrote down the content of the negotiation and the attitudes of the officials. Then he handed it to the attendant beside him. Send it back. Yes. The attendant left with the letter. The princess's residence. Wu Hung came down from upstairs, and a sumptuous dinner was already prepared on the table. Compared with the previous 2 days, today's meal became more sumptuous from the morning. The princess wore a beige embroidered long skirt, her hair tied behind her head, and her fair and straight calves could be seen under the skirt. Your Highness. The princess saluted with her servants. Well, let's eat, Wu Hung said. The princess sat down again and said to the maids behind her, you guys should go down and eat. I call you if there's anything. The maids saluted and left. There were only 2 people left in the restaurant. The princess simply ate 2 bites, put down the tableware, and looked at him. Do you use 2 sticks to eat? Chopsticks. Don't you think it's convenient? Wu Hung picked up the meat slices skillfully and put them into his mouth. I've seen you use it like this, the princess continued. My lord, are you married? Wu Hung glanced at her. I have several maids who gave birth to a daughter for me. How many? The princess' eyes were somewhat curious. 7, including you. The princess' eyelashes trembled, and her face turned red again. But she didn't make any excuses. After signing a slave contract, it's okay to say that she is a maid, which is better than a slave. So, you are a mage, and a very strong mage, the princess said directly. Signing a slave contract not only restricts slaves, but also adds a burden to one's soul. The number of contracts that each person can sign is limited. For someone like Wu Hung, who has signed the 7th, he must be a high-level professional. Wu Hung did not answer. The princess continued. Your daughter must be very cute. Right? Cute. I take you to see her if I have the chance, Wu Hung said. The princess hummed, and then said, what about the rest? Do you only like that one maid? It sounds like she is more interested in me. There are more orc maids. The princess' eyes widened, and she suddenly said, so you like powerful women? Wu Hung rolled his eyes at her. There are also orcs who are close to humans, but they just retain some of the characteristics of orcs. Do you like those with thick hair? Chapter 833. Just like people. Where did you hear these things? Oh. The princess still smiled. My lord. You should also consider starting a family. No hurry. Wait until I reach level 20. Hearing the level 20 mentioned so calmly, the princess looked a little confused, but didn't say anything, pointed at a few dishes, and introduced the cooking methods. After dinner, the two sat in the living room and chatted for a few more words. Then they returned to their rooms. It can be seen that the princess is talking more and more. She is not as cautious and cold as she was when they first met. She is still a little naughty and gossipy. After all, they are not very old. In the modern world, she is still in college. Return to the bedroom. Glenda is reading a book, and Bernie is watching a tablet. Without waiting for Wu Hong to ask, Glenda said directly, Xiao Xiao went out to play. When Mansha contacted you at the radio station, she saw that you were having a good chat with the princess, so she waited for you to come back. Wu Hong nodded and said, Didn't Wen Mansha say anything? We can't talk or ask through the radio. That's right. Wu Hong sat down next to the radio, put away the solar panel outside the window, turned on the radio, and asked, Wen Mansha. Looking for me? Wen Mansha's voice came from the other side. Master, Hartel contacted me using the radio props in the afternoon and said that the negotiations have been completed. How is it? Hartel told them everything you told him. The minister who negotiated said that he would write a letter to ask the second prince. I guess the letter will be delivered to you in the next few days. As soon as Wen Mansha finished speaking, Hartel's voice came over. Master, Madam. Hartel had a portable radio provided by Wu Hong in his hand, and should have been on this frequency band, and heard the conversation between the two. Wen Mansha said, Since Hartel is here, you can talk to your master. Yes, Madam. Then, Hartel told the whole story, and then said, From their attitude, they have accepted the joint management rights of the occupied city. The only thing missing is that the second prince will settle in Rentam City. Wu Hong said, The minister in charge of the negotiations is the second prince's teacher. They have a certain teacher-student relationship. He definitely doesn't want the second prince to enter Rentam City as a hostage. I will take care of it. The conditions will be determined by then. And then we will sign a ceasefire agreement in the name of the second prince. Wen Mansha said, Do you need me to go over to sign the agreement? It seems that they will take it more seriously. Wu Hong thought for a while and said, Let's see the situation first. It's best not to have you come forward. Okay. Then we wait for the good news from the master. Wen Mansha said with a smile. The open and covert struggle between Rentam City and the second prince has also lasted for a while. Even though this side has always been in an advantageous position, it is also somewhat mentally exhausted. It also affects the development of the entire Rentam City. Now that the second prince is dead, and the subsequent plans are completed, this matter will be completely resolved. That's it for now. And Hartel should be careful. Maybe the people of the first prince will arrange people to disrupt the negotiations between the two sides. Wu Hong continued to instruct. Yes, Master. I will be careful. Wen Mansha also laughed. Hartel always speaks softly to the master. Hartel did not refute and remained silent. Wu Hong said, That's it for now. If you have any information, please contact me in time. Okay, Master. After ending the communication, Wu Hong put the microphone back. Grenda flew over and said, It seems that the negotiations are going in the expected direction. From the perspective of the second prince, there is no other way to go except to cooperate with Rentam City. Wu Hong leaned back and stretched. Then he added, There is also the secret society. Didn't the second prince cooperate with the secret society before? Glenda explained. No. The secret society only cooperated with the second prince. Their identities are not allowed to be known by too many people. So those ministers may know that the merchants paid to help, but they may not know that it was the secret society. Wu Hong added, The second prince would not let the ministers know that the secret society's Qilin Road plan is not a secret. And many people will think of it. Wu Hong, you know that too? What's wrong with me? My intelligence is close to 40. Wu Hong rolled his eyes at her. No. I know you're smart. Then he waved her transparent hand and said with a smile. Huh? Xiao Xiao flew back and looked at the two souls chatting and asked. Uncle and aunt. What are you talking about? We're talking about your uncle's intelligence. Xiao Xiao pinched her waist. And, you guys are really stupid. You know your uncle is stupid, but you still tease him. Glinda and Benny both smiled and flew back to their respective positions. Wu Hung looked at the little girl who was blocking him and pinching his waist. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know what to say. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. It's okay. Xiao Xiao turned around and gave him a thumbs up. Wu Hung didn't want to continue to quarrel with San Hun, so he stood up and said, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going back to rest. Remember to notify me in time if there is any danger. Goodbye, Uncle. Good night. Wu Hung waved his hand, walked out of the study, and returned to the bedroom to rest and sleep. 2 days later, the messenger, who had been traveling day and night, arrived at Seedy City. The president, dressed in iron armor, did not dare to stop at all. He took a carriage and arrived directly at the meeting hall. When the messenger entered the city, the ghost caught the other party's figure and came back in advance to tell Wu Hung about the matter. Wu Hung appeared in the meeting hall wearing a mask. Your Highness, a letter has been sent from Nilali City, the president said, and sent the letter directly up. Wu Hung tore it open and carefully checked the contents on it. There was no discrepancy with what Hartel mentioned. In addition to recounting the original content of the negotiation, there was also his own views on the entire negotiation and the other party's attitude. From the information written by the Minister of Administration, if the negotiation fails this time, the officials over there will take action, and the entire situation is likely to collapse quickly. Wu Hung frowned and watched. The president was a little anxious. After Wu Hung finished reading the letter, he couldn't wait to ask, Your Highness, what does the letter say? Wu Hung handed him the letter. Take a look yourself. The other party took it, and as he looked at the content, his eyes narrowed instantly. He said angrily, They really dare to ask. Wu Hung sat down on the chair again and said, I plan to agree to their conditions. Your Highness, how can this be possible? The president took a step forward. For the future, and for the safety of all of us, I have to talk to the mayor of Ratam City. Wu Hung said directly. Will they do something bad when you get there? It's unlikely, and we don't have any other choice. If we continue to delay, the situation will only get worse. Wu Hung sighed softly. Then, the president said halfway and swallowed it back. How do you plan to arrange it? I write a letter, and you arrange someone to send it to Teacher Edwin first, telling the people in Ratam City that I will sign a cooperation agreement with them in person. And I hope they will keep their promise. The president sighed. Well, if you really have something to do, I will lead the army and fight them to the death. Don't worry. I won't. Wu Hung wrote a letter, sealed it with wax, and handed it to the president. The latter took it, bowed and quickly retreated. Then, Benny flew back. The letter has been sent. Well, let's pack up and go back in the next 2 days. Wu Hung walked to the back, returned to the princess's residence. The princess was taking care of the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Wu Hung asked, How many people are you going to take with you? The princess was stunned, with some doubt in her eyes. Are you leaving? I leave in the next 2 days. Take your people with you. Give more money to those who are not necessary, and just dismiss them directly. Wu Hung walked into the room. The princess followed behind him. I don't have money. Lend me some, and I pay you back later. You are a princess, and you don't even have this little money? I pay you back later. Wu Hung took out some silver coins and handed them to her. You are a princess, but you don't even get paid. The princess curled her lips and left to dismiss the people in the princess's mansion. Wu Hung also walked into the room, informed Wen Man Sha and Hartel of the news. 2 days later, it was already autumn. A train departing from Seedy City was moving along the rails. Wu Hung and the princess were sitting in the carriage under the escort of the guards, and the rumbling sound of the train was in their ears. The princess knelt in the seat and looked out the window, her eyes full of smiles. Wu Hung was thinking about what was going to happen next. After arriving in Nilali City, he signed the agreement on behalf of the second prince. The fighting between the two sides will stop completely. The second prince will gradually fade from everyone's sight. Chapter 834. The train sped through the mountains, making clanging sounds, the bumpy feeling and the noise in my ears. It was completely different from the feeling of riding on the ghost train. The narrow and long carriage, the light stones swayed gently. A normal negotiation between the two countries. It took many rounds of negotiations and officials to get the leader to come out and sign the agreement. But the current situation did not allow the overall situation on the second prince's side to be delayed for too long. In addition, Wu Heng made a quick decision, which directly accelerated the progress and entered the stage of the leader signing the agreement. Will there be danger on the road? The princess sat back in her chair and looked over here. Are you scared? You still want to go out with this courage? It's more dangerous outside, Wu Heng said with a smile. The princess's expression became serious. I'm not scared. I just asked casually to see if it can be smoother. The itinerary is confidential, and the possibility of danger is not high, Wu Heng replied. Oh, you should be careful too, the princess said in a low voice, looked at him again, and asked softly, I read the great detective story. Is it really you? So powerful? A few days ago, Wu Heng gave her the first 2 volumes of the great detective story. Wu Heng glanced at the other person's fair cheek and said, You have a layer of calluses on your palms and fingertips, which are evenly distributed. You have the habit of training on weekdays. The calluses on the base of the index finger and thumb are the most serious. These are the traces left by years of tightly gripping the hilt and rubbing the force. It proves that your swordsmanship tends to be stable and your force is accurate. And the calluses near the wrist under the palm indicate that you often need to flexibly twist the sword body and quickly rush to the front of the target when using the sword. The one that meets these characteristics should be the Grey Eagle sword technique. Is this the sword technique you are best at? After Wu Heng finished speaking, he looked at her with a smile. At this moment, the princess' eyes and mouth were wide open, and her face was full of disbelief. You and I wanted to say something, but it seemed as if we were choked and we couldn't say it. After a long while, he put his palm back into his sleeve and said, You saw me attack you. You must have known it at that time. Then am I right? Did you learn the Grey Eagle sword technique? Yes, the princess said. Do you know this sword technique? Or did you infer it? Is there any difference between the two? Wu Heng said. The princess' eyes changed. At that time, she was subdued by just swinging her sword at him. How could she accurately locate the fixed sword technique in such a short time? Unless he also knows this sword technique. But he is a mage. I do know the Grey Eagle sword technique, the princess said. Wu Heng glanced at the other person's profile, and then said, Who did you learn it from? The princess hesitated. I learned it from my family when I was a child. Is this sword technique only known in your family? Wu Heng asked. The princess raised her eyebrows. Hearing this, he really didn't know much about this sword technique. He didn't even know if it was a family sword technique. Well, the Grey Eagle sword technique is a family sword technique that is passed down from one generation to the next, the princess said, and then turned to look at her. You want to learn? I can teach you. Isn't it a family inheritance? You are a mage. It's okay to use it to exercise in your spare time. The princess smiled and said, Forget it. Wu Heng shook his head. The Grey Eagle sword technique was unlocked when he was in Blackstone Town. It doesn't seem to be a very advanced sword technique. And the combat effectiveness that can be reflected in actual combat is also limited. The princess also showed a sudden realization. With your status, it should be easy to learn a sword technique. What do you want to do when you are free in the future? Wu Heng continued to ask. The princess' eyes were confused for a moment. I want to be a mercenary. Or open a small shop. I haven't thought about it yet. Do you have any recommendations? Being a mercenary is hard. You have to go to many places when you receive a mission. You might as well open a small shop. Really? Now that you mention it, I want to be a mercenary even more. Wu Heng shrugged and said nothing more. When it got darker, after dinner, he rested on the bed prepared on the train, put away the soundproof kettle, and chat with the ghosts. The princess next door was still looking out the window at the dark night. The train traveled for another day and a half. Ta-ta-ta. Footsteps sounded, followed by the sound of armor and weapons colliding. A man wearing a commander's armor strode in. Your Highness, you can see the station in Nilali City. The accompanying commander is called Vaughn, who was arranged by the president. 37 years old. A level 15 professional. It is the highest level of profession that can be arranged except for the president. Well, get ready to get off the car. Wu Heng wore ordinary clothes and a hood on his head. The rest of the guards also put on cloaks outside to cover the large pieces of armor on their bodies. Then, the train began to slow down. It slowly stopped. Wu Heng and the others walked out of the train. and the three ghosts flew out quickly to investigate the surrounding situation in advance. Under the arrangement, Wu Hong and the princess got on a carriage together and continued to rush to the center of the city. The carriage drove slowly on the road. As it approached the center, the road became more and more crowded. Occasionally, shouts such as "sinner" and "traitor" could be heard. "What's going on?" Wu Hong pulled open the curtain on one side. Commander Vaughn approached and whispered, "It's the residents of the city who are resisting the peace talks. Someone must have deliberately released the news and arranged for people to gather here. Go to the association, and then notify Edwin to come over." Wu Hong said softly. "Yes." The commander waved his hand, and the convoy began to move towards the association. On the way, there was a lot of noise. Wu Hong opened the window a little and looked out. The old man leaning on a stick followed the crowd and muttered, "We can't give the land away." The woman hugged her child. Her eyes were full of anger, and she cried out with tears, "My man is dead. Why do we need to negotiate now?" The young people and children shouted under unified command, "Fight to the end. Never negotiate." The residents who used to be numb and never cared about politics, this time, they all gathered together and shouted slogans of no peace talks. They united together. The people are easily influenced by some speeches. The royal family has its own bards. Their skills are to make their policy supported and show abnormal excitement. But the duration is limited, the princess explained on the side. "I know." Wu Hong nodded. The last time the fake prince gave a speech, he used various spells to make his words more appealing. What the princess wanted to express was that these people were mobilized. In fact, with the strength of the skeleton army, they could completely crush them, but more people would die. Therefore, Wu Hong spent a large part of his time on a gentler way to occupy. "Your Highness, we have arrived at the association. We have already agreed with the local steward to borrow the meeting room," the commander said. Wu Hong took the princess out of the car, walked through the hall, and walked into a meeting room next to it. Waited in the meeting room for a while. The Minister of Administration, Edwin, came in with several officials, glanced at Wu Hong and the princess who followed him, bowed and said, "Your Highness, Princess." "Well, what's going on outside?" Wu Hong asked. The Minister of Administration looked grim. "Someone spread the news that you ceded the land to save your life. If the land falls into the hands of the dead, the living people will become experimental subjects and slaves." It's really nothing new. When I was in Blackstone Town, these were the rumors among the people. When Ratam occupied half of the city, the original city owner also used similar rumors, saying that the people living there would become experimental subjects. It is still the same now. Human imagination is really lacking, and these two things are repeated over and over again. It's okay. They will know the real situation later. Wu Hong continued to ask, "Are the people negotiating in Ratam still there?" "They are all in the tavern, and they brought their own guards. Go and inform them to come directly to sign the agreement," Wu Hong said. The Minister of Administration looked around, then pulled him aside, glanced at the princess, and said softly, "Your Highness, do you need to delay the time? Even if you arrange for the princess or others to go to Ratam City, Ratam City will not agree to this condition, but will make them doubt our sincerity. So let's follow the plan we made before," Wu Hong said directly, seeing that he had made up his mind. The Minister of Administration stopped persuading him, said, "I will lead the team to go there personally. The city is a bit chaotic, so we need to prevent someone from causing trouble on the way." "Okay. Vaughn, you take the others with you," Wu Hong also said. "Yes." The commander nodded and left with a few people. The others left. Wu Hong walked to a room on the inside and began to change back into the clothes worn by the prince. It was the last moment, and he still had to play the role of the second prince well. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door, and the princess walked in directly. She wore leather armor and a hood. She looked more like a mercenary who came to the association to take a mission. The princess pushed the brim of her hood and looked at him with a complicated look. "Are you leaving?" Wu Hong asked. He had promised her that he would let her go after she finished playing the second prince, although it wasn't officially over yet. She wouldn't be needed for the rest of the story. "Well, I'm here to say goodbye to you." The princess stood there with a gentle smile on her face. Wu Hong took out 2 heavy purses. "Find a place you like and open a shop." The princess was stunned, looked at the purse and put it away. "Thank you. I pay you back when I have money in the future." We are all big businessmen, so we don't need this little money. The princess smiled and waved her hand, saying, Then I go. Go! Wu Hung nodded. The princess looked at him again and then left the room. She walked out with the maid who followed her. Wu Hung changed his clothes. The guard's voice came from the door. Your Highness, the people from Ratam City have arrived and are in the conference room. Wu Hung opened the door and walked directly to the conference room. The atmosphere in the conference room was a bit solemn. On both sides of the long oak table, two groups of people sat in a clear distinction. On the left, there were officials from the second prince's camp, and on the right, there were a group of negotiators from Ratam City, led by Hartel. One of them was a deacon from the local association. As a third-party spectator, he was also a witness. Creak! The door opened. Wu Hung walked in a dark blue brocade robe, glanced at the room, and exchanged glances with Hartel for a moment. Hartel's mouth corners slightly raised, then pressed down, his face cold. Your Highness. The official saluted. Wu Hung nodded, and then nodded to the local steward, as a greeting, sitting down on the main seat on the left. He got straight to the point. I accept all the proposals from Ratam City, and we can sign the agreement today. That's the best, Hathel said, and took out an agreement directly, without waiting for Wu Hung to speak. The Minister of Administration said directly, Will your leader not come over? Hathel's face was calm. There is no change in the agreement, and I can also take full responsibility for this matter. Besides, it will take at least half a month for the city lord to rush over from Ratam City. Are you sure you want to waste time on such a thing? The management minister fell silent instantly. They really didn't have time to waste. Wu Hung waved his hand to signal others not to say anything more, and looked at Hartel again. I agree with your request. Just sign the agreement to cease fire. Okay. Hartel directly took out an agreement. Wu Hung took it and handed it to the management minister to check, and he began to discuss with the other side about resuming production after the ceasefire. Soon, the management minister and the other officials checked the agreement. No problem. Wu Hung picked up the pen and signed his name and stamped it. After Hartel took it, he also signed his name. After the two parties confirmed, they stood up and shook hands. Your Highness, when do you plan to go to Ratam City with us? Wu Hung said, I will leave with you after we finish this. Okay. Then we will wait for you outside. After Hartel finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the room with his people. The truce is only the first step, and the follow-up is to jointly resist the threats from the Grand Prince and the sect. Of course, we need to do it slowly and gradually. The people of Ratam City left. The Minister of Administration looked reluctant, with tears in his eyes. Your Highness. Okay. I'm not going to die. I will negotiate with the other city lord over there. You must also protect your own safety. Wu Hung said. If they are not stupid. I'm going there, so they can't kill me. Don't worry. Your Highness must protect yourself. Wu Hung nodded, and then said, You arrange for someone to issue a notice to announce the ceasefire, and all the 4 soldiers will be dismissed and paid in full. Okay. Your Highness. The Minister of Administration immediately arranged for an official to do it. Then, he looked at Wu Hung again. How many people do you need to follow you to Ratam City? Vaughn and his men will follow me. Wu Hung said. Vaughn was the leader of the escort. Yes, Your Highness. Vaughn answered from the side. The Minister of Administration also said, Is there anything else to prepare? No. If we delay for a long time, it will cause trouble. Let's go now. Your Highness. Remember to write to me? Wu Hung nodded. Got it. After walking out of the room and meeting with Hartel and the others, he left directly through the back door. 3 carriages left under the escort of the guards. There were still many people gathered in the square, shouting chaotic slogans together. At this time, an official squeezed onto the high platform, holding the armistice agreement tightly in his hand, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Before he had time to wipe it off, the bard next to him released 3 amplification spells. The official shouted loudly, Quiet. Now read the prince's decree. The voice, with the blessing of magic, echoed over the square, instantly drowning out the noise of the crowd. The official continued, We have reached a ceasefire agreement in Ratam City. The war is over. This time, the angry crowd looked stunned, and their voices unconsciously lowered. The official continued, Not only that, immediately release all the soldiers who were forcibly conscripted, and let them go home to reunite with their families. Moreover, the land and the city are still ours. If the land is not ceded to them, everyone will not become the experiment of the undead. This is the agreement signed by His Royal Highness the Prince and Rentam City. Don't be deceived by the rumors outside. The official shouted loudly, and the sound exploded in the crowd. In an instant, the square was silent, and everyone looked up. Some of them couldn't believe their ears. There was no cession of land, but an armistice agreement. So, no one will die in the future. It was all rumors before. No land was ceded. I said, how could the prince do such a thing? My son can come back? No need to fight. The crowd was noisy again, and more people posted notices at various intersections. In the carriage, Benny whispered, the crowd's protests have stopped, and people are praising the prince. Glenda also said, you missed an opportunity to increase your reputation. Don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Wu Hung continued. The carriage continued to move forward slowly. When approaching the city gate, Xiao Xiao poked his head in from outside. Uncle, the princess is at the city gate. Wu Hung pulled open the curtain and looked out through the gap. He saw two figures standing there in the bustling crowd. She didn't leave the city, nor did she go back. Natalia longed for freedom and life outside. But when all this was really in front of her, she suddenly felt lost. Perhaps she simply didn't have the ability to live outside alone. Return to the family? The fight between the princes continued, and it was very likely that after she returned, she would be sent to the eldest prince to interrogate the news about the second prince. She just stood there blankly, watching the people coming and going. Lost? A familiar voice suddenly sounded from the side. Natalia and the maid saw the guards, several carriages, and the familiar appearance behind the curtain. Natalia's expression froze. No. I was thinking about where to go. There are too many places I want to go, and I haven't thought about it for a while. Wu Hung glanced at her, and then looked at the bitter maid. He could guess in his heart. Or, come back with me first, and go when you have decided where to go. Natalia's eyes changed, and she forced a smile. Listen to your highness. Get in the car. Chapter 835. After a long journey, the carriage finally returned to the fortress of Set. On the towering walls stood skeletons wearing blue armor and holding weapons, with their hollow eyes flashing with blue soul fire. They were connected on the walls. As the guards moved forward with the carriage, their faces began to become ugly. Why are there so many? What weapons do those undead have? The news mentioned that the skeletons in Rentam City have a prop that shoots marbles. It should be that kind. You think that all the people in this city have been transformed into skeletons? The guards were talking in a low voice as they moved forward. They were the guards in the rear, and did not participate in the War of the Dead Spirits in Rentam City. Although they had heard some news, they did not expect that there would be so many dead skeletons standing on the city wall. The guarding skeletons were lined up in a row. All the people in the city would not have been killed. The guards' discussion could be vaguely heard in the carriage. The princess lifted the curtain and looked at the city wall with a horrified look. He looked at Wu Hung in surprise. He wanted to ask, but closed his mouth again. There was only some worry on his face. As the carriage moved forward, it approached the city gate. After negotiations and a simple inspection, the city gate opened and the convoy walked in. After entering the city, it was completely different from what he had imagined. There were no corpses everywhere, and the place was dead. All the shops along the road were open, and people going out could be seen on the street. And some people looked over here from a distance and gathered together to talk in a low voice. Except for the skeleton patrols walking on the street, there is not much difference from a normal human city. Your Highness, the accommodation has been arranged for you in the mansion opposite the commander's mansion, and our city lord has also prepared a dinner. Hartle walked over, keeping a certain distance, and spoke. Returning to the Set fortress made Wu Hung feel like he was back home. He got off the carriage and took a deep breath. Then he said, Vaughn, follow me to the banquet, and Natalia will take the others to the residence first. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone saluted. The crowd separated on the spot. The guard commander and Wu Hung followed Hartel to the presidential palace, while the princess and the remaining guards went directly to the temporary residence arranged opposite. After arriving at the presidential palace, Wu Hung met with Mansha. The two smiled at each other, and then sat down at the dining table after Hartel's introduction. In the following time, The two talked about some follow-up arrangements while eating. After all, the captain of the guard was also present. The play still has to go on. Wait until the generals and officials have finished talking about the arrangements. When Manshaw glanced at the commander beside her, and then said, "How does the second prince plan to go to Ratam City? We have a prop that can return to Ratam City in a short time, but it can only take you alone. If you go there normally, you can take the train. But I'm afraid you will have to spend more than half a month on the journey." Wu Hung pretended to be surprised and asked, "How safe is this prop? I will also use this prop to go back, and I will definitely not joke with my own life." When Manshaw said, "Well, I go with you tomorrow." After Wu Hung finished speaking, he looked at the accompanying commander. "Vaughn, you lead the team, and then take the train." "Your Highness, isn't this a bit?" Vaughn came closer, his tone a little hesitant. "It's okay. There won't be any problem. Just follow the instructions." "Yes, Your Highness." Vaughn nodded directly, when Manshaw still kept smiling. "Then tomorrow morning, when I leave, I have someone pick you up." "Okay. I take my leave first." Wu Hung stood up, with Wen Manch's farewell. Wu Hung and the guard commander left the presidential palace directly, and returned to the mansion arranged for them. After returning, Vaughn followed behind and continued to persuade him. Wu Hung also insisted on the plan to leave early with Wen Manshaw tomorrow on the grounds of increasing trust between the two sides. Vaughn felt that it was a bit risky and unnecessary, but the prince insisted, and he had no better solution. He could only agree. When he saw the princess, Wu Hung suddenly thought of her. He couldn't leave her alone. Since she was going to Ratam City with him, she would be needed to carry out some subsequent plans. When he left tomorrow, he would have to find a reason to take her with him. As for the princess's maid, she could just go with the guards. Then, he chatted with the princess for a while before returning to his room to rest. When the sky was completely dark, he confirmed that no one would come to see him again. Wu Hung released teleportation and returned to the presidential palace. The magic circle gradually became complete in the hall, and Wu Heng's figure followed closely. As soon as his vision was restored, he saw two figures not far away. Wen Manshaw sitting on a chair, and Hartel standing beside him. "Master, come here." "Master." Wu Hung also smiled. "Come here. You are pretending so well. If it weren't for the familiar look in your eyes, I would have thought you were really the second prince." Wen Manshaw walked over with a smile. "I deliberately learned his movements and tone. It's quite tiring to pretend to be someone." Wu Hung took off his coat, and Hartel took it and hung it aside. "Master, you have worked hard. It's my fault that Hartel and I are not capable enough to handle this matter," Wen Manshaw said in a frustrated tone. All the affairs of Ratam City were handed over to her. But in the end, Wu Hung came back from afar to handle the several major events he encountered. "It's okay. You have worked hard too," Wu Hung said with a smile. If he didn't have the other world and modern weapons, no one could handle this kind of thing. For someone like Wen Manshaw who came from a gang, it would be impossible to fight against the second prince without external help. "Thank you, Master," Wen Manshaw said again, and Hartel also bowed. "Let's go and see our daughter." Wu Hung put his arm around Wen Mancha's waist and walked upstairs. They entered the children's room together. Several ghost women were sorting out the scattered toys on the side. She's asleep." Wen Manshaw made a gesture to keep quiet. The three watched carefully. Wu Hung lowered his voice. "It seems to have grown up a lot. Children grow fast." "That's right," Wen Manshaw continued. "You said, when the child is older, should he stay with you to see if he has a talent for magic? I don't know how to do that. Let's ask a teacher to take a look." "You're just lazy." "No, I really can't teach." They chatted in a low voice for a while, but they were afraid of disturbing the child's rest. They tiptoed out of the room again. Back in the corridor, Wu Hung said, "I go to the radio room to ask about Treasure Island. Hartel, help me prepare the bath water." "Okay, Master." Hartel turned and left. Wen Manshaw also returned to the bedroom. Inside the radio room, Wu Hung picked up the microphone and asked, "Go find Minnie." "Soon." Minnie's voice came from the other side. "This is Treasure Island." "Minnie." "It's me, Master," Minnie exclaimed, her tone full of surprise. Then, there was the sound of footsteps from behind, and the voices of Robert, Annette and other maids, followed by the Master, also came over. "Well, you are all doing well, right?" Everything is fine. How is the master? I am basically done here, and will go back in a few days. Wu Hung said directly. Really? We all miss you so much, Minnie said coquettishly. The laughter of the other maids came from the other side. And they kept saying we miss you too. It seems that the maids are very happy every day. Among the many maids, it seems that the few who followed him to Treasure Island are relatively relaxed. Endweir was assigned a job at the city hall. Minnie and Robe had good living conditions, and didn't have anything to worry about. When Manshaw often talked about it, ending Minnie's life. Wu Hun continued. How is Treasure Island? When it came to business, the other party stopped laughing. Minnie said, everything is normal on Treasure Island. Deacon Zalogwi came twice, and asked the skeleton prophet to help check 2 wanted criminals. The church on the island is operating again. I heard from the deacon that several high-level priests have come. The church is open again. Last time, Lilith beat up 2 18th-level professionals from the church and sent them to the headquarters for punishment. When I left, the church was still closed, and high-level professionals were added. Does it attach so much importance to Treasure Island? Besides, I have a 20th-level skeleton, and there are several zombies being cultivated in the prison. I am not afraid of these people. They didn't do anything? No. They just preached on the island. But there is a problem with their church. Skeletons can't get close. The bells they ring every day will make nearby skeletons unstable. Deacon Zalogwi said that the church has something to restrain skeletons. Chapter 836. The props that restrain the skeleton? Targeting me. Right. Damn it. Don't worry about it. I talk to you when I get back. Okay. Master. Minnie pondered for a moment, then said, Master, during this period, Chief Lilith and Sister Shanella have also contacted you. What did they say? Chief Lilith only left a message in the skeleton's record book. As for Sister Shanella, I talked to her about the situation in the city of Nidal, and some of the original officials and families who came to join the 5th princess. As for the 5th princess, she had previously planned to join the Yeko kingdom. But things are always changing. Now that I own the 2nd prince's territory, it is enough for me to collect reputation. I will talk to Shannara and see what to do next. I will contact her when I get back. Then, Endweir's voice came over. Master, the stock of pills is gone. Now the Chamber of Commerce on the island is speculating that we have no intention of continuing to sell them. I will go back in a few days and replenish the inventory. Wu Hung said. Inside the castle, the dim light casts a shadow through the colored glass. The eldest Prince Ditalio is training in the hall with a heavy sword in hand. A waiter walked in quickly with his head down, stood at the door, and whispered, Your Highness. The eldest prince occupies the capital, but the land is divided into several pieces, and the princes and princesses are entangled. Some ministers and associations do not recognize him. Even if he took over all affairs, he was still the eldest prince, and could not be called the king. The eldest prince slowly put away his sword. What's the matter? The waiter bowed and said, Commander Viola is back, and is outside, waiting for your summons. The eldest prince frowned and asked, Just her? Just one person. The eldest prince narrowed his eyes, guessed the result, and slowly said, Let her go to the hall. The waiter turned and left. The eldest prince put on a coat and walked out directly. Viola stood at the door and waited for a while. Then she saw the waiter come out. This way, please. Following him, she walked directly into the building. Entering the hall, she saw the eldest prince, who was tall and strong, with brown hair tied back and a purple and gold robe. Serious and indifferent, he gave people a sense of majesty without anger. Viola glanced at him and saluted. Hello, Your Highness. In her tone, it was just superficial respect. After all, the kingdom and the Divine Punishment Church have cooperated. How is the mission? The eldest prince spoke in a steady voice. The mission failed, and I was the only one left. I escaped relying on my professional ability. The eldest prince's pupils suddenly condensed, and there was doubt and uneasiness in his eyes. After arranging so many level 18s to go, not only did the mission fail, but only one person came back. Has my younger brother grown to this point? I received the news from the front and sent the tracking artifact. How could the loss be so serious? The eldest prince stared into the other's eyes. Viola sat down and said directly, In this operation, Ratam City also participated. And in the end, only I came out. As he spoke, His tone became more serious. It can be heard that when he left, it was not as smooth as he said. What's going on? The eldest prince frowned. He knew about Ratam City. So why did it get involved in this matter? Viola took a deep breath and said seriously, do you know the owner of Treasure Island? When we were fighting with the other side's 3 18th level professionals and hundreds of elite soldiers. He appeared. After a short pause, his tone became more solemn. A man with a skeleton killed everyone except me. Suddenly heard this news. The eldest prince was stunned for a while. And it took him a long time to react. His face changed. And he lost his calmness and indifference just now. How? How is it possible? Viola still said. This is the fact. I could accept the authenticity of the words verified by the strange object. The eldest prince stared at the opposite side blankly. And then said, what about Clifford? Where is my brother? When we attacked him, he used the ghost train to escape. Escaped? So many high-level people died. And he escaped? Viola still said, no. I think he was also killed by Wu Hung. And Wu Heng's purpose of this trip was to kill him. The eldest prince instantly supported his forehead. His expression was dazed. Ah! Finally sighed. Viola said, Your Highness, Wu Heng's growth rate is too fast. If he doesn't die, we will be more and more dangerous. The eldest prince's eyes were cold, and he said in a deep voice, Let's talk about him. After taking a bath, Wu Hung returned to the bedroom in loose pajamas. When Mansha sat on the bed, holding the juice in her hand and taking a sip. Seeing him come in, she smiled and said, Master, I heard from Hater that you brought back a princess. Is she also your trophy? I have also signed a contract with her. She is not a threat to us. I plan to let her go to Ratam City and continue to disguise herself as the second prince. Wu Hung handed her the towel. And when Mansha stood up to help him wipe his hair, she disguised? When Mansha asked curiously, After sending you to Ratam City, I will return to Treasure Island. And the identity of the second prince needs to be maintained for a while. At least to prevent the guards, who come later from discovering it. Wu Hung said softly. Can she disguise well? She is familiar with the second prince's movements and habits. I was able to deceive the second prince's teacher because she told me some characteristics in advance. It won't be a problem to deal with the guards in Ratam City. Wu Hung explained. When Mansha pondered for a moment. What about the voice? Can your mask also change the voice? How about the figure? Can the breasts be disguised? So let's go back first and see if we can find a prop to change the voice. As for the breasts, let her tie them up so she doesn't show up too often. Wu Hung said directly. Did you think about it from the beginning? When Mansha put the towel aside, Wu Hung shook his head. No. She wanted to leave before, but there seemed to be nowhere to go later. So she followed me here. Oh! When Mansha agreed with a smile. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Butler Hartle came in with a fruit plate, wearing a translucent tulle nightgown. Her graceful figure was faintly visible. On each of her full chests hung a crystal rhinestone. When Mansha smiled and said, Hartle, the fruit is just in time. Hartle lowered his head, his face a little red. Put the fruit here first, and go back and bring the glasses. Yes, ma'am. Hartle saluted and walked out directly. When I came back again, I stood at the door, somewhat at a loss, looking at the two people on the bed. When Mansha waved her hand, her voice gentle, Come here. It's not the first time. What are you shy about? I'm tired. Hartle walked over carefully and took over the original position of when Mansha. Wu Hung stroked the other's cheek. Are you still shy? Hartle looked back with tenderness on his face and shook his head slightly. Wu Hung held the shaking rhinestone with his fingers. I like you wearing this. Thank you. Sir. Hartle smiled. The next day, morning, Wu Hung once again played the role of the second prince and explained the following matters to the accompanying Commander Vaughn. He and Wen Mansha would go to Ratam City first. The commander and the remaining few people would take the train and go to Ratam City along the newly built railway. Hartle would continue to stay in the set fortress to maintain contact with the second prince and make subsequent arrangements. When everything was ready, he left the city directly. This is Wen Mansha. She is in charge of Ratam City. The one in her arms is our daughter. Wu Hung introduced Wen Mansha, and then introduced the person opposite. Princess Natalia. The princess looked at Wen Mansha curiously, and looked at the baby in her arms from time to time. It turned out that the daughter mentioned before was born to the Lord of Rentam City. No wonder they came from Treasure Island to kill us. The second prince's plan has threatened his family. Lord Wanmanshaw. Princess Natalia. Wanmanshaw said, looking up and down. We are all the master's maids in the future, so we should get along well. Hearing the word maid, the princess's face was a little unnatural, but she nodded. You are right. Don't quarrel, Wu Hung said, and opened the mansion technique again. You go in first, and I will let you out when you get there. Wanmanshaw walked in directly with the child. The princess glanced at the two of them, and followed them into the mansion technique. After turning off the skill, Wu Hung put on the train conductor's hat, boarded the train and disappeared. It was almost dusk when the train arrived at Rentam City. Wu Hung stepped off the train, and could see the outline of the city from afar. The train is still fast. The biggest disadvantage of pretending to be the second prince was wasting time on the road. Rentam City had not changed much. There were crowds of people along the way, and you could see orcs standing on the roadside roaring loudly with spit flying. Returning to the city lord's mansion, Wu Hung turned on the mansion technique, and the two women came out holding their children. Master. Madam. The maids who were looking after the house bowed slightly. Wanmanshaw handed the child to the maid. Is there anything going on in the city? Nothing. Only the officials from the city hall said that you need to notify them when you come back, the maid said respectfully. Wanmanshaw nodded and said, Go and notify the city hall, and tell them that I'm back, and you can come if you have anything. Yes, madam. Also, go to the consortium and ask their person in charge to come over. Wanmanshaw added again. Yes. The maids left quickly. The princess still stared with eyes wide open. Looking around, butterflies flew among the flowers. The courtyard was filled with rich floral fragrance, and the ground was covered with soft grass, like a green carpet. In such a beautiful courtyard, the walls, corners, open spaces, and roofs of buildings were all full of skeletons wearing armor, holding weapons. The empty eye sockets were filled with soul fire, nature and death, interspersed together. There was an inexplicable sense of disobedience. Watching Wanmanshaw give the task naturally and skillfully, the princess' eyes were even more puzzled. Are we in Rentam City? So soon? Chapter 837. Wu Hung walked forward, looked back, and saw the princess still standing there looking around. He shouted, Natalia, eat first, and then arrange for someone to take you to the city for a walk. Oh! The princess quickened her pace and followed, then asked, My lord, is this the city of Rentam? Well, does it feel different from your place? Wu Hung asked. The princess took a deep breath and said, The smell of freedom. I take a breath on the street later, and I can still smell the sweat of the orcs. The princess was stunned. Orcs stink? Wu Hung shrugged and said nothing, and the princess continued to follow into the hall. The hall of the city lord's mansion was still luxurious, with all kinds of gorgeous decorations and artworks designed by top craftsmen filling the entire living room. These were sent by wealthy merchants and dignitaries of various races in Treasure Island. As for Wanmanshaw, Wu Hung was more inclined in all aspects. Wanmanshaw went to meet the officials who had been summoned. Wu Hung arranged a maid and guards for the princess and took her to stroll around the city. Before leaving, the princess had the excitement of a little girl going to an amusement park on her face. She seemed to be looking forward to what the outside of Rentam City would look like. Wu Hung went upstairs and looked at the child who was being coaxed to sleep by the skeleton ghost woman. Then he went through the study and headed to the zombie world. Walked out of the boundary gate. Opposite was still the prison monitoring room. Released the three ghosts and looked around. Xiao Xiao said, You're back. How long has it been? Grinda also asked. Wu Hung replied, I came here directly after returning to Rentam City to see what level those zombies are at. Okay, Xiao Xiao said, and flew out with Benny. Wu Hung walked directly to the monitoring position and patted the skeleton who was watching the monitor. Call up the monitors from 202 to 209. The skeleton directly turned on the monitor and opened it on two screens. Wu Hung and Granda looked at the screen carefully. The zombies in cells 202, 203, and 204 have completely grown carapaces and wings like beetles. Zombies in cell 203 occasionally turn toward the camera in the surveillance video, and a second pair of eyes could be seen growing on the brow bone. It is indeed a new pair of eyes, Glinda said. Previously, there was a record in the Skeleton Alchemist's notebook. After this period of time, It has completely turned into eyes. Maybe the direction of evolution is related to his original occupation. Wu Hung said. 203 was originally the intelligence minister beside the second prince. When Benny observed the other party, she suspected that he was a thief, and his weapon was a dagger. But his profession was a guard, and the characteristics of this profession were observation and defense. Any slight movement would cause this profession to notice, and the crossbow arrows were very accurate. What's the use of having more eyes? Glinda asked. Better vision. What about turning into a skeleton? That shouldn't be of much use. Wu Hung thought about it, and felt that it was not very useful. Then, he continued to look at the remaining cells. The zombies in each room were walking back and forth restlessly, trying to break free from the chains on their bodies from time to time, and roaring at the air from time to time. In terms of appearance, the wings on the backs of these zombies were more obvious, almost growing to half the length of their backs. Not long after, Xiao Xiao and Benny flew back from outside. Xiao Xiao said, Uncle, all zombies have reached level 19, but not level 20. Some of the zombies before did not reach level 19. After this period of time, they also reached level 19. Don't worry. We get there sooner or later. Wu Hung said. They're too stupid. They can't even be good zombies. Xiao Xiao muttered. Benny said. These zombies have wings. Do you want to see what kind of zombies the other zombie king can cultivate in the next batch? There are two types of zombie kings found so far. One is a deformed type, like a rhinoceros beetle, with horns on its head and wings on its back. The second type is a suit zombie king, whose body has not changed much. Only the head looks like it has bloomed, like a stack of mushroom caps. I feel that growing wings is more practical. But next time I catch another corpse king, I can keep some viruses for experimentation. Wu Hung said. Let's give it a try. There are so many professionals anyway. Benny said. Xiao Xiao said. Hey! Sister Benny is becoming more and more like a big devil. Stupid kid. Surrender to me. Down with the female devil. Xiao Xiao shouted slogans and flew away with a laugh. Benny followed behind him. Glinda glanced at the two ghosts chasing him, stretched out his hand and hooked a book, and began to turn the pages to read. Wu Hung sat on the chair in the monitoring room, picked up the satellite phone, and dialed the Yahung's number. After 2 rings, the other side answered. After a brief inquiry about the situation, Wu Hung continued to ask, Have you found a place to kill zombies? I found it. A nearby village. I will pick you up tomorrow? Li Yong asked. Wu Hung quickly thought of the arrangements in his mind. Said, in 2 days. I have something to do these days. I have to return to Treasure Island tomorrow. So the zombie cleaning work will have to be postponed. That's fine. The zombies can't escape anyway. Then I call you. Okay. After saying a few simple words, Wu Hung hung up the phone. He stood up and looked at the 3 ghosts, saying, Stop making trouble. We have to go back. The 3 ghosts flew directly over and got into his body. Wu Hung also reopened the boundary gate and returned to Rentam City. Inside the city lord's mansion, Wu Hung returned and released the ghost. The 3 ghosts discussed and went downstairs to see the children. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door, followed by Wenmancha's voice. Master, are you in the room? Come in. The door opened, and Wenmancha, wearing a long blue dress, walked in directly. Master, I found a prop that can change the voice line. Wu Hang's plan was to let the princess stay and continue to pretend to be the second prince for a while. The appearance can be made of faceless human skin, but the difference in women's voices is too great. Even if the attribute is high, it is difficult to reach the voice of men. Where did you collect it from? Wu Hung was a little surprised. Just came back. And found the props? When Mancha came over and sat directly in his arms, saying, It's from the Snake Emblem Group. I asked someone to go there first. After all, the Snake Emblem Group has done a good job of keeping secrets in this regard. I didn't expect them to take out this prop directly. The Snake Emblem Group. I asked someone to ask if there were any similar props, and they took this one out directly. That's a little too fast. Wu Hung held her waist and hips. When Mancha rolled her eyes, lowered her voice, and said, This involves another gossip. Many props and funds have been transported to Rentam City for storage. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and understood what she meant. The Snake Emblem Group withdrew from the Yet Kingdom, and all the funds, props, and customer storage items from various places were transported out. Where did these things go? A few days ago, the leader of the Snake Emblem Group, Long, appeared. This is enough to prove that the Snake Emblem Group transported all the items of the Yeko Kingdom to Rentam City. When Manshaw is good at intelligence work in Rentam City, and has captured some relevant information. Where are the props? Let me see. When Manshaw stretched out her hand, and held a pendant in her hand, swinging it gently. Voice imitation pendant, magic prop, description, a magic pendant etched with the sound storage technique. It can record voice when used for the first time, and the wearer will speak with the same voice and tone. Magic prop. This is not a rare item, but a prop etched with magic patterns. In other words, it should be available in some prop shops. The effect is actually very simple. Just record a sound, and when the next person uses it, they can start speaking with the same voice and tone. It is a simple and easy to use magic. In this world, the development of magic is like the technology of the modern world. It involves various fields. Master, guess how much? Wu Hung thought for a moment. It shouldn't be too expensive. About 100 silver? When Manshaw smiled. It was given for free. They also said that someone asked them to help me as much as possible, and I can go to them if I have any problems in the future. Did Long ask them? I feel so. It seems that the last gift was not given in vain. When Manshaw said with a smile. It's also good to maintain a good relationship with them. Wu Hung said. And then said, is Natalia back? I'm back. I've arranged a room for her. We find a building tomorrow to serve as the prince's residence. When Manshaw replied, Wu Hung patted her butt. Ask her to come over and talk about pretending to be a prince. When Manshaw stood up and walked to the door to talk to the maid. Not long after, the princess, who had changed into a long dress, also came in from outside. My lord. Lord When Manshaw. The princess bowed slightly. Wu Hung motioned her to sit down, and then said, I can't stay here for a long time. I plan to let you continue to pretend to be the second prince for a while. The princess's expression froze. Her eyes wandered for a long time. And then she said carefully, My lord, didn't you say that you wouldn't lock me up? Wu Hung smiled and said, I'm not forcing you to lock you up. When you need it, you can pretend to be the second prince and walk around. You can go shopping if you want to, and go out to play if you want to. No one will care about you. When Manshaw frowned and reminded in a solemn voice, You are just a slave under the name of the master. The master is soft-hearted and doesn't care about you. But you have to recognize the current situation. Chapter 838. This sentence made the princess blush. She wanted to defend herself, but didn't know what to say. After a pause, she said, I don't know how to disguise myself. I'm not good at it. Wu Hung took out 2 props and said, The mask is a magical item that can imitate the second prince's appearance. The side effect is that it consumes blood. The pendant is a magic item that can imitate voices. The princess looked up and saw that everything was ready. Wu Hung continued, You know the second prince's habits and tone. So you are the most suitable person to play the role temporarily. It should not be a big problem to fool the guards. The princess nodded. I am willing to cooperate with you. Sir, try the mask first. Wu Hung handed it to her. The princess took the human skin and did not show any timidity or abnormality. She just looked at it and put it on her head. Then her face moved and she became the second prince. The princess said, How is it? It's very similar. I can't tell what's different. Wu Hung said. And then he recorded the sound for the voice imitation pendant. He handed it to her again. Try it on. The princess put on the pendant, paced back and forth in the room, looked at the 2 of them, put one hand behind her, and said loudly, The dark cloud of the dead is covering the land north of the kingdom. We must unite, repel the enemy, and win the final victory. Wu Hung and When Manshaw were both stunned. It's really similar. Especially the energy. Yes. I said you are suitable. Wu Hung said. When Manshaw smiled and said, You look similar. But your chest and butt are too obvious. Wu Hung also took a look. The princess shrank and said, I can't do anything about it. When Manshaw thought for a while and said, I have a set of inner armor. You can try it. As she said that, she asked someone to bring a set of inner armor, which was a bit like a corset, and it would wrap the body tightly when worn inside. The princess walked into the inner room, put it on, and walked out again. It looks like the body is a little swollen, But it is obviously much better. It's fine. Just dealing with the accompanying guards. It's enough. Wu Hung said. Yes, sir. I will try my best. The princess said again, taking off the mask and necklace. Wu Hung continued to instruct, don't lose the mask. It's precious. The princess nodded solemnly. I will keep this rare item. You go and rest. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Wu Hung comforted. Then I won't bother you and the city lord, the princess said, turning around and leaving. There were only 2 people left in the room. When Manshaw said, I asked someone to prepare the bath water, and we should rest early. Let's go. The 2 walked out of the room together. Late at night, in the bedroom, when Manshaw leaned on Wu Hang's arms, her face still rosy, and said softly, I forgot to ask you. Do you want to send the little girl you sent last time back? Which one? Wu Hung put his hand on her shoulder, reached into her collar, and gently played with her. It's the little girl you said you saved when you killed the Red Wind Gang. I arranged for her to help in the association. When Manshaw reminded, Wu Hung immediately remembered this person. When he disguised himself as the leader of the Red Wind Gang, he saved a little girl. At that time, he was afraid that the news would be leaked. So he brought her here. He clearly remembered that the other party also called him a traitor to mankind. It depends on her. If she wants to go back, she can go back. If she doesn't want to go back, she can continue to stay in the association. It's better than her going back to the village, Wu Hung said. When Manshaw nodded. I tell Hartel when the time comes. Yes. When Manshaw looked up at him again. Master, let's have another son. You're addicted to having children. You should recover first. Wu Hung looked down at her. When Manshaw said, I feel pretty good. Wu Hung still said, raise our daughter first, and we talk about it later. I'm afraid I'd be too old to have children. When Manshaw buried her head in her arms. Raise the level. Do you think everyone is as powerful as the master? I may never reach level 18 in my lifetime. Wu Hung hugged her. I will help you. Now that the second prince is dead, there will be a period of peace in the future. Your main task is to upgrade your level. Yes. Listen to the master. When Manshaw arched her head into his arms again, the 2 lay down again and fell asleep. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Hung and Wen Manshaw, the princess gave a few instructions. Headed to the courtyard. I'm leaving. If you have anything, please contact me in time. When Manshaw held the child and whispered, Goodbye, Dad. The child laughed. Wu Hung walked over, kissed the mother and daughter on the face, and said, Goodbye. I take you to Treasure Island in a few days. Okay. When Manshaw said with a smile. The princess also bowed slightly. My lord. Have a good trip. Well, I have something to discuss with Wen Manshaw, and you 2 should get along well, Wu Hung said. The 2 nodded. Wu Hung did not delay, and put on the train conductor's hat, and the ghost train appeared in front of him. After waving goodbye, he boarded the train directly, disappeared. When Manshaw and the others also talked and returned to the building. Human City. Outside the pill sales point, a long line formed. The 4th batch of pills will be sold soon. Those who have the number will line up in an orderly manner. Those who have not lined up will wait for the 5th batch. Hula la! The sales point opened, and the team moved forward noisily. After someone bought it, immediately, mercenaries and others came up and said, Brother, there are so many in one box. Give me some. We have already divided it. You go and look at others. After that, the person who bought the pills left in a hurry. The rest of the people immediately asked the next person. In this city, the pills were put on sale 2 weeks ago. Except for the first day when people were still waiting and watching. More and more people bought it in the following time, which led to some confusion. The city lord's mansion and the patrol team came forward and demanded that the products be sold in batches and in limited quantities. The people in the queue were also discussing related topics. Where is the treasure island mentioned in the manual? I heard it's over the Emerald Sea. The owner of Wuling Island is quite powerful. More than powerful. I heard that he invented the fountain pen used by some nobles. I thought he was an alchemist. It seems that he may be a scholar who is good at improvement and research and development. Dwarf City. The dwarf wearing scale armor and a horn helmet met with the leader of the Dwarf Chamber of Commerce. This pill is very effective. The leader asked you to stockpile some. The head of the Chamber of Commerce looked a little solemn. Treasure Island has arranged a person in charge. And large-scale stockpiling is not allowed. It's not that you don't pay. What's the rule? Sir, I go and discuss it with him. At worst, we can increase the purchase volume. They can't afford not to make money. Okay. The dwarf wearing scale armor nodded. Then I go discuss it now. The head of the Chamber of Commerce bowed and turned to leave. Wood Elves. Elders Meeting Hall. The sun shines through the tall colorful dome, casting mottled light and shadows. Several elders of the Wood Elves sat around a huge round table. One of the elders said, "Pens, watches, strengthening potions, and this kind of pills. The little island owner of Treasure Island is really surprising. Indeed, he is a man who is good at creating miracles." Another elder stroked his beard and said, "It's a pity that we didn't grasp the relationship with him. The amount of star flower could have been more." The words were about Shannara. No one said anything, and the elder sitting in the main seat said, "When will Shannara come back? She is not in Treasure Island, and there has been no news for a long time." The elder in the main seat thought deeply and then said, "I propose to appoint Shannara as the acting elder to see if she has the ability in this area." The others raised their eyebrows. The Council of Elders has the right to speak on the development of the entire race. Appointing her is not just as simple as easing the relationship with Treasure Island. It feels like they are being tied. Let's vote. I agree. I object. I agree too. It's just an agent. There's nothing wrong with trying. I object. 5 elders, including the elder who proposed this matter. A total of 3 agreed and 2 opposed. The main elder said, "Send the draft appointment letter to Elder Shannara." Several people nodded. On the train, the senses were indeed, and there was chaos outside the window. Wu Hung sat on the chair and began to think about the next plan. The matter of the second prince was solved, and the next step was to break through the 20th level. With a thought, he looked at the reputation value. Level 19, 1987438/355000. Reputation, level 19, 54135/66,000. Seeing the reputation, Wu Heng's eyes condensed. It has increased so much. Chapter 839. When leaving Treasure Island and heading to Ratam City, the reputation number was more than 15,000. And now it has reached 54,000, which is just short of meeting the upgrade conditions on the panel. The reason why it has increased so much is not hard to imagine. The sale of pills in various places has played a key role. I put instructions in each bottle, and part of the instructions is used to promote my information. It seems that the influence of pills is still huge. In the zombie world, I have several bases and have occupied the Korean shelter. But the effect is not as obvious as this time. At this rate, as long as the second batch of pills are released, it will be enough for me to reach level 20. When I return to Treasure Island, I will expand the number of cooperative chambers of commerce and start selling the second batch of pills, striving to reach level 20 as soon as possible. After confirming the 20 level upgrade, I opened my eyes and looked at the carriage. There was still chaos outside the window, so I closed my eyes again and continued to think about the development of the 2 worlds. Treasure Island is still mainly focused on construction. At present, Treasure Island has been developed into a maritime trade center. Pens, watches, pills have all achieved good results. Should we think of some new things to enrich the products of Treasure Island? I will think about it when I go back. There are also film industries and large entertainment centers. The film industry is to arrange those bards to rehearse. It has been a while, and I don't know how the progress is. In fact, the movie doesn't matter. The movie was arranged to improve my reputation at the beginning. Now that we can reach level 20 anyway, it's not that important. The large entertainment center was the plan I made before I left. Build a large entertainment venue to earn money from the dignitaries on the island. The person in this area, I think Slater is more suitable. She used to run the Golden Cat and has rich experience. The zombie world. The next step is to experiment with the use of the ghost train ticket machine. In this incident of dealing with the second prince, in addition to occupying a larger piece of land, another gain is this strange item that can also summon the ghost train. Now that this strange item is in my hands, it means that I have exclusive control over the ghost train. I can also give the tickets to some of my subordinates to reduce the time it takes to get to a certain place. Of course, the method of use is to devour ghosts and produce tickets. The specific operation still needs to be experimented. I was thinking about it. I started to think about the Holy See. the Kingdom of Yeko. And many mentioned the book that Lilith sent me on the phone. If I could learn her skill of making people's mouths and eyes disappear. Actually, it's pretty cool. I don't know how many days have passed. Light began to appear outside the car window. We've arrived. The car door slowly opened. And Wu Heng's senses instantly recovered when he got off the train. The sound of waves crashing came to his ears. And the air was filled with a salty and humid smell. Finally back. Wu Heng took a deep breath and felt that Treasure Island was more comfortable. With a thought, 3 ghosts flew out of his body. In midair, he looked around. Yeah, I'm home. A small cheer. Benny and Glenda also smiled. Treasure Island is still a good environment. The city where the second prince lives is full of horse manure on the road. It's too dirty. It's okay. We can't smell it. Wu Heng can smell it. It's okay. Uncle dares to eat even corpse cores. He's not afraid of these. The 3 ghosts discussed in midair. Wu Heng took out a hood that could cover his head and face. Put it on his head. And said, let's go. Let's go to the port first. And then take a carriage back. Okay. It must be lively over there. The 3 ghosts slowly disappeared and flew forward beside him. Approaching Lighthouse Street. The surroundings began to become noisy. People came and went on the street. Sailors, vendors, rich and powerful people, and their female companions in luxurious clothes. Or children chasing and playing. Different races gathered together. And there was no sense of disobedience. Wu Heng stood at the intersection and watched for a while. Then walked towards the carriage waiting on the roadside in the distance. Intending to take the carriage back to the island owner's mansion. Just when he was about to talk to the driver, a small voice rang in his ear. Uncle, it seems that there is a fight over there. And there are many people around. Don't you want to go and take a look? Wu Heng looked in the direction, and saw a crowd gathering in one direction in the distance. Let's go see what's going on, Wu Heng said. It should be a quarrel or a fight. Only this kind of thing would attract onlookers. If it was to arrest a wanted criminal or a serious fight, the crowd would disperse outwards instead of gathering forward. Soon, the 3 ghosts who were gathering intelligence flew back. Xiao Xiao said, it's the people from the church who are arresting people. Then he added, there are 5 people in total, wearing the clothes of the church. The highest level is 12, and the rest are around level 8. People from the Vatican. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. I told Minnie not to have conflicts with the Vatican for the time being, and to deal with it after I returned. Now they dare to arrest people on the street. Glenda added, I listened to the conversation of the onlookers, and it seems that the arrested people followed the Vatican and were caught red-handed. Let's go and take a look. Wu Heng stepped forward, squeezed through the crowd, and saw the open space in front. 3 people wearing Vatican Guard uniforms pressed a sloppy middle-aged man under them. Although they did not punch or kick him, they also used some small tricks secretly. The man screamed in pain. There were 2 priests standing on the side, one of whom was of medium build, directing the search of the sloppy man's body. The other was tall and thin, and judging from the clothes he wore, he was a high-level priest, flipping through a notebook in his hand. The sloppy man had a fierce look in his eyes, and suddenly struggled to break free from the guards and pounced on the tall and thin priest. But the priest's level was not low either. Wei Wei dodged the other's action, but the notebook in his hand fell to the side. The guards pushed the man down again. After 2 punches, the man curled up like a shrimp and had no more strength to resist. The priest was about to pick up the fallen book, but Wu Heng took the lead to pick it up. He flipped through it and saw a bunch of words written on it. Bring it here, the priest of the church said coldly. Wu Heng asked, why did you beat people? The priest narrowed his eyes and looked at the other person carefully. He was wearing a gray hood and a formal dress, which didn't look gorgeous. He sneered and said, not only did you meet this guy who was looking for death on the road, but now you are here again. It seems that you are in the same group? Wu Heng said, you arrested people on the street. Why don't you ask them? You should ask them? The priest saw that his identity was not a deterrent, and his expression was a little angry. What a pirate island! I guess you are this man's accomplice. Your behavior is blasphemy against God. You must go back to face trial. As soon as the voice fell, 3 Vatican guards walked directly towards Wu Heng. The crowd nearby dispersed to both sides with a whoosh, keeping a distance from this side. Bang bang. As the Vatican guards approached, Wu Heng moved even faster, kicking them twice and sending them flying backwards. The strong guards covered their stomachs and retched twice. Walala. Then, they stood up and drew their weapons from their waists. "You pagan!" The priest roared loudly and drew his staff. Several rays of light fell on the guards, and the light surrounded them. Chapter 840. "Uncle! The people from the association are here." A small voice sounded in my ears. The tall and thin priest, who was leading the fight, narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at Wu Hung with some surprise. Just when the fight was about to start, there was a noisy sound of running outside the crowd. And someone shouted, "Who is making trouble here and blocking traffic? Surround them all." Then, the crowd was pushed aside, and the association team and 2 teams of skeleton patrols appeared in sight. The leader was the dwarf deputy deacon on the island. The dwarf deputy deacon led the team to squeeze through the crowd, looked at the people of the church, and then looked at the sloppy man who was detained, frowning. Some things will become very troublesome when they involve the church. "What's going on?" the dwarf asked solemnly. The church put away their weapons, and the middle-sized priest walked over and said, "Deacon Gadane, these 2 people followed us and injured our people later." "I didn't," the sloppy man shouted. "Shut up." The guards of the church interrupted him with another punch. The dwarf said, "2 choices. Either disperse or go back with me for questioning." The negotiating priest turned around and looked at the tall and thin 12th level priest behind him. The latter took a close look at the sloppy man's appearance and nodded. "Let him go." The guards let go of the sloppy man and stood behind the priest again. The dwarf waved his hand. "Okay. If there's nothing else, just disperse. Don't block us all here." "Wait." At this time, Wu Hung spoke. "What's wrong with you?" The dwarf raised his eyebrows. "The law and order on the island has always been good, except for some port workers fighting over jobs. Fighting in the market area is rarely seen. In addition, the association has also told us not to have conflicts with the people of the Holy See recently. If something really happens, go back and talk to the deacon before dealing with it." The people of the Holy See sneered. "Deacon Gadane? He is in the same group with that person. I think he is a wanted criminal who sneaked into the island. He doesn't listen to you very much." The dwarf's eyes suddenly became sharp. Just as he was about to speak, he saw an object thrown at him. He subconsciously reached out to catch it, and when he saw the object clearly, his brows frowned instantly. "Association Inspector Emblem. You?" The dwarf's face changed. The person in front of him turned out to be an inspector of the association. He had to tell the deacon about this quickly. Wu Hung said, "Take the people from the Holy See and the man back to the association for investigation and find out what happened." Without waiting for the dwarf to speak, the tall and thin priest of the Holy See smiled and said, "Who did I think it was? The inspector of the association. It is indeed a big position, but the inspector supervises the internal affairs of the association. When can he manage the external affairs?" "Sir, will you and I go to the association first?" the dwarf said immediately. He was thinking in his heart that he would take the things here back first and tell the deacon Zalogui. Then, Wu Hung took out the emblem of the flag bearer and waved it in front of the association staff. Then he said, "Catch him," before the people of the association could react. The skeleton guards, who followed them, started to move directly. They surrounded the people of the Holy See and narrowed the encirclement little by little. After seeing the emblem of the flag bearer, the dwarf also reacted immediately. Approached and whispered, "Sir, the people of the Holy See. Take him back. I go to the association later," Wu Hung said directly. The dwarf nodded, waved his hand to signal the skeletons to stop attacking, and then said to the priest, "Come with me to the association. It's not good to fight outside." The priest looked grim, glanced at Wu Hung, and the increasing number of skeletons around him. He said, "I go to the association with you." "Let's go!" The dwarf nodded and took everyone away. The people of the church have been captured. The association didn't do much about similar things a few days ago. What did that guy take out just now? The deputy deacon took him away. It looks like a crest. His identity should be extraordinary. It's been a long time since we heard from the island owner. If he knew, he would never let this happen. Maybe he will hear about it this time. Let's see how he handles it in the end. A contest between the undead and the church? The people who were discussing were all stunned. That's right. It seems that the dead spirits and the church have never gotten along. Now let's see who will win in the end. Wu Hung walked out of the crowd and got on the carriage at the intersection. He rushed towards the direction of the island owner's mansion. After walking forward for a while, Xiao Shifei came back and said, "Uncle, We release someone on the way. Go and let him inform the church of this matter. Wu Hung nodded. Are those 2 priests among the people released? No. The 2 are still following us to the association. Xiao Xiao answered. It's okay. Those 2 people are fine. The remaining 3 guards are obviously thugs. They are not very useful. Wu Hung explained. Oh. I thought they were in the same group. Xiao Xiao muttered. Grinda floated aside and said, people will leave a way out for themselves to avoid things ending badly. The deputy deacon will not want to offend the church because of this matter. How many people are like your uncle? What do you mean? What's the way out? Xiao Xiao Bao Bang looked like he didn't understand. You understand when you grow up. I can't grow up. While the 2 souls were talking, Benny also came in from outside. Wu Hung. We're at the church. The other 2 ghosts poked their heads out from the roof. And Wu Hung also pulled aside the curtain and looked in the direction of the church. The church had already opened its doors. And priests standing at the door and residents entering the church could be seen. Benny said, when I flew near the church, I felt a sense of obstruction and crisis. There must be something inside. Wu Hung frowned. Benny is level 20. And has reached the level of a heroic spirit. There are basically few props and strange objects that can restrict the actions of ghosts of this level. She actually felt a sense of crisis. There should be something inside. Do you need me to go in and take a look? Benny asked. Wu Hung lowered the curtain. No. There is no need to take this risk. If you want to know what is inside, there are many ways. Okay. Benny smiled, floated in the carriage, and did not fly out again. The carriage passed through the central area and stopped at the intersection outside the alley of the island owner's mansion. Wu Hung paid the fare. The carriage left and headed for the island owner's mansion. Squeak! The door of the island owner's mansion opened. Wu Hung took off his hood, walked through the flowers, and walked into the building. In front of him, the bunny girl Minnie and the cat girl Roby ran out happily, jumped 4 or 5 meters apart, and rushed over. Master! Wu Hung caught her, and saw Roby again, jumping from a farther distance. He caught the cat girl with his other hand, and buried the 2 girls in his arms. Minnie muttered, Master! I miss you so much. Robe echoed. Me too. Me too. You are so old. But you still act like a spoiled child. Wu Hung patted the 2 girls. By the way, Mrs. McIntosh just called and said she has something to ask you. Minnie looked up and said directly, Just now. Yes. You came back just after the phone call was hung up. Minnie said. Wu Hung walked into the building. I make the call first. Okay. The 2 girls went about their own business. Wu Hung walked to the phone and called McIntosh. Soon, the call was connected. McIntosh. Who just called? Sir, my people were taken away by the association. And there are people from the Holy See. McIntosh's voice came over. Is that sloppy man McIntosh's man? McIntosh's profession is a prophet. He left for a while before. After returning to the island, he was responsible for helping Wu Hung collect intelligence on the island. Without waiting for Wu Hung to ask, McIntosh roughly told the story. In fact, the content is also very simple. McIntosh arranged a group of people to keep an eye on the movements of the Holy See. And the way to keep an eye on them does not require real tracking, but to collect some items left by the target. And the prophet will naturally sense what the other party did and what they talked about. This time, I don't know what went wrong, and I was discovered by the other party. But at the scene, the people of the Holy See did not find any evidence, but focused on the notebook of the sloppy man. It's just that the content written on it has nothing to do with the church. Want to release him? Wu Hung asked. McIntosh said, I want you to save his life first, and then release him in a reasonable way, so as not to be useless in the future. Such spies are placed in the dark. If they are really released directly, or if they are suspected of having any connection with Treasure Island, it will be difficult to collect useful information. So releasing them should be more reasonable. Wu Hung is also good at this. Philippa was released in this way before. His case is not serious. I will ask the association to investigate and then release him. Wu Hung said. Okay. I'm fine. Wu Hung nodded and said, come to dinner tonight. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Minnie also prepared the bath water. Master, the bath water is ready. Please wash up first. Well, prepare some clothes. I go to the association later. Okay. Church. The sun shines through the stained glass painted with religious stories, shining through a colorful ground. The bishop, wearing a gorgeous robe, knelt in front of the statue, bowed his head and prayed devoutly. At this time, hurried footsteps sounded. A priest walked in quickly and saluted, "Archbishop, I have found out clearly. Tell me about it." The bishop slowly raised his head and looked at him calmly. The one who asked Gideon to arrest people at that time was a young man. The first one he took out was the association's inspection emblem. And the second one he took out was the flag-bearer emblem. It should be confirmed that it was the island owner Wu Hung. The archbishop frowned slightly, with some surprise in his eyes, and then asked, "Did he arrange that person to go out?" The priest shook his head. "From the news, it seems more like he met him by passing by. Get ready. Let's go to the association to have a look." "Yes," the priest replied and quickly went down to prepare. Chapter 841. The Island Master's Mansion. After Wu Hung simply washed up, Minnie came in with a dress. While helping him put it on, she said, "I heard from Sister Ware that after the church reopened, it became more and more excessive. At first, it had conflicts with the surrounding shops, then conflicts, and recently it even dared to confront the guards. It seems that during the time I was away, the Vatican felt that Treasure Island was relatively weak and became more and more aggressive. You are testing the bottom line from this." Wu Hung straightened his back, and Minnie took the ironing machine and swept the wrinkles on the clothes. "Ah? Does it mean that they are getting more and more excessive?" Minnie had never heard of this word, and asked curiously. Wu Hung explained, "It is to test your tolerance again and again. The more you can tolerate, the more they will push." "I see. The master is still cultured." Minnie helped him put on his clothes, then stood in front of him and looked carefully, with a smile on her face. "The master is really good-looking. You are also very cute." Wu Hung pinched her face and said, "I'm going to the association. Let Ware and the others come back early for dinner in the evening." "Okay, master." Minnie smiled and went downstairs to call Andeville. Wu Hung turned on the mansion technique and Caxiu and Shanshan came out. Caxiu was still wearing a training robe with a hood covering his head. Shanshan was wearing a huge loose cloak that covered his entire body, with the wings on his back arched. He looked like a hunched old man. "Come on. Follow me," Wu Hung said to the two skeletons. Opened the door and walked out. He went to the study and opened the door, and saw three ghosts chatting inside. "I'm going to the association. Is anyone going?" I go." Xiao Xiao raised her hand immediately. Grenda and Bernie also flew out. Wu Hung led them downstairs and used teleportation in the courtyard. His figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at Zalagwi's steward's mansion. There were not many places where he could teleport completely and accurately, and the steward's mansion was one of them. There was no one in the mansion, only a few skeletons guarding it. Wu Hung led the skeletons and entered the association building directly from the back door. Walk into the association. Wu Hung walked forward in the cold corridor. Halfway through, he could hear the noise and figures coming from the opposite hall, playing the role of the second prince. He borrowed the meeting room of the local association. The association over there was unusually deserted, and there were not even a few staff members. Arriving in front of the deacon's study, Wu Hung knocked on the door. "Come in." A voice came from the room. Wu Hung pushed the door open and walked in, and saw the elf sister sitting in the room. "I'm back." "Wu Hung!" Sister Shiryali exclaimed, her face full of joy. Sister Shilagwi also smiled. "Just now, Jayadane said that someone took the emblem of the flag bearer, so we suspected that you were back." Wu Hung sat down and asked with a smile, "Did you miss me?" "Yes," Shiryali said. Shilagwi rolled her eyes at her sister. "Why would I miss you? You have an island, and you're still running around." Shiryali walked out of her seat, and went to the counter to make tea for him, saying casually, "Don't listen to her stubbornness. She still calls your name when she goes to bed at night." "Shiryali," Zalagwi shouted in a somewhat embarrassed tone. Shiryali smiled back, and winked at Wu Hung. Zalagwi was about to talk about business, when her eyes fell on two figures following behind him. One of them could be identified as the skeleton attendant Caxiu, and the other one. He looked tall. But why was he hunchbacked? "Is this your new skeleton attendant?" Wu Hung turned back and looked in the direction Zalagwi was looking, and said, "Yes, the new skeleton attendant." "Old man skeleton? Old man?" Wu Hung looked back again. "It's not an old man, but his body structure is a bit special." Shilagwi continued to ask, "Where is Karanmu?" Before he was killed, Karamba was a famous bounty hunter. With the evil sword in his hand, his combat power was not low. He was eliminated. He was assigned another task. Wu Hung said. She Lugui nodded, and did not continue to ask more questions. He led the topic to this incident, and said, our people interrogated the church and the man. The people of the church said that the man followed them all the way, and arrested them, because they suspected that he had some purpose. After a short pause, he continued, the man lives on Lighthouse Street, has a wife at home, and works at the docks on weekdays. He himself does not admit that he followed the Vatican. This kind of thing is not a big deal in Treasure Island. On the road, if someone's things are stolen, they just think they are unlucky. If the thief is caught, beaten and his things are taken away, the guards will not care. Before Wu Hung came back, the association team met him, asked about the situation, and let him go. Wu Hung said, tell me about the situation in the church first. Sure Yali. Sure Lugui shouted. Sure Yali first placed the brewed tea in front of Wu Hung, then took out a notebook, flipped through 2 pages and said, on the 3rd day after you left, the church reopened. The archbishop stationed in the church is called Yuan, who is also a well-known person in the church. There are also 3 or 4 other level 18 personnel, but the exact number is not clear yet. Level 19 archbishop. During this period, Wu Hung dealt with the affairs of the second prince and met 4th level professionals, all of which remained at level 18. It gives people a feeling that level 18 is a big hurdle. I didn't expect that when I returned to Treasure Island. The church actually arranged a level 19 archbishop. In addition, there are 3 or 4 level 18 professionals. They really think highly of Treasure Island. I'm afraid that there are few such configurations in the entire Emerald Sea. Is the archbishop a priest? Wu Hung asked. Shi Lugui and Sher Yali both looked at him curiously. For the arrival of a level 19 professional on the island, he didn't seem to show any strange emotions, but rather a kind of curiosity. It's the priest, Sher Yali answered, and then said, did you know in advance? I don't know. Level 19. He will become a hero soon. Aren't you worried? Sher Yali continued to ask. Shi Lugui also looked over. Wu Hung said calmly, what's there to worry about? If it doesn't work, I will go to the association to complain. And discussed each other. The 2 girls were stunned, and the eyes that looked at him again seemed to say, it was you. Wu Hung continued to ask. Wire said that sometimes, when the church rings the bell, the skeletons that are close to it will become unstable. Do you know what the reason is? Zalugui shook her head. Endweir and I have discussed this, and I suspect it is a prop to restrain the dead. The church has many props in this regard. What is the specific effect? Don't you know? Wu Hung asked. I don't know. Before you come back, try to keep peace with him, Zalugui said. Wu Hung nodded, indicating that he understood. In addition to the effect of ringing the bell on the skeleton, the ghost also felt a sense of crisis when trying to penetrate the church. That is to say, the church has made sufficient preparations to restrain the skeleton and prevent the church from being spied on by ghosts. Very professional. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door, followed by a voice coming in. Deacon, the Archbishop of the Holy See is here, and is walking this way. The 3 people in the room looked at each other instantly, frowning. Let him go to the conference room, Wu Hung whispered. Shi Lugui said to the door, please ask the Archbishop to go to the conference room. We will be there soon. Yes. The footsteps outside the door gradually faded away. Shi Lugui said directly, it should be about the detention of the Holy See personnel. Are you going to show up later? Or just release him directly? If they release him today, they will dare to arrest people on the road tomorrow. Halagui's brows were still frowning. The Holy See has the ability to identify lies, and it can easily verify whether the man is following. When the 2 sides confront each other, it will only intensify the conflict, let alone the 19th level Archbishop. Just arrange a 15th level priest to test whether the sloppy man is lying. When the time comes, the people of the Holy See will be released, and the conflict between the 2 sides will also intensify. Wu Hung shook his head and said, let's go over there first, and see what they say. Okay. Shi Lugui stood up and straightened his clothes. They walked out of the office together. Corridor. The 3 of them, plus 2 skeleton attendants, walked in the corridor to the conference room. Halfway through, the ghost flew into the body, and a picture was shared. The people of the church came in from outside. The leader was wearing a church robe and walked in front, with a 19-level light column rising into the sky. Behind him were two people, one on the left and one on the right. The one on the left was dressed as a priest, and the one on the right was a Vatican knight wearing Vatican armor. Both were level 18 professionals. Behind them were 6 other professionals, between level 12 and 15. What a gorgeous lineup. Try not to conflict with them. The Vatican's background is not something we can compare to, Logwi said as she walked. Yali also said, when you reach a higher level, you won't be afraid of them. Wu Hung smiled. I know. Don't worry. At the door of the conference room, some people were standing. For guards from the Holy See and several team members from the association. The 3 of them approached. After the team member saluted, he whispered, the Archbishop is inside, and he looks a bit difficult to deal with. Zalogwi nodded. Well, you just stay here. After that, he knocked on the door. With Wu Hung and Yali, he pushed the door open and walked in. Conference room. Across the conference table, several religious personnel were already sitting. The first seat was occupied by the 19th level Archbishop, followed by the 18th level priest and the 18th level knight of the Holy See. There were also 2 religious personnel standing behind. Seeing the people coming in, the Archbishop looked at Wu Hung, then retracted his gaze with a serious expression on his face. Deacon Zalogwi. Zalogwi introduced directly. This is Archbishop Yuan. Then, he introduced Wu Hung. Wu Hung, the owner of Treasure Island, the flag bearer of Emerald Sea, and the supervisor of the association. A series of titles tied Wu Hang's identity to the association. The church has always been strong in doing things, but it must abide by the rules of the association. It's impossible to really do anything to Wu Hung because of this incident. After all, the leaders of the association headquarters are still paying more attention to him. The Archbishop still sat in his seat, without any intention of greeting, and said directly, Deacon Zalogwi, our people were arrested for no reason, and I need a reasonable explanation. Seeing that the other party brought up this matter directly, Zalogwi also said, making trouble in the commercial street and beating others have a serious impact on the island's public security and the reputation of the church. Your Excellency the Archbishop, don't you think they should be arrested? Chapter 842. The Archbishop stared at Zalogwi, his voice low and majestic. My understanding is different from what you said. If someone follows our people, and we stop them before they commit a crime, can it be considered as assault? So, we are investigating whether it is what you said. Once the investigation is completed, we will know it naturally, Zalogwi said. The Archbishop did not speak again. The 18th level priest beside him said, isn't it easy to investigate? Bring everyone out and ask them, and you will know. As expected, the topic was brought up here. With so many high-level professionals at the scene, it was too easy to check whether an ordinary professional was lying. In the past, there was no need to ask. A strong man could convict someone with just a few words. Zalogwi didn't know how to answer, and glanced at Wu Hung beside her. Wu Hung said calmly, the association will investigate it itself, and you don't need the church to intervene in this matter. The 18th level priest's eyes condensed. We are not here to negotiate with you. Do it now. Release our people immediately, and hand over the person who followed us second, and we will interrogate and deal with it ourselves. Logwi and Yali both became nervous. As expected, they were strong and came directly to ask for someone. Wu Hung felt the oppression coming from all around and said calmly, your church has no right to take away prisoners. The 18th level priest raised his voice. That was a criminal. We just dealt with a thief who was following us. Wu Hung looked at the other party. I mean your people. Your church guards attacked me on Lighthouse Street. Do you know what this means? The expression on the other side was immediately choked. He actually brought this up. Wu Hung, what do you mean? Who knew you were there at the time? The priest spoke again. Wu Hung shrugged. You are so high-ranking. I didn't have any disguise at the time. How could you not know it was me? The Archbishop said coldly. Wu Hung, put away your childish tricks. Let's make it a case of a stranger following our people, and let the person go. Wu Hung said, I can't let him go. You want to openly oppose the Holy See. Right. Wu Hung said calmly, let's talk about the matter at hand. Don't bring everything up with the church. At this point, the air in the entire room seemed to freeze. You're looking for death. The knight of the church sitting on the third chair roared. Leap forward. opened his 5 fingers with his armored gloves, and grabbed Wu Heng's head directly. The opponent was a mage, and the distance was so close. As long as he was captured, everything would be solved. For things that cannot be solved with words, force is the simplest and most effective method. The person on the opposite side suddenly jumped up. Zalagui and Shiryali also changed their faces. They looked terrified, but it was difficult to stop them. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard. Bang! A figure flashed by quickly and hit the chest of the Vatican Knight directly. The knight in iron armor flew backwards in an instant, hit the wall behind him, and slowly slid down. The sudden situation made everyone in the room stunned. I didn't expect the Vatican Knight to suddenly attack. And I didn't expect the skeleton on the opposite side to be faster and directly knock the level 18 knight out. You dare! The 18th level priest roared, holding a wooden staff in his hand. Bang! The next second, his body was also knocked out. Then, the figures of the church flew out one by one and fell all around. The archbishop was shining with golden light. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Caxu and the skeleton shaped like a rhinoceros beetle staring at him. Squeak! The door opened, and the staff of the church and the association team rushed in, looking at the scene in the room. Their faces changed. Get out first, the archbishop said coldly. All the church personnel blocking the door retreated. Zalagui also said, go out and guard outside. Yes. The people of the association also retreated directly. The light on the archbishop dissipated, and his eyes turned to Wu Heng again, saying, sit down and talk. Okay. Shan, come back first, Wu Heng said. Whoosh! A stream of light flashed, and the skeleton flew back. Shan. The skeleton that bumped around was called Shan. Is the person on the other side a child? Why give him such a name? The others stood up with difficulty and looked at this side with anger on their faces. After a short stalemate, the archbishop said, Island Master Wu Heng has good means. He is indeed a rare genius. Look! You always look at me with hatred. This is also the reason why we have always had conflicts. Wu Heng said. Tell me, how can we let him go? The archbishop asked. This time, except for the archbishop, no one spoke randomly. Everyone stay quiet, drink potions, or cast healing spells on yourself. Wu Heng said, follow the requirements of the association. I am not targeting you. The association has its own rules. Once the investigation is clear, there will naturally be the next step of disposal. The archbishop narrowed his eyes and said, okay. But our people need to watch. This should be okay. Right? If you can't watch, go and write an application to the headquarters. The Treasure Island Association does not allow spectators. Wu Heng directly refused. The archbishop's eyes became colder, and he smiled again. You are indeed young and confident. Then we will wait for the results of the association's investigation. No one spoke here. The archbishop stood up directly. Let's go! The others also stood up and planned to leave together. Wu Heng's eyes fell on the Knight of the Holy See again, and said, you can't leave. You attacked and assassinated the island owner. Stay and accept the investigation. You. The Knight of the Holy See looked angry, glanced at the archbishop, and suppressed his anger. I apologize to you. No need. Either stay or don't leave. Wu Heng's tone became tougher. The archbishop glanced over here and said, cooperate with the island owner. I will take you back in 2 days. The Vatican Knight nodded and said directly, okay. I will stay. The archbishop led his men away. Wu Heng shouted to the outside of the door. Someone come. The association team walked in. Wu Heng pointed at the Vatican Knight and said, take him down and keep him under guard. If there is any action, tell me directly. The people in the association team were a little stunned, and then said, Sir Knight, let's go! Humph! The Vatican Knight snorted coldly and followed him out. The neat and clean conference room became messy at this moment. The tables and chairs were tilted. The paintings fell to the ground, and the walls were damaged in many places due to the impact. Shilagui and Shiryali both widened their eyes. Their eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. That's not what they said in the corridor. How come they were beaten by the Vatican people? Not only did they agree with our opinions, but also detained an 18th level Vatican Knight. Oh my god! No. Is he that powerful? Defeat 2 level 18s and intimidate a level 19. Wu Heng felt a little weak when he was looked at by the two and said, what are you doing? Are you going to eat me? Sure, Yali slowly said. What level is your skeleton? So powerful? Also level 19. Wu Hung said. Shi Logui also said. It must be level 19. Can it transform a hero's corpse into a skeleton? Only you understand. Sure, Yali said. And then asked with some concern. We are fighting the Holy See head-on today. Will there be more trouble later? The situation has gotten to this point, which is beyond the two sisters' expectations. Given their level, they never expected that Treasure Island would have a direct conflict with the church, and it was even difficult to mediate. But this matter cannot be blamed on Wu Hung. After all, it was the other side, the church knight, who took the initiative. If there was no skeleton on their side, maybe it was their people who were beaten. Wu Hung said, this is the result of their little by little probing. If they are not allowed to stop today, the whole island will only be under the control of the church in the future. Why? Sure, Yali exclaimed. Last time, the bishop of the Holy See offended Lilith, and he just went back to be punished. Not to mention attacking a small person like me. Wu Hung said. These guys. Sure, Yali gritted her teeth. The Holy See has a strong foundation, especially the only Orthodox church in this world. Although it can't be said to be all-powerful, it is still very strong in many things. And if something goes wrong, you really can't do anything to them. Shi Logui took a deep breath, put her hand into Wu Hung's palm, and asked softly, what should I do next? Wu Hung said, these people will be interrogated normally. You can write a report to the headquarters as a deacon, explaining this matter. Just say it normally. I will write a letter to Hong Wenhui and Lilith Leader. Okay. Then it's settled. Shi Logui nodded. After the three of them discussed it, they stood up and left the room, returned to the church. The archbishop and his entourage all looked gloomy, and some of them clenched their fists, with their knuckles slightly white. When has the Holy See ever suffered such humiliation anywhere? Still in the hands of such a kid and two little girls. Archbishop. This matter, the accompanying priest said. There is something wrong with this kid. His skeleton is of a high level, and his racial characteristics cannot be distinguished. I am afraid it is the product of some experiment, the archbishop said. And then he continued after a pause, write 2 letters, one to the church and one to Chief Saidu, and tell him everything. Yes. Then the association. Don't conflict with the association first. Our people are well fed and well provided. And wait inside for a few days first. Chapter 843. Walk out of the meeting room. Several members of the association team are still at the door, including Kavina, Wu Hang's teammate in Blackstone Town. Deacon, are you okay? The captain of a small team came over. Shi Logui said, it's okay. The detained Vatican personnel can be interrogated normally. Then, what about the Vatican Knight just now? The captain of a team hesitated, but still asked. The Vatican Knight is a level 18 professional. In the association, no one dared to interrogate them. Lock them up first. I will interrogate them, Shi Logui said. And then said, everyone is busy with their own things. Don't spread what happened today. Yes. Everyone nodded and dispersed to do their own things. Sure, Yali asked Wu Hung, where are you going? I'm going back first. I have to meet several officials on the island tonight. I will come to see you tomorrow, Wu Hung said. Sure, Yali nodded. Then come to dinner tomorrow. I will make you delicious food. Okay. Shi Logui and Sure Yali walked towards the office study, and Wu Hung also entered the deacon's residence from the back door of the association, released teleportation and returned to the island owner's residence. Back to the island owner's residence. Minnie and Benny are preparing dinner. Wu Hung greeted the 2 girls and went straight upstairs. After waiting in the study for a while, 3 ghosts flew back through the wall. Glinda said first, after the archbishop went back. Someone soon sent a letter to the port, which should have spread the news. Benny said, the letter hasn't been sent out yet. Should we stop it? Wu Hung shook his head. No need. Zalogui will also write to the headquarters. There is no point in stopping such a letter. Xiao Xiao said in a dissatisfied tone. What kind of people are they? They didn't say anything when they bullied us. But now they can't beat us. They are looking for help. Just like a gang. Betty smiled and said. Actually, they are almost the same. Just called differently. That's right. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. The association is also like that. Benny continued. I thought the archbishop was so powerful. He was so scared by Shanshan that he didn't dare to make a move. That's right. Our Shanshan is still powerful. Xiao Xiao flew to the door and patted Shanshan's shoulder with her transparent little hand in appreciation. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, "It's not a big problem. They write letters to the outside world. And I write to the outside world too. We can just smear each other." "I knew you were not afraid of this," Glinda said. Wu Heng looked at her. "You can help me write when the time comes. Write it yourself. Let me write these too. My handwriting is not good. And what you wrote is more profound. We are the best. Please help me write," Wu Heng said attentively. Xiao Xiao muttered, "It would be nice if my aunt was here when I go to school." Glinda looked at the big and small in silence, and said helplessly, "Let's wait for the results of the interrogation from the association before writing and sending the letter out." "Okay. Let Zalogui write it first. And we can learn from it later," Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao and Benny flew to the side to watch a movie. Glinda thought for a moment, and then said softly, "Wu Heng, your goal is to reach level 20. Don't put all your energy into fighting with him. If you become a hero, all problems will be solved." "I know." Wu Heng nodded. Glinda flew behind the desk, controlled a book to fly out, and began to read it. Wu Heng also stood up, opened the door, and walked out. After leaving the room, he walked into the radio room. On a row of wooden tables, radios of different frequency bands were placed. In front of each radio, there was a skeleton investigator, waiting to record information. Wu Heng looked at the skeleton investigator's notebook one by one, and then sat in front of the radio station that contacted Ratam City. He picked up the microphone and said, "Wen Mancha, are you there?" About 2 or 3 minutes later, Wen Mancha's voice came from the opposite side. "Master, have you arrived at Treasure Island?" "I just arrived today. What are you busy with?" Wu Heng leaned back and asked casually. "I just finished feeding the baby. And you left." "My milk is full," Wen Mancha said with a smile. "What are you talking about? You are trying to sow discord between us father and daughter again," Wu Heng said in a solemn voice. Wen Mancha's laughter was heard from the other side. Wu Heng then asked, "Have the second prince's guards arrived?" Speaking of business, Wen Mancha's voice became serious, saying, "The guards and the princess may have arrived. Natalia, who is pretending to be the second prince, has met the commander. So far, there is no problem." When Wu Heng left, he asked Princess Natalia to continue pretending to be the second prince. Although the arrangements were relatively good, I was still worried about any problems. Judging from the news said back by Wen Mancha, it should be relatively smooth. Wen Mancha continued, "Today, Natalia and I discussed and have begun to transfer some officials and troops to the city south of Set. You can arrange it. Let Natalia continue to write a letter to the Minister of Administration and keep in touch with each other to avoid any problems." Wu Heng continued to instruct. "Okay, Master. Do you need me to arrange anything else?" After Wen Mancha agreed, she continued to ask. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "I need you to increase my publicity, arrange newspapers and bards, and try to improve my reputation." "Understood. I will arrange it later." Wen Mancha agreed. There was nothing big left. The two chatted for a few words, and then hung up the phone directly. Then, Wu Heng contacted Chanela and the little pirate Philippa in Netail City. Of course, he is not a pirate now, but the captain of Treasure Island. Shannara has been with the fifth princess, helping her deal with some affairs in Netail City. According to Shannara, Netail City has gradually returned to normal and has become a key port again. According to Shannara, the headquarters is still mobilizing personnel, and it is very frequent, although no specific intelligence has been transmitted. But it feels that they are still in a state of preparation for war, or have already fought. The heroes are all there, and it is still so troublesome to deal with. I wonder who they found inside the kingdom of Yeko. Wu Heng's current goal is to solve the little reputation he lacks first, and he has no intention of getting involved. After asking Chanela to be careful, he hung up the call. There was nothing big on Philippa's side. She just heard that she had recently wiped out several waves of pirates and proclaimed herself the Queen of the Emerald Sea. When she heard that Wu Heng had returned to Treasure Island, she said she would come back to see him in the next 2 days. Wu Heng also agreed. After finishing the conversation, he also hung up the call. After sitting in a chair and thinking for a while, he got up and left the room. On the stairs, you can hear the lively conversation coming from downstairs. Walking into the hall, except for Minnie and Andir, Macintosh was wearing a blue dress with a dark shawl. Seeing Wu Hung coming down, several people stood up. "Master," the maids greeted with a smile. Macintosh also saluted. "My lord." "Well, is dinner ready?" Wu Hung asked. "Just waiting for you, my master," Minnie said with a smile. "Then eat first, and then talk after you finish eating." Several people walked into the restaurant together, sat down, and dinner was served. Due to celebrating Wu Hang's return, the dinner was quite rich. After a simple meal, Macintosh picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and looked at Wu Hung. "Sir, I heard that the Archbishop of the Holy See went to the association." "Well, go to the association to ask for the person. But don't worry. The association will not hand him over, and there will be a follow-up investigation. I will arrange for him to be released then." Wu Hung answered calmly. Hearing this, Macintosh's expression was obviously happy. When she received the news that the Archbishop had come forward, her heart sank to the bottom of the valley instantly. No matter how fast Wu Hung grows, he is optimistic about his future. Now the Archbishop of the Holy See cannot be suppressed. In fact, when I came here, I also planned to give up this person in my heart, so as not to bring more trouble to Wu Hung. But, now listen to the other party's tone. It seems that the Archbishop did not achieve his goal, and the association did not intend to hand him over at all. Macintosh hesitated, but still said slowly, "Sir, it won't cause you any trouble, will it?" "It's okay. Treasure Island is not a place where the Holy See has the final say," Wu Hung said, and then said, "I need you to arrange people to spread some news on the island." "You say?" Macintosh asked immediately. Then, Wu Hung roughly recounted what happened in the association. When they heard that the Knights of the Holy See took the lead, and the skeletons on Wu Hang's side defeated everyone, the whole restaurant fell into silence. Only the sound of a knife blade hitting a cutting board could be heard from the skeleton wearing a chef's hat and cutting fruit. Everyone looked at this side in surprise. There was some disbelief in their eyes. It was said that the Vatican arrested people randomly on the street, and then wanted to use the Vatican's identity to put pressure on the association to release the people directly. The association and Treasure Island withstood the pressure and insisted on investigating the matter thoroughly, Wu Hung said. Chapter 844. Macintosh listened carefully, then nodded. "Do I need to specifically mention you and Deacon Zalagwi?" Wu Hung hesitated. "Don't be too obvious." "Okay." After talking about this matter, Wu Hung set his eyes on Underwire again and asked, "Wire, is there any problem with Treasure Island?" Underwire pondered for a moment, then said, "The second batch of cooperative chambers of commerce have been selected. A total of 7 chambers of commerce. You can notify them to pick up the goods at any time. The second thing is that the entertainment city you planned has entered the final stage. And then, you can start the decoration. The matter of the entertainment city was decided before I left. There are too few entertainment projects in this world. So in order to better keep the money of the dignitaries on the island, the entertainment city was planned. I will arrange someone to take over when the time comes." "Okay, master." The few of them chatted for a while, and the tableware was put away and replaced with fruits. They chatted until it was getting dark. Wu Hung arranged the skeleton and the carriage to send Macintosh back to his residence. He also went upstairs to take a shower and prepare to rest. Night falls. Wu Hung lies on the bed, thinking about what happened today. He never expected that he would have a direct conflict with the Holy See as soon as he arrived on the island. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it feels that the conflict between the two sides cannot be avoided at all. The Holy See's behavior on the island is getting stronger and stronger. I must find a way to suppress the other party's strong attitude. Even if it doesn't happen today, there will be a fight later. Moreover, this time he is still somewhat right. After all, during the negotiation, the other side of the Holy See Knight took action first. At least I was acting in self-defense. The fighting power I showed also let the people of the church know the difference in strength between the two sides. The fighting power that Shanshan showed was indeed quite satisfactory. He didn't even give the other party much chance to react. In the blink of an eye, he knocked down everyone in the room except the Archbishop. Fast speed is indeed an advantage. I am also looking forward to the remaining 19th level zombies. When all of them reach level 20, won't their fighting power be even more terrifying? How about capturing that 18th level Vatican Knight? This thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately rejected it. It's too risky. This one is not a big deal. And if he disappears on the island? It will be easy for the Vatican to find a new excuse. Let's be safe first. Wu Hung muttered. Knock. 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 The door knocked, and Minnie's voice came in. Master, we've finished our bath. Can we come in? Wu Hung put away his thoughts and said, Come in. The door opened, and 4 maids walked in one after another, wearing different styles of pajamas. She climbed onto the bed directly. Minnie asked with a smile, Master, who do you want to go first? Wu Hung put his arms behind his head and said casually, Wei Er. She has to get up early tomorrow, so she should go to bed early. I know that the master likes Sister Wei Er the most, Robe said angrily. Endeavor's face turned red, but she still raised her head. The master likes me, isn't it right? Deacon's mansion, in the warm and elegant bedroom. Are you asleep? Sure, Yali asked softly. Zalagui, who was lying beside her, also opened her eyes. Sleep? Did he tell you what level he is now? Sure, Yali asked again. Zalagui turned around and said softly, I haven't asked him, but according to the time when he defeated Juan last time, he should only be level 16 or 17. Right? There was uncertainty in her tone. Sure, Yali took a deep breath, and there was still some uncontrollable surprise in her voice. Then how come he is so powerful? How do I know? Maybe, just like he said, the skeleton is special, Zalagui said casually. The two had discussed it during the day, but it was still incredible to discuss it again at this time. In the blink of an eye, all the professionals of the Holy See were knocked down. It was the first time they saw that a level 18 professional was so fragile that he could be thrown so far away by a collision. The level 19 Archbishop was also intimidated and did not dare to take the next step. I feel that it's okay to tell my parents about our relationship with him. Sure, Yali turned around, looked at her sister's face, and reached out to grab her exaggerated chest. Logui hit her lightly. How can you? If the association knows about my relationship with him, I will most likely be transferred away. Don't be stupid. Sure, Yali smiled and said, That's what I mean. He seems to be improving faster than we thought. Okay, don't think about him. I come to see you tomorrow night, Logui said dissatisfiedly. Sure, Yali pulled her into her arms, patted her twice like a child, and said, We can live together forever in the future. Yeah. The next day, the zombie world. Wu Hung sat in front of the monitor, watching the pictures inside. The wings of the zombies sent in later had grown more than half a meter long. The outline of the wings can be clearly seen. The speed of Shanshan, relying on the wings, is still very remarkable. When these zombies are transformed into skeletons, if they can also have this speed, then the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. At this time, Xiao Xiao flew back. Uncle, they have all reached level 19, but they have not broken through to level 20. They are not competitive at all. It's okay. Take your time, Wu Hung said with a smile. Glinda and Benny also smiled. Beep. At this time, 2 car horns were heard outside. Xiao Xiao flew over quickly, looked out through the wall, and came back and said, It's Aunt Li Yong. She drove to pick you up. Uncle. Wu Hung also looked out the window. Li Yong was standing below, directing the rest of the team to unload some materials. She looked up and waved. Wu Hung went downstairs and walked towards the team. Li Yong said, Are you going to clean up the zombies? The journey is quite far. If you leave now, you will probably arrive at 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Go, Wu Hung said directly. You get in the car first. I tell the others, Li Yong said. Wu Hung sat in the passenger seat. Li Yong went to tell the others. Then she drove the SUV, took Wu Hung and a large number of skeletons, and left the prison directly, heading for the distance. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the sky had already darkened. In the distance, you can see the ruined village and the group of stiff and wandering corpses. Wu Hung said, Please bear with it and wait for me in the car. Li Yong smiled and said, What are you wrong for? I used to wait for you in the car. Yes. Wu Hung nodded, got out of the car, and rushed forward with the skeleton army. Roar! As they approached the village, the zombies on the opposite side roared angrily. Then they gathered into a group of zombies, roaring and rushing towards this side with their teeth and claws bared. Spear formation. Clang. The spears moved forward, forming a tight square formation. Immediately afterwards, the strong light flashlight passed through the soul-capturing jade stone. forming a very large magic circle on the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The zombies instantly crashed into the spear formation. Their rotten bodies were pierced, and they still struggled forward, grabbing the skeletons in front of them. Amid the sounds of grabbing and stabbing, some residual souls began to float up into the sky. Uncle, the residual souls have appeared, Xiao Xiao said immediately. Wu Hung reached out and took out the ghost train ticket machine. You guys step back. The three ghosts instantly stepped back, and Wu Hung handed the ticket machine to Kaxio beside him. Take it to the battlefield, and then pull this slider. Kaxio took it and strode towards the center of the battle. Then, he pulled the slider directly. Click! After a mechanical movement sound, the ticket machine instantly had a suction force. It sucked the nearby residual souls into the machine like smoke. After sucking in 5 residual souls, the old rusty keys began to make a clicking sound of typing. A ticket began to appear. After that, the ticket machine began to absorb the residual souls in large areas, and the ticket machine kept running. The tickets were connected into thin strips and rolled out quickly. So many? Chapter 845. The tickets were spit out, swinging and flying in the air. Soon, they piled up on the ground. The three ghosts widened their eyes, and Wu Hung was also a little surprised. We had discussed the ticket machine before, but I didn't expect it to absorb souls directly. It really fits the name of Ghost Train. The tickets are all transformed from souls. In the direction of the battlefield, zombies fell in batches. They turned into wisps of residual souls, and then continued to be absorbed by the ticket machine and transformed into tickets. There weren't many zombies in the whole village, except for the zombies that rushed in groups at the beginning. There were only a few dozen left, still fighting with the skeletons. He continued to be pierced by the spear and fell to the ground. Uncle, there's smoke. The ticket machine is smoking. Xiao Xiao pointed in the air. The ticket machine in the distance. I don't know if it was running too fast or reached the load. You can see some smoke floating out. There are not many left. Wu Hung looked at the number of zombies. Soon, the last zombie fell down, and the remaining soul was absorbed. The ticket machine also stopped working. Kaxia held the ticket machine, and the other 2 skeletons came over with tickets in their arms. He first checked the ticket machine to make sure there was no problem. Then he looked at the ticket in the skeleton's arms. Ghost Train ticket, strange item, description. With this ticket, you can take the legendary Ghost Train once. It was indeed a ticket for the Ghost Train. No problem. Xiao Xiao, count the tickets. Glinda, Benny, check if there are any zombies in the village. Wu Hung put away the ticket machine and asked casually. Xiao Xiao raised her hand immediately. Uncle, let Andy count. I want to find zombies. Okay. Go faster and don't play outside, Wu Hung said. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed and flew out. Benny also flew to the other side and began to look for zombies around the village. Wu Hung and Grinda began to count the tickets on the ground. I have 172 tickets. How about yours? Wu Hung asked. Grinda said, 223. 395 tickets. A little less. Wu Hung was still a little dissatisfied. Grinda rolled his eyes at him. It's already a lot. The second prince probably has never seen so many tickets in his life. According to the fact that 5 residual souls are converted into 1 ticket, the zombies killed can be about 2,000. The number can also match. He doesn't have props like ours. Wu Hung took out a wooden box, put all the tickets in it, and then put it into the space ring. In terms of the rarity of the tickets, the tickets obtained this time are enough to be distributed to some people under his command. Moreover, such tickets can only be given to people you trust. If the ticket machine is exposed, those who know that this strange item is in the hands of the second prince may infer that the second prince died in their hands. At this time, 2 ghosts also flew back from outside. Uncle, there are no zombies. I don't have any here either. The zombies were cleaned up quite well, and no special deformed zombies appeared. Wu Hung nodded and said, Okay. We go back after I transform the skeletons. Okay. Wu Hung walked towards the pile of corpses in front of him. Xiao Xiao and Benny flew to Granda's side and began to ask how many tickets they had received in total. Skeleton after skeleton stood up from the ground. Wu Hung also put the corpse cores he collected into the space ring. All skeletons, go to the SUV and prepare to go back. Walala. The skeleton army rushed to the SUV and prepared to return. Wu Hung sat in the co-pilot seat, while Kaxu, Shan Shan, and the accompanying big-headed skeleton sat in the back seat. It's over. So fast this time? Li Yong cast a puzzled look. There are not many zombies here. And why do you sound so strange? Wu Hung said. Li Yong smiled and said, it's a small village, and not many people stayed here before. It's good to have thousands of people. I look for a new place. Wu Hung said. Don't worry. We talk about it when we need it. Li Yong then asked, where are we going now? Let's go back to the central area. We go to the pharmaceutical factory tomorrow. Wu Hung said. Yes. The vehicle started and drove forward. The skeletons followed closely behind, running all the way. The car drove for a while. Xiao Xiao showed up. Auntie Yong. Xiao Xiao. What's wrong? Li Yong smiled. Auntie, did you find a new cartoon for me? Xiao Xiao asked curiously. Li Yong glanced at her and said, I found some movies. Enough for you to watch for a while. Really? Auntie is so nice. So do you like me more or Chi Honkai more? Li Yong asked. Auntie Yong. We are best. Xiao Xiao answered without hesitation. Li Yong smiled and glanced at Wu Hung, as if to say, look, even the children say so. Wu Hung ignored the other party's boastful look. Xiuxia's best is not just for one person. She, Glinda, Bernie, and even Lilith all say the best. Seeing that Wu Hung didn't respond, Li Yong continued, Xiao Xiao. Go see your mother first when you go back. She is also there. Yes, I miss her too. Xiao Xiao continued. Uncle, can I go to accompany my mother tonight? I promised Zalagui and Shiryali to have dinner with them today. But it's so late now. Obviously I can't make it in time. Okay. Wu Hung agreed. Zhao Yanchio's work location was changed according to Xixia's location. Fortunately, the assigned work only required a radio station. It was not easy for the mother and daughter. But in the current environment, Zhao Yanchio also borrowed a lot of light from Xiao Xiao. The two souls chatted casually. The off-road vehicle went directly into the central shopping mall. The skeleton army went to the station area, and the off-road vehicle stopped at the door of the building. Is my mother still in the previous room? Xiao Xiao asked. Yes, Li Yong said. Then I go find my mother first. Xiao Xiao said, and was about to leave. Wu Hung reminded. It's dark. Don't scare her. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao said, and left directly. Wu Hung and Li Yong also returned to the bedroom to rest. The next day, in the morning, in the neat warehouse, neatly stacked medicine boxes were piled up. These were all the pills produced by the pharmaceutical factory during this period. According to Li Yong, about 220,000 boxes were produced, enough to satisfy the quantity for the second sale. Rows of skeletons carried medicine boxes and walked into the open gate. The harsh sound of bones rubbing against each other echoed in the closed room. After all the medicine boxes were moved over, Wu Hung closed the gate and then opened the door and walked out. He walked outside and got back into Li Yong's SUV. Are you done? Li Yong asked. It's done. Let's go back, Wu Hung said. Where to go? Wu Hung thought for a while. Let's go back to the central shopping mall first and pick up Xiao Xiao. I let the skeletons drive back to the prison so that you don't have to run after them. Li Yong nodded. Okay. I come find you in 2 days. Yes. Li Yong drove him to the central mall. Wu Hung asked Benny to call Xiao Xiao, and then asked Skull to drive directly back to the prison. After looking at the surveillance, he returned to Treasure Island. Wu Hung came down from upstairs. Minnie said directly, Master, Deacon Zalagui called this morning and asked if you were there. Yesterday I promised to go to Zalagui's place for dinner. The sisters won't be angry. Did they talk about something? Wu Hung walked down and asked. It seems to be about interrogating someone. But they didn't tell me the details. Minnie recalled. Interrogation? That is, the things of the Vatican. Wu Hung said, I go over and take a look. Master, don't you want to have some lunch first? Minnie asked. Come back to eat in the evening. Minnie nodded and picked up the clothes beside him to help him put them on. Wu Hung released teleportation and disappeared on the spot. The little cat girl Roby looked at this move. Master, this move is really useful. If a thief can also do this, he will never be caught stealing things. Minnie reached out and touched her forehead. Master knows it. It must be a high-level skill. How can it be used to steal things? Don't you feel that stealing things is very practical? Practical. Level up well, and let the master teach you. Who are you kidding? That's a wizard skill. Association. Interrogation room. The incandescent lamp illuminated the room brightly. On the seat in front, the 18th level Vatican Knight changed into a purple robe. Clean and tidy. Without any feeling of being imprisoned in prison. Even though he was being interrogated, he still stood tall and had sharp eyes. Opposite him was a wooden table, behind which sat Deacon Zalugwi, Deputy Deacon Jayadane, Assistant Yali, and 2 association investigators holding paper and pen. The room was quiet for a while, and Zalugwi spoke coldly. Tell me, why did you attack the owner of Treasure Island at that time? What was the reason? What was the purpose? Hearing the question, the Vatican Knight raised his head slightly, and his sharp eyes swept over everyone present. He sneered and said, There is no purpose. I just heard that the owner of the island is a rare genius, and I wanted to test his strength. I didn't expect a misunderstanding. Even if this happened, he didn't think he was a criminal. As a level 18 professional, he was already at the top of the professional class. In addition, with his status as a Vatican Knight, even if he made a mistake, it would not be these people's turn to interrogate him. If the Archbishop hadn't asked him to stay here first and not delay his food and drink, he would have walked out swaggeringly. Who dared to stop him among these people in front of him? Logwi continued. Did you take action during the negotiation and just say that you were testing the other party's strength? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? The Vatican Knight shrugged, with an expression that said it was your own business what you thought. Zalugwi narrowed her eyes and continued. Why? You are a knight of the Vatican, but you dare not take responsibility for what you did. And you found such an excuse to fool people. The Vatican Knight's expression suddenly turned cold, and his eyes suddenly looked over. How dare you question me? Association procedures. Do you think you don't need to abide by the association rules anymore? Zalugwi counterattacked in a solemn voice. The Vatican Knight looked at this side coldly, and a suffocating sense of oppression began to spread in the room. The deputy deacon and 2 investigators on the side began to sweat coldly. They wanted to say a few words to adjust the atmosphere, but they were afraid of bringing the other party's hatred to themselves. Zalugwi had Imolo to look after her, and she was also the leader of the Sword of Justice. They didn't have so many identities. After thinking about it, he lowered his head. Believe it or not, I will kill you now. The words of the Holy Sea Knight came to his lips. But he stopped suddenly, looked at the investigators, and sneered. What you did is undoubtedly colluding with the evil profession. When his deeds are exposed, you will also be liquidated together. Zalugwi's expression remained unchanged, and she tilted her head and said, Record it, and attached the statement of not cooperating with the questioning and verbally threatening and intimidating. The investigator wiped his sweat while recording in the notebook. The Vatican Knight stood up suddenly and said, Let's see who laughs last. Squeak. At this time, the door was pushed open. Wu Hung walked in directly with 2 skeletons. The Vatican Knight, who had been mocking and laughing, changed his expression and sat back in his chair silently. Seeing Wu Hung come in, Zalugwi and Yali both showed joy. But they coughed lightly, kept their deacon's demeanor, and asked calmly, Is there something? Wu Hung glanced at the room. I just came to take a look. How about it? Zalugwi first glanced at the investigator and said, That's it for today. There's no need to record the rest. The investigator, with sweat all over his head and face, closed the record book. He also slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Zalugwi looked at Wu Hung again and said, He said he was just testing your strength. And just now, he threatened us that he would settle accounts together afterwards. The room was silent again. The deputy deacon and the investigator looked at their deacon, and the Vatican Knight inside also cast a surprised look. Why does it sound like a complaint? Wu Hung glanced at the Vatican Knight sitting in silence, wearing a brand new and neat dress. Not like being imprisoned. More like coming on vacation. He said directly, You go out first. I will talk to him. The Vatican Knight's pupil shrank, and he glanced at the 2 skeletons behind him with fear, and said, I'm not threatening you. It's just a normal conversation. The deputy deacon and the investigator turned around and looked at him again. The tone of the Holy Sea Knight also changed. He was defending himself. Aren't you going to test my strength? We have plenty of time. Let's try now. Wu Hung continued. The Holy Sea Knight's face also became serious. Why? Do you want to disrupt this investigation? Zalugwi said, Let's follow the process. If he is unwilling to cooperate, I will notify you. Hearing Zalugwi say this, The Holy See Knight also breathed a sigh of relief. He did not continue to talk to provoke the other party. Wu Hung nodded without saying anything more. Zalogui said to the deputy deacon beside him, "Take him down and ask him tomorrow." "Yes." Deputy Deacon Gedane answered and said, "Sir Knight, let's go this way." The Vatican Knight left, and the two investigators followed him. Wu Hung said, "Which room is he locked in?" "I beat him up later. Just now. The investigator of the association was here, so it was really hard to do anything. Investigators are special personnel of the association. Even deacons are not allowed to change the recorded things." Zalogui smiled and said, "Forget it. Wait for the news from the headquarters. It's meaningless to ask him these questions. In fact, there is no interrogation for the Knights of the Holy See. The reason for attacking the island owner is not important. It depends on how the association handles it. What is the attitude of the Holy See? Last time I bumped into Lilith, I went back to be punished. This time, at most, it's just like that. Everyone knew what was going on." "Yeah." Wu Hung nodded. The three of them walked out of the room and returned to the butler's study. Back to the butler's study. Shiryali made tea and said, "Didn't you agree to have dinner with us yesterday?" Wu Hung scratched his head apologetically. "I'm sorry. I went out yesterday and didn't calculate the time well, so I was delayed." "Could it be he went to find another woman?" Shiryali brought tea and asked, staring at her. Wu Hung took a sip of the tea and said, "I'm not stupid. I let you go find someone else to find some strange things." Shiryali blinked at him, as if she was letting you go. Zalogui brought the topic back to the point. "Except for the Vatican Knights, the rest of the people have been investigated almost completely." "What's going on?" Wu Hung asked. The cause of the incident was that the sloppy man followed the Vatican staff and was discovered by the other party and had a conflict on the street. After being encountered by Wu Hung, he was directly captured by the guards. Zalogui said, "That man should have really followed the people of the Holy See and was collecting intelligence. The people of the Holy See can completely deny this. The only reason to detain them is to attack you. The association still has some skills and basically deduced the whole thing." Wu Hung simply said, "That man is Macintosh's man." Zalogui and Shiryali showed the same expression of as expected. "What are you going to do?" Zalogui asked. "Investigate first, and then find a reason to release him." "That's fine. If we release him, we might get retaliated by the church," Shiryali reminded. "Then arrange for them to hide for a while." Wu Hung told his plan. Zalogui nodded. "That's fine. Have you written a letter to the headquarters?" "No. I'm here to see what you wrote, in case we are talking about different situations," Wu Hung said directly. Zalogui said unhappily, "You are a mage, and you still have to look at us to avoid problems," Wu Hung said with a smile. Zalogui did not speak. Shiryali took out a piece of paper from the side. "Here. This is the plaintiff. The content is basically the same." "Okay." Wu Hung put it directly into the space ring. Shiryali continued, "Will you come to dinner tonight?" "Okay. I will go back to write a letter first, and then come to find you." "Okay." He said goodbye to the two women and left the study directly. Returned to the island owner's mansion. Wu Hung handed the letter to Granda and asked her to write 2 letters for reference so that they could be sent out tomorrow. He went downstairs and sat in the room. He thought for a while and picked up the radio to contact Lilith. "Chief Lilith, are you there?" After a short silence, Lilith's voice came from the other side. "What's the matter? I haven't contacted you for a while. I want to ask how you are doing recently." Wu Hung laughed. "What's the matter again?" Chapter 846. The next words came to my lips, but I suddenly didn't know what to say. Hesitated for a moment, and said, "You said that? As if I can only come to you when there is something." Lilith's tone was inquiring. "Nothing? Not really." "Humph." Lilith snorted coldly from the other side. Wu Hung felt a little embarrassed. He held the microphone in one hand and scratched his head with the other hand, and then said, "But this time it's not my fault. It's the Holy See that's going too far." When the Holy See was mentioned, Lilith seemed to be interested. Or rather, she was willing to listen to the conflict between the Holy See and a necromancer. "Go ahead." Then, Wu Hung told a recent story, and then said in a very dissatisfied tone, "They can't afford to offend you, so they are taking it out on me. They arranged for a level 19 archbishop to come And there are so many level 18 professionals who ring the broken bell in the church every day. And the patrolling skeletons are affected. After listening, the other party suddenly fell silent. After a long while, he said, "You intimidated the Archbishop and detained the Vatican Knight who attacked you." Wu Hung said a lot. Lilith's focus was on this. Wu Hung felt that he had said too much. But he couldn't hide this matter. After all, the Vatican had also sent a letter, and it would sooner or later reach Lilith and the headquarters. He simply said, "That's the case. How did you defeat them?" Lilith asked with great interest. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, "I told you last time that I used the companion in Jade to transform a higher level skeleton. That skeleton was more powerful in special circumstances, and it did have some advantages at the time. In order to better transform a level 20 skeleton, and not let the skeleton downgrade because of its own low level, Wu Hung consulted Lilith about this matter in advance. Lilith was responsible for collecting information about the Whisperer, and knew a lot of things. So he told him to use the companion in Jade to increase the power when transforming the skeleton. Afterwards, he was indeed level 19, transforming the level 20 Shanshan. And there was no downgrade. "Oh, so you got a good skeleton." Lilith seemed to remember this incident. The power of the church originally restrained the undead. With his own strength, he could suppress the Archbishop and so many level 18 clergy. It was still surprising and unexpected. "It is a little different. I will show it to you next time you come," Wu Hung said, and then brought the topic back to the topic, saying, "The Archbishop has written several letters to the outside world. I am afraid that they will confuse right and wrong." Lilith thought for a while, and then asked, "Who else did you tell about this?" "The local association wrote a letter to the headquarters. And I also plan to write a letter to the leader of the Homin Association, Claudio. In addition, I have told you," Wu Hung said directly. Lilith said, "We don't know what the Vatican is planning yet. Wait for the news and see how things develop. I help you keep an eye on it." "Thank you, Chief. What about the Vatican Knights I'm holding here? Or I can take them to the headquarters." Wu Hung thanked him and said, "I take them to your place first. It's useless to bring them to the headquarters. Maybe they be released early. Just be careful. Don't escalate the conflict until the Vatican takes the next step." Lilith instructed again. "Okay. Listen to the leader," Wu Hung said with a smile. In the original plan, there was no intention to really conflict with the church. The main task is to reach level 20. I reach level 20. And the zombies I have trained also reach level 20. By then, not only the local church, but the threat of the entire church to me will be reduced. "Anything else?" Lilith continued to ask. Wu Hung thought for a while. "Do you want to chat with Xiao Xiao? She always mentions you." "Then let's chat for a while." "I go call her," Wu Hung said, went upstairs and walked into the study room and said, "Xiao Xiao, come and talk to Chief Lilith." "Okay. I miss Sister Lilith." Back to the radio room. Wu Hung released spiritual presence, and his consciousness left. Xiao Xiao immediately attached himself and sat in front of the radio. "Sister Lilith, what are you doing?" "I just got up from my rest, and I brought you a gift. Haven't you received it yet?" Lilith's tone softened. Xiao Xiao was surprised and said, "There are gifts. What are they?" "You will know then." "How did your uncle conflict with the church?" Lilith asked again. Shishia's tone was filled with anger. "They bullied us. Sister, you have to avenge us." On the street, Wu Hung Shenlin A skeleton followed the patrol team on the street. People came and went on the road. The patrolling skeleton just passed by without any abnormal behavior. Occasionally, some outsiders who come to the island may stand in the distance and point and talk, somewhat curious and vigilant. Ding! A loud bell rang from the direction of the church. Ka la la. The patrolling skeleton suddenly stopped, and under the influence of the bells, their bones began to tremble constantly, and their soul fires swayed wildly. Wu Hung possessed the skeleton and also felt the violent shaking. It seemed that it would collapse at any time. It seemed that this was the bell that Weir mentioned. Every time the bell rang, it would have an impact on the skeletons on the island. The impact is also related to the level. The higher the level, the lower the impact. It seems that I should find an opportunity to enter the church one day. Or, to be more tough, just dismantle the broken bell or something inside. After the bell rang twice, it disappeared. The patrolling skeletons also returned to normal and continued to patrol along the road. Wu Hung followed for a while, looked around, and felt that the time was about right. Released the god's present state, and returned to his body. He got up from the table and walked out. Back to the study. Wu Hung poured himself a cup of tea, and sat down on a chair beside him. Xiao Xiao. What did you talk about with Lilith? Wu Hung asked casually. Sister Lilith said she sent me a gift. And it should be on the way now. Xiao Xiao said with some boasting. What gift? Wu Hung asked curiously. I don't know. She didn't say. She just said I would like it, and it must be very valuable. Xiao Xiao said something. And then said, next time I ask my sister to bring a gift to uncle. Wu Hung was stunned. How can I ask for it? I'm happy that Xiao Xiao got a gift. Uncle is so nice. Xiao Xiao flew over, and lay on his shoulder affectionately. The other two ghosts also tilted their heads slightly, and glanced at the two. Part of Lilith's gift was her love for Xiao Xiao. And the other part should also include the meaning of return gift. When leaving, Wu Hung gave some medicine, motorcycle and other things, according to the market price. It is quite expensive. The other party spent most of the return gifts on Xiao Xiao. Of course, it didn't seem to be a big problem. Xiao Xiao was so happy. So was he. Xiao Xiao said a few words and flew back to watch the cartoon. During the pause, Benny was still waiting. Grinda sent the written letter over. How about it? Wu Hung took it and took a look. He felt that there was nothing wrong with the content. It was basically a retelling of the situation of the Holy See on the island, plus the sudden attack by the other party during the meeting room. Very good. I take it to the association and send it out as soon as possible. Wu Hung sealed the letter and put it into the space ring. Glinda then asked, have you talked to Lilith about this? Yes. She told us not to be too anxious, and to see what the attitude of the Holy See is. She will also help us keep an eye on the headquarters. Wu Hung replied. It seems that Lilith treats you well. She always helps you when you have something to do, Glinda said with emotion. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. You should know that I have always been popular. Don't mess with her. Lilith is very cruel. Don't forget that those exiled vampires were imprisoned by Lilith. Glinda suddenly became serious. How could I mess with her? Wu Hung said directly. I am trying to maintain a good relationship with her. Xiao Xiao has a good relationship with her now, so she shouldn't anger her. Glinda's eyes were meaningful. You know what I mean? Feelings make women more cruel. I really seal you in a coffin and sink you into the sea. Let's see what you can do. Don't say it. I'm already scared. Chapter 847. Be timid. Glinda flew back and found another book to read. Wu Hung looked at the time. It was 4:30 in the afternoon. He stood up and said, I'm going to the association. You guys can have fun. The ghosts nodded, and Wu Hung walked out of the study. He walked down the first floor. Minnie smiled and said, Master, well, I eat outside tonight. You don't have to wait for me, Wu Hung said casually. Okay. Minnie nodded. Wu Hung changed his clothes, walked to the courtyard, released teleportation and left. When he appeared again, he was already in the courtyard of the deacon's mansion. Enter the association through the back door. Knock on the door of the deacon's study. After receiving a response, Wu Hung walked in directly. The two elf sisters had already started to pack up, and it seemed that they were preparing to go home. Have you finished writing the letter? Shi Logui asked. Finished. Wu Hung took out 2 letters. One was written to the leader of Hong Wenhui, and the other was written to Lilith, although she was told in advance on the radio. The letter was more detailed, so she sent it out together. Shi Logui said, Sure Yali. You take the letter to the front desk, and then we will go back to eat. Okay. Sure Yali took the letter and left. When they came back, the 3 of them were talking and laughing after get off work. Returned to the steward's mansion through the back door. Waited in the room for a while. Sure Yali brought the dinner to the table. Instantly, the whole room was filled with the aroma of dinner. The 3 of them sat down at the table, and Wu Hung said with a smile, Finally, I can taste Sure Yali's craftsmanship again. Sure Yali smiled. It's because I have a greedy and clumsy sister. Shi Logui glared at her. Who is clumsy? I don't like these. Sure Yali then took out a bottle of wine from the side and filled it for the 2 of them. It's sent by the Elf Chamber of Commerce. How about trying it? Shi Logui didn't say anything this time. After pouring some, the 3 of them chatted while eating. As the sky darkened, the light in the house became brighter. The 2 elf sisters drank some wine, and their faces became more rosy. Wu Hung glanced at the elf sisters, took their hands and walked to the window. sat together in front of the window, and looked at the starry sky. The night is so beautiful tonight. Shiryali looked at the night sky. Wu Hung said softly, just like you. The two girls blushed even more, and Shiryali looked at them affectionately. Wu Hung picked up the wine glass and took a sip, holding the sweet fruit wine in his mouth. Pulled Shiryali over, put it on his red lips, and passed it into her mouth. Shiryali widened her eyes, and just when she was about to speak, she turned her head and put the rest into her mouth. Shiryali asked, "Are you going back tonight?" "No," Wu Hung said directly. Shiryali said shyly, "Forget it. I'm a little scared." Shiryali glanced at Wu Hung, pulled Shiryali and said, "Come on. I have a way." Shiryali followed her into the room. After a while, Shiryali's timid and cautious voice came from inside. "Wu Hung, are you still there? I'm coming in." Wu Hung walked into the bedroom, and his pupils condensed slightly. Inside the room, the two elf sisters changed into nightgowns and stood in the open space beside the bed, with black cloth tied on their heads to cover their eyes. Shiryali said softly, "Wu Hung, are you there? If you weren't here, I would have taken it off. It's a bit scary." "I'm here." Wu Hung walked over. He pulled the two sisters up, one on each side, and sat down together on the bed. He lay on his back on the bed. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Hung went directly to the city hall. First, he met with several newly elected chambers of commerce and carefully discussed the details of the cooperative sale of pills. With the experience of the last time, this time was smoother. After talking to the representatives of each chamber of commerce about the rules and precautions, he signed the agreement directly, and he could arrange to attend the meeting in the afternoon and go to the designated warehouse to transport the pills. The representatives of the Chamber of Commerce left with their number plates. Their faces were full of joy. Knock. 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 There was a slight knock on the door. A dwarf wearing gorgeous clothes and gold-rimmed single-frame glasses came in with a briefcase. "Master Island Owner." Wu Hung also smiled. "Yusef. Sit down." Yusef is the head of the island's Design Institute. The expansion of the island and the construction of some key buildings are all in the charge of the Design Institute. At this time, he looked much more noble and had the feeling of an elite. Yusef sat down on a wooden chair, opened his briefcase, and took out a few design drawings. "Sir, this is the entertainment city you asked for. The basic building has been completed. The next step is the interior decoration. When I came back, and we mentioned the entertainment city to me, at that time, she said that it would be completed in a few days. The efficiency is still good." Wu Hung said, "I will arrange for Shannara to come back and take a look. Let her talk to you about the overall decoration." "Yes, sir." Yusef nodded to show that he understood. Wu Hung continued to ask, "How is the construction of the chief's mansion going?" "It's basically finished," Yusef said. Wu Hung nodded. "Okay. I understand. Then I won't bother you anymore." Yusef jumped off the chair, bowed again, and left the room. After leaving the city hall, Wu Hung took the skeletons and went to the factory on the island. The entertainment city and the chief's mansion mentioned just now. The skeletons were working inside the factory, and they didn't pay much attention to it after taking a look and seeing that there was nothing wrong. Skeletons are good in this respect. They will never slack off, and they don't need to worry about eating, drinking, defecating, or urinating. The entertainment city is a 3-story building with a large area. Each floor is a large open flat floor. With the current construction capacity of this world, it is easier to build a wide flat floor than a high one. As long as the area is large enough, it is not a problem. The construction style of the leader's mansion is very similar to Wu Hang's island owner's mansion. After all, it is the place promised to Lilith. If she can settle on the island, she can also contain the church. After looking at several places, Wu Hung returned to the island owner's house. After dinner, he went upstairs and returned to the study. Glinda asked, "Who do you plan to hand over the entertainment city to?" "I think it would be better to hand it over to Shannara," Wu Hung said. "The wood elf? She is suitable for these." Glinda thought for a while, and then said, "In this regard, your Blackstone town lover butler is better at it, and her golden cat is quite good." Wu Hung glanced at the other two ghosts watching the movie in the distance. "The child is here. Don't keep talking about lovers. Don't you think she is more suitable?" Glinda asked. "Slater runs the golden cat, and he is indeed good at this." But the situation on Treasure Island is different from that in the Kingdom of Yeko. There are many races here. And the people who come are all dignitaries from all over the place. To put it bluntly, Slater has Chanela, the president of the Starflower, who has seen the world. Let Chanela do the decoration of the entire venue. And let Slater do the singing and dancing part. I promised her to open a store on the island a long time ago. Wu Hung said casually. You can arrange it. How do you plan to get Slater here? You can't even send the ticket. Glinda asked again. Well, let me think about it first. The two finished chatting. Glinda returned to her seat and opened a book to read. Wu Hung sat on the chair. He began to think about how to bring Slater here. The ticket was there, but it couldn't be sent to the other party. It would be better to notify her by radio and let her come directly. The tickets are a bit useless. Wu Hung muttered. It is not difficult to get tickets now. However, it is a bit troublesome to send them to everyone. After thinking for a while, he couldn't think of a better way. He simply took out the tickets and some strange items in the space ring. He began to sort them by type, and those that he didn't need could be given to others. Slowly sorting them, his eyes fell on a strange item. Blackstone Town. The morning light, like a thin thread, penetrated the gap of the curtains. With the sound of a few crisp bird songs, Deacon Slater slowly opened his eyes. The purple nightgown straps slipped off, revealing the white collarbone. As soon as he sat up, he saw the envelope on the side of the pillow. Slater paused and woke up instantly. She knew that the blank envelope was Wu Hang's way of conveying information. It was the first time she wrote a letter to herself, and it was still read by Yuri. Since then, the two of them have slept in separate rooms and never slept together again. But, last time, Wu Hung left her a prop called a radio, which they used to communicate with each other, and he also started to use it. Why did he start writing letters again? Leaning against the headboard, he hesitated for a moment and picked up the envelope. The surface of the envelope was blank, and he carefully tore it open and turned it over in his hand. In a folded piece of letter paper, there were 2 train tickets. It fell into the palm of his hand. Chapter 848. Ghost Train Tickets. The story of the ghost train has always been circulated in the northern part of the Yeko Kingdom. When I saw it for the first time, I subconsciously thought of this ticket. Slater frowned suddenly. He opened the letter and continued to look at the contents above. Slater, these 2 are tickets for the ghost train. After tearing them open, you can summon the ghost train. You can use the tickets and take Yuri to Treasure Island. Next, I will tell you the rules of riding the ghost train. You must remember that it is not completely safe on the train. 1. Tear the ticket along the marked line, and the ghost train will appear by itself. After getting on the train, there is an itinerary book on the left. Fill in the city you want to go to. My side is Treasure Island. 2. After the train starts, except for vision, all other senses will disappear. Look at the watch more often. Eat and go to the bathroom on time. And be sure to do it according to the time. You will not feel hungry or want to go to the bathroom on the train. 3. The time is about 7 days. After arriving at the destination, the train will stop in an empty place. Pay attention to find the direction of the city. As he read the above content, Slater's eyes widened. How did you think of it? Slater said to himself. Using this kind of letter to send the ticket. It's really quite creative. But what is certain is that Wu Hung intends to let her take the ticket to Treasure Island to find him. It will take another 7 days to take the train. It takes a long time. Dang! Suddenly, the door opened, and Yuri, wearing a leather armor buckle, rushed in and shouted, Aunt, I'm going to the association. I want to accumulate merits to become a deputy deacon. Slater, who was reading the letter, was startled by the sudden shout. I told you to knock on the door. You're like a crazy girl. Aunt, are you reading the letter? Yuri asked curiously. Slater put the letter into the space ring, stood up and put on his coat, saying, Let's eat first, and then go to the association after dinner. Oh, who wrote the letter to you? Yuri asked, leaning against the door. About the city of Ratam. After Slater put on his clothes, he put them aside and said, Why are you asking so many questions? He put his arm around Yuri's shoulders and walked out. Then said, I take you out to play in a few days? Ah? Where? Yuri's eyes lit up. Go to Treasure Island. They said they would open Golden Cat a long time ago. Let's go and take a look in the next few days. Slater said with a smile. Yuri looked at her suspiciously. Wasn't that a letter from Wu Hung just now? Why didn't he write to me? Do you want to go? Yes. Natalia's city. In the city lord's mansion. In an elegantly decorated bedroom. Ghost train? After reading the letter, Shannara's eyes widened slightly. When did Wu Hung have such a rare item in his hand? Why have I never heard him mention it? It can summon a train and send the ticket directly to the bed. This level of rare item is at least a first-level merit in the association. And it can even be said that it cannot be exchanged for a first-level merit. After reading the letter, she looked at the ticket in her hand again. When her eyes moved back to the letter, the handwriting on it disappeared bit by bit. Only the blank paper and the ticket in his hand were left to prove that it was not an illusion. Disappeared when he looked away? Interesting effect. It's been a while since I last saw him. Shannara smiled slightly and put the letter and ticket into the space ring. Dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door, followed by the voice of his housekeeper. Madam. 2 representatives of the Chamber of Commerce came downstairs. The 5th princess asked me to ask you if you want to go downstairs to talk. Chamber of Commerce representative? Come in and tell me, Shannara said casually. The middle-aged housekeeper came in and helped her put on her clothes and comb her hair. Shannara asked, Did you tell me which Chamber of Commerce it was? Yes. The Jinhui Chamber of Commerce and the Morton Family Chamber of Commerce. These 2 families are old chambers of commerce in the Kingdom of Yeko. The senior executives of the Chambers of Commerce seem to be familiar with the 5th princess. The housekeeper replied, Old chambers of commerce in the Kingdom of Yeko. The city of Nidal has stabilized and has begun to reflect the advantages and value of a port city again. Some chambers of commerce have begun to approach it again. Businessmen pursue profits, but they also need to know how to invest. If you don't invest in the early stage, it's a bit late to try to build relationships now. Let's go down and take a look. Shannara put on her clothes and went downstairs directly. As soon as she stepped into the hall, she heard some conversations. In the hall, the 5th princess sat on one side, and opposite sat 2 middle-aged men in gorgeous clothes, one of whom was slightly fat, and the other looked thinner and had a mustache. Seeing Shannara coming down, the 5th princess also smiled. Mrs. Shannara. Your Highness. Shannara bowed slightly. Please take a seat. The 5th princess smiled at her and introduced. These 2 are representatives of the Jinhui Chamber of Commerce and the Morton Family Chamber of Commerce. They want to cooperate with the city of Netale to conduct some commercial trade. What kind of cooperation do you plan to conduct? Shannara asked. The 5th princess said, weapons and armor of the army, food, minerals, and we also plan to trade with the outside world through the port in the city. Shannara glanced at the 5th princess and understood why she was called down. These things are currently supplied by Treasure Island, and there is no need for cooperation with other chambers of commerce. Moreover, they probably don't trust these Chamber of Commerce representatives who suddenly appeared. For weapons and armor, the number of people and weapon configuration can be roughly estimated through orders. How can I give them to them? Shannara smiled and said, These are all provided by our Wood L Starflower. Don't you have other products? There is still a large demand for residents' daily necessities. There was a brief silence in the hall. The plump representative of the Jinhui Chamber of Commerce glanced at the 2 women opposite him. His eyes turned, and he raised his voice and said, I heard that Madame Shannara has not attended business activities in various places for a long time. Aren't you afraid that the control of this Chamber of Commerce will be controlled by others? The various chambers of commerce have cooperation, and some information will be circulated, especially for a president like Shannara, who is famous outside and has an outstanding appearance. There is a star effect, and the topic is also higher. Shannara's face did not change. You don't have to worry about this. I am still the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Oh, how come I heard that you no longer have control over the Chamber of Commerce? Is it just some rumors? The slightly thinner Chamber of Commerce representative continued, looking at the 5th princess again. Your Highness, in the current situation, it is more suitable to cooperate with some stable chambers of commerce. It cannot be controlled by passion and relationships alone. It has been more than half a year since Shannara became the honorary president and the Elders' Council took back control. It seems that the outside world has noticed something. In the past, the 2 Chamber of Commerce representatives would not dare to speak to me like this, because they believed that their real power had been taken away. Shannara sneered in her heart, but still said on the surface, these are not things you can worry about. Just do your own things. The fifth princess glanced at the two of them, and said firmly, if you have other directions for cooperation, you can directly bring them out. As for the types of cooperation we have already had, I have no plans to change the cooperation. The wealthy representative immediately said, Your Highness, I feel that you should choose a more trustworthy chamber of commerce. We can provide stable goods, and Madame Shannara is no longer able to guarantee your subsequent cooperation. Shannara looked unhappy, and the fifth princess was also a little impatient. If there is nothing else, please go back. The two Chamber of Commerce representatives froze. Even at this point, the other party still did not change his mind. He stood up and saluted and was about to leave. There were footsteps at the door again. The servant said, Your Highness, the Starflower representative and the officials of the Wood Elves are here, saying they want to see Madame Shannara. Several people in the room were stunned. The two middle-aged Chamber of Commerce representatives looked at each other and sat back down. The fifth princess didn't believe it. But now that the people from Starflower were here, she had a direction to verify it. Even if they couldn't cooperate, it would allow the fifth princess to see clearly Shannara's current status. Without the identity of the president of Starflower, she was just a beautiful woman. The fifth princess looked at Shannara, who said, Let them in. The servant left, and when he came back again, he was followed by several Wood Elves. In addition to the representatives of the Starflower Chamber of Commerce, there were also Wood Elf guards, whose clothes were embroidered with flower and vine patterns. Enter the room. Bowed slightly. Your Highness, President Shannella. What's the matter? Shannella narrowed her eyes and looked at the other person. The captain of the Wood Elf Guard glanced at the other people in the room. Nothing. Just say it directly. The Wood Elf nodded, bowed again, and said, Appointed by the Elders' Council. You have become the sixth acting elder of the Elders' Council. This is your emblem and elder uniform. The appointment news will be announced to all places through the association. As he spoke, someone came out from behind and respectfully handed over the gorgeous brocade box. As soon as these words came out, the whole hall fell silent instantly. The expectations on the faces of the two businessmen froze instantly, revealing a look of astonishment. The sixth elder of the Council of Elders. Damn it! This is not being stripped of power. This is being involved in politics. From a businessman to the decision-making level of the entire race. Why did I just mock the other party for no reason? The fifth princess also showed surprise in her eyes, looked around, and then looked at Shannara. Something must have happened in the outside world. After all, Shannara has been with me all this time, and has not even left this city. Shannara took a deep breath, straightened her back, and said with a flash of doubt in her eyes, Okay? I understand. Elder Shannara, the guard assigned to you is still outside. What do you think of the arrangement? The captain of the guard said directly. Shannara asked, Consult with the guards of Her Royal Highness the Princess, and be responsible for the outer perimeter. I will live in the City Lord's mansion during this period. Yes, Elder Shannara. The captain of the Wood Elf saluted again, and retreated directly. After the others left, the fifth princess held her hand, and said happily, Sister Shannara. Elder. You are an elder now. The sixth seat. What's there to be happy about? Shannara said with a smile. That's also an elder. It sounds very powerful. The fifth princess was still very happy. Behind her, Shannara's housekeeper and the fifth princess's maid also smiled. Gudong. A light cough sounded. The plump Chamber of Commerce representative took a step forward, and in the puzzled eyes of several people, he knelt down with a plop. Elder Shannara, please forgive my previous rudeness. Seeing this, the other person also knelt down and saluted. Please don't be so mean to us. No matter what, merchants can't compare with the powerful people of the country or race. Especially they are just local representatives. If Shannara wants to pursue it, she can easily make them lose everything they have now. Shannara sat back in her seat and said calmly, It's okay. You can go back. The two saluted again. Thank you, Elder Shannara. Thank you. Then he saluted the fifth princess. Your Highness, we will go back first. The fifth princess nodded, and the two left in disgrace. After the two left, the fifth princess said in a surprised tone, Sister, how did you grow up? Shannella thought for a moment and said, According to the time, it should be the sale of the pills that made the Council of Elders see the value. The fifth princess raised her eyebrows. The pills of the Wuheng Island Master? Can they directly make you an elder? The interior of the Wood Elves is not as elegant and stable as you think. Chanela smiled, touched her head, and then said, I'm going back to Treasure Island today. Sister, are you going back? I want to go back and take a look too, the fifth princess said. It sounded as if Treasure Island was her home and Natalia's city was outside. I go back first. When there's enough time, you and Philippa can go together, Sanera continued. Well, say hello to the owner of Wuhang Island for me. Yes, Sanera nodded, and then said to her housekeeper, I have a way to go back. You stay here and arrange the affairs of the Elder Guard. Yes, ma'am. The housekeeper bowed. Sanera chatted with a few people for a few more words, then hurried upstairs to the bedroom to pack up her things. Seeing the radio in front of the dressing table, she picked up the receiver. Wu Heng, are you there? 2 or 3 minutes later, Wu Heng's voice came from inside. Did you receive the letter I wrote to you? I received it. I'll be back later. Well, I miss you too. Sanera smiled, then continued. I have good news too. What good news? Guess, Wu Heng said uncertainly. Making money won't make you so happy. The elders will return the power of Starflower to you. Only this can make you so happy, Sanera said in a surprised tone. You really know me. But it's not Starflower, but appointing me as an elder. Oh my god! So awesome! Wu Heng exclaimed. Sanera was also very satisfied with the other party's reaction and said, Okay, I talk about it after I go back. Come back. I want to sleep with the elder tonight. Nonsense again. After a brief chat, he walked out of the room. From the empty back garden, he used the ticket and boarded the train. Treasure Island. Radio room. After chatting with Shannara, Wu Heng leaned back on the chair. The combination of blank envelope and ticket was something I suddenly thought of last night, and then experimented with. The method is also very simple, and it feels like a bug. After writing the words on the letter, continue to draw 2 strokes on the ticket. Then put it in the envelope and seal it. And you can send it out directly. When it was confirmed that this method could work, Wu Heng was also a little surprised. He even thought of the method of dimensional mailing. If he drew a line on an item, could it be instantly sent to the other party? But the fact proved that this idea could not be completed. In addition to the ticket, even if you write words on a coin and seal it in an envelope, it can't be sent out at all. It seems that only paper-related items will be sent directly with the envelope after leaving the pen and ink. Actually, it makes sense when you think about it. If it was really possible to send items through the air, the Pirate King would have used it directly when he first had it. How could he try it himself? And the Amorous Quill pen can achieve this effect with the Ghost Train ticket, which is also very good. In the future, you can directly write a letter to the other party to send the ticket. Speeding up the journey, he stretched in the chair, then stood up and walked outside. Let's go. Let's go and drive the zombies, Wu Heng said. The 3 ghosts flew back directly. Then they entered the body. Wu Heng opened the door and walked in directly. The church. The magnificent church hall. The tall dome was illuminated by the dazzling crystal. The murals on the wall depicting holy relics were solemn and solemn, telling the glory and majesty of God. An urgent letter was hurriedly presented to the Pope. The Pope's eyes moved on the letter paper, and his brows frowned. In the hall, a group of senior clergy, watching the changes in the Pope's expression, also looked at each other and exchanged glances. Everyone. The Pope spoke softly, but his voice echoed in the hall and reached everyone's ears clearly. Yuan sent a message that the owner of Treasure Island has new developments. Treasure Island? Some people have heard of it, and some have never heard of this place. The Pope stretched out his hand and waved it lightly, and the letter in his hand flew into the hands of the person below. Then, everyone passed it around to read it in turn. But when they saw that a human necromancer in his 20s had the ability to fight against a 19th level archbishop and several high-level clergy, everyone's face changed. An archbishop stood up, saluted and said, Your Holiness, I feel it is necessary to take some action to curb the possible danger. Another person also stood up and nodded in agreement. Yes, if we don't restrict it now, I'm afraid there will be an extremely huge disaster. Another person stood up and said, I heard that this person is more valued in the association, and he has made some achievements in strange machines and potions recently. I'm afraid it's not easy to do anything to him, since he is a member of the association. Let the association send people to deal with it together, an archbishop suggested quietly. The others also started to discuss. The Pope raised his hand slightly, signaling everyone to be quiet, and said, "Then write a letter to the association first, suspecting that the other party is conducting necromancy experiments, and ask them to order the owner of Treasure Island to cooperate in the investigation." "Yes." Everyone saluted. Treasure Island. Wu Hung returned from the zombie world, and Shannara had not come yet. After dinner, he walked into the radio room. "Talk to Lilith. Tell the other party that the leader's mansion has been built." Taking the opportunity, the topic was brought up to the church. Wu Hung asked, "How many heroes does the church have?" Lilith's voice came from the other side. "Two. One is the religious leader of the association, and the other is the Pope of the temple." "Damn! 2 heroes. What's the difference between them?" Wu Hung continued to ask. Lilith replied, "Does this need to be explained? One is responsible for the affairs of the church, and the other is responsible for the association." Sure enough, the church's background is not just what he saw. There are 2 heroes, one for internal affairs, and the other for external affairs. Is it necessary to bring out 2? Lilith hesitated, and followed. Some people suspect that both of them are Saidu. Chapter 849. Sayu is the association's Holy See hero. When he heard that the 2 heroes might be the same person, Wu Hang's mind immediately thought of the clone effect of his 100 soldiers robe. One person becomes 2 people at the same time. It doesn't seem to be a difficult thing in this world. Wu Hang asked, "Why do you doubt it?" Lilith thought about it, and probably felt that this matter was not a big deal. So she revealed a little bit. Sayu's appearance was a bit abrupt. It was not that several archbishops in the Holy See were promoted to heroes, but that such a person was needed at the time. And this Holy See leader appeared in the association headquarters. And there were some similar rumors in the temple. Lilith is in charge of intelligence in the association. Intelligence gathering is her job, so she shouldn't say anything casually. Wu Hung suddenly fell silent. Lilith consoled him softly. "Don't worry too much about the Vatican. You are now the inspector and flag bearer appointed by the association. They need to provide evidence for whatever they want to do. You can also try to improve your level and influence in the association." It can be heard that Lilith is still on his side. If it were someone else, they would probably want to keep their distance from him. "Thank you, Chief." Wu Hung thanked him sincerely, and then changed the subject, and continued, "Chief, I am curious about something else." "Go ahead," Lilith said lazily. Wu Hang's voice became more serious, and he asked, "What is the difference between a hero and a professional?" The most obvious change from level 1 to level 4 professional is the improvement of attributes and the improvement of skills. The power of a level 18 professional is several times that of an ordinary professional, so it has more advantages in combat. In addition, at higher levels, skills also become more diverse and powerful. Therefore, level becomes the simplest way to distinguish strength. Not provoking professionals with higher levels than yourself is the safest way to save your life. However, heroes are praised by people to their current status. So what is so great about them? Aren't you a mage? You don't know these? Lilith asked back, with a mocking tone. Wu Hang was also a little embarrassed. He took a shortcut by taking advantage of the characteristics of his own panel. "I don't have the rich experience of a real mage. I have been a mage for a short time, and I don't have a teacher or inheritance, so I have no way to learn about this knowledge." After a short pause, he said in a pitiful tone, "If it is convenient, can the leader tell me about it? The stories of heroes are probably rarely recorded in books. Not to mention that I can see such books. If I have a high-level master, I may be able to learn about the relevant knowledge. It's a pity that I don't even have a master." Lilith hummed, pondered again, and slowly spoke. "Before becoming a hero, professionals accumulate abilities in their respective fields and play to their professional characteristics. But they are also limited by their own limitations. When they become heroes, they will undergo fundamental changes and have more powerful and incomparable power." Wu Hung scratched his head. "I don't understand." Lilith paused and changed to a simpler way to understand. "You can understand it as, the power of ordinary professionals cannot kill heroes, but heroes can easily kill each other." As this sentence came over, Wu Hang's eyes condensed, and his heart tightened. Professionals can't kill heroes. How is this possible? They are all carbon-based creatures. How can they be said to be unkillable? Then the hero won't die? Wu Hang's voice was heavy. Lilith replied, "I just said that professionals can't kill heroes. But it doesn't mean they really won't die. Heroes can also kill heroes. And they will die when their lifespan reaches the limit. Only heroes, or people who are more powerful than heroes, can kill heroes. Leader, why can't ordinary professionals kill heroes? Wu Heng asked again. It felt a bit impolite to ask. It was like asking about the other party's weaknesses. Just as he was about to explain, Lilith said, you should know that after reaching level 18, there will be a reputation limit for level increase. Yes, you can understand that the power of heroes gathers people's beliefs, courage, or fear, which is different from the original power. Lilith smiled and said, it's a little hard to understand. You just need to try to improve your level. With your potential, you can still become a hero. It's too difficult for humans to become heroes. The main reason is the lifespan limit. Being able to reach level 18 is already the best among humans. Thank you, leader. I can still learn real knowledge from you. Humph. Wu Heng smiled and continued. Leader, when will you come to Treasure Island again? In addition to the mansion, I have also prepared a new motorcycle for you, as well as a racing suit and helmet. All very beautiful. Don't you have any plans to produce motorcycles? Lilith asked. It's not on sale yet. I give you the second one, but no one else will, Wu Heng explained. Then send it through the association. Lilith's tone softened. Wu Heng smiled and said, in a few days, the island will hold the next potion auction. You can stay for a few days and take it back with you. The other side fell silent again. After several seconds, Lilith said lightly, let's talk about it at the auction. I checked the schedule. Okay, Lilith continued. Is everything alright? I'm going to rest. Goodbye, leader. After hanging up the phone, Wu Heng slowly exhaled, still sitting on the chair. His mind was lost in thought. This time, talking with Lilith, I got a lot of information that I didn't know before and was difficult to get from the outside world. The first one is the hero of the Holy See. According to Lilith, the Holy See has two heroes. One is the Pope, who is in charge of the affairs of the temple, and the other is the head of the Holy See of the association, Saidu. Moreover, Lilith suspected that the two heroes might be the same person, although the explanation given was rather vague. But Lilith has been in charge of the association's intelligence work, and it is impossible for her to say such a thing based on speculation. There should be relevant intelligence to prove that the two heroes might be the same person. The two heroes are the same enemy. This seems to be a good thing for me. No, there are still two heroes, and the threat to me has not been reduced. It is not a good thing or not. He thought about it again. Lilith said that there were two heroes, but they might not be the full strength of the church. There might be other heroes. Just like what Lilith said, when the association needed such a leader of the church, Saidu suddenly appeared. It was hard to say whether there would be one or two more. He still had to be careful. The second point was the information about the heroes. This information was the most shocking thing in his heart. Ordinary professionals can't kill heroes. Only heroes can kill heroes. This sentence had a huge impact on him. It was too subversive of his previous ideas. No wonder the hero has his current status. The hero of the Holy See dared to go to the kingdom of Yeko to investigate the cult with a few people. If you don't reach the level of a hero, you can't kill him. But he can kill normal professionals. This world is really different. I thought I had figured out this world, but it turns out I'm still far from it. According to Lilith, the power possessed by heroes is related to the 18th level reputation requirement. So, after becoming a hero, the power gathers people's faith, courage, and other complex powers. Something like the power of all living beings, and the power of faith in novels. It shouldn't be considered faith. At most it's the prototype of faith, or the power of faith. Faith is the things collected by the church, the belief and admiration of God, and it is firm and extreme. The reputation collected at level 18 is more like the spread of deeds. Can my level 20 skeleton kill them? If I can't kill them, I won't be able to intimidate the two heroes of the church. It seems that I should reach level 20 as soon as possible. Knock. Knock. As I was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Then, it was the voice of Catwoman Rope. Master, Sister Shannara is back. Chatting in the living room. Shannara is back? It was dark outside the window, and she came back later than expected. Okay, I go down now. Wu Heng stood up and gave his seat to the skeleton investigator. He walked out of the room and went down the stairs to the first floor. He saw Shannara, who was dressed in light clothes, sitting in front of the sofa and chatting with Minnie and several maids. It has been a while since I went to Natalia's city. You're back, Wu Hung said with a smile. Shannara looked over and smiled. You're back. Master, do you think Sister Shannara is beautiful? Minnie asked with a smile. Wu Hung looked at her again and said, Pretty. I knew the master would say that. Minnie laughed. And the others laughed too. Shannara hit Minnie lightly and said, What nonsense! Wu Hung sat down and asked, Have you had dinner? I ate some in the car. What about Natalia's city? Is there any problem recently? Wu Hung continued to ask. Shannara said softly, It's okay. Everything is developing normally. The city has recovered well. This morning, 2 old chambers of commerce in the Yeko Kingdom came to the 5th princess to discuss cooperation. What kind of cooperation? Wu Hung asked. As he spoke, the maid brought tea and cakes. Shannara picked up a piece of cake with her white fingers and put it into her mouth, muttering, Weapons and equipment, food and herbs. But we have contracted all of these. And they didn't agree. By the way, the 5th princess asked me to bring them to you. Wu Hung also smiled. Is the 5th princess pretty good? Very good. Sometimes she rehearses great detective stories in the city lord's mansion. And I really admire you in my heart. Shannara picked up another piece and put it in her mouth. Personal charm. Shannara pouted. Wu Hung continued. The entertainment city has been built. You are knowledgeable and have good aesthetics. The decoration will be handed over to you. Shannara rolled her eyes at him. Who are you kidding? Really? I feel most at ease leaving it to you. Wu Hung said with a smile. Do you have a blueprint? Wu Hung took out a simple blueprint from the space ring. Shannara took a quick look and asked, What do you want to do? What are your requirements? Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, I want to combine the strange machine with the magic array to create some waterfalls, hot springs, and luxurious guest rooms. Then, Wu Hung told his ideas and took out a tablet to display some pictures of modern world entertainment cities. Shannara listened carefully and expressed some of her own opinions. After discussing for a while, the plan was roughly decided. Shannara also put away the drawings. Minnie came over with some fruit and asked, Sister, do you want to go to the movies with us? Shannara glanced at Wu Hung and said with a smile, No, I'm a little tired today. I go to bed early. Okay. The bath water is ready upstairs. Go to bed early then, Minnie said. Thank you, Minnie. You're welcome. The maids took snacks to the audiovisual room to watch a movie. Wu Hung and Shannara also walked upstairs to the bedroom. In the bedroom, Wu Hung lay on the bed for a while. The door opened, and Shannara walked in a bathrobe, wiping her hair with a towel in her hand. Sitting down on the bed, Wu Hung took the towel, sat behind her to help wipe her hair, and asked casually, By the way, how did you suddenly become an elder? Shannara sat up straight and said casually, I think it was because of the sale of pills, plus the large orders you received from the Wood Elves before. So I was given this position. Just an acting elder, with no real power. It's good to be an elder. When I become powerful, I will let you be the chief elder. Wu Hung threw the towel aside. His arms passed through his neck from behind, and were held in front of his chest along the open collar. Shannara was also used to the other's movements. He turned his head slightly and looked over, his eyes full of longing and love. The two looked at each other. Wu Hung lowered his head slightly and kissed the other's lips. The loose nightgown was completely opened, and with the last piece of clothing thrown aside, Shannara lay on the bed. After waiting for a while, seeing no movement, she slightly opened her eyes. She saw Wu Hung looking at her with admiration, and Shannara blushed. Don't look at me. I'm shy. Wu Hung was not in a hurry, and said with a smile, Elder Shannara, do you want me to be gentler, fiercer, or crazier? Shannara rolled her eyes at him. What tricks are you playing? Choose one. Try the fiercer one, Shannara said softly. Wu Hung smiled, turned her over, and slapped her on one side of her buttocks. Raise it higher. Why are you hitting me? Shannara said dissatisfiedly. The hair swayed, and the bed swayed gently with it. Call me husband. Shannara's whole body turned red, and she called softly, Husband. The next day, in the morning, Shannara left the island owner's mansion early in the morning, and went to the entertainment city with the island designer. Wu Hung sat in the study, and told the three ghosts about the conversation with Lilith yesterday. After everything was said, Xiao Xiao touched his chin in the air. Shan Shan has reached level 20. Can't he kill the hero? Glinda analyzed and said. If it is true as Lilith said, Shan Shan and we did not experience the reputation limit when we were promoted to level 20. So we may not be able to kill the hero. Ah? Then we can only take the beating, Xiao Xiao exclaimed. Before, he was still shouting that he would kill the association when he reached level 20. Now it seems that it's over. And he can't kill the other party. Benny said, maybe there will be some effect. Wu Heng also said, the unkillable here may not be what we understand. And, after death at level 18, everyone can become a ghost. And heroes may also become souls. Then you will be professionals. Xiao Xiao looked at the other two souls again. And smiled. Uncle is right. We are still useful. Glinda nodded. That's right. Benny asked. Has there ever been a hero without a necromancer? Wu Heng recalled. And then said, I heard that in a desert. The leader was called the Immortal Emperor, who became a hero after transforming himself into a ghoul. Uncle, look at the necromancer. They all learned the same thing. How come they became heroes? Xiao Xiao crossed his arms. Looking like you didn't work hard. He has become a ghoul. And I've only been a ghoul for 2 years. How can he be better than me? Wu Heng said. And then added, we don't know him. Otherwise we would ask him. Yeah, that's right. Glinda nodded. Knock. Knock. There was a knock on the door. And Minnie shouted, Master. The association sent a box, saying it was sent from the headquarters. It seems that Lilith's gift has arrived. No one else would send her something in this way except her. Bring it in, Wu Heng said. The 3 ghosts became invisible. The door opened, and Minnie walked in with 2 skeletons and a wooden box. So big? It's about 1.5 meters long and half a meter wide. The person who sent it only said it was sent by the headquarters, and didn't write what was inside. Minnie said. Wu Heng nodded. I know. Call me at lunch. Okay, Master. Minnie left again with the skeleton. 1 person and 3 souls, all staring at the big box in front of them. The box is slender and looks like a small coffin that is completely sealed. What is it? It won't open, and something strange will suddenly pop out. As he spoke, Xiao Xiao put his head in, then raised his head and said, You scared me. What's inside? What? 1 person and 2 souls said almost at the same time. Xiao Xiao said, It looks like a doll. Is it safe? Wu Heng asked. Xiao Xiao thought for a moment and said, If the doll doesn't stand up, it shouldn't be dangerous. That's a good answer. Wu Heng glanced at the side. Glinda and Bernie also looked through the wooden box to check the situation inside. Then he came out again and said, No problem. Wu Heng nodded and said to Caxiu, who was guarding the door, Caxiu, open the wooden box. Caxiu opened it directly, and inside was a layer of white cloth. Then a beautifully shaped doll, a book, and an old notebook. Doll? Do you like this taste? Glinda looked over in confusion. Chapter 850. Wu Heng also set his sights on the puppet. Alchemy puppet, magic prop, description, the work of a high-level puppeteer. In addition to being used as a puppeteer, it also has the function of carrying souls. Magic prop. It is made by a profession called puppeteer. The whole puppet is about 1.23 meters tall and wears an ordinary black skirt. It has black hair and eyebrows. And its facial contours are clear, delicate and realistic. The color and texture are somewhat like ivory white. The limbs are long, and metal can be seen at the joints, as well as some subtle magic patterns inside. The body is a combination of metal and ivory, connected to each other, fine and tight. Wu Heng looked up at Xiao Xiao and said, Xiao Xiao, this should be the gift from Lilith. Glinda and Benny also turned their heads to look over. Xiao Xiao frowned slightly, and then said, Although I am very happy to receive Lilith's gift, this doll is too real. A little scary. I still like teddy bears or big white geese. Wu Heng explained. No. This is a magic prop. Lilith prepared it for you to possess. Glinda looked at the doll, and then at Xiao Xiao. Now that you mention it, the doll really looks a bit like Xiao Xiao. Really? Does it look like me? Xiao Xiao was also a little curious. Benny also nodded. Yes, it does look like you. It should be made according to your appearance. Xiao Xiao looked at Wu Heng again. Uncle, how do you possess me? Let me take a look first. Wu Heng looked at the items in the puppet's arms. A skill book deprivation of the law. An old notebook, which contained the experience and knowledge of the necromancer. Finally, there was a folded paper, some of which were wrinkled due to moisture. After the paper was opened, there was an introduction to the puppet. After all, Lilith didn't know that he could see the description of the props, so she still had to write clearly the purpose of the puppet. The content of the introduction was that the puppet was the work of a puppeteer in the headquarters, and it could be used as a carrier of souls. Puppet masters also often use this method, combining controllable souls and puppets to form puppets that act independently. At the same time, this puppet will have a memory of the soul it carries. Once a soul is carried, it is difficult for other souls to use this puppet again, unless the internal array pattern is redrawn. Seeing this, Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. In other words, once the puppet is used, it is bound to the ghost. Even if it is left there, other ghosts cannot use it. Is this a must for magic props? Or did Lilith ask Xiao Xiao to use it only? The next step is to complete the puppet. Similar to the activation steps of the magic building, it must be connected with gold solution at several nodes. Wu Hung looked carefully and raised his head after confirming that there was no problem, while the other three ghosts were still waiting by his side, especially Xiao Xiao, staring with big eyes, full of expectation. Uncle, how is it? I see. We just need to use the gold solution to connect the connection points of the array, Wu Hung explained. Then hurry up. Uncle, Xiao Xiao urged. Okay. Wu Hung opened the mansion technique and began to build a furnace inside. Then, he took out a gold nugget from the space ring and threw it in directly. And soon a solution was formed. Wu Hung put the puppet aside and built a few tools that needed to be used. Uncle, be careful. Don't break it. Ignoring Xiao Xiao, he began to use tools to apply the gold solution to the connection points marked. When the last location was completed, a stream of magic light surrounded the entire body of the doll and then disappeared. Okay, Xiao Xiao, go and try to possess it, Wu Hung said with a smile. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed and got into the doll's body directly. Click, click, click. The doll in the wooden box suddenly opened its eyes, revealing eyes like black gemstones. The body began to tremble violently. The knees bent. The body suddenly pulled up and stood up. Then the body began to move stiffly, like the lowest level of zombies, with slow and stiff movements. After walking a few steps, it gradually began to become flexible. Uncle, how is it? The puppet opened its mouth and made a sound. Damn! It can still talk. Wu Hung and the other two ghosts also showed surprised expressions. Very good. How do you feel? Wu Hung asked back. Xiao Xiao thought for a moment. I feel pretty good, but I feel that this body's reaction is a little slow. It will be fine after a while of getting used to it, Wu Hung said. Yeah, that's great. I have my own body now, Xiao Xiao said happily. The other two ghosts also looked envious, floating in the air, watching constantly. Then Xiao Xiao said, Uncle, can I use the radio to talk to Sister Lilith? Sure. Thank her very much. Okay. I go to the radio station. Xiao Xiao cheered and ran out directly. Dong dong dong. Master. It seems that a little girl ran into the radio room. Minnie's voice came in. Wu Hung opened the door and saw Minnie in robe. At the door of the radio room, several skeletons with weapons were waiting in full battle array. That's Xiao Xiao. She got a magic item that can use a doll as a body, Wu Hung explained. The maid at home knew the existence of two ghosts. One was Xiao Xiao. She knew about this little ghost a long time ago. It was Xiao Xiao who informed Minnie when they attacked Karama last time. The second ghost I know is Benny. Although I haven't seen her formally, I know about the existence of this ghost from the story of Benny, the tavern maid in the newspaper. Oh, I see. Minnie looked a little surprised, but still agreed, waving her hand. The skeletons surrounding the door returned to their respective positions. Let the skeleton tailor come over and make 2 sets of clothes for Xiao Xiao. Okay. Minnie glanced at the radio and said, Xiao Xiao ran too fast just now, so I didn't see what he looked like. She's gone to use the radio. Let's see when she comes out. Okay. Master. We play shuttlecock with Xiao Xiao from now on, Robe said. Okay. Minnie and Rob smiled and went downstairs again. Inside the radio room, Xiao Xiao reached out and patted the skeleton investigator beside him. You get up first. I want to talk. The skeleton investigator gave up his seat. Xiao Xiao turned on the radio, picked up the microphone, and shouted excitedly, "Hey, Sister Lilith, what are you doing?" "Soon." Lilith's voice came from the other side. "Xiao Xiao?" "Yes, I received the gift." "Thank you, sister," Xiao Xiao said very obediently. Lilith on the side raised her eyebrows. She thought to herself that she finally didn't have to listen to Wu Heng's voice, calling her sister intimately. She got used to him calling her sister. Then, with a smile in her tone, "As long as you like it, I will buy you dolls of other heights and body shapes when there is a chance. You will grow up eventually. Sister, you are so nice," Xiao Xiao said coquettishly. In the study, as soon as Wu Heng came back, he saw Glinda and Bernie staring at him with wide eyes. There was some expectation in their eyes. Wu Heng smiled and said, "Don't worry. When I reach level 20, I will find a way to make this kind of doll for you. My family is rich, so this is not a problem. If you directly order different dolls, it will be easy for people to guess the number of Wu Heng's ghosts. Now that we are competing with the church again, it is not the time to order dolls. As for ordering the other 2 dolls through Lilith, to be honest, I don't want to let the other party know. It's not a good thing to expose too many secrets." Grenda smiled. "You are right. And we are not in a hurry." Benny also said, "It's just right. Let's think about what we want." "What's there to think about? Just normal looks are fine," Wu Heng said. "It's a rare opportunity. Of course I have to change it," Grenda said. Benny followed suit. "I want to make my legs look longer." "Oh my god." They both thought about this. They used it as a beauty photo. "It's up to you. Just don't make it too weird," Wu Heng reminded. The 2 ghosts nodded and flew to the side to continue discussing the doll. It can be seen that the small body of this doll is also very attractive to them. It can be regarded as adding some interesting things to the ghost's life. See the ghost busy with his own things. Wu Heng sat down at the desk and took out another skill book and notes. Deprivation of law, description, you release the power of curse. Enough to deprive creatures you can see within the casting distance of their senses/organs. The target of deprivation will have different effects due to different constitutions and resistances. Chapter 851. Lilith's spell to make a person's mouth disappear. As expected, it was delivered to him. Wu Heng still remembers that Lilith sealed the mouth of the 18th level priest of the church with a wave of her hand, and sealed the mouth and eyes of a knight of the church. Later, I heard that it was not until he went to the headquarters of the association that it was completely unlocked. This effect still gives people a different kind of shock. For example, if the mouth of the bard is directly sealed, then the opponent basically loses his effect. Similarly, any profession that loses its nose, ears, and eyes will also greatly reduce its combat effectiveness. Opening the skill book, Wu Heng looked at the content above. Law deprivation is a high-level spell of negative energy curse. The corresponding level is above level 4. That is, above level 18. And the effect of the skill is not only to deprive the organs of the face, but also some parts of the body can achieve the effect of deprivation. Of course, this skill effect can also be cancelled, rather than losing the deprived organs forever. Wu Heng glanced at the general content of the previous part, and then continued to read the following text. Many of the symbols and knowledge in it were mentioned in the pathogenic rays and severe injury techniques, so he could understand them. The book turned to the last page, and the long-lost system prompt sounded again. Unlock skill, law deprivation. Sure enough, the panel is still useful. Successfully unlock this skill. After the skill is unlocked, Wu Heng got up and stretched his body, then sat down again and continued to read the second notebook. After opening it, the content inside was a notebook of a necromancer. It recorded some learning experiences, insights, and problems encountered in the necromancer experiment. It seems that this necromancer should have been eliminated by the association. The experiment mentioned some experiments on living people, and this notebook appeared in the hands of the leader of the association. The ending should be imaginable. Wu Heng flipped through it casually. The content recorded was quite rich, but it was not of much help to him. After all, he was already level 19, and the owner of this notebook probably didn't even reach level 18. But some of the records needed for ghost rituals are still helpful. The rituals recorded in the previous necromancer's notebook have not been fully used for my ghost. I should also collect the materials. Attach the previous rituals to several ghosts. After reading the notes, Wu Heng also put it into the space ring. and then wrote down the materials needed for the ritual with paper and pen. How is it? Did you gain anything? Grinda asked, floating beside him. Benny also flew over and waited for his answer. The skill book is Lilith's skill of silencing people. I have learned it now. The other one is the notes of the Necromancer. It contains some useful ghost rituals. We can try it when we have time, Wu Hung said directly. Grinda raised her eyebrows. I didn't expect that Lilith is so good to you. You are really good at dealing with women. Benny also smiled and nodded in agreement. He is very popular with women in Blackstone Town. What are you talking about? I also gave her a lot of things. And that's not called dealing with women. It's excellent people attracting each other. Wu Hung defended himself. Whatever you say. Glinda shrugged. Squeak. At this time, the door opened. Xiao Xiao jumped in and turned around. How is it? It looks good, Wu Hung said with a smile. It suits you very well. Xiao Xiao. That's great. I want a body like this in the future. Faced with so many compliments, Xiao Xiao was even happier. She ran around the room in her round-toed leather shoes. What did you talk about with Lilith? Wu Hung asked. We talked about puppets. He said the puppeteer was a puppeteer from the headquarters. He had a weird temper. Sister Lilith didn't want to go. She wanted to beat him up if she went. Xiao Xiao waved her fist. Talented people are more individual. Glinda smiled and continued. Maybe in his heart. He thinks that if he can have the lifespan or background of those leaders, his achievements will be higher. I don't quite understand. Xiao Xiao scratched his head and looked directly at Wu Hung. Uncle, I want 2 new clothes. Let Minnie call the skeleton tailor over. We have our own clothing factory. Okay. I go downstairs to find Sister Minnie. Xiao Xiao opened the door and ran downstairs again. Glinda smiled and said, Little kid. So happy. Yeah. Association headquarters. Meeting room. The door opened, and Lilith strode in a purple dress. After finishing the chat with Xiao Xiao, I received a reminder from the housekeeper to go to the meeting room to discuss matters. In the bright room, the other 3 leaders were already waiting. After Lilith sat down, the field leader said directly, This time, I asked you to come here because of the Treasure Island. The local association there sent a report, which mentioned the conflict between the church and the local island. As he said, he passed the letter to several people to check. After seeing the content of the letter, except for Lilith, the other 2 frowned. During this period, there have been many letters and reports about Treasure Island. Either the alchemy groups in various places complained about the sale of pills, or the reports of the local association. Meetings about Treasure Island were also held frequently. After everyone finished reading, the leader of the Hongwen Society said, the 18th level Vatican Knight suddenly attacked the mage. His statement that he was testing the opponent's skills was a bit far-fetched. The dwarf leader of the hunter said, I am more curious about Wu Hung. When he defeated Luan last time, he said he was 15th level. How did he defeat him? He also detained him. It says that he has a high-level skeleton. After several battles on Treasure Island, he should have transformed several 18th level skeletons. The leader of Hongwenhui gave a guessed answer. The leader of the field envoy took back the letter and asked, What do you think about the Holy See? Warn the Holy See and let him go. Saidu is still out there dealing with the Yeko Kingdom. If he is arrested, he might have some emotions. The leader of the hunter said. The leader of Hongwenhui stroked his beard. The Holy See took action first, and we have to take care of his emotions. This is not reasonable. Let the other party apologize and give Wu Hung some compensation. If things go on, it will only be worse for Treasure Island. The leader of the hunters said helplessly. He was not biased towards the church. But that was the case. The church had a great influence and a strong foundation. If they really targeted Treasure Island, it would only cause more trouble. Having said that, the leader of the Hongwen Association stopped talking. The field leader looked across. Lilith, what do you think? Lilith gathered her skirt and said, The church set up a church on Treasure Island, which was originally looking for trouble. Either Treasure Island will belong to the church in the future, or it will definitely conflict with Wu Hung. You should all know the value of Treasure Island now. This sentence was also said. Now Treasure Island is just like its name, showing the ability to gather money crazily. The church has identified this place. Even if nothing goes wrong this time, there will be conflicts next time. What do you think? The field leader continued to ask. Lilith said, We can handle it according to the association's procedures. But let Wu Hung do a favor to the other party. so as not to make things too ugly. The others were also stunned. The field leader nodded. I think it's okay. The leader of the hunters also said, I have no objection. The leader of the Hongwen Association shook the wooden stick in his hand and added, I agree with this statement. But I also want to remind the church in the name of the association that similar things are not allowed to happen again. Okay. Then I will convey the disposal decision to Treasure Island. Claudio, as the leader of the Hongwen Association, write a letter to Wu Hung and ask him to properly handle this matter. The field leader said. The leader of the Hongwen Association nodded. Okay. Then go back and prepare. After this matter was over, several people stood up and walked out of the room. Treasure Island. After dinner, Xiao was outside, playing shuttlecock with Minnie and others. And there was a burst of laughter. Wu Hung sat in the room, listening to Shannara's general plan. Then, Shannara said, the whole plan requires many array buildings. Where do you plan to find these array masters? Order from the Snake Emblem Consortium? It doesn't matter if you spend some money. Wu Hung said. All the array buildings before were ordered from the Snake Emblem Consortium. Except for spending money. There is no need to worry about anything else. Indoor buildings still need to be measured on site. If you don't have a good candidate, you can transfer some array masters from the Wood Elves. Shannara leaned back. Can they be transferred? Shannara smiled. I am an elder now. Chapter 852. Now I have to use the elder privileges. Wu Hung looked at the blueprint and felt that there was no problem with using the Wood Elf Array Master. It was just used in the artificial waterfalls, hot springs and other places in the entertainment city. Not as confidential as facilities like power plants. I will use it this time. And when I have a chance, I will go to the Snake Emblem Consortium and ask them to help collect some Array Master corpses. Then I can transform myself into a skeleton. Then use the Wood Elf Array Master. The wages are easy to negotiate. And let them do a better job and faster. Wu Hung agreed directly. Then I will write a letter now and ask them to come as soon as possible. Shannara said. After the matter of the Array Master was settled, Wu Hung continued. By the way, I plan to hand over the singing and dancing area in the entertainment city to a friend of mine. She has run a similar business in Rentam City and is more experienced. Singing and dancing area. Shannara glanced at the location on the blueprint and said, I was also thinking of changing it to an opera house. The opera house is still in the Gem Flower. The entertainment city focuses more on entertainment. Things that are too elegant are a bit abrupt. Wu Hung said directly. Okay. Then leave this area here and wait for your friend to come and give it to her. Shannara agreed. The biggest reason why Treasure Island can develop into what it is now is that it is developing in the direction arranged by Wu Hung. It has not only completely changed a backward pirate island, but it has even surpassed the main cities of those kingdoms. So, as long as we continue to follow his plan, it will definitely not be too bad. Okay. It should arrive in the next few days. Wu Hung nodded. The affairs of the Holy See will not have any impact on you. Right? Shannara picked up the teacup and took a sip. I am also waiting for news from the association. We are in the right, so there shouldn't be any problem. Wu Hung replied. Shannara hesitated, but still said, I don't mean I don't support you, but I feel that we should ease the relationship with the Holy See. The Holy See has countless ways to delay your promotion. Delaying the best years will be an irreparable loss to you. Human lifespan is short. And even if the Holy See is not in the right, it can find reasons to delay it. Various things disturbed him for a few years. And when he got older, he would naturally no longer be a threat. I understand. I find a way. Wu Hung nodded. Tap tap tap. As he spoke, the little girl puppet ran in. She waved her fists twice on the spot, did a backflip, and looked over. Uncle, am I handsome? Wu Hung smiled and said. Handsome. Has your body adapted? Adapted. Xiao replied with a smile. Behind him, the other maids also came in, and Minnie smiled and said, Xiao is very good at kicking shuttlecock. It's okay. I have some basics. Xiao said, and then said, Sisters, I go upstairs first, and play tomorrow. Okay. Minnie nodded. Xiao ran upstairs 3 steps at a time. Minnie continued to look at Shannara and said, Sister Shannara, will you go to the movies with us today? Shannara glanced at Wu Hung and said with a smile, Let's watch. Does the master want to join us? And we were asked. Wu Hung shook his head. You guys can watch it. Don't watch it too late. Okay. Several people nodded, started preparing snacks, and then went to the audiovisual room. Wu Hong also went upstairs and walked into the study. The doll slumped in the chair, and Xiao Xiao was watching the animation on the tablet with Benny in the state of a ghost. Wu Hong put the doll back into the wooden box. Xiao Xiao, lie back in the wooden box by yourself in the future. Don't put it anywhere else. Xiao Xiao turned his head and looked over. That wooden box is so ugly. I'm afraid it will get dirty. Then let the skeleton make a new one tomorrow. Wu Hong put the doll aside. Xiao Xiao thought for a while. I want to make a big cabinet. Sister Lilith will buy me dolls in the future, and then put them in a cabinet, sitting in a row. I can choose which one I want in the future. Listening to Shishia's words, a large display cabinet appeared in Wu Hong's mind. It was filled with various small dolls. Looking up and seeing Shishia's expectant expression, Wu Hong said, sure. Let the skeleton make one tomorrow. Hee hee. Uncle is the best. Xiao Xiao happily circled in the air. Grinda and Bernie also looked over here. Wu Hong also sat down at the desk again and took out the Necromancer's notes, sent by Lilith, and read it for a while. As the night got darker, he said hello to the three ghosts. He returned to the room to rest. In the morning, the street lights were turned off. Every household opened their doors, and the streets gradually became lively. Ding ding ding. The bicycle bells rang, and the newspaper sellers dragged the latest issue of the newspaper and appeared at the intersections they were responsible for. Under the gaze of some passers-by, he raised the newspaper in his hand and shouted, look! Take a look! The latest issue of the newspaper. The situation in the kingdom of Yek has changed drastically. Treasure Island is built an entertainment city, the scale of which is comparable to that of the royal palace. The passers-by, who originally had no interest in selling newspapers, cast curious eyes again. Entertainment city? It sounds like a place for entertainment. Give me one. I want one too. The crowd gathered around in an instant, rushing to buy the latest newspaper. Association. Deacon study. The door opened, and Shiryali came in with a newspaper. New newspapers are distributed, and the entertainment city is almost finished. Shilagui took it and looked at it, with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. Really? I told him to focus on upgrading, but he wants to do these things every day. Shiryali smiled and said, it's all his credit that Treasure Island has developed to this point. You are obsessed with it, Shilagui said, and then said, he is now in conflict with the Holy See, and it is important to upgrade his level as soon as possible. Yes, let's go and motivate him tonight, Shiryali said. Shilagui looked at her and said angrily, look at what you are like now. Jifan Tavern. The latest newspaper was released today, and the tavern was full of drinkers early, before the bard came over. They chatted about recent events and some interesting things on the island. Have those people from the church, who were arrested before, been released? A dwarf looked around carefully and asked in a low voice. I heard that the island owner's mansion won't release them. The island owner is really powerful. He even dares to detain people from the church. It depends on how it will be handled later. The association will definitely communicate with us. The topic of discussion was the island owner's mansion's detention of church members a few days ago. In fact, everyone knew that in some disputes on the street, church members would be released sooner or later. They were just curious about how long the island owner's mansion would detain them. At the same time, they also admired the island owner's courage and guts. I have never heard of anyone who could do this for ordinary people on the island. Amid the discussion among the drinkers, a bard walked up to the wooden platform with a smile, tapped the wooden table, and then said in full energy, good morning, everyone. After that, he bowed. The drinkers gradually quieted down. The bard unfolded the newspaper and continued. As usual, read the information in the newspaper first. The first one. The situation in the kingdom of Yeko has changed. The second prince and the city of Rentam have ceased hostilities and signed a cooperation agreement to jointly resist the enemies and dangers behind. The latest project of Treasure Island, the entertainment city, is about to be completed and is recruiting employees from all over the island. The Starflower Chamber of Commerce has dismissed Shannara from her position as president, and she will no longer manage any of the chamber's affairs. At the same time, Shannara will take over as the sixth elder. Wow! The drinkers below suddenly became noisy when they heard that her position as president had been cancelled. Everyone looked as if they had expected it. After all, some gossip had been circulating for a while, and Shannara no longer attended any business activities. The local representatives of the Star Flower no longer mentioned President Shannara. They all guessed that she was no longer managing the Chamber of Commerce, and was just waiting to be announced to the public. Today's intelligence did prove that the other party no longer manages the Chamber of Commerce. But it is different from the imagined seizure of power. He went from being the president of the Chamber of Commerce to an elder. In the future, he will be qualified to decide the development direction of the entire tribe. She didn't show up before, and we are preparing to promote her to an elder. Yes, Shannara's business acumen is still outstanding. So it's not surprising that she became an elder. You didn't say that last time. Last time was the last time. Another person lowered his voice. What do you think? Is the rumor about the island owner and Mrs. Shannara true? What are you thinking about? Shannara has a husband, and he's a Wood Elf official. There are some romance novels about Shannara and the island owner on Lighthouse Street. I think they're a good match. Forget it. Shannara is hundreds of years old. Why look at age? Just look good. The drinkers didn't listen carefully to the following information. They were all whispering about the casino's recruitment and Shannara becoming an elder. Wait until all the information is finished. The bard took a sip from the water cup, then said, okay, let's tell the latest great detective story. The drinkers were silent instantly. The story began immediately. Zombie world. Prison. Wu Hung sat on a chair, holding the record book of the skeleton alchemist in his hand. The record book clearly recorded the time when the zombies were given corpse cores every day, as well as some physical changes. Several zombies had black shells similar to insects on their bodies, and the wings on their backs were more obvious. It is getting closer and closer to the appearance of the original Shanshan when he was still a zombie. He returned the record book to the skeleton alchemist. Okay, you go back and give them corpse cores normally. The skeleton alchemist saluted and left the room. Wu Hung stared at the surveillance for a while, and Xiao Xiao flew back from outside. Uncle, they are still level 19. Not improved at all? Well, wait slowly. Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao walked around to the front of him and said seriously, Uncle, let's catch the level 19 Archbishop of Treasure Island. Hearing this, Grinda and Benny behind him turned their heads and looked over, fearing that Wu Hung would really be persuaded to capture the Archbishop. Grinda flew over quickly. Your uncle must reach level 20 first. If what Lilith said is true, a level 20 skeleton without the blessing of reputation cannot kill a hero. Benny also said, we are ghosts. Don't always think about provoking the church. Xiao Xiao was stunned and said, then wait until your uncle reaches level 20, and then capture him. When you reach level 20, let your uncle capture the Pope, Grinda said directly. Xiao Xiao looked at Wu Hung seriously. Is it okay? What's okay? I feel that the most dangerous one is the Pope. He has lived for so many years, and all kinds of strange objects and props can be smashed to death by us, Wu Hung said directly. Ever since Lilith said that the Pope and the head of the church might be the same person, I feel that among these heroes, he is the most dangerous. Okay, Xiao Xiao said, and then flew to the side with the other two ghosts. Wu Hung sat on the chair and thought for a while. He picked up the satellite phone and dialed Chi Hansai's number. After 2 rings, Chi Hansai's voice came from the other side. Hello. It's me. Chi Hansai's voice softened instantly. You said you would come to see me. I've been busy lately. Then I go to your place in a few days, just in time to transport some food, Chi Hansai said. Okay, Wu Hung said, and then asked, how are the skeletons you trained? Chi Hansai replied, it's going smoothly. There have been significant improvements in weapons research and development and communication technology. Except for the inability to speak, there are no technical problems. What about the satellite? The satellite is going well. Can it launch a new satellite if it is completely controlled by the skeleton? Wu Hung continued to ask. Chi Hansai thought for a moment and said, it should be no problem. From the other party's tone, it seems that he is not sure about this matter. During this period, we should quickly train them to launch satellites. They don't need to know any technology, as long as they can control the equipment, Wu Hung instructed. Okay, I will arrange it later. Wu Hung continued, if we launch a satellite in a new location, such as a desolate island? Chi Hansai paused again, and then said, it's not necessary. We can launch satellites into a fixed orbit, and we don't have to launch them on an island. I need to meet this requirement. Can you do it? Wu Hung asked. Chi Honkai pondered for a moment and said, "Please wait. I call and ask." "Okay." The two hung up the phone. Wu Hung waited for a while. And the phone was called back. Chi Honkai said, "I have already asked. They said that preparations need to be made in advance. And the island you mentioned needs to have sufficient power facilities and a site that can meet the launch standards." Wu Hung was delighted. Treasure Island can meet these two requirements. These can all be met. You can start preparing. And I will go over when you are ready. "Okay," Chi Honkai said. "That's it for now. If you need anything, tell Li Yong, Gao Rong and others." "Understood." After the chat, the two hung up the phone. Treasure Island, Lighthouse Street. Two figures walked out of the tavern, put on hoods to cover their faces. They got on a carriage by the roadside and headed towards the central area. In the carriage, one person took off his hood, revealing his short hair, which was slightly curly and fluffy. And everyone in the tavern is talking about Wu Hung. He is so famous on the island. The figure on the opposite side also took off his hood, revealing his straight long hair, and said casually, "He is the owner of this island. He must be well known. Dwarves aren't short. And those elves are average. Not as pretty as you, Aunt," the curly-haired girl said. The woman opposite rolled her eyes at her. "Don't say nice things. You have to be obedient when I bring you here. This place is not like ours, where all the people are high-level professionals." "I know, Aunt." The carriage creaked forward, and the two stopped talking, each looking at the scene outside the window. Treasure Island is much more prosperous and lively than Blackstone Town. When they arrived at the street outside the island owner's mansion, the two got off the car and looked at the island owner's mansion in the distance. "Wow! So magnificent. He lives in the palace." Without waiting for the other person to answer, the girl instantly turned into a falcon and flew towards the island owner's mansion. "Yuri, don't go over there," the other person shouted hurriedly. But the falcon was already close to the sky above the island owner's mansion. Hua la la. Just as it approached, the skeleton guarding the vicinity turned its head to the sky. The weapon in its hand also pointed far upwards. Yuri's face changed, and she also realized the problem. Bang bang bang. Just when she was about to increase the altitude and leave, gunshots suddenly rang out. Chapter 853. The gunshot rang out. The falcon in the air shook violently and fell directly from the sky to the outside of the wall. Yuri touched herself in panic. After confirming that there were no holes in her body, she turned around and ran away. She threw herself into the arms of Slater, who was also running over anxiously. "How is it? Were you hit?" Slater immediately checked her whole body. "No. I was just startled," Yuri said in a low voice. They had seen Wu Hung use this kind of weapon before. "At the beginning, when I was at a low level, I used this weapon to kill my way to a high level. Not to mention them. Even the high-level ones would have a few holes if they were hit. Fortunately, nothing happened." After confirming that Yuli was not hit, Slater's expression immediately became stern. He stretched out his hand, and a wooden stick appeared in his hand. "Stand still." "No, Aunt. I was wrong. I'm outside." Yuri turned around and ran, begging for mercy loudly. Squeak. Clatter. The gate of the island owner's mansion in the distance opened. The rabbit-eared girl came out with several skeletons, wearing blue stab-proof clothes and holding rifles. At the same time, a large number of skeletons appeared behind and around the two of them, surrounding them in the middle. Slater and Yuri stopped arguing and looked over at the same time. "Minnie!" Slater called out the other person's name directly. Minnie raised her eyebrows and instantly remembered the other person, and saluted slightly. "Is it Deacon Slater?" Although the two had not met a few times, but the impressions of each other were quite deep. Minnie and Anweer were the slaves that Slater bought in Rentam City, and then gave to Wu Hung. "Yes. Wu Hung asked us to come here." Slater put away the stick and straightened his body. Minnie smiled and waved her hand slightly, and the skeletons around him retreated directly. Then he said, "Deacon, please come in. The master has gone out and will be back soon." Slater nodded and walked straight into the island owner's house. Yuli rubbed her, but that had been hit by two sticks, looked around, and followed into the island owner's mansion. When she saw the fountain, the flower bed, and the bone dragon shaking its head and tail, her eyes widened. Zombie world. Prison. After hanging up the phone with Chi Honkai, Wu Hung continued to call Li Yong. When the call was connected, Wu Hung said directly, "It's me." "What instructions?" Wu Hung said unhappily. "You talk like a superior and a subordinate. It depends on the situation. You are the leader of the base, and I am the deputy leader. Naturally, we have to obey orders," Li Yong said with a smile. Wu Hung continued, "I asked Chi Kai to prepare for the satellite launch. If she needs any support, you can cooperate with her." "Okay. If she needs anything, I will fully cooperate with her." Li Yong agreed without hesitation. Although she always competes with Chi Kai in words, but when it comes to serious matters, the two have never made any mistakes. In terms of workability, he is even more outstanding than Gao Rong and others. Wu Hung suspected that it should be related to his profession or taking medicine. His physical condition, energy, and concentration have all been improved, and he is stronger than ordinary people. In addition to this, I also need you to help me collect some entertainment facilities. Wu Hung continued to talk about the second thing. What entertainment props? Li Yong was a little confused. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, "It's the things in the entertainment city. Game consoles, billiards and the like." Li Yong thought about it and said, "Now that you said that, I know what I want. There are a few in the city, but they are not very good. There are a few more famous ones in Yantong City. If you are not in a hurry, I will drive there in the next 2 days and search for some." "Okay. Then I will leave this matter to you." "Yes." Li Yong agreed and continued. "Chifeng will get married the day after tomorrow. Do you want to come and say a few words?" Chifeng is a survivor who was rescued early and is considered an old man in the base. "Why should I go on stage? To be a witness or something?" Li Yong said with a smile. "Forget it. Just represent me." "That's fine." Then the two chatted about some things about the base. Wu Hung also understood the situation of the entire base. Autumn is coming soon, and the entire base is also preparing for winter. Unlike last year's hasty winter, this year there is plenty of time and supplies. So we naturally have to prepare well, especially food. The wood elf potion provided by Wu Hung has shown amazing results. It takes about 2 months to harvest a round of food. Plus the skeletons are responsible for planting, and various agricultural machinery helps. It can basically meet the food needs of the base. Meat is not available freely at present, but it can also allow people in the base to eat some meat. It can be said that there is no problem for people in the base to survive this winter. After chatting for a while, Wu Hung hung up the phone. Looking at the time, it was past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He stood up from his seat, stretched, and said, "Let's go back. Uncle, take this basketball. I play basketball with Minnie and the others later." Xiao Xiao said, "Okay." Putting the basketball away, the 3 ghosts returned to their bodies. Wu Hung opened the door and walked in. Island owner's mansion. Hall. Slater and Yuli sat on the sofa, with cakes and tea in front of them. "These are the elves' flower teas. Deacon and Miss Yuli. Have a taste." Minnie sat opposite and said with a smile. The two drank a sip, and Yuri continued to pick up the cake and put it into her mouth. Minnie continued, "Miss Yuri, when you enter the island owner's mansion in the future, don't come from the air again. Skeletons sometimes can't tell whether it is a tamed beast or not, which may be dangerous. The changes of druids are basically difficult to distinguish from normal tamed beasts. Just now, only the skeletons on the edge fired. If they really entered the center of the island owner's mansion, all the skeletons everywhere would fire, and they would be shot into sieves." Yuri glanced at her aunt and said, "I see. No wonder there are no trained animals flying above the island owner's mansion." Minnie smiled and said, "It wasn't at the beginning. When the master first became the island owner, the trained animals he killed every day could support a tavern." "Ah? So exaggerated?" "Yes. It's much better now. There are basically no trained animals coming here to die." Slater listened to the two talking about what happened here, put down his teacup, and said, "It seems that you and Wu Hung are living a good life." Minnie looked at Slater again. "Master takes good care of us, and thank you for your care before." Unlike when she was cautious in her words in Rentam City, Minnie is now more relaxed in her words. Although she is still respectful, they are of equal status, and she doesn't even feel inferior to her. "It seems that Wu Hung has brought you a lot of confidence, which is good," Slater said with a smile. Minnie also smiled and nodded. "When will Wu Hung come back? As the island owner, do you still need to be busy outside?" Yuri asked curiously. "It should be soon. Before she finished speaking, tap, tap, tap. A burst of hurried footsteps came from the stairs. A few people looked back and saw a doll like a porcelain doll, wearing a princess dress, running down the stairs 2 or 3 steps at a time. Minnie, Rob, play basketball. As soon as he ran into the hall, he saw Slater and Yuri sitting on the sofa, and his steps paused. Oh, there are guests. Then, he looked at Slater and Yuri. He also took a special look at Yuri's curly hair, turned around and ran upstairs. Uncle, Cardcaptor Sakura is here. Chapter 854. Who is it? Don't give me a nickname, Wu Hung said as he walked down. Xiao Xiao followed behind him, holding a basketball in one hand, hiding behind Wu Hung. Wu Hung walked into the living room and saw Slater and Yuli sitting there drinking tea, and his eyes lit up. Wu Hung! Yuli shouted in surprise, flew over from a distance, and gave him a hug. Wu Hung patted the other person on the back and said, "Why are you still like a child? Who are you talking about? I'm the only one who's protected in Blackstone Town," Yuri said dissatisfiedly, and raised her hand to punch her in the stomach. "Don't make trouble," Slater said, and Yuri came back obediently. Wu Hung sat down on the side of the sofa, and Ro brought tea. "Sleeping upstairs?" Slater asked. "Just came back from outside. I just learned how to teleport, so I don't need to go through the door," Wu Hung explained casually. Slater and Yuri came earlier than he expected. It seems that he boarded the train directly the day after he wrote to them. "Did you have a smooth journey?" Wu Hung asked. Slater took a sip from his teacup. "It was quite smooth. Having that kind of ticket can really save a lot of time. The ticket needs to be kept secret. If anyone asks, just say you came by boat," Wu Hung instructed. "Don't worry. We know the importance of it," Slater said, and Yuri nodded. "Yeah." Wu Hung nodded and took a sip from his water cup. "When will you take me to see the venue?" Slater continued to ask. Wu Hung glanced at the sky outside and said, "Let's wait until tomorrow. I've given the overall decoration to the former president of Starflower, and the Golden Cat part will be given to you separately." Hearing the president of Starflower, Slater raised his eyebrows. "Shannala? Have you heard of her too?" Wu Hung was a little curious. The whole tavern is talking about her becoming an elder. Yuri rushed to say something, and then said with some surprise, "No way. You let the elder of a race be responsible for your decoration. We have some friendship before. She has a lot of experience, and is good at art and decoration," Wu Hung explained. Slater nodded. She didn't know much about the situation on Treasure Island. She looked outside and said, "Then I will take Yuri to the association to stay first, and come back tomorrow morning. Stay at the island owner's house. There are so many rooms. It won't have a bad impact. The association is not far from here, so it won't be a delay when we come," Slater said. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, "I have an appointment with Shannara to have dinner here tonight. We can talk about the venue then. Otherwise, stay one night today and stay at the association tomorrow." Slater hesitated, looked at Yuri, and nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's prepare a room. Minnie, prepare a room for them," Wu Hung said. "Okay." Minnie and Rob went upstairs to prepare. Wu Hung and Slater continued to chat about Blackstone Town and Yek Kingdom. Not long after, Minnie and Rob prepared the room and came downstairs. Xiao Xiao stood at the door and said, "Let's go play basketball." The two looked at the people chatting in the living room, and then followed them to the courtyard. "How do we play this?" "We need a basket." Xiao Xiao asked Skeleton to go upstairs and get the basket down. Then he showed it to the two. The three of them took the basketball and threw it into the basket. In the hall, Yuri listened to the conversation between the two and felt that it was boring. So she quietly went out. She joined the shooting team. Dusk. The few people who went out came back. After dinner, they sat in the living room and talked in detail about the location and scale of the entire building. When Shannara introduced the scale of this entertainment city, Slater's eyes widened. This would probably take up an entire commercial street. After being surprised, Slater also explained the business direction of his Golden Cat and the decoration requirements. After discussing for a while, the two also decided to go to the venue tomorrow to check it out. Minnie said, "Master, the movie is ready. Let's go and watch a movie." "You probably haven't seen a movie yet," Wu Hung stood up and said directly. Slater and Yuli also showed some expectations and followed him upstairs to the audiovisual room. In the audiovisual room, the movie started. Slater and Yuri were shocked just like everyone else when they first watched it. After hearing that it was just a movie effect and that he would not crawl out of the screen, they sat back in their chairs half-believingly and continued to watch the movie. The big screen flickered with light and shadow, and the plot was developing to the climax. Slater was absorbed in watching, his eyes following the screen. And suddenly he glanced to the side. And he didn't know when Wu Hung was no longer in his original seat. I've watched the movie many times, so I'm probably tired of it. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at the other people who were concentrating on watching the movie, and got up, quietly left her seat, opened the door, and walked out. Pushing the door open, the warm air of the corridor hit her face. Slater took a deep breath and walked downstairs. Just as she reached the stairs, a door on one side opened. A hand suddenly reached out and held her wrist, and she was quickly taken into the next room. The door closed with a click. Just as Slater was about to make a move, a familiar figure approached. A hot breath approached, and then a warm lip pressed heavily on her lips. Slater's eyes widened, and he pressed his hands against the other's chest, turned his head away, and said, "You're crazy. There are so many people outside. Then you should talk less and focus more." Wu Hung said, "I'm going back. What if Yuri comes out and finds this place later?" Slater pushed him gently, but he didn't use much strength in his hands. Wu Hung smiled and said, "There's plenty of time for the movie. I miss you. Don't you miss me?" Slater's expression froze, and his eyes softened. Wu Hung gently lifted her head and turned around, kissing her again. Slater no longer dodged, and put his hands around her neck. Time passed little by little, and the two sneaked out of the room. Slater returned to the audiovisual room and continued to watch the second half of the movie with them. Wu Hung returned to the bedroom to rest. The next day, Chanela, Slater and Yuri went to the entertainment city together. Wu Hung lay on the recliner, looking at the report said by the city hall. The development speed of the island is still relatively fast. Especially the houses in Treasure Island are not worried about selling. Looking at the sales volume, Wu Hung began to think about building residential buildings to increase the number of people who can live. It should not be difficult to implement it. A group of skeletons were sent out to learn modern architectural knowledge before. After so much time, it should be about the same. The only thing missing is the building materials. Is cement made from limestone? Building a large flame furnace should be able to achieve the desired effect. It should not be as complicated as a power plant. When I get back, I will ask someone who knows. Uncle, Sister Lilith wants to see you. Xiao Xiao ran down and shouted from a distance. Got it. Wu Hung stood up and walked into the room. Walked up to the stairs with Xiao Xiao and asked, "You're chatting with Lilith this morning?" "No. We talked about it last night." Xiao Xiao reached out and pulled his hand up. "Chat all night?" Wu Hung was a little surprised. "Yeah. What's wrong?" Xiao Xiao asked back. Nothing. What can I say? A vampire and a ghost. Chatting all night seems to be no problem." Entering the radio room, Wu Hung sat in front of the radio and asked, "Chief Lilith, are you looking for me? The instructions from the headquarters to Treasure Island have been sent out. I'm telling you in advance." "How is it?" Wu Hung asked curiously. Lilith said, "The headquarters will convict the local flag bearer for attacking and killing him. The person will be brought back to the headquarters for processing. The highest penalty is execution. If he escapes, he will be put on a level 1 wanted order." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "The association is awesome. Listen to me. You should know that if Saida knew about this, it would be easy to save the other party. The church will not allow the loss of a level 18 professional." Sure enough, the association also knew that it could not kill the other party. It is not a problem for a leader to save one person. "So what does the headquarters mean?" Wu Hung asked directly. Lilith continued, "The headquarters is a normal conviction, and wants you to sell a favor to the church to ease the conflict between you." Wu Hung narrowed his eyes and understood what the headquarters meant. They wanted Wu Hung to change the crime for the other party. As long as he didn't insist on assassinating the local flag bearer, the crime would not be so serious. Give the Holy See a face and try to ease the conflict between the two sides. In fact, Lilith didn't say it directly, but there was also the intention of protecting Wu Hung. If he really insisted on it, the Holy See would also keep a close eye on him. "What about the other few who beat people on the street?" Wu Hung continued to ask. "That's your local matter. Just find them a little," Lilith said directly. Chapter 855. After Lilith finished speaking, Wu Hung fell silent. There were two things about the Holy See. One was that the clergy had a conflict with local residents on Lighthouse Street, and were arrested by Wu Heng's guards. This incident was also the cause of the whole incident. The association meant that this kind of local public security incident would not be handled by the headquarters. Lilith thought that after being detained for so many days, it would be fine. The second thing was that the 18th level Holy See Knight attacked her. Judging from the attitude of the association, they are still willing to stand on their side. The other party was found guilty of attempting to assassinate important members of the association. But the leaders of the headquarters did this in order to let themselves resolve the matter, reduce the conflict between the two sides. But, from the perspective of Treasure Island, Wu Hung did not think that letting the other party go was a good idea. During the time when he left Treasure Island, the church had been testing the bottom line more and more. If he gave in again this time, he would probably make the other party think he was weak. Chief, I feel that even if they release him directly, the church will not think of easing the relationship between the two sides. Wu Hung said, what you need now is time. When your level is higher, these level 18 professionals will not be qualified to stand in front of you. Lilith's tone showed great expectations for him. It was also telling him that the level 18 professional was insignificant. Their road had basically come to an end, and Wu Hung needed to focus his time and energy on upgrading, rather than wasting it on these people. The church has enough manpower to fight him. He kept delaying until he was old and missed the best time for promotion. Wu Hung said, I understand. Then I will discuss it with Deacon Zalagui after the official order of the association comes down. If you have anything, please tell me in time. Lilith said again. Okay. Thank you. Chief. Yeah. Lilith hummed and hung up the call. Wu Hung also put the microphone back. Xiao Xiao, who was sitting next to him, asked curiously, Uncle, are we going to release that bad guy? It's hard to say at the moment. I discuss it with Zalagui later. Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao sighed. If I can reach level 20, I can help my uncle. Wu Hung smiled and touched Xiaoxia's head. Xiao Xiao is already very good. I have come all the way here thanks to Xiaoxia's help. Let the level go naturally. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Really? I helped a lot. Xiao Xiao looked over with wide eyes. More than anyone else. I am a great hero. Wu Hung smiled and nodded. Go and play. I call you if you want to go to the zombie world. Give me the badminton racket. I teach them how to play badminton. Wu Hung took out the badminton racket and said, we can't repair this body. Be careful not to damage it. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao said, and ran down with the racket. In the room, you can hear Xiao Xiao shouting, Robe, play badminton. After Wu Hung went out, go upstairs and return to the study. Glenda was reading a book, while Bertie was at the window, watching Xiao Xiao and the maid playing badminton outside. Why are you unhappy? Glenda glanced over here. Wu Hung hummed, then sat down on a chair beside him. The association has made a decision, and the 18th level Vatican Knight has been convicted of assassinating an important member of the association. This is a good thing. Glenda was already looking at the book in his hand and answered casually. Wu Hung stood up, took the book in front of her, snapped it shut, and put it aside. Glenda glared. You're going home to get mad at your woman. Right? Let's finish our business first. I can't even remember which page I read. Glenda complained, and then continued. What's wrong? Isn't the association on your side? What's the hurry? Wu Hung repeated Lilith's words in detail. What he meant was that the association would handle the matter normally. But Wu Hung had to compromise appropriately to resolve the conflict between the two parties. After listening to Granda, he analyzed and said, in my opinion, there is nothing wrong with the handling of the headquarters. And it is also to protect you. If this person is really killed, the church may behave more extreme. At that time, let alone security issues, you will focus more on dealing with them. If the conflict escalates to murder, it is hard to say whether the church will take a more direct approach to deal with Treasure Island. The church is a behemoth, no matter how outstanding Wu Hung is. In the eyes of the headquarters, he is just a rising star without even a backer. Then he flew over and said, how about revealing some of your strength? If Wu Hung announces that he is level 19, then he is definitely a genius, and the headquarters will protect you. Glenda shook his head and said, maybe the first one to come is the Pope or the Vatican hero. You are such a genius. How could they let you reach the level of a hero? Only heroes can kill heroes. This is a key piece of information. Moreover, those who have reached the level of a hero will never allow the enemy to reach the level of a hero. Benny frowned. Let's not talk about that for now. Wu Hung said, so, this matter is a bit difficult. We should follow the arrangements of the headquarters and let them think that we are weak. If we are tough, it is really not the right time to kill him. Another point. If you don't do what the headquarters thinks, those leaders may not help you next time. Glinda paused slightly and continued. Perhaps you can choose a compromise method and not kill him. But the other party will also have to pay a price. Wu Hung nodded. There is still time. We have to think about it again. Yeah. Okay. The two ghosts nodded. Wu Hung sat aside and thought, while Renata also looked through the books beside him again, and began to look for the place he had seen before. She controlled the book to roll up, and hit him on the head with a bang, and said angrily, If you dare to close my book again, I will smash your head. Level bullying. Right? I don't understand what you are saying, Granada said, and then continued to look through the books. In the afternoon, Chanela, Slater, and Yuri came back from outside. Minnie and Yuli brought refreshments to the three of them. Wu Hung also came down from upstairs. How is it? Yuli said in surprise. You want to build such a big building? It must cost a lot of money. Wu Hung straightened his chest. Don't you understand what it means to be an island owner? The whole treasure island is mine. Give me a house. I want to live here. Yuli raised her arms high. As she was talking excitedly, she suddenly noticed her aunt stare at her and instantly retracted her hand. Slater said, Mrs. Chanela introduced the venue to me. The details of the decoration need to be discussed in detail. Well, you can discuss it. Wu Hung nodded. Then, Chanela and Slater continued to discuss some details with the drawings. Wu Hung accompanied them, and didn't pay much attention to the content of their conversation. After chatting for a while, the plan was basically decided. Slater looked out the window and said, I will stay on the island for a few days, and we will continue to discuss it then. Chanela nodded. Well, the city hall is recruiting staff these days. We count all the people Golden Cat needs and help you recruit them. Okay. Slater nodded. Then I take Yuri back to the association first. Wu Hung said. Let's go back after dinner. No. I still have to visit the local deacon at the association first. Slater stood up directly. That's fine. Wu Hung saw that she had arranged everything, so he didn't say anything more. After thinking for a while, he reminded her, if someone asks, just say you're here to do business on the island. I still have some enemies, so you better be careful. I understand. Slater nodded. Yuli also stood up and said, Wu Hung, shall we go shopping together tomorrow? Let Minnie take you shopping. Come back early, and I teach you how to play video games. Wu Hung said. Okay. Yuri agreed happily, and walked out of the island owner's house with Slater. After the two women left, Wu Hung and Chanela sat in the living room and chatted for a while. Not long after, Andweir and Annette also came back from outside. They sat at the dining table to eat together. Night falls. Bedroom. Shannara nestles in his arms. Looks up and asks, what is the relationship between you and Slater? Why do you feel different? Wu Hung raises his eyebrows, but doesn't wait to speak. Shannara frowns. Why? Your heart is beating so fast. When I was in Blackrock Town, Slater was the deputy deacon, and Yuri was my teammate, and we had a good relationship. Wu Hung said directly. Chapter 856. So simple? Then your heart is beating like a drum. Shannara continued. Yuri is your lover? You two are of the right age. How is that possible? And what does your indifferent attitude mean? You are not jealous at all? Wu Hung looked down at her. Shannara smiled and said, if I were jealous, I would drown. I just hope you get better and better, and don't forget me. Wu Hang's heart moved, and he pulled her into his arms. Don't worry. I will treat you well all my life. Yeah. Anyway, human life is short. I go back to sleep. Shannara got up and left. Don't. I'm teasing you. Association. Dormitory. On the bed, Yuri hugged her aunt and said, Aunt, it's great here. I heard that the weather is like this in winter. Let's settle here. Slater looked at the collected newspapers and said casually, I am the deacon of Blackstone Town. Unless I quit, then you work hard and come here to be a deacon. You still ask me to work hard. Slater pinched the other person's face and continued. You have seen the deacon here. There are many elves with long lifespans and high talents. No matter how hard I try, I can't compete with them. Yuri was silent for a while, and then slowly said, "And I like Wu Hung very much." "No." Slater's tone suddenly became stern. "Why?" Yuri exclaimed. Slater was silent for a while. "He is not worthy of you. I'm just level 9. He's not good enough for me." Yuri was a little bit unbelievable, but she felt good to hear her aunt favoring her so much. It's still her aunt who is good to her and wants to choose a good person for her. That won't work either. What does he have to achieve before you agree? There must be a requirement, Yuri said, pulling her arm. Slater hesitated and said, "To become a hero." "Aunt, did you get a heat stroke?" The next day, the zombie world. The ghost checked the zombies in the cell, and they were still level 19. None of them reached level 20. Although he knew that these zombies would reach level 20 sooner or later. He was a little anxious this time. The more strength he had, the more confidence he would have in facing the threats behind him. Wu Hung picked up the satellite phone and dialed Chi Tsai's number. After the call was connected, Wu Hung said directly, "It's me. Do you have the construction drawings of the cement plant and brick factory?" Chi replied, "Please wait. I call and ask." "Okay." The call was hung up. And after 2 minutes, it was called again. Chi said, "There are blueprints." Wu Hung was delighted. It seemed that occupying the Korean headquarters would bring many benefits. "Arrange someone to send it to me. Do you want an electronic version or a paper version?" Chi asked. "Electronic version. I will print it after it is sent." "Okay. Then I will prepare it first." Chi agreed. "Yeah." After that, he hung up the phone. After waiting for a while in this world and making sure nothing happened, he opened the door and walked out. Returned to Treasure Island. Xiao Xiao controlled her body and ran downstairs. Wu Hung followed her downstairs. When she stepped into the hall, Rogue came up and said, "Master, the owner of the alchemy shop has delivered the materials ordered last time." As he spoke, he took out 2 organ jars from the space ring and handed them over. The materials were what Minnie had asked a few days ago. Mainly the materials for the ghost ritual mentioned in the Necromancer's notes. The shops on the island are also very efficient. "We have collected 2 items today." Wu Hung took it and asked, "Where's Minnie?" "Minnie took Yuri shopping. I stay at home today," Robe said with a smile. Wu Hung rubbed her head. "Go play. Nothing to do." "Okay, Master." Robe nodded obediently and walked aside. Wu Hung sat down on the chair and looked carefully at the 2 organ jars. There was a label on the outside of each organ jar, which wrote the name of the material inside. The first one is the ritual material for the ghost skill telekinetic sword, which had been performed on Granda before. Because of this skill, Granda can chase and slash enemies with a sword in subsequent battles, and the enemy has no ability to fight back because she is a ghost. The second material says Abilate Viscera. Wu Hung frowned. He needed this before? He took out the Necromancer's notebook and compared it. It turned out to be the ritual on the latest notebook. The ability that can be unlocked is called Soul Division Technique. When in danger, you can actively cut off a part of your soul and escape. It sounds good. No matter what time. Saving your life is an important thing. After putting away the 2 materials, Wu Hung shouted to the door, "Xiao Xiao. Come back first." Tap tap tap. Xiao Xiao trotted all the way, then slid on the ground. "What's wrong?" "Uncle. Call Glinda and Bernie. Go to the room where the ceremony was held before, and let's discuss the ceremony," Wu Hung said. "Okay." Xiao Xiao agreed and ran upstairs. Wu Hung went directly into the room on the 2nd floor where the ritual had been performed before. After waiting for a while, Xiao Xiao and the other 2 ghosts came over. Wu Hung took out the 2 materials. After introducing the functions, the 3 began to discuss who should be attached to the 2 rituals. After a discussion, it was decided to give the telekinetic sword to Benny and the soul dividing technique to Xiao Xiao. Grenda and Benny have both reached level 20. As long as they do not actively reveal their bodies, the heroes will not be able to detect their existence. So the possibility of danger is very low. On the contrary, Xiao Xiao is still at level 18, and has had some conflicts with the church recently. It is more reasonable to give the soul-splitting technique to Xiao Xiao. After discussion, take the lead in drawing the ritual formation of Telekinesis sword. As Benny entered the formation, the entire formation began to emit light. The materials were crushed like fine sand, turned into energy, flew towards Benny, entangled with each other, and formed a rotating vortex. As time passed little by little, Benny absorbed all the energy and returned to her original appearance. Ghost unlocks skill, Psychic Sword. The system prompt appears, which also means that the ritual is successful. How is it? Wu Hung asked. Benny flew out from inside. I don't feel any changes. Wu Hung took out a sword and threw it to her. Benny grabbed it in the air and waved it in the air. It is indeed different from normal telekinetic control. Just get familiar with it. Wu Hung asked the skeleton to clean the ground and continued to draw the second formation. The materials were placed in the formation, and Wu Hung looked behind. Xiao Xiao. It's your turn. Don't be afraid. I'm not afraid. Xiao Xiao sat the doll on the chair, and the ghost left the body and flew into the ritual array. The array began to emit light. The material turned into energy and entangled with Xiao Xiao's soul. This time, the ritual lasted longer than Benny's. It took almost 20 minutes for Xiao Xiao to return to his original appearance. Ghost unlocked skill, Soul Division. Did I succeed? Xiao Xiao asked curiously. Success? Xiao Xiao got back into the puppet and said, I'm going out to play. Go! Xiao Xiao ran out of the room. And Grinda and Benny also flew upstairs. Wu Hung stayed behind and commanded the skeleton to clean up the dust and debris on the floor of the room. Association Headquarters. Martial Arts Training Ground. Sword of Justice Hadalai danced to Sword Flower with a long sword in his hand. Sheathed the long sword, and silently looked in the direction of the entrance. 2 or 3 minutes later, a figure slowly appeared, saluted and said, Leader, the Holy See has sent a letter, and it looks very urgent. At this time, a letter of conversation? Hadarai frowned and said in a cold voice, Open it and see what it says. The deputy tore open the envelope directly and glanced at the contents of the letter first. Then he said in a deep voice, The owner of Treasure Island, Wu Hung, is suspected of necromancy experiments and corpse transformation experiments. Please arrange an investigation team to accompany the investigation and order Wu Hung to cooperate fully. The deputy read aloud, and Hadarai's eyes widened instantly. The punishment of the association to the 18th level Holy See Knight of Treasure Island has not been delivered yet, but the counterattack of the Holy See has arrived first. To investigate Wu Hung, the association must issue an order to cooperate with them. Chapter 857. Hadarai was somewhat surprised by the content of the letter. With the size of the Holy See, there is no need to target Wu Hung like this. The headquarters was still thinking about mediating the conflict between the two sides, but now it seems to be more serious than expected. Anything else? Hadarai continued. The deputy continued. The investigation team of the Holy See has already set off in advance, and the team of the association can go to Treasure Island on their own. Hadarai's face became more serious. It takes several days for the letter to be sent from the Holy See to the headquarters, which means that when the other party sent the letter, the team of the Holy See set off first. As Hadarai walked out, he said, Notify the other leaders to come over for a meeting. Yes. The guards on both sides of the corridor saluted, and Lilith walked forward quickly, arrived in front of the meeting room. The guards on both sides opened the door directly. In the bright hall, the 3 leaders were already sitting in their seats. After the servant served tea, he retreated directly, and the door was closed. Sword of Justice Hadarai said directly, I just received a letter from the Holy See. Hearing this, the other people all frowned. It seems that today is still about the church and Wu Hung. I don't know when it started. The leaders' meetings are held so frequently, and every time it is related to Wu Hung. No one spoke. And the Sword of Justice continued. The church suspected that Wu Hung was conducting necromancy experiments on Treasure Island, and asked the association to order him to cooperate with the investigation. The church's investigation team has also set off in advance. Several people narrowed their eyes. At this time, it is very suspected that the other party is conducting necromancy experiments against Wu Hung. The hall was quiet for a while, and the leader of Hong Wenhui said, Does the church have to deal with Wu Hung like this? The leader of the hunters touched his beard and speculated. Did the church really find something, so they keep watching him? The Sword of Justice looked at Lilith. Lilith, you have been to Treasure Island. Did you find anything? Lilith, who was lost in thought, recovered and said, I didn't find anything on Treasure Island, and the local residents have a very high opinion of him. Hong Wenhui took a sip of tea, interrupted the discussion, and said directly, Whether Wu Hong has any problems? It is difficult to determine even if we sit here. The first thing to consider is whether the headquarters should intervene in this matter. If Wu Hong has any problems, how to deal with it? If he has no problems, should we keep him? Now discussing whether Wu Hong has any undead experiments has deviated from the direction of discussion. What we need to discuss is how to deal with this matter. Wu Hong is the most talented person in the new generation. Whether it is ability or some reforms and innovations, he is worth cultivating by the association. The Holy See is also an important part of the entire association system. To put it simply, should we withstand the pressure from the Holy See and save Wu Hong? The Sword of Justice. Seeing that no one spoke, said Bruno. What do you think? The leader of the hunters said, let the Holy See investigate. If there is a problem, hand it over to the Holy See. If there is no problem, save him. What's there to think about? Lilith. What's your opinion? Lilith took a deep breath and said, I have no opinion. The Sword of Justice glanced at the leader of the Hongwen Society again. And the other party nodded. Then organize an investigation team to catch up with the people from the Holy See. If there is no problem, try to protect him. If his title is the same, sitting in this position, we must try to maintain fairness. The others had no objection and nodded and left. Treasure Island. Association Dungeon. In the dim corridor. It was cold and damp, and the dim light cast light and shadows through the narrow ventilation holes. Wu Hong walked slowly forward with the skeleton, and the footsteps echoed in the silent space. My lord. The island master. The guard immediately stood up and saluted. Wu Hong nodded and said to the cage opposite, open it. I have something to say to him. The guard immediately stepped forward and opened the cage with a clatter. You guys stay outside. Wu Hong said. Yes, my lord. The guard walked out and stood guard at the entrance of the corridor. Wu Hong opened the door and walked in. On the iron bed, there was a sloppy man lying. He looked over through the messy hair. Wu Hong took out the soundproof pot, placed it in the middle of the room, and then said, Macintosh told me about you. The sloppy man's eyes condensed, and he stood up suddenly and said, Sir, those people are locked up inside. It's okay. This is a sound isolating prop. They can't hear it. Wu Hong said. The sloppy man saluted again. I'm sorry to bother you, sir. From the other party's behavior, he didn't look like a beggar or a thug on the street. Wu Hong said. You will be locked up here for a few more days. It may be dangerous for you to go out now. The man smiled and said, Those priests are locked up inside. I can keep killing them. Wu Hong smiled and said, It won't take long. At most 5 or 6 days, and we will release you. Thank you, sir. The man bowed again and continued, Sir, the people from the Vatican came before and asked me about following them, but I didn't answer them. Wu Hong raised his eyebrows. The people from the Vatican asked separately. It can basically tell whether he followed the people from the Vatican. Of course, this matter is no longer important as the cause. In the end, it is just a fine and a warning. And then, they are released. The most important thing is the attack on him by the Vatican Knights. It's okay. You did a good job. Wu Hong said. Yes. The man hesitated, then said, Sir, I have a wife at home. I haven't been home for such a long time. I'm afraid she will be very anxious. Macintosh has arranged someone to notify her. Don't worry, Wu Hong said. That's good. The man smiled and nodded. I tell you, hold on for a few more days. Yes, sir, the man replied. Wu Hong put away the soundproof kettle, and the other party collapsed on the iron bed again, looking outside through the gaps in his hair. Walk out of the cell. 2 guards in the distance came quickly and locked the door again. Wu Hong also walked out directly. After coming out of the dungeon, Wu Hong went to the deacon's study. The door of the study was open, and Shi Yali was directing 2 staff members to clean up inside. Shi Logui was not there, so Wu Hong greeted Shi Yali, left the association. Wu Hong returned to the island owner's house. As soon as he entered the door, Yuli, Xiao Xiao and Robe were all in the courtyard. Yuli saw Wu Hong coming back, and shouted in surprise. She didn't even catch the shuttlecock she kicked, but ran over and hugged him again. It seems that shopping on the island today is quite good. She is wearing some jewelry with the characteristics of the elves. These can't be bought in Blackstone Town. Aren't you afraid of Slater scolding you? Wu Hong patted the other person on the back and responded to him. Aunt and Mrs. Chanella are at the venue. They are not here. Yuri gave a reassuring look. After arriving on the island, and to take care of more things than in Black Rock Town. She takes care of everything. Shouldn't she find a man for Aunt? She is really not young anymore. Wu Hung touched her head and continued. Is the island fun? It's fun. Much more lively than Black Rock Town. Minnie said she would take me to other commercial streets tomorrow. Do you want to go? Yuri looked up at him. Let Minnie take you around. And asks later if he has time. So you two can go together. Wu Hung said. Okay. Yuri agreed. And turned back to ask, Wu Hung, what level are you? Why? Do you want to sell me information? Wu Hung asked with a smile. Who wants to buy your information? I just want to ask if you are sure of becoming a hero. Yuri muttered. She thought to herself that if she was sure, she would wait, so as to avoid being beaten. Wu Hung glanced at her and said, I have confidence in myself. That's good, Yuri replied. While they were talking, Minnie also came out of the room and said, Master, there's news from the radio. Wu Hung said to Yuri, Go play. Okay. Yuri ran back to the side and stood with Xiao Xiao and Robe. Xiao Xiao asked, Yuli, why are you like a child and always wanting to be held by others? Wu Hung and I have a good relationship, and I welcome him back, Yuri said with a blushing face. Robe said, Then why are you blushing? Who's blushing? Come over here and stop talking, Yuri called out. Wu Hung walked into the building and asked, Who sent the message? Captain Lilith. When you left, there were 3 or 4 messages. It seemed very urgent, Minnie said beside him. It seems that there is a new situation at the headquarters. Lilith promised to help keep an eye on some of the messages. Yes. Wu Hung nodded. Radio room. Wu Hung sat in front of the radio and took a look at the notebook. There were 3 inquiries from Lilith. With her aloof personality, Wu Hung was a little nervous when she asked 3 times in a row. Picking up the microphone, he asked softly, Chief, did you look for me? Well, what did you do during the day? Lilith's voice sounded. Squeak. The door opened. Minnie brought in a cup of tea, and then quietly left. Wu Hung sat on the chair and said, I went out to do something and just came back. I want to ask you, is there any experiment of necromancy in Treasure Island? Lilith's tone suddenly became serious. Wu Hung frowned, thinking in his heart, why did the other party ask this? Or did the secret whisperer send some information to him, making him suspect that he had conducted a necromancy experiment? No. Why are you asking? Wu Hung said directly. Tell me the truth. Otherwise no one can save you. Lilith's voice became more severe. Wu Hung took a deep breath and said solemnly, I have been a professional for less than 2 years, and I definitely haven't conducted any necromancy experiments. And I don't know how to do it. After saying that, he asked in a puzzled tone, what happened? Wu Hung really had no interest in those undead experiments, and the zombies cultivated in the prison of the zombie world, in his opinion, were no different from the skeletons transformed by the defeated enemies. They were all dead anyway, just letting them increase their strength before death. The other party took a deep breath and said in a low voice, The headquarters received a letter from the Vatican today, suspecting that you were conducting undead experiments on Treasure Island, and asked the association to order you to accept an investigation. Wu Hang's eyes also condensed. Where is the evidence? You can come to the island to investigate with any excuse? It's because I'm not sure. I just asked you if you conducted a necromancy experiment. If you didn't lie to me, then the church is openly trying to suppress you, Lilith said. Sure enough, the favor proposed by the headquarters didn't work at all. I really didn't conduct a necromancy experiment. Don't worry, leader. I won't lie to anyone but you, Wu Hung continued. What is the attitude of the headquarters this time? The attitude of the headquarters is useless now. The investigation team of the Holy See had already set out before the letter was sent. In other words, no matter what attitude the headquarters takes, it cannot stop the other party's actions. Lilith sighed. They treat the association like this? Lilith said, the Holy See is the main force in dealing with cults in various places. So when the other party raised this issue, the association had no reason to stop it. If there is no problem with Treasure Island, we will protect you. Don't worry. How can I be assured? The relationship between the two sides is obviously deteriorating. Whether there will be necromancy experiments on the island at that time will be decided by them. I know. Thank you for informing me, Chief, Wu Hung said in a deep voice. After 2 seconds of silence, Lilith continued. I will rush over too. If you feel there is danger, leave the island first, and wait for me to come over. I will leave it completely to the Holy See, and it will be even more unclear. Safety is the most important. Wu Hong did not answer immediately. He paused for several seconds before speaking softly. Chief. If you haven't reached level 20, you really can't kill the hero? Is there no way at all? Wu Hong whispered. Lilith's voice became more serious. Given your situation, if you can't kill the hero, the investigation team won't arrange for the hero to go there. So don't do anything stupid. I understand. I be prepared. Return to the study. Glinda and Bernie stayed in the room. After Wu Hong came in, he told the two ghosts about the Vatican investigation team. Both ghosts changed. Benny said, "Can we use the life of the Vatican Knight as an exchange to let the Vatican people leave?" Glinda shook her head and said, "If it was that simple, Lilith wouldn't have said those words. If we really propose to use the Vatican Knight in exchange, the other party might use this as an excuse to think that there is some secret on the island. What should we do? The Vatican has identified us. From what happened after we came back, the Vatican has set its sights on this place. And this conflict will happen sooner or later. At worst, we can just resist. We have so many weapons, and so many skeletons. It won't be easy for the church to get to the island no matter how powerful it is." Benny said directly. Glinda said, "We are definitely not afraid of ordinary clergymen. The main thing is the two heroes of the church." Wu Hong listened to the two people's discussion, and then said, "This time, we must not give in. Otherwise the church will only get worse." Dusk. Dinner. Slater and Yuri also stayed. Wu Hong gave 2 tickets to each of the people present, and said, "You can use the tickets. Right? Keep some of them, and use them directly in case of danger." Okay. Several people took them, and put them away. Wu Hong continued to look at Slater. "How is the venue going?" "It's going well," Slater replied while cutting beef. Wu Hong glanced at her and said, "The church and I have had some conflicts recently. If we can end it early, we will go back earlier. If the island is not safe, remember to take Yuri away directly." Several people at the table were stunned, and Slater also looked at this side deeply, then nodded. "I know." After dinner, Slater and Yuli returned to the association. Wu Hong continued to hold a meeting with the maids, telling them what to do next, and to leave first if there was any danger. He also had the ability to leave. Treasure Island. Local church. Archbishop Yuan sat behind the desk, and on one side of the horizontal row of seats sat local high-level clergy. His Holiness the Pope sent a letter, and also gave the next direction. Yuan handed the letter in his hand to the priest on the side. The latter carefully held it, and handed it to the other clergy on the side. After everyone has read it, Yuan continued, "In 2 days, the investigation team of the temple will arrive soon. And then the crimes of the Necromancer will be revealed." The 18th level priest said excitedly, "Great. He should have been arrested earlier. He has a great reputation on the island. Shouldn't we release some information in advance?" "Indeed. We should prepare in advance. There are also people who are imprisoned, and it's time to ask for them directly." The Archbishop listened to everyone's words, and then smiled and said, "Arrange someone to notify the people who are still in prison to make some preparations." Chapter 858. In the middle of autumn. More than half a month had passed since the second sale of pills. The Chamber of Commerce that shipped goods abroad also gradually transported the goods to their respective sales locations. There were long queues in front of the sales points of various countries and races, buying pills and discussing news about the pills. It says that the person who improved the potion into pills is an island owner, who is not an alchemist himself. The owner of Treasure Island has never heard of this island. He also invented the fountain pens and watches that were popular among the nobles before. It also says that the reason he improved it was to help ordinary professionals who don't have space rings. Forget it. He just brags about himself. And you believe it, just by listening to the name of his island. You know he is a profit-seeking person. I think it's pretty good. The pills are easier to carry, and the price has dropped. It's good for us. I think this island owner is a good person. At least much better than other businessmen. People are used to hearing the propaganda of big shots. But this time is different. The pills are in hand, just as advertised. Easy to carry, and the price has dropped a lot. Buy a box. It will be enough for the family to use for a long time. It is hard to say whether he is a good person. But those who bought the pills really felt the benefits. It is not the empty propaganda before. At the same time, the original territory of the second prince of the Yeko kingdom, the officials of Rantam city began to enter the management. And the skeleton army also took over the garrison and main defense positions. As time went by, people began to get familiar with the skeletons and were no longer as scared as they were at the beginning. On the street, the bard stood on a wooden box, holding a great detective book in his hand, and loudly told the story in it. The crowd gathered below, and then whispered about the murderer. Some people also discussed whether Wu Hung and Watson in the story really solved the case one by one. Treasure Island. The island owner's mansion. Wu Hung half lying on the recliner, watching the face change in front of him. Level 19, for 2575334/355000. Reputation, level 19, 64733/66,000. In the past 2 days, his reputation began to rise rapidly, directly from more than 50,000 to 65,000. No need to guess. The second batch of pills has been shipped to various places and started to be sold. The initial growth was very strong, but now it has begun to slow down. I wonder if I can reach level 20 before the Holy See comes. Wu Hung muttered in a low voice. At this time, Grinda and Benny flew back from outside. The church has increased the number of bells, and the patrolling skeletons have to avoid the location of the church and go around it. Benny said in a deep voice. Glinda said, they must have received a letter from the Holy See, and they are confident. After being beaten by the skeleton shining, the church was indeed stable for a while. The bells were suddenly rung more often today. It must be the news from the Holy See investigation team that gave them confidence again. It's okay. I deal with it later, Wu Hung said. Glinda continued. The stalemate with the Holy See will also affect Treasure Island. There are basically no representatives of the Chamber of Commerce visiting, and even the number of tourists on the island has decreased a lot. In the past, the island owner's mansion always welcomed some visitors, no matter if they were dignitaries, wealthy merchants, or representatives. They would come to the island owner's mansion specially after arriving on the island. Since the conflict with the Holy See intensified, no one has come. Wu Hung was not surprised and said, everyone is afraid of attracting the attention of the Holy See. No one wants to cause this trouble. Now I feel that the people of the Holy See are really annoying. Benny muttered. Glinda smiled and said, you didn't know Wu Hung a long time ago. If you knew him earlier, you would have made enemies with the Holy See. Wu Hung rolled his eyes at her, feeling that she was going to slander him again. Then he said, once the matter of the Holy See is resolved, everything will be restored. Don't worry. Well, it's mainly you. We have enough money to spend. Don't worry. Glinda comforted her in a rare soft voice. Benny also said, you will surpass them sooner or later. Wu Hung nodded. Don't worry. Seeing that the two souls had nothing new, Wu Hung also stood up and walked towards the living room. Pick up the phone and dial the number of the association. After 2 rings, Zalagwi's voice came over. Hello. It's me, Wu Hung continued. Ask Zalagwi to arrange for someone to go to the church and tell them that if their broken bell rings again, I will tear it down for them. Okay. I go and coordinate, Zalagwi said directly. After hanging up the phone, the two ghosts gave a thumbs up. You are quite courageous today. Another day passed. It has been more than half a month since the island owner arrested the clergy of the Vatican. Neither the island master's mansion nor the association had a complete announcement on how to convict the church. Of course, the local residents were not surprised by this. It was unusual for the guards to arrest both high-ranking clergy of the church and ordinary residents when there was a conflict. If it were somewhere else, I'm afraid these priests would have been released long ago, so there would be no need to investigate right or wrong. However, this morning, some special gossip began to spread. It spread quickly. Have you heard that a Necromancer's experimental base was found on the island? And it's very large. Everyone is talking about this. I don't know where it came from. It's said that it's related to the island owner, who secretly purchased people for experiments. Could it be that Wu Hung really used the island as an experimental base in secret? No wonder the church is targeting him so much. It must be fake. The potion auction was held on the island. The leader of the association and high-level professionals from all over the country came. If you were a necromancer, would you build an experimental base while inviting people to visit? The discussion suddenly quieted down. Yes. The leader came to the island to stay for several days. No one with a normal mind would do this. let alone a great detective. You have a point. I definitely believe the island owner. But I wonder how this news came out. After Wu Hung became the island owner, the changes in the entire Treasure Island were obvious to all. It also really changed the lives of everyone on the island. When the locals mentioned the island owner, they were full of pride. It was as if they themselves built the island into this state. Naturally, no one wants to believe that there is really a problem on the island. But people are always suspicious. Such a large-scale spread also makes people doubt whether there is really a problem. In the church, in the hall, Archbishop Yuan sat behind the desk, and below him were a group of local clergy. A priest stepped out and said indignantly, "Archbishop, the island is spreading the news of the Dead Soul experiment base. And with the strange skeletons we saw, it can be confirmed that he is conducting Dead Soul experiments in private." Someone followed up. "The Necromancer is an evil profession. Long-term research in the corresponding field will make his heart darker and ignore life. He should be controlled directly. And the last time, our people are still locked in the dungeon. The local deacon is so weak and incompetent that she actually got close to the Necromancer. She must be held accountable afterwards." The hall was in a mess, and everyone was expressing dissatisfaction with the island owner and the local deacon. At this time, the door opened, and a servant walked in quickly and approached the Archbishop's ear. As the other party spoke, the Archbishop's expression began to show joy. After he finished speaking, the attendant stepped aside. The Archbishop gently tapped the ground twice with a wooden stick in his hand, and the hall instantly became quiet. He looked at everyone, smiled, and said, "The church's fleet has arrived. You follow me to the port to welcome it, and tell those who are left in the church that they can come out." Everyone showed joy and nodded in response. Before leaving, the Archbishop did not forget to say, "By the way, ring the bell." Dong! The bell rang and spread instantly. The island owner's mansion. Wu Hung held the phone and heard Macintosh's voice from the other side. "Sir, we have investigated it clearly. It was a port labor gang that spread the news. Someone gave them money to spread the news. We are tracking down the person who issued the commission. This morning, the island began to spread the news of the Dead Soul experiment base." Wu Hung heard some news. In fact, there is no need to check. Those who emphasize the Dead Soul experiment must be paving the way for the Vatican investigation team. No need to investigate. Just detain the management of the labor gang. Wu Hung said directly. "Understood," Macintosh said, and then suddenly fell into a brief silence, and then said, "Sir, the Vatican's fleet appeared on the sea. A total of 5 large ships." Sure enough, the news of the necromancy experiment spread on the island, and the Vatican's fleet appeared soon after. "I know. I will arrange people to deal with them," Wu Hung said directly. "Okay, sir." Macintosh paused, then said, "Please be safe." "Well, don't worry." After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung leaned on the edge of the table, narrowed his eyes, and directly opened the panel. Reputation, level 19, 65642/66,000. Reputation is still more than 300 points short. Still a little short. I don't know if the heroes of the Holy See are on the ship. If not, if I delay with them for a few days, I will almost become a hero. Association. The room where the Knights of the Holy See are imprisoned is just like a separate lounge. The room was clean and tidy, with only one guard at the door. It was more like keeping an eye on this place than guarding it. Only Wu Hung could stop a level 18 knight on the entire island. In the room, the Vatican knight was wearing a blue casual suit, lying on the bed with his eyes closed. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw a sparrow standing in the window. Then he spoke in human language. "Sir, the Holy Temple investigation team is here. The Archbishop asked you to handle the things here and then go to the port to meet the fleet." After saying that, without waiting for a reply, the sparrow seemed to have lost its spirit. He looked around in confusion, squeaked twice, and flew to a tree in the distance. Looking at the flying sparrow, the Vatican knight had a smile on his face. The investigation team is here. Treasure Island and Wu Hung. Their days are over. He simply packed up his things and walked out. He walked towards the dungeon in the distance. The entrance to the dungeon. The guard stood up suddenly and looked at the burly man who suddenly appeared with vigilance. He carefully identified his face, and his expression became even uglier. The Vatican knight, who was imprisoned a few days ago for attacking the island owner. Why is he here? The two swallowed their saliva, saluted and said, "Sir Knight." The Vatican Knight nodded with satisfaction. This knight suddenly thought of some details, and needs to interrogate the prisoner. During this period, no one is allowed to approach here. Otherwise they will be punished with the same crime. After saying that, he walked directly in. The two guards looked at each other, and one of them ran out quickly. They couldn't handle this matter, and notify the deacon as soon as possible. No, notify the island owner. Only the island owner can stop the other party. The Vatican Knight covered his mouth and nose and walked in the corridor of the dungeon. After walking for a distance, he stood in front of a door, exerted a little force, opened the door, and walked directly in. He glanced at the room and the sloppy man on the iron bed, and said with a smile, "You are quite adaptable to the environment." Fear appeared in the eyes of the sloppy man. After swallowing his saliva, he stood up with difficulty. "My lord, what do you want? Let me see what people who dare to slander members of the church look like." The sloppy man shuddered and took a half-step back. "Sir, this matter has nothing to do with me. I just say what I know. If you are not satisfied with it, I will definitely change it. Please don't take it personally." The knight of the church took 2 steps forward. The sloppy man's face changed drastically, and he shouted to the outside guard, "Where is the guard? You should really thank Wu Hung. At least he let you live so many more days." As he spoke, the Vatican Knight took out a hemp rope, shook his wrist, and wrapped it around his neck, gradually tightening it. He teamed up with the Necromancer to abduct people for experiments, was discovered by the Vatican, and hanged himself. What do you think of this script? Do you think that great detective will avenge you? The sloppy man struggled violently, but the difference in level made him unable to break free even with all his strength. Then, his eyes bulged and his tongue came out little by little. At the last moment of his life, his past life flashed through his mind quickly over and over again. Then, he walked out of the dungeon. The generous island owner gave him a large bounty, and Mrs. McIntosh also praised him for completing a difficult task. Holding the money, he walked towards home. This road, which he had walked countless times, felt particularly long today. Bang, bang, bang. He knocked hard on the door. The door opened, and the man stroked his hair and smiled. "I have money. I said I could live a good life." The corpse stopped struggling. The Vatican Knight released a spell, took out a written confession letter from his arms, and stuffed it into the arms of the corpse. After an unknown amount of time, a loud noise broke the silence. Zalagwi rushed into the dungeon in armor and holding a long sword. Behind her were 2 deputy deacons, a group of team members, the investigator, and assistant Shiryali. The investigator followed at the end, panting for clerical reasons, holding onto the wall and panting like thunder. When several people walked into the cell, their faces changed. In the dim room, a corpse was hanging. Zalagwi took a deep breath and said coldly, "Investigator." Recorded truthfully, the Vatican Knight broke into the association's prison and left, and the witness died. Chapter 859. Footsteps sounded again in the corridor. Wu Hung hurried in with the skeleton. As soon as he arrived at the door of the cell, he saw the body covered with white cloth. "I'm sorry." Zalagwi turned her head, her tone full of self-blame. She was in charge of the association, because the system was different, and they were afraid that the headquarters would think that Wu Hung could interfere with the local association. They did not arrange the skeleton on the island. Besides, before the Holy See came to the island, these people in the association were enough to guard the local area. I didn't expect that the people from the church would be so bold as to break into the prison and kill people. "Have you checked the body?" Wu Hung said in a low voice. "When we came here, the body was hung on the beam with a hemp rope, and the cause of death was also the marks on the neck." Zalagwi introduced, then took out a written letter and said, "This is the letter found on the body. It should have been placed on the body after the murder." Wu Hung took it and opened it to take a look. His eyes froze. The content was very simple, reporting the island owner, Wu Hung, for conducting necromancy experiments, as well as some serious crimes such as kidnapping, human trafficking, and corpse disposal. In the end, he could not withstand the psychological pressure and committed suicide out of fear of crime. Wu Hung frowned. He thought to himself, what was the point of the other party putting the letter here? The first people to find it must be the people of the association, and they would not believe that the letter was written by the deceased. But on second thought, he could roughly guess the other party's thoughts. There are strange things in this world that can make people tell the truth or detect lies. When we confront each other in the future, as long as we ask whether they have seen the accusation letter, they will naturally have seen it. As long as there is a dispute, the church will find a way to deal with it. Moreover, it was just a beggar-like person who died. If it was delayed for a while, no one would investigate it further. Wu Hong put away the letter and leaned over to check the body. Then he released resurrection. But the necromancy magic did not work after wrapping the body. The necromancy magic collapsed and there was no reaction. Zalugui asked, "Is the time exceeded?" Wu Hong shook his head. "It should be the ability of the church. The necromancy spell cannot work. If the Vatican leaves the body, it will be impossible for Wu Hong to resurrect him or testify against them in any form." Wu Hong squatted down, stretched out his hand to brush his eyes, and said, "I'm sorry. I lost my words and failed to take you out of here. Don't worry. I will take good care of your family and help you avenge your hatred." The bulging eyes slowly closed, and the body did not look as hideous as before. "Wrap it up." 2 members of the association stepped forward and wrapped the body up. Wu Hong put it into the space ring. Then he said, "Let's go out first. I have something to say." Deacon study. Wu Hong called Macintosh. He told the other party the news that the spy was dead. After all, he was her subordinate, and Wu Hong had promised to let him go. It's a pity that she never expected that the Vatican Knight would kill him. After listening to Wu Hong's words, the other party fell into a brief silence. Macintosh said softly, "This is the fate of people in this industry. In the past, they would die on the streets, at home, or disappear and never be found. We all know what will happen to us in the end. It has nothing to do with the association and you. Just like a mercenary, when you plan to take on a mission and earn income from a bounty, the outcome is basically determined. The same is true for spies. They all know their own endings. They are all mentally prepared, including Macintosh himself. I will send the body back to you when the time comes. He has a wife. Settle her down and give her more pension." Wu Hong said in a deep voice. "Okay." Macintosh nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hong continued to call the island owner's mansion, roughly explained the situation here, and asked Minnie to gather everyone. If there is danger on the island, follow his instructions and leave here first. Although the other party was worried, he agreed. After the call, Wu Hong sat back in his seat. Zalugui and Shiryali also looked up at him, waiting for the next arrangement. Wu Hong took out 2 tickets from the space ring and said, "This is the ticket for the ghost train. If there is danger, tear off the ticket along the traces, and then the ghost train will come to pick you up and leave. The side effect of the train is that all senses except vision disappear. Wear a watch. Eat and go to the toilet on time. Otherwise there will be danger. By the way, let's go to Ratam City first. That's also our territory, and we can guarantee your safety." Zalugui and Shiryali frowned. This sounded like the tone of arranging funeral affairs, which made people feel uneasy and had to wonder what he was going to do. Don't be impulsive. He dared to do this, so he must have made arrangements. I will report this to the headquarters first, and they will definitely help us solve it, Zalugui said anxiously. Wu Hong glanced at her and said, "The Vatican investigation team will arrive at the port soon. If we do nothing, Treasure Island will change its owner today, and a Necromancer's experimental base will appear out of thin air on the island." The 2 of them looked at each other. No wonder the Vatican Knights dared to kill people. It turned out that the fleet had arrived. Shiryali was also a little anxious. "What should we do?" "Don't worry. I have a plan. You should follow my instructions first." Wu Hong forced a smile. Zalugui nodded. "Okay. Then you should also pay attention to safety. Compared to the island master's mansion, the association is safer. Even if there is a conflict with the Vatican, it is unlikely that the association members will be attacked. Giving them tickets is also just in case." Wu Hong remembered something and asked, "By the way, has the headquarters order come down?" "Yes. It came with a letter today." Zalugui took it out and said, "Holy Night How. Assassinate important members of the association and execute them on the spot." A command document with the seal of the headquarters of the association appeared in front of him. It was exactly the same as the message Lilith passed to him. The headquarters order was to execute. Wu Hong said, "I take this first. Maybe it will be useful later." "Okay." Zalugui handed it to her directly. Wu Hong took it and left immediately after he found nothing else. Logwi called all members to a meeting to arrange the next action. Island Master's mansion. Sayonara hurried back from outside. Walking into the hall, she saw all the maids in the room and the empty room. All the valuable things were put away, as if they were preparing to move or run away. Sayonara frowned and asked, Minnie, what's wrong? The master told us to be ready. If there is any danger, we should use the ticket to leave immediately. Minnie said solemnly. Tell me what happened. Sayonara asked solemnly. Okay. Minnie told him the news she got in detail. And Sayonara heard that the Vatican investigation team had come to the island, and the 18th level Vatican Knights from the association had killed people. Her eyes widened instantly, and her face was full of disbelief. Has the conflict intensified to this extent? At the same time, she could guess what she would do after Wu Hung arranged for her people. Sayonara sat on the chair, thinking quickly about the situation on the entire island. Treasure Island was where she persuaded most of the Chamber of Commerce representatives to nominate Wu Hung as the island owner today. She couldn't just leave now. She quickly thought about the rumors outside, the actions of the church, and the ultimate goal. She took a deep breath and said, Minnie, wait. It's not time to leave yet. We can still help Wu Hung. Several maids turned their heads and looked at her with serious eyes. Chanela continued. Vel, arrange for someone to spread the news, saying that the Vatican Knights broke into the association and killed the witness. If the Vatican's people will not be punished for killing people, the lives of everyone on the island will be threatened. Understood. And Well was stunned and immediately understood what the other party meant. Dial Macintosh's phone. After giving instructions, Minnie, go to several factories on the island quickly. If the island is lost, all production equipment will be set on fire. Okay. Minnie nodded, and left quickly with Robert beside her. After Anweer finished the call, she looked back and asked, Sister Chanela, what else do you want to do next? Chanela sighed and said, Wait for the next news, and then we will make arrangements according to the news. The maids nodded. Port, Your Excellency the Archbishop. Everything has been handled. The Vatican Knight came over and said respectfully. The clergy who came out together also saluted and called out to His Excellency the Archbishop. The Archbishop glanced at this side indifferently and asked, Where is Wu Hung? I don't know where he is. We didn't see him when we left. Maybe he was scared. After all, the investigation team of the Holy Church will soon arrive on the island. The Knight of the Holy See showed a calm smile. Just wait for the investigation team ship to dock. No matter how powerful and courageous Wu Hung is, he can't do anything to them. The Archbishop nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Follow me, and wait for the fleet to dock. Yes. Several people stood in the queue, looking at the sea in the distance. The fleet on the sea became clearer and clearer, and the hulls were shrouded in holy light, heading steadily towards the treasure island. There were 5 large ships in total, lined up in a tip formation, with sails rustling in the wind, and the white sails were embroidered with the church's symbol of holiness and authority. At the port, many believers knelt on the ground. They prayed in a mumbling voice. Deacon's residence. After leaving the association, Wu Hung did not leave immediately, but came to Zalagwi's residence from the back door. After sitting in the living room and waiting for a while, the ghost Grinda flew back from outside. He said, We found the person. He has already gathered with the Archbishop at the port. He is probably afraid that you will block him halfway. Wu Hung continued to ask, Where is the Vatican fleet? It is estimated that it will be close to the port at noon. Can you see the level of the people on the ship? Wu Hung continued to ask. I can see some level light beams, but I am not sure if there are any heroes, Grinda said. At this time, Benny and Xiao Xiao also flew back from outside. Benny said, Armored vehicles and troops have been transferred here, and they are gathering and waiting at the door. Xiao Xiao comforted him, Uncle, it's okay. We can definitely defeat those bad guys. Don't worry. Wu Hung smiled. Don't worry. Then, he opened the panel and looked at the reputation above. There are still a few hundred left. Why is it suddenly rising so slowly? The panel was closed. And then he stood up and said, I hope the heroes of the Holy See are not on the ship. At noon, there were already many people on the street. The guards led the way, followed by thousands of armed skeletons and several armored vehicles, moving quickly on the road with great momentum. The local residents had seen Wu Hung, and even armored vehicles. This mobile and powerful weapon left a deep impression on everyone. All the pirates in the Emerald Sea were basically killed by this weapon. Those who survived by chance were probably left with a lifelong shadow, and would never dare to go out to sea again. However, since the Emerald Sea settled down, this kind of thing has not appeared for a long time. Why did this kind of thing appear again? Is the one in the middle the island owner? People's tone was full of suspicion and surprise. Is there another enemy? Looking at the direction, they are heading to the port. In the morning, I saw that everyone from the Holy See went to the port. Did something happen? People from the Holy See and the island owner's mansion have said people. There must be an enemy attacking here. Even though all kinds of news were circulating, no one thought that the two sides would really fight. The island owner was appointed by the association, and the Holy See was also an important part of the association. They only guessed that there was some danger, and the two sides united to deal with outsiders together. The island owner has come out, so something must have happened. You guys watch the store. I go and see what's going on. Take out your weapons. I just made some money this year. Whoever dares to attack Treasure Island, I will fight him. Treasure Island is more tolerant of skeletons. Seeing the island owner leading the skeleton army to the port, people gradually walked out of the street with weapons. Following the skeleton army, they walked forward together. The number of people gathered increased, and it was mighty. Port, noisy and chaotic sounds rang out. Countless people looked back and saw the team led by the skeleton army appearing in the straight street. It was dark, and there was no end in sight. The Archbishop frowned, with surprise and solemnity flashing in his eyes, and turned his head to look at the fleet approaching on the sea. Archbishop, the Vatican Knight whispered. The Archbishop waved his hand. Stand at the back. Don't irritate him first. Yes. The Vatican Knight and several other priests who came out of the dungeon took a few steps back. They stood at the end of the team. The skeleton army, under the gaze of everyone, directly surrounded the port. Master Wu Hung, are you here to welcome the Vatican's fleet? The Pope may also be on the ship. He will definitely be very happy to see you come in person. The Archbishop had a gentle smile on his face, and his tone was suggestive. Wu Hung glanced at the ships covered by light on the sea, his eyes calm. Where are the knights who escaped from prison? The Archbishop frowned, and the uneasy premonition in his heart became stronger. The term escaping from prison is serious. I just came to greet the fleet. After the matter is over, I will naturally return to the association to wait for the next processing. Wu Heng's eyes swept across the people opposite, and fell on the Knight of the Holy See at the back, and said directly, Shan Shan, Caxu, catch him. Whoosh! A flash of light passed by, and a figure suddenly rushed out and crashed into the Vatican Knights behind. In the skeleton queue, the other high-level skeletons also rushed out instantly. Wu Hung, you dare! The Archbishop roared. Wu Hung stretched out his finger and waved, and the Archbishop's mouth disappeared. The group of skeletons rushed towards the Vatican and fell into chaos in an instant. Behind the team, the residents who followed them all widened their eyes and showed a look of horror. How did they fight with the Vatican? What happened? Didn't they say there were enemies? The island owner said someone from the church escaped from prison? It's over. We won't be considered accomplices by the church. Will we? Hurry up and leave. People were in a mess, and they were afraid that they would be considered accomplices by the church and be implicated. So they wanted to leave. At this time, another group of people squeezed into the crowd from all sides. The voice said without concealment, Do you know? The person who had a conflict with the church last time is dead. He was killed by the church. What? My friend is from the association guard. The news just came out that a Vatican Knight broke into the dungeon and strangled someone to death. The island owner should be here to arrest someone for this matter. Instantly, the people who were leaving stopped in their tracks, and everyone showed a look of surprise. A level 18 Vatican Knight broke into the association dungeon. These words are a bit unfamiliar, but they can be connected to what happened before. The crowd not far away was also saying similar things. The island owner didn't let him out because he was afraid of revenge from the Vatican. But he died in the end. Alas! If this continues, how can we ordinary people survive? Is the news true or false? I don't think it's likely. The battle at the port was without any suspense. The skeletons dispersed the team, and Caxu and other high-level skeletons put their swords on the necks of every clergyman. Only the Archbishop was still standing, and the disappeared mouth did not seal him for too long before returning to its original state. The Archbishop said in a deep voice, Wu Hung, don't make a mistake. The Vatican's fleet will dock soon. How can you explain to the Vatican and His Holiness the Pope for doing this? Does my association's flag bearer need to explain to you? Wu Hung sneered and said in a deep voice, "Bring them here." Clatter. The skeleton flashed, dragging the half-dead Vatican Knight over, the armor on his body rubbing against the ground, leaving traces of blood, and several other skeletons, dragging several other clergy who had escaped, also came over. The Vatican Knight's face turned pale, and he glanced at the approaching ship again, roaring, "How dare you? How dare you do this? Are you crazy? Are you really crazy?" He admitted that Wu Hung was powerful, whether it was the ability to build an island or the ability to fight. But so what? The geniuses in this world are as numerous as stars, and every country and race can breed talented people. But only geniuses, who adapt to the rules of this world, are qualified to survive. People like Wu Hung, who have no background and are unwilling to bow their heads. They are destined not to have a good ending. Wu Hung waved to the side, and the skeleton with a long sword fell on his neck. "I plan to let you go, but if you are looking for death, don't blame me." The Vatican Knight still refused to give up and shouted, "I am a knight appointed by the Vatican. You can't kill me. The Vatican's investigation team will be on the island soon, which will cause you trouble." Seeing that the other party's expression did not change, he continued, "If you let me go, I will give you compensation, and we can all get by." Wu Hung ignored what he said and asked coldly, "Tell me, how did the witness in prison die?" The Vatican Knight's eyes condensed, and he gritted his teeth and kept silent. The cold sword blade cut through his skin, as if it was stuck to his throat, and traces of blood dripped down. The body of the Holy Sea Knight trembled, and suddenly he felt that the person in front of him really dared to kill him. He lowered his voice and said, "You are crazy. He is just a beggar. Why are you standing up for him? Are you crazy?" 3, 2. The Holy Sea Knight was a little collapsed, and the blood on his neck was getting more and more. "I killed him. I killed him. And then stuffed a letter to frame you into my arms. I did it all by myself." Okay. With a crash, the crowd of onlookers exploded instantly. The news just spread was true. The Vatican Knight broke into the dungeon and killed the previous witness. Then look at the Archbishop's expression. It seems that he also knows about this matter. The Vatican Knight can break into the dungeon and kill the witness, and the local church has to cover up this matter. If one day, it is me who encounters the incident, will I be killed in this way? The Archbishop narrowed his eyes and looked at the Vatican Knight, who was begging for mercy with some disappointment. Then looked at Wu Hung and said, "Okay, since he has admitted his mistake, let him go first. Welcome the fleet to the port first, and the rest will be discussed later." "When did I say I would let him go?" Wu Hung sneered. The Archbishop snorted. "Have you had enough of this? You are the flag bearer of the association, not a gangster on the street. Even if he did something wrong, you still have to follow the procedures. You can't just kill him if you want to." Wu Hung took out the order with the headquarters seal and said loudly, "The headquarters ordered that the Vatican Knights, who assassinated important members of the association, can be executed on the spot. Today, he killed a resident of Treasure Island. The island owner declares that he must die." As soon as the words fell, the skeleton's long sword chopped down directly. Boom! A sound like chopping bones was heard. The chopped sword blade got stuck in the shin bone, and blood gushed out. "Help! Save me!" The second sword fell, and the head rolled down. Wu Hung kicked the corpse down with one foot, and a ghost emerged from the corpse. He wanted to escape to the sea, but as soon as he appeared, he was swallowed by the fleeting ghost and disappeared. Wu Hung looked at the ship in the distance. "I killed the people. Let's see what you can do. Evil and rebellious." A sudden roar sounded like thunder. Then, a dazzling golden light, overwhelming power, burned the waves and sent smoke rushing across the vast sea. Wu Heng's eyes condensed, and he could feel the majestic power contained in it, and the power that gathered the fame and emotions of all living beings. It was like the power of heaven. Even though Wu Hung reached level 19, he still felt the threat of death under this power that crossed the sea. Poof! The next second, his chest was instantly pierced, and his internal organs were bleeding. After the golden light passed through Wu Heng's body, he turned into a solemn man again, the contemporary pope. The sound of Sanskrit filled the air, and the holy light descended. Crash! The soul fires of the skeletons around him were extinguished, and pieces of bones were scattered. Wu Hung looked at the big hole in his chest. He turned his head and looked at the figure behind him. Pope! You are on the boat indeed. Chapter 860. Pope? The crowd looked forward. On the open space at the port, the island owner's chest was pierced, and his internal organs and blood kept flowing. Behind him stood a figure wearing a white robe with various suns, stars and religious symbols embroidered with gold thread, and a crown on his head. He looked to be in his 40s, with a calm and solemn face. The head of the church? Why did he come here? Why didn't he stop the island owner from killing the knight of the church? People were thinking, but no one spoke. They just stared blankly ahead. Plop! Plop! Suddenly, the sky became clearer as if the choir was singing. People near the front began to kneel down and bow their heads in worship. Tears flowed down their faces, and they expressed their inner pain in prayers. Whoosh! The skeleton flashed, and its body suddenly grew 3 meters, like an out-of-control truck crashing into it. Boom! The golden light appeared in front of the Pope, like a solid wall, blocking the impact of the skeleton. The Pope narrowed his eyes in surprise. This skeleton. It's really different. In response to him, there were explosions on the roof behind him. Bang! 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 The Barrett snipers arranged around opened fire directly. The bullets were blocked by the golden light, as if they hit the shield and were blocked. The Pope turned his head and looked over. Several golden lights shot out, and the head of the skeleton shooter in the dark exploded instantly. Kill! Wu Hung said in a low voice, blood gushing out of his mouth. Hula la! The higher-level skeletons around raised their rifles and fired in a fan-shaped pattern towards the center. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the area, and the smoke covered the battlefield. The crowd of onlookers. It was also in chaos in an instant. The front row knelt down one after another and kowtowed to the Pope. The ones behind wanted to escape from here to avoid being affected and losing their lives here. The shouting and cursing made the place fall into chaos. Hiragui led the association members and the guards and appeared in the main road. Evacuate. Everyone go to the central square. The cold-eyed blonde elf waved his hand and gave an order. The association team and more than 100 guards in the city dispersed instantly and began to evacuate the crowd to the paths on both sides. Then they went to the central square. Deacon. The people in front are not leaving and are still kowtowing. The dwarf deputy deacon pushed his horn helmet and said directly. Zalagui glanced at the Pope in the distance fiercely, but was powerless and said, drag them away. They will wake up if they leave the range. The dwarf deputy deacon nodded and took people to forcibly drag the kneeling worshippers to the back. The personnel began to evacuate. The white wings behind Zalagui spread out, flew to the front, and looked at the scene of the battle. Worry and communication flashed in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and turned around and left without hesitation. The association has its own tasks. At that time, Wu Hung talked to her about what would happen if a hero really appeared in the fleet of the Holy See. What she had to do was to evacuate the crowd. And the second point was to try to tell everyone the whole story of this matter. Deacon. The road is open, and the crowd is evacuating. The deputy deacon came back, sweating profusely. The road below was completely clear, and the personnel quickly left to the rear. Zalagui flew down, folded her wings, exhaled bursts of white air from her mouth, and said, let's retreat. We can't help here. Yes. Deacon. Everyone strode away. The battlefield. The Pope narrowed his eyes and raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this your little trick? Under the intensive shooting. His tone remained calm. The holy light was like a sharp sword, covering the sky and the earth. The soul fire of the skeleton was extinguished piece by piece, turning into scattered bones on the ground. Wu Hung was covered in blood. This body was supporting him for the last time. He vomited blood and squeezed out words from his teeth. That's it? It's really disappointing. You are not the weakest among the heroes of the association. Right? Heh. No wonder you only dare to come to me to bully ordinary professionals. The Pope restrained his expression and said coldly, you are sharp-tongued. Whoosh. A rocket shot directly at him. The Pope's figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The rocket was past and exploded and rose on the sea in the distance. The Pope's figure had already appeared where Wu Hung was. Wu Hung had a rifle in his hand and was about to pull the trigger. The Pope shouted fiercely. Wu Hang's mind went blank in an instant, and obedience and loyalty rose from his heart. In the moment of distraction, the Pope shot out 2 barbs and hooked Wu Hang's shoulder bones. Wu Hang's eyes condensed, and the supernatural power Haratan armor was activated, and the black keratin armor began to spread and wrap on the skin. The holy light was like a sharp sword. But it didn't last for a few breaths, and a few more holes appeared in the chest. Blood flowed like a waterfall. The Pope pinched his neck and lifted him up little by little, saying with disdain in his eyes, "You are not dead with this injury. It seems that you have some real skills. Come back with me. Let's see what secrets you have." Click! A snapping sound was heard. The Pope looked down and saw a prop similar to shackles, connecting the two people directly together. Wu Hung smiled, and said with gritted teeth in his bloody mouth, "I caught you too." The next second, a sense of crisis rose from his heart, and his figure wanted to flash away, but was restrained by the shackles on his body. In the distance, several scattered and adjusted armored vehicles spewed out hot flames from their gun barrels. The shells were running at full speed, densely covering the position where the two were. Boom, boom, boom. The entire port was completely overturned. Sand and gravel were flying, and smoke and dust were rising to the sky. The island was also shaking constantly under the artillery fire. It stirred up huge waves. The figures of the two were completely submerged by the artillery fire. Association Dormitory. The gray falcon stumbled back from the window and transformed into Yuri, with a pale face. The deacon of Blackstone Town, Slater, turned pale, pulled her over and spanked her several times. "I told you not to run around. Why are you so disobedient?" Yuri did not resist, but her face turned pale, and she said, "Aunt, the Pope of the church is here, and he wants to kill Wu Hung." Slater staggered. The Pope? He was only heard of in legends. He actually appeared here, and this time, he was Wu Heng's enemy. "Aunt, can he survive?" Yuri asked pitifully. "Maybe." Slater came back to his senses and said, "Get ready. Let's leave here first." "I'm not leaving. I want to help him." Island owner's house. Macintosh's voice came from the hands-free phone. "The Pope has come to the island and is fighting with the adults at the port. You guys get ready. Those who can leave should leave first." Several people widened their eyes and looked ashen. Shawnera also slumped on the sofa. And at this moment she knew. Facing the hero, there is no hope for him. No matter how talented Wu Hung is, he needs time to grow. Now facing the Pope, there is only one ending. Death. On the sea. The Vatican fleet. At this moment, all the clergy gathered on the deck, wearing gorgeous and solemn robes, staring at the battle in the distant port. When the artillery fire overturned the port, the thick smoke seemed to cover the entire island. There was silence on the 5 giant ships. Everyone looked at the scene in the distance in surprise. How can he have such power? A priest said to himself. In the crowd, someone who knew some information answered. Wu Hung. He has a great reputation in the association in the past 2 years. It seems that he came from the Yek Kingdom. Wu Hung. However, after a brief discussion, a series of reprimanding voices rang out again. The association is actually supporting such rebellion, which is simply stupid. Port. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, in the original position in the middle, countless energies intertwined like water waves, and the fragmented body was reborn at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken bones grew out, and the broken muscles gradually healed. After a while, the Pope stood in the center again. The rays of light from the sky were reflected, and the Sanskrit sound sounded again. The crown and robes had disappeared. The Pope walked out of the smoke with his upper body naked, and the compassion in his eyes turned into unconcealable anger. He looked around. Just as he was about to rush towards the center, he saw a figure coming out, and there were still a lot of skeletons behind him. Wu Hung. Not only did he not die, there were no injuries on his body, and his robe was not stained with dust. Heroes are unkillable. Does that mean your dead bodies can be restored? It's really special, Wu Hung said directly. I heard Lilith say that heroes are unkillable before. Wu Hung was thinking about this question. How could there be such a saying that they are unkillable? At first, I guessed that after the hero was killed, he could use ghosts to revive. After all, a level 18 professional can have ghosts after death. Or, he turned into a life form similar to an element, and physical attacks could not hurt them. But after seeing the Pope's resurrection process, I also understood the saying of being unkillable. The body was reshaped by some kind of energy. Faced with such frequent bombardment by machine guns, even steel was beaten into mud. The Pope's body would still be destroyed by machine guns, but it could grow again. Truly unkillable. The flesh is immortal. No wonder heroes have such status. With this ability, you can go anywhere. You know a lot, the Pope said coldly. Wu Hung continued. Actually, it's a bit ordinary. I thought these weapons couldn't hurt you. It turns out that they just recover quickly. If you go to Myanmar, you will definitely be welcomed. The Pope frowned, as if he understood what he meant. His eyes swept across the collar exposed behind his leather armor, revealing a hint of a smile, and said lightly, the 100 weapons robe. The association actually gave this strange item to you. Which means that these are all your clones. Yes. Wu Hung didn't mean to hide it, and simply said, there are 7 in total. Come find me. Oh, I think you can only pick 2 or 3. And you're not telling the truth. The Pope snorted coldly, and then he seemed to be a little confused. Are you waiting for someone from our headquarters? Want to drag them over so that they can save you? Don't worry. No one can save you. You're bragging. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes and took a half step back. The skeletons rushed forward, and dense gunshots came from high above, started to shoot at the target below. Dense bullets hit the Pope's body, leaving bullet marks, and then quickly recovered. Looking for death, the Pope waved his hand. A knight in golden armor formed by golden light appeared out of thin air and killed the skeleton in front. The shadow of the Sky Angel emerged, waving the lightsaber in his hand, and the sword light killed the skeleton, leaving a crack on the ground. The Pope turned into a stream of light and killed forward. Wu Hung used his supernatural power explosive potential to instantly raise the attributes of his body by 1 level. Heratoderma, the skin was covered with black keratin. The two fought together for no less than 5 rounds. Wu Heng's body was pierced by the golden light, and his head fell to the ground. The skeleton army did not disperse. This proved that Wu Hung was not really dead yet. The Pope appeared in front of the head. I'm going to find the next you. I hope you have new progress. As soon as the voice fell, he disappeared again and rushed in another direction. The Pope left. Above the port, a large group of flying dragons flew in the air, flying towards the oncoming Vatican fleet. The fleet fell into chaos in an instant. It's a skeleton flying dragon. Prepare for battle. Solve it quickly to avoid damage to the hull. The priests began to chant, and the knights were ready to meet the enemy. Wow! A flying dragon flew over the sky, and large leaflets, like falling snowflakes, scattered on the decks of 5 large ships and the surrounding sea. All kinds of paper were floating. A man picked up the leaflet on the deck and took a look. In the middle was a portrait of a man with black hair and black pupils, with 2 lines of text below. Wu Hung. The association appointed the flag bearer of the Emerald Sea, the owner of Treasure Island, the great detective of Ratam City, the inventor of pens, watches, and bicycles, and the improver of pills. The people who picked up the leaflets frowned. What on earth is this guy doing? In a building. The luminous stone was bright, and Wu Hung sat on a chair waiting. Uncle, will we die? No. Will you die? If you die, you can become a ghost. But what if I die? Xiao Xiao said pitifully. Wu Hung smiled and said, no, I won't die. And Xiao Xiao won't die either. I'm a little scared. Xiao Xiao's face was full of worry. Don't worry. Even if we can't beat him, we can go back to the zombie world. Will he still be able to run over and catch us? Wu Hung said directly. The possibility of a hero in the fleet was considered from the beginning. I am level 19. And there are really not many people who can threaten me except heroes. However, the Pope is indeed in the fleet. It is a bit strange, as if he came all the way to destroy me? But I am also prepared. If I really can't become a hero, then I will return to the zombie world for a while. After becoming a hero, I will come back here again. That seems to be true. Then when should we run away? Xiao Xiao asked curiously. Wu Hung said unhappily. Don't worry. There's still time. As he spoke, then he flew back from outside. The bone dragons have been sent out, and the troops stationed on the island have also suffered heavy losses. It's okay. We don't lack skeletons. Although he said so, he felt a little distressed in his heart. The skeletons stationed on Treasure Island were all of a slightly higher level, and this loss was also a loss for himself. At this time, Granda also flew in and said, the Pope has killed your 3rd clone. How many more do you need? Just as Wu Hung was about to open the panel, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Level increased to level 20. Promoted to hero. Unlocked feature, Hero's body. The moment the prompt sounded, Wu Hung felt a great energy gathering with him. It was as if he had returned to the time when he first became a mage, and could feel and operate the elemental energy that ordinary people could hardly capture. However, this energy is very different from magic power. As if a wisp of energy was stripped from the heaven and earth, it turned into strands of broken light, leaping and floating, and then poured into his body. The magic power of the dead spirit and the broken light that poured in were entangled and intertwined at this time, turning into an extremely majestic energy that flowed through his body. And outside the building, the sky was like pouring a piece of starlight, flowing towards the building where Wu Hung was. A natural phenomenon. At this moment, Wu Hang's breath began to rise slowly, and even the three ghosts around him felt the nourishment brought by the contractual relationship with him. Wu Hung opened his eyes. Still in the room he had taken refuge in, with an open door behind him, ready to escape at any time. The three ghosts also glowed faintly in their bodies, with a more condensed, semi-solid feeling. Wu Hung, you've become a hero, Benny exclaimed. Xiao Xiao was even happier. Yeah, Uncle is a hero. We are not afraid of that big bad guy anymore, Grenda also said. Congratulations. Central Square. The residents and merchants who had escaped all looked up at the distance. Even in the daytime, the ribbon-like Milky Way was unusually clear. What's going on? Is it leaking from the sky? It seems to have fallen on the north side of the island. Is it another punishment from heaven? I just made some money this year. I hope it's nothing serious. There was a low murmur among the crowd. Deacon Slater, Assistant Yali, and the two sisters stood at the window of the association, frowning and looking at the pouring Milky Way. Yali said, I remember there was such a saying when I was a child. There was a strange phenomenon in the sky. What happened? Shiragwi muttered. A hero is born. Swoosh. Golden light condensed, and the figure of the Pope appeared, standing on the roof, looking into the distance in horror. At this moment, a stream of light fell from the sky like a waterfall, shining on the distant buildings. At this moment, his expression became solemn, and his eyes were full of disbelief. It turned out that the boy was not waiting for the people of the association. He was waiting for himself to become a hero. But how is this possible? It's not so easy to become a hero. Or he is a rookie who has changed his job 2 years ago, according to the information of the other party's association. At this moment, looking at the building in the distance, he hesitated. Damn kid. I should have been faster just now and killed him before he became a hero. On the sea, a huge ship was coming fast. Lilith stood on the deck and looked into the distance. We will reach Treasure Island tomorrow. Suddenly, as if she had a feeling in her heart, she looked towards the direction of Treasure Island. Although she could not see anything in her eyes, she could still sense that familiar power. What happened to Treasure Island? Returned to the cabin, turned on the radio, and said, Wu Hung? How are you doing? Captain Lilith. This is Minnie. Minnie's voice came from the other side. Minnie. What's going on with Treasure Island? Minnie's voice trembled. Captain Lilith. The Pope started to attack as soon as he came up. I heard that the port has been blown up, and the whole city is trying to catch the owner. Can you come to save him? He started to attack as soon as he got to the island? Lilith hung up the phone and said directly, I know. I'm rushing to you. Walked out of the deck. Lilith said directly, throw away all the heavy objects. I want to see Treasure Island before dawn. Chapter 861. Inside the room, Wu Hung closed his eyes and tried to examine himself. Different from the effect of looking at the panel. Examining oneself can even feel the changes in the body. After becoming a hero, the fragmented light that was stripped from the world slowly flowed through the body like a gurgling stream in the mountains. After flowing through every part of the body, it gathered in the realm of his consciousness. This is where the mage gathers power and stores rich undead power. The fragmented light is like a river, slowly blending in. It intertwined and merged with his own undead power, which was as calm as the surface of a lake, and was filled with bits of broken light, forming a new power. Wu Hung looked inward, looking at the state of consciousness in his heart that was like a calm lake, stable and peaceful. Is this a hero? He opened his eyes and smiled. No wonder only heroes can kill heroes. It turns out that the power has this broken light from the world. However, this broken light can feel like something peeled off from the world. But what exactly it is, he can't say. Uncle, how is it? Do you have a big move to kill the Pope? Xiao Xiao saw him open his eyes, and flew up immediately. Because he was facing the Pope. The task of going out to investigate and pass on orders was mainly entrusted to Granda and Bernie. Xiao Xiao was still stuck at level 18. So he stayed with Wu Heng, and was responsible for the investigation of the surrounding area to avoid any danger. It's not a game. There is no big move, Wu Heng said. Then what's the point of upgrading? Xiao Xiao muttered to herself. And Wu Heng ignored her. At this time, Granda hurriedly flew in from outside and said, "The Pope is coming." Wu Heng's eyes condensed. And he also stood up and said, "Okay." Boom. The Pope rushed over from the port, plowing a ruin on the street. And the buildings were burning with fire. All the traps and ambushes arranged along the way were removed in a very rough way. It can be seen that the Pope came in a hurry. The Pope appeared from the golden light. So, do you think you have the power to compete with me? With the human race? Plus this age. Wu Heng can be said to be the first person in history to reach the level of hero at such a young age. He felt that God favored him. But he also strengthened the Pope's determination to kill him. This man is too scary. Now he has just become a hero. If he is allowed to grow, it will only cause more trouble. The Pope stood on the collapsed wall, looking down at Wu Heng, and sneered, "Your trump card is to become a hero? Come to think of it, I am a little curious. Who are you? And who has used some means to reincarnate? When you die, I will burn the secret for you. The one who told you that heroes kill heroes. Didn't I tell you that there are differences between heroes?" The Pope said in a condescending tone. "Killing you is like crushing an ant." Ant? Wu Heng also smiled. On the sea, 5 Vatican ships were moving at full speed. When the skeleton dragon dropped leaflets all over the sky, everyone felt something was wrong. As they got closer to the port, everyone standing on the deck could even smell the pungent smoke coming from the port. Where did His Holiness go? The explosion covered the guy as well. That guy is very cunning. And this is his territory. So I'm afraid he has other plans. After landing on the island, occupy the important buildings on the island as soon as possible, as well as the people related to Wu Heng, and control them all. I don't believe he will run around again. And the association. They seem to have a special relationship with Wu Heng. Then we should control it first. Everyone stood on the deck, discussing the plan after landing on the island. Although the investigation was not as smooth as expected, the presence of the Pope was just a small accident in the mission. The ending would not be any different. What they had to do was to occupy Treasure Island according to the original plan. After all, the people from the headquarters might follow at any time. The Treasure Island fleet appeared in the north. Suddenly, the lookout on the mast shouted loudly. Everyone looked towards the north again. Then a blue and white painted ship appeared in everyone's sight. There was no one on the deck, and all kinds of strange shaped equipment filled the top of the ship. Just one ship? I'm afraid it's a fleeing ship. And there may be important people from Treasure Island inside. Send 2 ships to sink it. Turn left. Get ready to meet the enemy. The ship immediately became lively, and 2 of them were preparing to approach the north ship. Woo! Suddenly, there was a deafening roar from the opposite ship, and tongues of fire shot out from the muzzles, densely poured on the sea and the hull. In the blink of an eye, the 2 ships that had just turned collapsed instantly. Vulnerable. Damn it. They put that kind of weapon on the ship. Keep your distance and hide. God. Then, the flames continued to sweep towards the remaining ships. 5 sacred and gorgeously carved ships all collapsed on the sea. Only floating debris and survivors wailing for help were left on the sea. The Pope turned into golden light and disappeared, and the position of his afterimage was pierced by 2 bullets. The next second, his real body appeared behind Wu Heng. After becoming a hero, Wu Heng's perception became more acute. Just as he was about to make a move, the Pope suddenly shouted. There was a moment of distraction in his mind. Boom! The Pope clenched his fists and hit him hard in the chest. Wu Heng flew backwards, and in the process, he turned around and aimed at the Pope, who was condensing golden light, pointing at his eyes, mouth and nose. The Pope's facial features disappeared instantly. It was only a moment, and then it was instantly lifted. After becoming a hero, the magic was obviously effective on him. But the effect was only for a moment. Not the effect he wanted to see. The disappearance of the facial features caused the golden light to hit the area around Wu Heng, and he barely dodged it. Bang! 2 more gunshots. The bullets hit the Pope, and were blocked by the golden shield and bounced away. The Pope turned around and saw an angel formed by energy appear, killing the snipers who were ambushing around. Wu Hung released his supernatural powers, explosive potential, and Herculean outer armor at the same time, and the surface of his skin was covered with black keratin, and his physical attributes were greatly improved. He tapped his feet lightly, quickly closing the distance between them, and in the middle, thunder summoning technique condensed, and rolling dark clouds appeared from the sky. Crack! Thick silver-white lightning fell from the sky. The Pope's figure flashed like a ghost, and Wu Hung kept pointing to the place where he landed, and thunder kept falling from the sky. Then, the Pope hummed softly in the air. A mirage appeared in the sky, and the neatly arranged choir in the hall sang songs to disperse the dark clouds in the sky, and the skulls below turned into white bones. Wu Hung waved his fingers, and the Pope's mouth disappeared. The mirage disappeared. Another new vision. Who is still fighting? In the square. Everyone looked up, watching the several visions in the sky change one after another, and discussed quietly. Who is fighting with the Pope? He is a hero who only appears in legends and propaganda posters, even though the people on the island would rather see the island owner win. Moreover, they don't think the island owner did anything wrong in this matter. But victory is not determined by right or wrong, but more by level and strength. No matter how powerful the island owner is, he is still a human in his 20s. How can he have the strength to fight the Pope? From now on, Treasure Island will be under the jurisdiction of the Holy See. There are still some brave people in the crowd who release their tame beasts and stand in the distance staring at the battlefield. Island owner, the ranger said with some surprise. Lord Island owner? He's not dead yet? At the port. Wasn't his chest pierced? Someone suddenly exclaimed. That means the island owner is level 15. Isn't he? When can he fight the Pope? And they've been fighting until now. Inside the association building, the two sisters Zalagui also heard the discussion below. Sure, Yali said. So, the one who just became a hero is Wu Hung. It should be him. Zalagui's tone was helpless. If it weren't for this incident, Wu Hung would have become a hero at such a young age, and his lifespan would have increased accordingly. It's not a problem to admit their relationship to the family. But even if he becomes a hero now, he can't be the opponent of the Pope. I just hope he can escape. Sure, Yali hugged him gently. When he comes back, we have to teach him a lesson. He lied to us and said he was always level 15. Zalagui rested her head on her sister's shoulder and hummed softly. On the battlefield, one by one, the skeleton dragons circled in the sky where the two were fighting. The skeletons on their backs held machine guns and rotated downwards, firing without leaving any room. Bullets clattered and gathered in the middle. The shield around the Pope was shattered by the dense shooting, and bullets clattered and hit him. You're looking for death, the Pope shouted. The holy light penetrated the head of the flying dragon in the sky. The soul fire was extinguished, and bones fell from the sky. Wu Hung raised his hand and released death breath, and thick clouds and mist covered, rolled, and surged, as if countless wronged souls were struggling in it. Under the death breath, Wu Hang's state began to recover continuously, and the dark green phosphorescence falling from the clouds and mist rushed towards the Pope. The Pope began to chant, and the next second his mouth was sealed, and the mirage of the choir disappeared. Wu Hung approached quickly and smashed his fist at the Pope's head. The Pope turned into a ghost and flashed behind him. He grabbed Wu Hang's head and shot it to the ground with a whoosh. Wu Hung felt the surroundings passing by quickly, and he fell to the ground, and the strong force plowed a huge dent in the ground and the ruins. The flesh on his body was rubbed off, and then quickly grew and healed. Boom! Wu Hung swung the opponent's arm away and hit his head against the opponent's nose. The Pope took 2 steps back, but his fighting spirit was not reduced. Since he became the Pope, he had never seen such an arrogant and evil person. He tried and executed the Knights of the Holy See at the port, and he had no respect for him at all. He had never seen anyone who looked down on him. The high and mighty Pope. From the bottom of his heart. This damn thing. The Pope stood in place, his momentum rising. Ripples appeared behind his head, and golden holy swords appeared from the ripples. Wu Hung, you don't respect the gods. Don't abide by the doctrine, and surviving will only bring disaster. Swoosh, 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 turned into golden light, shooting forward. The sky was full of swords. The magic circle under Wu Hang's feet kept flashing. Teleportation led him to change positions constantly, avoiding the swords in the sky, and quickly closing the distance between them. Boom! Thunder exploded, and silver-white lightning like a leak in the sky fell towards the Pope. The sky and the earth shook, and the silver snakes scattered. The Pope's figure reappeared from the golden light, and behind Wu Hung were countless golden swords chasing him. "Ha!" the Pope shouted, and the magic circle under Wu Heng's feet suddenly collapsed. The golden sword was already behind him, and Wu Heng's figure shook, and he instantly became 7 people. One person was instantly pierced by the golden sword, and the other 6 pointed at the Pope in front. Animation object let the robe stir and tangle together. Deprivation of the law make the 5 senses disappear. Serious injury. Fireball. Acid splash. And other spells were thrown out at once. The Pope turned into a stream of light and appeared from behind, flicking his sleeves and shouting, "Enough. Damn it. The Necromancer actually used so many spells from other factions. What happened to him? This guy really can't be left here." The sky was still dark at this time. Unknowingly, the two had reached dark from noon. "We can't delay any longer. Otherwise it will only be more troublesome when the Association's fleet comes." The Pope stepped on the floating holy sword. "It's almost time. And it's time to send you on your way." As the voice fell, the body slowly rose. A humming sound came from the center of the island, like the sound of wind passing through a narrow valley. In the church, among the kneeling believers, energy quickly gathered towards the battle zone. Countless forces gathered from the air. A huge and magnificent holy sword was slowly taking shape. Everyone in the distance looked up at the huge holy sword that illuminated the night. This is the power of the Pope. It's over. The island owner is finished. It's not going to kill us all. Countless people looked up, their eyes filled with fear and anxiety. In the crowd, a woman in a cloth skirt stood on a stone, looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Occasionally, there were explosions, which made her shiver. The woman clenched her fists in front of her chest, praying, "I hope the island owner is okay." In the association building, she loudly frowned, holding her chest tightly with one hand. "How can I resist such a might? How can I resist it?" Tears fell, and she murmured, "Run. Stop fighting. Let them be if they like." Why didn't she be stronger? She forced Wu Hung to leave the island and go to a remote place to live a peaceful life. But it was too late. Sure Yali hugged her sister's head, and tears fell. "It will be fine. It will be fine." As she comforted her sister, her eyes were full of despair. The island owner's mansion. On the roof sat several maids, Chanella and Macintosh, all looking at the sky. Everyone looked nervous. "Sister Chanella, can the master win?" Chanella glanced at Minnie and the others, feeling complicated. What should she say? Can he win against the Pope? She herself didn't believe it. But who can accept that Wu Hung would die here? She forced out a smile. He is so smart. If he can't win, he must be able to escape. "I will take you back to the tribe and wait for a while." Minnie smiled and said, "Thank you, sister. We have a contract with the master. If everything is fine, we still want to go back to Ratam City to have a look. Under the slave contract, if Wu Hung died, they would not survive. He will be fine." Shannara took a deep breath and whispered. It seemed like she was talking to the maids, but also to herself. The giant sword shone with golden light, and it was mighty. The sword energy was like a ribbon, entwined and swayed with the fluttering. Dozens of flying dragons flew over with machine guns in the air. As soon as they approached, they turned into ashes and scattered like being thrown into a furnace. He really had a big move. It was a pity that it was not his own. What a small mouth. The Pope's eyes were grim. Anger and disdain appeared on his face, and he controlled a huge holy sword and shouted, "You have gone to such great lengths to promote it, and the residents of Treasure Island regard you as their leader and hope. Today, I will kill you, the evil sinner." In front of everyone, Wu Heng's pupil shrank slightly, and he searched for the means he could use in his mind. The magic himself would not have such a big trick. Modern technology and missiles were not brought here. I should have arranged the missiles earlier. The last ray of energy was absorbed into the holy sword, and the Pope said no more nonsense. He flicked his finger slightly downward, and the holy sword fell from the air. "Judgment!" the Pope roared, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Wu Hung widened his eyes and tried it one last time. He stretched out his hand to the side, and a huge crack appeared. The stone door opened, and a bunch of electromagnetic cannons appeared. Fire! Bang, bang, bang. The sound of cannons rang out, and the shells shot towards the holy sword. In the blink of an eye, they collided. Boom! Roar! Flames! Explosions! And they spread out in an instant. The neat area seemed to be swept by the power of destruction. The houses collapsed, and the ground sunken. The two were blown away by the huge explosion, and their broken bodies quickly grew and merged. Wu Heng's mouth grew out and said, "Bomb people!" Boom! The shells were fired again. Boom! And the huge force covered the position where the Pope was. After the explosion, there was a twisted and entangled lightning ball. The shells engraved with magic runes will continue to produce magical effects after the bombing, because the location of the explosion was closer to the Pope. The injuries suffered were more serious. Only the legs stood there, flesh and blood intertwined, and the rest of the body quickly regrew. Good opportunity. Wu Hung teleportation, his feet emerged, and his figure appeared in front of the Pope in the blink of an eye. Use thunder summoning first. Boom! A thick lightning fell and struck the remaining body. After the lightning fell, the growing flesh and blood were entangled by the energy, making it difficult for the recovered flesh and blood to grow and heal. Whoosh! The Pope, who only had the lower half of his body, turned into a golden light and fled to the sea. With one move. How could he miss this opportunity? Wu Hung teleportation keep appearing, chasing after the figure, releasing all kinds of lightning and thunder. You are a Pope, and you are running away. Aren't you afraid of losing face? If I were you, I would stay and fight head-on, and I wouldn't let people call me a coward. You ran away, but you lost the face of the church. You are shameless. Do you gods have shame? Wu Hung followed closely behind, talking non-stop. Is there any way to stop him? Glinda tried to possess the body, causing the Pope, who was casting the stream of light again, to pause. Wu Hung had a long sword in his hand, and the broken light in the realm of consciousness poured into the weapon from his body, creating a faint glow on the surface. He flashed to the side of the Pope, and the long sword pierced through the light shield and pierced into the Pope's body. Wu Hung was also shot through the chest by the golden light, and blood was dripping. He didn't care, holding the weapon, and slashed the opponent's hard-grown body with sword after sword. I let you stare at the treasure island, and let you come to my island to ring the bell. Wu Hung kept swinging the sword. The Pope's body was chopped to pieces, and he shouted with pain on his face, evil and rebellious. You will be tortured forever. Wu Hung pierced his forehead with a sword. Think about yourself first. The Pope's eyes revealed reluctance and anger. How could he end up like this when he was firmly seated in the Vatican, glorious and admired by thousands of people? This should not be his ending. Wu Heng's second sword cut off his neck, and his head rolled off. The next second, the Pope's ghost left his body, and quickly fled far away. Wu Hung, the Vatican will not let you go. Everyone around you will be executed, and you will never have peace. The ghost left, and the Pope roared. Wu Heng's eyes condensed. Don't let him run away. Whoosh! Two ghosts quickly pounced from both sides and instantly entangled the fleeing soul. Wu Hung, you are crazy. You can't do this. Make them stop. You dirty filth. The Pope screamed shrilly. Wu Hung, you wait. In the unwillingness and struggle, the soul was devoured. The two ghosts also flew back,